Lex unexpectedly traversed into the world of Harry Potter, garnering a modicum of attention from Professor Snape through his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Initially, Lex's mindset was to bide his time until graduation. In the middle phase, Lex thought, "Professor Snape, take notice of me." Later, Lex mused, "Voldemort? Behold my Avada, Kedavra, ready to feast on the spectacle." Voldemort retorted, "By what right do you wield apparition alongside the killing curse?" Lex replied, "My lord, times have changed." Chapter 1. A Letter from Hogwarts. June 1990, London, England. In the early morning, the mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the damp, cold air permeated the weathered brick walls of St. Maria's orphanage. The wooden door of the orphanage was silently pushed open, revealing a boy with dark hair slipping out sideways. His name was Lex Cavan, an 11-year-old with a soul far more mature than his years. He gently closed the door behind him, a small, faded cloth bag on his shoulder, emitting faint sounds of clinking. Following a familiar path, he turned the corner, skillfully sidestepping a puddle glistening with oil. Several drunken men lay sprawled at the alley's mouth, mumbling incoherent ramblings. Lex's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. He subtly veered to the far side. Having lived in this neighborhood for 11 years, he had long since mapped out all the perilous corners. He wished fervently that he could grasp a wand at this moment. The uncontrolled surge of magic at 6 years old, along with the spellbook that shimmered in his mind, had irrevocably altered his existence. The tale of Harry Potter had transformed from a distant memory into a reality he must confront. The corner apothecary was already illuminated with a dim yellow light. Upon entering, a mingling of herbal aromas enveloped him. "Good morning, Cavan lad," greeted the old proprietor, lifting his gaze from a pile of herbs. "Good morning, Mr. Lee," replied Lex, placing his bag in the corner and deftly tying on an apron. With the experience of his past life and a somewhat agreeable appearance, Mr. Lee was more than willing to employ him as cheap labor. Grinding, weighing, and packaging, Lex's movements were fluid and precise. More often than not, he would find himself entranced by the flickering flames during the intervals of concocting potions, the memories of failed attempts vivid in his mind. When he first endeavored to channel his faint magical energy into the cauldron, the splattering broth and shattering pottery prompted the old proprietor to lecture him for an entire week. However, failure had never deterred him. After countless adjustments, he ultimately discovered the equilibrium. Skillfully blending the prepared herbs with a faint trace of magical energy, he molded them into deep brown pills. These unassuming little objects possess unexpectedly remarkable efficacy for treating contusions and injuries. In the evening, after concluding his work, Lex walked towards an abandoned newsstand in the back streets of the marketplace, clutching the freshly crafted pills. In the shadows, a burly man with a beard awaited his arrival. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lex handed over a small paper package, and the man promptly stuffed a crumpled roll of pounds into his hand. A fresh scar adorned the man's left cheek, a memento from their price negotiation 3 months prior. Since that incident, no one has dared to bully this seemingly frail child again. By the time Lex returned to the orphanage, darkness had enveloped the sky. A few older children had also just arrived, their faces etched with the weariness of the day. "Children, it's time for dinner," came the gentle yet weary voice of the matron from the kitchen. Lex followed the others into the kitchen to assist in serving dinner at the long table. A pot of vegetable soup so devoid of oil that it was nearly unrecognizable, accompanied by 2 pieces of hard black bread for each person. In his soup bowl, a few rare slices of carrot floated, and he carefully dipped his bread into the broth, making the most of every morsel. The dining table was enveloped in silence, occasionally broken by the soft clinking of spoons against bowls. After the meal, Lex tucked a portion of his earnings into the crevice of a wooden box in the hall. That faded candy box held a tacit secret shared among all the children. The matron had never explicitly stated it, but each time the box became lighter, the subsequent meals would invariably feature a few extra potatoes or a loaf of bread. Upon returning to his room, Lex found his only roommate, 6-year-old Tom, had already vacated his bed. Fortunately, Tom had been adopted by a kind couple. For now, this cramped room belonged solely to Lex. He lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to drift into the recesses of his mind. The spellbook with its gilded cover floated serenely, its pages turning automatically to the one titled Glimmering Glow. This was the only incantation he dared to attempt, for the backlash of wandless magic could exact a devastating toll on a wizard. His thoughts meandered towards the approaching month of July. According to his recollection, the letter from Hogwarts would arrive by the end of the month at the latest. At that juncture, he would resign from his position at the apothecary. When he thought of the magical world, the first image that surfaced was not of the savior or the headmaster, but rather that of the figure cloaked in black robes, Severus Snape. The double agent living on the edge, a master of potions. If he could obtain Snape's guidance, perhaps he would no longer need to rely on these half-baked pills for sustenance. However, all of this hinged on his safe arrival at the enchanting Diagon Alley. At the end of June, Lex resigned from his position at the apothecary. The elderly proprietor discreetly slipped a few extra coins into his palm, gently patting his shoulder. "Smart lad. If you wish to learn true skills, feel free to return anytime." On his way back to the orphanage, Lex detoured to a second-hand bookstore, using his last coins to purchase a volume titled Illustrated Guide to Medicinal Plants of Britain. Although Muggle literature offered limited assistance in potion making, it was certainly better than being utterly uninformed. On the first Saturday of July, Lex was at the window, organizing his final batch of herbs. The setting sun bathed the room in amber hues, and the air was infused with the bittersweet fragrance of herbs. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks interrupted his work. A gray owl was persistently pecking at the glass window with its beak, a heavy envelope bound to its leg. Lex took a deep breath and opened the window. The owl tumbled inside, dropped the envelope, and then tilted its head to gaze at the round pills on the table. He picked up the envelope, the rough yet sturdy texture of the parchment beneath his fingers. The emerald green ink clearly read, "Mr. Lex Carvin, St. Maria Orphanage, Croydon, London, 2nd floor by the window." The familiar Hogwarts crest gleamed brilliantly on the envelope. He unfolded the letter, his eyes scanning the words that had long been etched into his memory. 5 years of waiting crystallized into the palpable weight of this moment. There was no anticipated ecstasy, only a serene sense of finality. He swiftly penned a reply, succinctly explaining his orphan status and his confusion regarding his journey to Diagon Alley. Before the owl departed, it unceremoniously snatched 2 pills in its beak. On a mundane afternoon a fortnight later, Lex was sweeping fallen leaves in the yard. The iron gate of the orphanage creaked as it swung open, revealing a man clad entirely in a black robe, resembling a moving shadow. His skin was a sickly waxen yellow, and his greasy black hair clung to the sides of his face. When those hollow black eyes swept over him, even the summer air seemed to freeze in place. The man stepped into the yard, the hem of his robe brushing silently against the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. His cold gaze passed over Lex, landing on the matron who had emerged from within upon hearing the commotion. The matron halted in her tracks, her expression shifting from confusion to alertness in an instant. She instinctively pulled a small child behind her. "Sir," her voice trembled ever so slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "Whom are you seeking?" The man's lips curled into what could barely be described as a smile, his gaze finally drifting back to Lex. "I believe," his voice was deep and silky, "I have found Mr. Lex Carvin." Chapter 2. Professor Snape. The headmaster's inquiry hung in the air, palpable and heavy. The weight of the man's gaze exerted a pressure far beyond what Lex had anticipated, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, he compelled himself to stand tall, refusing to avert his eyes. "This gentleman is here as a representative from the boarding school I will be attending soon, headmistress." Lex interjected before Snape could utter any words that might unnerve the headmaster. His voice deliberately steady. "I submitted my application long ago, and to my surprise, I was accepted." The headmistress's wariness did not wane. She regarded Snape with skepticism, her eyes brimming with doubt about this narrative. "A boarding school? Lex, I have never heard you mention such a place. Moreover, this gentleman," she carefully chose her words, her demeanor suggesting he was far from an ordinary admissions officer. The cold curve of Snape's lips seemed to deepen, clearly lacking the patience for an exhaustive explanation suited for muggles. "The management of the school is unconventional." His words carried an air of finality. "I am Severus Snape, his professor, and now, I must take him away to procure his necessities." He cast a fleeting glance at the sky, as if disdainful of the sunlight, unwilling to squander any time. "Leave, now." The headmistress stepped forward instinctively, attempting to grasp Lex's wrist. "What formalities need to be observed?" "His expenses. The school will handle everything." Snape brusquely interrupted, his tone laden with evident disdain for poverty and trivial matters. The scholarship is sufficient to cover a student's basic needs, provided he does not possess the inclination to squander it on frivolous pursuits. His gaze pointedly swept over the frayed edges of Lex's clothing. Snape's patience was thin, and Lex understood the urgency to conclude this standoff swiftly. He turned to the headmistress, adopting the most reassuring tone he could muster. "Do not worry, headmistress. I will return shortly." The headmistress looked at Lex, then at Snape, who loomed like a black iceberg, and ultimately, her trust in Lex overwhelmed her unease. She embraced him tightly, whispering, "Take care of yourself, dear child." Snape had already turned, striding purposefully toward the exit. "Keep up, Mr. Cavendish. I hope your meager stamina can match your precociousness." Lex gave the headmistress's arm a final pat before hastily following the dark silhouette. Upon exiting the orphanage, they paused at a secluded street corner, where Snape abruptly halted, extending his slender arm, the cuffs emanating a peculiar scent of potion and herbs. "Grasp it." Lex did not hesitate, his fingers tightly clutching the coarse fabric of the black robe's sleeve. In the next instant, he felt as if an invisible hook had suddenly latched onto his navel, yanking him backward with ferocity. The entire world twisted and compressed, plunging into a suffocating darkness and a sense of constriction. A buzzing filled his ears, and he felt as though his bones might shatter. Just when he thought he would faint, his feet slammed against solid ground, the inertia causing him to stumble slightly, his stomach roiling. His complexion paled as he fought back the urge to vomit, gasping for breath. Snape regarded him with indifference, a hint of familiar mockery lacing his tone. "Welcome to the experience of apparition. It seems you have at least managed to retain your bodily parts, Mr. Cavendish." A decent beginning. Lex lacked the energy to respond, surveying his surroundings, a filthy, narrow alleyway before a seemingly ordinary brick wall. Snape spoke no further, drawing out his wand and tapping it precisely against several bricks in the wall. The bricks appeared to be infused with life, beginning to spin and shift, and a broad archway materialized with a rumble of grinding masonry, revealing a vibrant and chaotic new world beyond Diagon Alley. Even though he had prepared himself, witnessing the marvel of the magical world firsthand made Lex's heart skip a beat. The throng of people donned robes, shop windows displayed flying broomsticks, blinking owls, and howling books, while the air was thick with peculiar aromas and lively chatter. Snape, evidently uninterested in playing the role of a tour guide, strode with purpose, compelling Lex to jog to keep pace. They headed directly for the towering white edifice of Gringotts. "The Hogwarts scholarship," Snape stated flatly before the goblin counter, "is limited, and I hope you possess the basic intellect to manage it, rather than squander it on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans or biting gnomes." A small pouch of gold galleons was pushed toward Lex, heavy in his palm. He silently stowed it away, nodding in acknowledgement. The subsequent procurement process was efficient to the point of brutality. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Snape urged with his eyes, while at flourish and blots, he simply recited the book list for the clerk to package, until Lex mustered the courage to speak. "Professor, perhaps I could opt for second-hand textbooks? The galleon's save might allow me to purchase a more precise set of scales or some basic potion ingredients for preparation." Snape halted, slowly turning to face Lex, his dark eyes honing in on him, scrutinizing. "Preparation?" he echoed softly, his tone dangerously elevated. "What leads you to believe that your modest amateur pursuits," his gaze swept over Lex's bag containing herbs and potions, "are sufficient to allow you to excel in the precise discipline of potions?" Lex felt the pressure mounting, yet he steadied himself. "I am merely interested in the properties of herb transformations, Professor. I hope to familiarize myself with the standard processes in advance." Snape regarded him for a prolonged moment, finally huffing in what could be considered acquiescence. In the second-hand shop, Lex meticulously selected the best-conditioned textbooks, even fortuitously discovering a well-noted old edition of magical drafts and potions. At last, they stood before the small, dilapidated Ollivander's wand shop. Inside, the walls were stacked high with wand boxes, dust motes suspended in the dim light. Old Mr. Ollivander appeared like a specter, his pale eyes gleaming in the gloom. Oh, another new face. The wand testing process was full of surprises. The wands Lex tried either exploded the boxes on the shelves or stirred up a useless whirlwind in the corner. Yet Ollivander grew increasingly animated, until he presented a wand. "Try this, fir wood, dragon heartstring core. 13.5 inches. Resilient, suited for a master of clear will." The moment Lex's fingers clasped the wand, a warm surge flooded from his fingertips throughout his body, the tip radiating a gentle and steady silver glow, resonating perfectly with his own magical essence. An extraordinary combination. Ollivander blinked. Dragon heartstring. Powerful, sometimes inclined toward dark magic, yet exceedingly loyal. Fascinating, very fascinating. In the corner, Snape had remained a silent shadow throughout, offering no reaction. The shopping concluded, the scholarship nearly depleted. Upon returning to the alley behind the leaky cauldron, Snape extended his arm once more. The second apparition was still uncomfortable, yet Lex barely braced himself mentally. They returned to the secluded street corner in Surrey. Snape lowered his arm, looking down from his height at Lex, who was striving to steady his breath. September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. 11 o'clock. If your evidently directionally challenged brain cannot comprehend how to pass through a wall, you may wait in place or inquire with the staff. Though this will undoubtedly broadcast your origins to all. I have noted it, Professor. Thank you, Lex said, clutching his belongings filled with second-hand textbooks and the old herbology book. Bowing slightly, Severus Snape's dark eyes lingered upon him for but a fleeting moment, their gaze settling on the fabric pouch containing the pills. In a voice barely above a whisper, he uttered what seemed to be a malevolent blessing. May your dubious handmade concoctions not render you a frequent visitor to the infirmary in the first week of term. No sooner had the words left his lips than, with a soft crack, his black robes billowed, and he vanished without a trace. Chapter 3. Enrollment. As Lex returned to the orphanage, dragging his suitcase filled with second-hand textbooks and a modest bundle, the setting sun elongated his shadow. The matron stood at the entrance, and upon witnessing his safe return, the tightness of her worry seemed to dissipate like a falling stone. Especially when Lex revealed the substantial textbooks and pristine scales of his standard school uniform, the last vestige of doubt in her eyes melted away, replaced by a glimmer of relief. It appeared that this boarding school was, at the very least, not a deception. For the following month, Lex withdrew into that makeshift sanctuary. The cramped room transformed into his inaugural magical laboratory. His most vital companion was a second-hand tome titled Potions and Elixirs, its pages densely filled with minuscule script. He endeavored to decipher the logic behind potion recipes through the lens of traditional Chinese medicine, employing the theoretical principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and messenger, while meticulously practicing the techniques of precise magical control as delineated in his spell book whilst crafting those pills. As the August winds began to usher in a chill, the luster of those pills seemed to take on a more subdued warmth. By the end of August, Lex carefully tucked the majority of his pounds into the bottom of the faded candy box in the hall, leaving only a few thin notes for train fare. On the morning of September 1st, he arose earlier than usual, grasping a broom to sweep every fallen leaf from the courtyard to pristine perfection. At the breakfast table, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy as the matron silently transferred the only sizable piece of carrot from her bowl onto his slice of black bread. There were few words exchanged, but the embrace, so forceful it nearly suffocated, and the sensation of several younger children clinging to the hem of his robes, refusing to let go, stirred a deeper emotion than any parting sorrow could evoke. I will find a way to write, he promised softly, despite knowing the difficulty of keeping such a vow. King's Cross Station was abuzz with vibrant activity, and Lex, clutching his suitcase that appeared woefully out of place amidst the surrounding opulence, stood amidst the throng surging between platforms 9 and 10. He could feel his heartbeat steadying within his chest, not from excitement, but from a chilling calmness in the face of the unknown. Drawing a deep breath, he no longer hesitated, fixing his gaze upon what seemed an impenetrable wall. And with an undeniable resolve and speed, he strode forward. There was no anticipated collision, merely a fleeting sensation akin to passing through a curtain of icy water. And the cacophony around him shifted instantaneously. The world's clamor was abruptly transformed. The resounding hoot of an owl, the cheerful shouts and laughter of young wizards, and the peculiar scent of pumpkin pie mingled with some form of magical fuel enveloped him. He had succeeded. The deep crimson Hogwarts Express stood before him, akin to a slumbering behemoth. On the platform, children clad in fresh robes embraced their parents in farewell, while owl cages and cat carriers were passed with care. Yet, this lively warmth and clamor felt irrelevant to him. Lex tightened his grip on the somewhat shabby suitcase and, with an expressionless visage, navigated through the crowd. Most compartments of the train were already filled, and through the glass of the door, he could see groups of students animatedly conversing. He walked silently down the corridor, ultimately discovering an empty compartment towards the rear of the train. After placing his luggage on the rack, he settled into a window seat. Outside, a boisterous family with striking red hair chattered incessantly, their exuberance almost blinding. Lex calmly diverted his gaze to the indistinct shadows at the far end of the platform. At last, the train's whistle blared, and it gradually began to move. Chapter 4. Sorting. Throughout the journey, Lex refrained from initiating conversations, though some curious eyes scrutinized the solitary boy with black hair and eyes clad in plain attire. However, seeing him seemingly absorbed in his own world, they chose not to intrude. He nibbled on the dry bread he had brought, observing the scenery as it transformed from urban landscapes to vast fields, rolling hills, and deep, shadowy forests. As dusk fell, a resounding voice echoed through the compartment. "Put on your robes. We are nearly there. Lex retrieved his robe, donned it, and composed himself. The train's speed gradually decreased until it finally halted at a small, dark platform. First-year students. This way. First years, over here. A gruff voice bellowed. Lex followed the stumbling throng of newcomers off the train and beheld a towering figure with a wild beard and a lamp. The gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid. Come, follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step. Hagrid led them along a steep, narrow path descending the slope. On one side lay a dense forest, while on the other stretched a pitch-black lake. Then, the path opened up. Across the inky expanse of the lake, a magnificent castle loomed atop a cliff. Its towers piercing the sky, and warm lights twinkled from its windows, reflecting upon the still, dark waters below. Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. Lex halted, gazing upwards. Despite having envisioned it countless times through films and books, and believing himself adequately prepared, the sight of Hogwarts Castle, so vividly real, so grand, and brimming with magic, struck him with an ineffable shock that resonated deep within his soul. It was no longer a mere blur of memory or a flat image, but a tangible marvel crafted from stone and sorcery. Ancient, mysterious, and powerful, it exuded an aura steeped in centuries of history, yet pulsated with vibrant magical energy. Hogwarts, he had finally arrived. Lex inhaled deeply, quelling the tumult within his heart as he boarded the boat to the castle's entrance. Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked thrice upon the door. Instantly, it swung open to reveal a tall, serious-looking witch clad in a deep green robe, Professor McGonagall. She ushered the newcomers into a spacious stone chamber, delivering a brief welcoming address and elucidating the significance of the 4 houses of Hogwarts and the sorting process. While you wait, please maintain silence, McGonagall instructed before temporarily exiting the room. The first years immediately began to murmur among themselves, anxiously adjusting their appearances and speculating about the sorting method. Lex stood quietly towards the back of the throng, his heart involuntarily quickening. He was acutely aware of what was to come, and he knew he would soon face the sorting hat, which could delve into the depths of one's heart. Where would he be placed? Gryffindor? That was the epicenter of the narrative, a place to avoid. Slytherin? He was no pure blood, and believed he lacked the requisite ambition. Ravenclaw? He indeed possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Hufflepuff? The most inclusive house, perhaps it would be a refuge for him. As his thoughts wandered, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, form a single line, she instructed, follow me. The first years lined up, quietly and nervously trailing after McGonagall into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Lex's gaze traversed the sea of heads, and for the first time, he beheld the legendary hall in all its splendor. The lofty ceiling was enchanted, resembling a starlit sky, with floating candles casting a warm glow that illuminated the 4 long tables of the school and the headmaster's dais. Hundreds of faces turned towards them, adorned with expressions of curiosity and welcoming smiles. His gaze involuntarily swept across the staff table. In the center sat Professor Dumbledore, with his silver beard and long hair, his eyes twinkling with a kind yet piercing light. Not far to the right of the headmaster, Professor Severus Snape was seated in his obsidian robes, strikingly out of place amidst the vibrant colors surrounding him. He did not regard the first years, but instead stared impassively at the golden goblet before him, exuding an aura of icy detachment, as if the surrounding commotion held no relevance to him. Lex's gaze quickly withdrew. At the front of the hall stood a 4-legged stool, upon which rested a tattered and patched-up pointed wizard's hat, the sorting hat. As the brim split open and began to sing the annual sorting song, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Following the performance, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. Now, when I call your name, you will come forth, don the hat, and sit upon the stool to await your house assignment, she proclaimed. As Professor McGonagall read from the list, the first years approached one by one to wear the weathered sorting hat. The hall occasionally erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming the new members into their respective houses. Lex observed calmly as each first year was sorted into their houses. Lex Cavern. At last, it was his turn. He stepped forward and, under the gaze of staff and students from all 4 houses, took his place on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The hat was large, nearly obscuring his vision, and he could detect a faint scent of dust and age emanating from it. Almost immediately, a subtle voice resonated within his mind, not through his ears, but reverberating directly in his thoughts. Ah, the voice intoned, tinged with curiosity and scrutiny. A most intriguing soul, ensnared within a youthful form. I sense formidable self-discipline and a clear vision. A deep thirst for knowledge, not for ostentation, but for mastery and understanding. A kind of tenacity that borders on the stubborn. Lex silently mused. Please place me in the house where I can learn the most and develop securely. Securely? Hufflepuff indeed offers loyalty and warmth. Ravenclaw's wisdom also beckons you. I can sense the book in your mind. What is it? The Sorting Hat's voice grew even more inquisitive. Lex's heart tightened, and he swiftly erected a mental barrier, concealing the core secrets regarding the spellbook and his extraordinary journey, revealing only his passion and understanding of potion-making and herbology. Ah, a heavy guard. Very Slytherin of you. The Hat seemed to chuckle lightly. Do you yearn for power? Not for conquest, but for self-preservation and the pursuit of deeper magical mysteries. You are adept at calculation, skilled in concealment, carving pathways for yourself amidst adversity. You hail from the Muggle world, yet possess an ancient wisdom that does not belong there. You have even begun your own dealings. Yes, very ambitious. But your ambition is not for power. Rather, it is an extreme pursuit of your own potential and a yearning to seize your destiny. The Hat paused, seemingly weighing its options. You possess Ravenclaw's intellect, but lack their unadulterated enthusiasm for sharing knowledge. You embody Hufflepuff's resilience, yet surpass them in shrewdness and situational awareness. You even exhibit a hint of Gryffindor's decisiveness, yet it is veiled by a deeper caution. No, the place that suits you best is Chapter 5, Slytherin. Lex awaited, his heartbeat quickening slightly, for he understood precisely where the Hat was directing him. You are acutely aware of your goals and will employ all means to realize them. You comprehend that in Slytherin you will encounter challenges, yet you are unafraid, instead perceiving them as a form of fortitude. Excellent. Very, very good. Therefore, the place most fitting for you is the Hat inhaled deeply before proclaiming loudly to the entire hall. Slytherin. The voice echoed beneath the dome. In that instant, a brief, almost palpable silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, a hushed murmur arose from the Slytherin table, as an unfamiliar surname, one that did not seem to belong to any renowned wizarding family, was called into the house famed for its lineage. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but she quickly regained her composure, merely jotting a note. Professor Dumbledore's eyes glimmered behind his half-moon spectacles, an expression of contemplation flickering within his blue depths. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, the potions master, who had been fixated on his goblet, finally stirred at the announcement of Slytherin. He slowly lifted his gaze, his dark, penetrating eyes locking onto Lex with precision. His expression betrayed no surprise, no welcome, nor rejection, only an intense scrutiny and evaluation. His fingertips tapped silently upon the tabletop, as if measuring the full implications of this unexpected outcome. A boy from a Muggle orphanage sorted into his house was, in itself, highly unusual. Coupled with their previous brief encounters in Diagon Alley and the orphanage, Snape keenly sensed that this boy was far more complex than he appeared. Lex calmly removed the Sorting Hat from his head and set it upon the stool, rising with a demeanor devoid of pride or anxiety. He strode purposefully towards the Slytherin table. The head of Slytherin was the first to react, offering polite applause, which was soon echoed by the other students. Though not with overwhelming enthusiasm, Lex seated himself at an empty spot, and the students beside him subtly shifted away, maintaining a modicum of distance. He paid no heed to these subtle rejections. His gaze quickly scanned the staff table, momentarily locking with Professor Snape's cold, probing stare. He instinctively lowered his eyes in humility, as if it had merely been a fleeting glance, and then sat upright, looking ahead and awaiting the conclusion of the sorting ceremony. The ceremony officially concluded after the last first year was sorted into Slytherin. Professor Dumbledore rose to deliver a few welcoming words, among which were some rather perplexing remarks. And then the grand feast commenced. The long table was instantly laden with a sumptuous array of food, and Lex dined quietly, comporting himself with decorum, speaking little, occasionally sensing the scrutinizing and somewhat disdainful glances from some pure-blood students at his table, yet he remained unperturbed. He noticed that Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, was conspicuously absent, with the position temporarily assumed by a rather fatigued-looking older witch. After the feast, the heads of the houses rose to gather the first years. The head of Slytherin was a tall, brown-haired upperclassman with a stern countenance. Slytherin first years, follow me, he commanded, his voice not loud but imbued with an unmistakable authority. Lex and the other first years trailed behind the head, weaving through the bustling crowd, descending the marble staircase, and venturing deeper into the underground corridors. Ultimately, they halted before a damp, empty stone wall. The head turned to face the first years. Remember, the password to the Slytherin common room is changed every fortnight. Pay attention to the announcements. Missing the password means you will have to wait outside until someone enters or seek assistance from a prefect or the head of house. I do not recommend the latter unless you wish to provide Professor Snape with a reason to confine you. He clearly enunciated the password, pureblood. The stone wall silently slid open, revealing an arched entrance, with the prefect stepping in first, followed closely by the first-year students. The Slytherin common room was a narrow semicircle, its low ceiling constructed from ancient stone, emanating a subtle, mysterious green glow. The walls were adorned with exquisite, stained glass windows, offering a view of the depths of the Black Lake, where dark green waves rippled, occasionally revealing the languid forms of enormous squids or other magical creatures. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, surrounded by intricately carved chairs and sofas. The entire room exuded an air of ancient opulence and tranquility, imbued with a serene authority. The first years gazed around with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "Wait here," the prefect instructed, stepping aside. After a moment of silence, the entrance to the common room opened once more without a sound. Professor Snape glided into the room like a bat merging with the shadows, his black robes swirling silently behind him. The moment he appeared, the previously hushed conversation ceased, and all students, regardless of their year, instinctively straightened their spines. The atmosphere suddenly becoming heavy and solemn. Snape halted before the fireplace, turned, and his icy gaze swept over all the first years like a tangible force. His penetrating glare seemed capable of piercing through any external facade, causing several newcomers to involuntarily shudder and lower their heads beneath his scrutiny. Lexis met that gaze with calmness, neither flinching nor retreating, yet maintaining an appropriate posture of respect. "Welcome to Slytherin." Snape's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing clearly in the still common room. "Perhaps some of you, along with your families, believe that entering here signifies privilege and glory, or guarantees an ascendant future in the magical world." He paused slightly, his black eyes slowly scanning each tense face. "Allow me to correct any naive illusions you may harbor." His voice grew colder. "Slytherin values ambition and cunning leadership, but equally values strength and results. Here, your surname may earn you initial attention, but only your own abilities and achievements, along with absolute adherence to the house rules, will garner you true respect and standing. Slytherin is united, for we must be so," he continued, his tone laced with a warning. "Internal divisions and foolish squabbles will only provide fodder for other houses to mock us and undermine our collective interests. Any signs of infighting I discover will be met with severe punishment, far exceeding your imagination." His keen gaze swept over several first years who appeared to hail from prominent backgrounds. "Your actions, both within and outside the school, represent Slytherin. Every foolish deed, every reckless point deduction, tarnishes not only your own reputation but that of the entire house. And I, your head of house, shall be shamed by your incompetence." His voice dropped lower, filled with a dangerous implication. "That would be the gravest mistake you make in your time at Hogwarts." Chapter 6. The First Potions Class. One of the first years nervously swallowed. "The competition for the Hogwarts House Cup is fierce, and I expect Slytherin to win the House Cup for the 6th consecutive year. This means that each of you must contribute positively to the house points. Focus on your studies, particularly on excelling in potions." At this, his gaze seemed to linger momentarily on Lexis, as if to imply that it would be the most direct route to gaining house points. Conversely, any form of reckless misconduct or mediocrity would result in point deductions, and deducting points from me is far easier than earning them from me. Abide by the school rules. Remain vigilant, enhance your magical abilities, and uphold the honor of Slytherin," he concluded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Is that understood?" The first years responded in a disjointed murmur. "Understood, Professor." "Speak louder." Snape suddenly raised his voice. "Understood, Professor." The first years exclaimed in unison, startled into a chorus. Snape appeared to be satisfied, at least to a minimal degree. His gaze swept across the room one last time. "The prefect will escort you to your dormitory. I hope to see you bright and early in the Great Hall tomorrow." With that, he abruptly turned, his robes billowing like a fierce wind, vanishing silently and swiftly into the passage leading to his office. The oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly with his departure, and the first years collectively exhaled in relief. The prefect stepped forward to begin allocating dormitories. Lexis found himself assigned with 3 other first years from less prestigious families. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he discovered his 3 roommates were already present. The tall, pallid boy, Avery, was carefully arranging his somewhat aged family tomes on the bedside table, his movements reflecting a deliberate attempt to maintain the dignity characteristic of a fallen noble lineage. Noticing Lexis enter, he merely cast a cold glance, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lexis's rather shabby trunk before he lost interest and turned away. The other boy, shorter and stockier with slightly curly hair, Bod, appeared far more curious. He hardly organized his belongings before approaching Lexis, scrutinizing him with more inquisitiveness than malice. "Carvin?" He repeated the unfamiliar surname, having never heard it before. "Who are you?" "Lexis Carvin," he replied calmly, placing his trunk beside the vacant bed, "from Surrey." He added a geographical location to sidestep the issue of lineage. "From Mugglestock?" Bod raised his eyebrows in surprise, his tone lacking overt disdain, more tinged with incredulity. Avery's hands paused in their organizing, although he did not turn around. His shoulders noticeably tensed. Even the previously silent, slender boy with black hair, Selwyn, cast a glance in Lexus's direction, his eyes assessing. Lexus neither denied nor exhibited any discomfort. He opened his trunk and methodically retrieved its contents. Neatly folded robes, several well-preserved yet worn textbooks, a set of polished pewter cauldrons, and scales. His movements were unhurried, exuding a maturity beyond his years, as if the gazes and speculations surrounding him were of no concern. Slytherin's rarely Bod seemed inclined to say something, but was silenced by a look from Selwyn. Selwyn set down the clothes he was holding and turned to Lexus, his demeanor relatively neutral, yet marked by a polite distance. "I am Selwyn. This is Bod, and that is Avery. Since we are assigned to the same dormitory, I hope we can coexist peacefully and at least maintain a facade of decency, avoiding any points deductions for the house." His words were direct, highlighting the unspoken rule within Slytherin that, despite internal differences, they must not be publicly displayed. "Of course," Lexus nodded, his tone equally calm. "My only aim is to study in peace." Their initial exchange was brief and restrained. Lexus sensed their curiosity and underlying exclusion towards him, but this was anticipated. He was in no rush to assimilate or prove anything. What mattered most at present was to establish a firm footing. He understood that in Slytherin, strength was the most direct language. In the days that followed, Lex led a regimented life. He was invariably the first to rise, quietly preparing himself before previewing the day's lessons. In the common room and the great hall, he largely remained taciturn, yet he observed everything around him. He had overheard whispers regarding the mudbloods being sorted into Slytherin, but he never responded, merely casting an occasional glance at the speakers with his overly calm black eyes. Devoid of anger or timidity, only a cold scrutiny that inexplicably silenced some. The opportunity he awaited soon presented itself. Potions class, taught by Professor Snape, was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking yet eagerly anticipated subject for all Slytherin first years. The potions classroom, located underground, was even more frigid than the common room, suffused with the potent scents of herbs and chemical concoctions. The walls were lined with glass jars filled with various preserved animal specimens, lending an unsettling atmosphere. Professor Snape glided into the classroom like a bat, his black robes billowing. He took the roll, and when he called out Lex's name, there was no pause or special emphasis. Yet the brief moment of silence was enough for all students to once again take note of this remarkable Slytherin. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." Snape began his famous introduction, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the room, effectively rendering all students, including the arrogant Avery, breathless. "Caven," he suddenly called out, his voice icy, "if I were to ask you to fetch a piece of dung, where would you look?" Lex rose and replied calmly, "In a goat's stomach, Professor. It serves as a highly effective antidote." "What is the difference between aconite and wolf's bane?" Snape followed up, his gaze piercing. "There is no difference, Professor. They are the same plant, collectively known as aconite," Lex answered without hesitation. Snape scrutinized him for 2 seconds, seemingly assessing whether he was boasting. It appeared that his preparation had not been in vain. He eventually gestured for Lex to sit, not awarding any points. But this was the first time since the class had started that he had not criticized the student's answer. Next, Snape explained the simple potion recipe for treating scabies. The steps clear yet demanding. After the demonstration, he instructed the students to pair up and begin their concoctions. Lex's partner was Selwyn. Selwyn clearly wished to take the lead, but Lex's movements were swifter and more precise. His speed and technique in handling dried nettles and crushing snake fangs astonished Selwyn. There was an ineffable skill and stability to his actions, as if he had performed them countless times before. Lex was wholly absorbed in the task. He recalled the steps from magical potions and elixirs, while subconsciously integrating his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine regarding heat control and ingredient ratios. He meticulously regulated the temperature of the cauldron, timing the addition of the porcupine quills perfectly, while others' cauldrons belched forth a cacophony of colorful fumes. With some even causing minor explosions, the potion in his cauldron exhibited a textbook-perfect pale blue hue, exuding a subtle fragrance. As Snape prowled the classroom like a serpent king surveying his territory, dispensing venomous critiques without mercy, he halted before Lex and Selwyn's table, peering down at the flawless potion. A prolonged silence ensued. Selwyn held his breath in nervous anticipation. Snape scooped a bit of the potion with a long-handled spoon, meticulously observing its color and viscosity, even leaning in to take a gentle whiff. He set the spoon down, his dark eyes locking onto Lex's, filled with pure scrutiny and inquiry. "An almost exemplary creation, Mr. Caven," he remarked, his voice still steady and cold, though, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be the slightest almost imperceptible tremor beneath the icy surface, particularly significant for a novice. After a brief pause, he added in a lower voice, almost exclusively for Lex and Selwyn's ears. Your cutting technique is quite remarkable. Remain after class. With that, he turned and moved toward the next group, continuing to chastise another student for their failed attempt with his sharp tongue. Selwyn stared at Lex in shock, his expression a mixture of emotions. Lex maintained his calm demeanor, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement, while inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The first step had been successful. When the class bell rang, the other students fled the classroom as if granted a reprieve. Avery shot Lex a glare as he passed, filled with resentment and confusion. Lex quietly gathered his supplies, standing by the cauldron in anticipation. Once Snape had attended to his final matters, he slowly approached Lex. Towering before him, he exuded an intense aura of authority. Explain, he commanded succinctly, his black gaze fixed on Lex. Lex lifted his head, his gaze sincere, yet neither submissive nor arrogant. Professor, prior to coming to Hogwarts, I worked for a time in a Muggle herbalist shop. Handling herbs requires similar fine cutting and grinding skills, and I am quite familiar with the feel of tools and materials. Moreover, I attempted to integrate some principles akin to potion making, though I failed many times. I have accumulated some understanding of heat and material reactions, he explained with a blend of truth and embellishment, emphasizing practical experience and self-study while omitting specifics about magic and pills. Snape's gaze remained unwavering, as if assessing the veracity of his words. Traditional medicine? He repeated, the term laced with an odd connotation, Muggle herbalism. Not entirely without merit, Professor, Lex cautiously replied. At least concerning the preliminary processing of basic materials and certain principles of reactions, there are aspects worth considering. Of course, the uniqueness of magical materials and the guidance of magic are paramount, and I am striving to learn. Snape remained silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the information or evaluating the potential value and secrets hidden behind this orphan. Your potion, he finally resumed, is still far from perfection. There was a slight fluctuation during the first stir after adding the pufferfish liver, affecting the final phase of integration. Your references may have given you a slight edge, but the depth of potion making far exceeds your imagination. Do not let me find arrogance stemming from this trivial proficiency. I understand, Professor. Lex lowered his head. I will heed your guidance. Every Thursday evening at 7, Snape abruptly stated, his tone brooking no argument. Report to my office for additional tutoring. Should you waste my time, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, he turned without waiting for Lex's response and strode toward his private storeroom, his robes swirling, leaving Lex alone in the empty classroom. Lex understood that this additional tutoring was hardly straightforward. It was highly likely to be Snape's surveillance of him. He had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that this perceptive professor detected no anomalies. At precisely 7 o'clock on Thursday evening, Lex stood before Snape's office door, inhaling deeply before knocking. The door opened silently. Snape's office was even colder than the potions classroom, the air thick with an even richer and more complex aroma of herbs and potions. The walls were dominated by immense bookshelves, crammed with densely packed tomes and glass jars, each containing unsettling materials steeped within. Severus Snape sat behind an enormous ebony desk, meticulously grading a stack of parchment without raising his gaze. Upon entering, Lex closed the door quietly. His voice, deep and devoid of emotion, broke the silence. Lex complied, standing still in the center of the study, refraining from glancing around or making any sound to disrupt the atmosphere. Minutes passed before Snape set down his quill and lifted his inscrutable black eyes. Mr. Cavendish. He spoke slowly, fingers steepled. Let us ascertain whether your insignificant proficiency merits my invaluable time. Rising, he approached a slightly smaller yet well-equipped workstation. The Scabious potion, you're aware of the procedure. Show me your true capabilities, unmarred by the distractions of your peers. He deliberately emphasized the word distractions. Lex remained silent as he moved to the workstation, executing each motion with fluidity and precision, perhaps even more so than in class. When handling the materials, the angles and pressure of his fingers exhibited a peculiar rhythm, especially during cutting and grinding, where the distinctive techniques derived from traditional herbal preparation became pronounced. He was wholly focused, as if the world beyond the cauldron and its contents had ceased to exist. Snape stood in the shadows, immobile, resembling a silent statue, his keen gaze tracking Lex's every action. This time, Lex flawlessly avoided the minor fluctuations in heat that had plagued his previous attempt. As the pale blue liquid swirled perfectly in the cauldron, exuding a pristine aroma, the office was enveloped in a profound silence. Snape stepped forward to inspect it personally. He scooped a small sample with a spoon, observing, inhaling, even dipping a finger to feel its texture. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, his tone still steady. though the icy chill seemed to have diminished ever so slightly. An improvement, he conceded, then shifted the conversation. Why did you choose to cut the root of the fluid grass at an angle, rather than the standard horizontal or vertical cuts? Chapter 8. The Christmas Holidays. This was an exceedingly detailed inquiry, far surpassing the knowledge expected of a first-year student. Lex replied calmly. An angled cut exposes a larger surface area of the internal structure of the stem, allowing the juice to seep out more thoroughly during the low-temperature roasting, creating a milder pre-reaction with the subsequently added porcupine quills, thus reducing the risk of sudden boiling. This is an insight I gleaned from handling similar structures in Muggle herbology. He deliberately obscured the origins of his knowledge in traditional medicine. A fleeting glimmer passed through Snape's dark eyes, like a shooting star streaking through the night, elusive and hard to grasp. Experience, he echoed, his tone inscrutable, a dangerous double-edged sword. Erroneous experience could lead to irreparable consequences. He turned and extracted a thin, ancient, and even untitled booklet from the shelf, tossing it onto the workstation. Read the first 3 entries before next week. It documents 17 common potion mishaps resulting from improper material pretreatment and their consequences. I expect you to grasp the significance of rigor rather than relying on your dubious experience. This was less a friendly gift and more a warning and a test. Yet Lex understood that this, in itself, was a form of acknowledgement. Snape believed him capable of comprehending the contents of the booklet. Yes, Professor. Lex carefully picked up the tome, which exuded an aura of ancient magic and a faint bitter scent. Now, you may leave. Snape turned his back, returning to his desk, evidently unwilling to squander any more time. Lex bowed slightly and exited the office quietly. In the following weeks, the weekly tutorials proceeded without fail each Thursday. Snape's demeanor remained cold, critical, and scrutinizing. He never offered praise. At most, he ceased his criticisms. The notes and materials he presented to Lex grew increasingly esoteric, and the questions he posed became ever more challenging. Lex treaded carefully, exercising extreme caution, his answers meticulously considered, revealing only his aptitude for potions and unique understanding of herb handling, never overstepping nor disclosing any core secrets related to spells or time travel. He devoted every moment to studying the materials Snape provided, cautiously comparing and validating the theories of traditional Chinese medicine with potion making. He observed that although Snape openly scorned Muggle herbology, certain inquiries Lex posed regarding the synergistic effects of ingredients would render Snape momentarily silent. A silence that was not wholly dismissive, but rather a stringent evaluation. Occasionally, when Lex flawlessly executed an exceptionally complex pretreatment or posed a particularly incisive question, Snape would regard him with a glance. That gaze no longer bore the initial pure chill of scrutiny. It contained a hint of barely perceptible inquiry, perhaps even a fleeting spark of interest. In potions class, Lex undoubtedly emerged as Slytherin's star performer, his prowess drawing the attention of some older students. Avery and the others continued to disdain his origins, yet mindful of the house points and Snape's evident favoritism, they dared not provoke him overtly. Selwyn maintained a cautious yet polite distance, occasionally seeking Lex's counsel on assignments. Time flowed silently, and winter arrived. During one tutorial, Lex endeavored a complex technique to stabilize the side effects of a joyful draft, requiring exceptionally precise magical guidance. He failed, a foul yellow smoke billowing from the cauldron. It seems your experience has failed you this time, Mr. Cavendish, Snape's voice interjected, laced with his customary sarcasm. I apologize, Professor. Lex calmly disposed of the failed concoction and began to analyze the cause. When I added the powdered billowweed stings, my magical output experienced a momentary lag, leading to a rejection reaction with the armadillo bile. Snape listened to his analysis, but abruptly interrupted. You appear to possess an unusually keen perception of magical flow. His tone seemed casual, yet Lex felt a chill run through him. Merely a lesson learned from repeated failures. Professor, Lex humbly lowered his gaze. I must exercise greater caution. Snape did not pursue the matter further, yet that question lingered like a seed sown between them. As the Christmas holiday approached, most students returned home. Lex, citing the desire to save travel expenses and utilize the break for revision, applied to remain at the school. He knew Snape would typically stay in the castle as well. The empty dungeons of the castle were even quieter. Lex spent more time studying in the common room and library. Occasionally, he would encounter Snape patrolling the corridors. Snape never acknowledged him. Yet he would occasionally toss a note with a rare material handling problem or a cold remark about Lex's previous discussion on the essence of living rootgrass, stating, Your third citation is erroneous. Refer to the revised edition of A Thousand Marvelous Herbs and Fungi, page 714. This almost constituted a form of communication. On Christmas Eve, Lex summoned his courage and, utilizing the limited materials at hand along with his crafted base for pills, meticulously prepared a small gift. A small box containing a magical herbal essence pack, crafted through his special methods and accompanied by detailed usage instructions and precautions. Designed to stabilize one's mind and aid in energy recovery, the packaging was simple and practical, devoid of any embellishments. He placed it at the threshold of Snape's office. The following day, he discovered a note slipped beneath the door, devoid of any signature or salutation, inscribed in a sharp, decisive script with a correction to a potion formula. Precisely the key to the perplexing problem that had recently confounded Lex. He picked up the note, his fingertips brushing against the incisive lettering, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that he had garnered a modicum of recognition from Snape? For the remainder of the holiday, Lex practically resided in the library, tirelessly recalculating and pondering over the formula left by Professor Snape. At last, just before the holiday drew to a close, he stood once more before Snape's office. Armed with a parchment that not only elucidated his comprehensive understanding of the formula, but also contained a small vial of a remarkably clear calming potion that he had successfully purified using the revised formula. Snape accepted the parchment, swiftly scanning the densely packed derivations and conclusions, pausing momentarily on several key steps, yet offering no sign of approval. He then picked up the vial, scrutinizing its purity and hue against the light. Barely satisfactory, he finally remarked, placing the sample on the desk with a sharp clink. However, the magical loss during the purification process remains excessively high, wasting at least 15% of the active ingredients. Your control, Mr. Cavendish, is still regrettably coarse. Lex refrained from contesting this assessment, simply noting with earnestness, I shall continue to practice my control, Professor. Snape's dark eyes regarded him, seemingly weighing whether this unflappable demeanor was genuine composure or a mere facade. You have not squandered your holiday. He abruptly shifted the topic, maintaining his flat tone. That is rather rare. Most individuals your age are easily distracted by sweets and trivial amusements. This could almost be construed as a compliment, albeit wrapped in his habitual acerbity. For me, the potions themselves are sufficiently intriguing, Professor, Lex replied, speaking from the heart. Snape's lips appeared to twitch ever so slightly, perhaps a nascent smirk. Intriguing, he repeated, turning away to stride toward his private storeroom. I hope that when faced with weeping myrtles or more daunting clientele, you will retain this innocent interest and keep pace. Lex felt a stir in his heart, promptly following suit. Was Snape actually inviting him into his private storeroom? This was undeniably a significant signal. The sight within the storeroom left even the prepared Lex in silent awe. Shelves were meticulously organized, housing thousands of magical ingredients, many of which were rare or even legendary species, preserved in impeccable condition, pulsating with potent magical energy. The air was thick with an intoxicating complexity, yet strangely harmonious. Snape offered no introduction, merely traversing the aisles like a monarch surveying his realm, occasionally pausing to point with his wand at a particular material and posing an exceedingly challenging question about its origin, characteristics, substitutes, or handling taboos. Lex concentrated, summoning the scattered potion knowledge from his spellbook and the information from Snape's previous notes, responding with caution. He could not guarantee absolute correctness, but he strove for clarity of logic, candidly admitting when uncertain, I shall need to research this further, Professor. Snape neither confirmed nor denied his responses, yet did not interrupt or mock him. This silent examination persisted for nearly half an hour. Upon their return to the office, Snape abruptly declared, starting next week, after potions class, assist Professor Flitwick with organizing the trophy display. Chapter 9, Permission for the Private Laboratory. Lex was momentarily taken aback. Organizing the trophy display? This sounded like a mundane task, perhaps even a form of punishment. Yet, it was proposed personally by Snape. Following this inspection, he swiftly realized that this was likely more complex than it appeared. The trophy display housed an array of awards and special items accumulated over the millennia at Hogwarts, potentially including artifacts related to potion history or ancient magic, or even some form of trial or observation. Yes, Professor, Lex replied without further inquiry. Snape seemed slightly satisfied with his reaction, if the faintly raised eyebrow could be taken as such. Professor Flitwick will inform you of the specifics. You may go now. As the new term commenced, Hogwarts returned to its familiar clamor. Lex's schedule grew increasingly demanding. In addition to his regular classes and weekly Thursday potions tutoring, he now needed to report to the trophy display twice a week after lessons. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was quite amiable, assigning him tasks primarily involving the cleaning and organizing of ancient silver trophies and magical artifacts, along with documenting their conditions. The work was tedious, yet Lex executed it with meticulous diligence. He quickly discovered that some of these artifacts contained faint traces of ancient magic or were inscribed with long-lost runes. He quietly noted these details, but refrained from touching or probing them carelessly. Occasionally, he encountered other students assigned to labor services or visiting ghosts in the display room. He had even caught a distant glimpse of the hem of Snape's black robes disappearing around a corner, as if merely passing by. Lex was convinced that Snape was observing him through this arrangement, scrutinizing his patience and meticulousness, as well as his demeanor in the face of potential temptations. In a potions class in late February, Snape assigned a potion far exceeding first-year difficulty, an improved antidote for the forgetfulness potion, requiring precise control over the timing and intensity of stirring in moonstone powder. The classroom was filled with dismay. Even a few students from pureblood families, who typically held themselves in high regard, floundered in chaos. Lex remained utterly focused, cautiously performing each step. Just as he was about to add the crucial moonstone powder, a student in the adjacent station made an error, causing a cauldron to explode violently, sending scalding liquid and debris hurtling toward Lex. His pupils dilated, instinct urging him to either evade or cast a nonverbal defensive spell, but he forcibly quelled that impulse, swiftly sidestepping while shielding his head and face with one arm, all the while maintaining a firm grip on his own cauldron to prevent it from toppling. Bang! A wave of heat and stinging pain coursed through his arm, the classroom erupting in gasps. Silence! Snape's icy voice instantly quelled the tumult. He strode forward, wand flicking, clearing the wreckage, and casting a healing charm on the hapless student. Before turning his gaze to Lex lowered his arm that had shielded his head and face. A small patch of his robe had been corroded, revealing slightly swollen skin. Yet his cauldron remained intact, the potion within merely undulating gently. Snape's gaze fell first on Lex's injured arm, his expression inscrutable, then shifted to the tightly clutched cauldron and the potion that had stabilized within. "Tend to your wound, Mr. Cavendish," Snape instructed, his voice devoid of emotion, tossing Lex a small jar of white salve. "Then, complete your potion, if your foolish brain can still maintain basic function." He offered no reproach or comfort, merely the most pragmatic of directives. Lex accepted the salve, murmuring, "Yes, Professor." He quickly applied the salve to his injury, a wave of coolness alleviating the pain. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the various glances laden with meaning from his peers and refocused on his cauldron. He meticulously incorporated the moonstone powder, stirring it with a steady hand, ultimately achieving an antidote that approached perfection. After class, as Lex prepared to leave, Snape's voice resonated once more, "Caven." Lex halted in his tracks. Snape, without turning to face him, seemed to address the very air. "The prize display organization for tonight is cancelled. At 7, in the cellar. My private laboratory." Lex's heart skipped a beat. His private laboratory? "Bring your intellect, not your wand, which is only useful for scratching a troll's back," Snape added. His tone still acerbic, yet the content was markedly different. "Yes, Professor," Lex replied, suppressing the tumult within him with a respectful tone. At precisely 7 that evening, Lex stood before the entrance to Snape's private laboratory. Unlike the office door, this one was crafted from a dark, metallic substance, adorned with intricate protective runes that exuded a faint magical aura. As he raised his hand, the door slid open silently. The sight within the laboratory took Lex's breath away. It was even more breathtaking than the storeroom. The space was far more expansive than he had imagined, with rows of obsidian workbenches gleaming like mirrors, upon which lay an array of precise crystal vessels, silver instruments, and cauldrons shimmering with various hues. The walls were lined with built-in cabinets, showcasing hundreds of glass bottles containing liquids and powders of diverse colors and peculiar forms, along with biological tissues. In one corner stood a massive fume hood, while in another, a chilling ice crystal array clearly served to preserve highly unstable materials. The air was thick with the complex aromas of numerous potions blended together, yet rather than chaos, there was an odd sense of meticulous order. Snape stood with his back to Lex, engrossed in his work at a workstation, his dark robes accentuating his slender, upright figure. "Close the door," he commanded, his voice echoing in the empty laboratory. Lex gently shut the door, the metallic sound of sealing resonating softly. He remained quiet, standing still, refraining from glancing around, though his peripheral vision had already committed the laboratory's layout and several areas clearly designated for advanced experiments to memory. Once Snape completed his task, placing a small crystal vial filled with viscous, azure liquid into a temperature-controlled magic circle, he slowly turned to face Lex. His gaze was sharper than in class, as if he could penetrate Lex's very being and gaze into his soul. "Your performance today," he began, his voice low and calm, "has averted a greater calamity and preserved the integrity of your potion." He did not mention Lex's injury, nor the vial of white paste. "But this does not imply that you are qualified to work here." His tone shifted, his dark eyes locking onto Lex's. "My private laboratory deals with the most advanced and perilous potion materials in Hogwarts. A minor miscalculation could not only ruin invaluable materials, but might also subject you, and those unfortunate enough to be nearby, to consequences far more severe than today's trivial burns, permanent injury, or even death. His tone was exceptionally cold. In this space, foolishness and carelessness were unforgivable transgressions. If you cannot meet my standards, you may leave now, and we shall continue with our regular tutoring every Thursday. Lex lifted his gaze to meet those fathomless eyes. He understood this was a choice, a pivotal moment that would determine the trajectory of their future relationship. To retreat meant he might remain forever at the level of a merely gifted student. To advance, however, signified stepping into a realm fraught with danger, yet potentially rich with the genuine core of knowledge. Chapter 10, Caven's assistant is online. I comprehend the risks involved, Professor. Lex's voice was clear and steady. I am willing to adhere to all your rules and accept the consequences of my actions. I yearn for knowledge that transcends the confines of textbooks. Snape scrutinized him, the silence stretching for a full minute, during which the only sound was the faint bubbling of a cauldron. This silence bore a weight that could shatter the psyche of an 11-year-old boy. Yet Lex returned the gaze with calmness, his eyes honest, radiating an unsettling maturity and resolve for his age. Finally, Snape parted his lips, uttering, "Very well." The two words betrayed no hint of approval or discontent. He turned, pointing to the nearest workstation that appeared the simplest of all. "That is your station, until I give you explicit instructions. You may only handle the instruments on that station and the materials in the first cabinet to the left marked with a green label. Any unauthorized contact will be deemed a serious violation, and you will regret the consequences." "Yes, Professor." Tonight's task, Snape announced, retrieving a crystal mortar from the main workbench, within which lay several twisted, dried, spiny purple roots. "You are to process these venomous tendrils. I require a powder that is completely dry, devoid of any active sap, yet retains over 97% of the paralyzing toxin in crystalline form. The standard procedure is detailed on the third parchment on that wall. Begin. Venomous tendrils. A highly dangerous magical plant, its sap bearing potent toxicity and extreme paralysis effects, requiring utmost caution even from the most experienced wizards. To assign Lex such perilous materials right from the start was undoubtedly a severe test. Lex approached the designated workstation, quickly scanning the procedural instructions on the wall. The steps were exceedingly intricate, with almost draconian requirements regarding cutting angles, grinding force, drying temperatures, and times. He inhaled deeply, refraining from immediate action, instead meticulously inspecting all the tools on the table, a silver knife, an obsidian pestle, and a temperature-controlled drying oven, among others. Then, donning the dragonhide gloves prepared on the table, he grasped one of the venomous root tendrils, a chilling prickling sensation coursing through his fingertips even through the gloves. He did not hasten to cut. Rather, he closed his eyes, carefully feeling the texture, hardness, and possible nodules within the root. This was a habit he had cultivated from handling certain toxic herbal materials, establishing a rapport with the substance first. Snape, stationed at the main workbench, seemed wholly absorbed in his own tasks, seemingly oblivious to Lex. Yet Lex could sense a cold gaze resting upon him, scrutinizing his every subtle movement. Lex commenced his work. His actions were slow and deliberate, the silver knife in his hand appearing almost sentient as it carefully glided along the natural fibers of the root, avoiding any conduits that might harbor active sap. His concentration peaked, the scattered hints on the fine control of magical energy from the spellbook intertwining with the principles of detoxification he had learned from traditional medicine. He refrained from employing any overt magic, yet his mental focus was razor-sharp, guiding a faint magical essence to attach to the blade, assisting in the separation. Time slipped away, second by second. The laboratory echoed only with the delicate sound of the knife against the cutting board and the occasional bubbling from Snape's cauldron in the distance. When Lex finally processed the last root into an ultra-fine powder that met the requirements and placed it into the drying oven, setting the precise temperature and time, he exhaled softly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The entire endeavor had consumed nearly 2 hours, his mind perpetually taut. He tidied the workstation, returning the tools to their rightful places, and then quietly stood by, awaiting the next step. The drying oven emitted a soft alert sound, and Lex donned thick gloves to retrieve the crystal mortar. The powder within displayed a uniform dark purple hue, shimmering faintly under the light, precisely as Professor Snape had requested. Unbeknownst to Lex, Snape had approached silently at some point. He delicately dipped a slender crystal rod into the powder, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose and cautiously inhaling. A prolonged silence ensued. Snape set down the crystal rod, his gaze returning to Lex. This time, the scrutiny in his eyes seemed somewhat diminished, replaced by an ineffable curiosity. "Have you dealt with similarly toxic muggle plants?" he inquired abruptly. Lex felt a slight chill within and replied with caution, I have encountered some toxic herbs, Professor. The primary principle in handling them is to avoid self-poisoning while preserving the desired properties as much as possible. Snape grunted, his tone ambiguous as to whether it signified approval or disapproval. Your technique exhibits an unorthodox caution, which is commendable, he remarked. It was rare for him to use the word commendable, although his tone remained flat. However, the realm of magic is far more intricate and perilous than that of Muggle herbs. Your experience may serve as a reference, but it must not lead to blind imitation. He moved to the first cabinet on the left, waved his wand, and intricate runes appeared on the cabinet door before it swung open, revealing dozens of neatly arranged bottles adorned with green labels. From next week onwards, you may begin to experiment with the materials within this cabinet. You must thoroughly master the characteristics, taboos, and handling points of each material before I permit you to touch them. I shall pose questions at any moment. This is both an acknowledgement and a greater responsibility and trial. Yes, Professor. That will be all for tonight. Snape turned and walked toward his main workstation, his back to Lex, ensuring the door was completely sealed upon his departure. Good night, Professor, Lex said with a slight bow, quietly exiting the laboratory. As the metal door closed behind him, he leaned against the cold stone wall, slowly exhaling a breath of tension. Feeling a small patch of his robe dampened by sweat on his back, he understood that he had just crossed the first true threshold. Lex composed himself and returned to his dormitory. Every eyed Lex's pale face with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems some individuals have once again received special attention from the headmaster. Lex chose to disregard the mockery in Every's tone, calmly beginning to remove his long robe, now marred by corroded cuffs, preparing to don a comfortable set of pajamas. The faint pink marks left by the healing potion on his arm were barely visible in the dim light. At least Professor Snape is willing to look after me, Every, Lex stated, his voice devoid of emotion. I carefully fold my robe, checking if it can be mended. Perhaps I should feel fortunate. Compared to some who lack even the merit of being noticed, Every's pale face flushed crimson in an instant. Lex's performance in potions class was a thorn in Every's side, particularly in contrast to this mudblood whom they scorned. He abruptly sat up in bed. What do you mean, Cavendish? Don't think that just because the headmaster has cast a few extra glances your way, you are truly remarkable. Who knows what underhanded tactics you employed? Chapter 11. The Forbidden Forest and the Unicorn. Selwyn, who had been lying in bed engrossed in a book, suddenly interjected, his tone laced with warning, mind your words. Or do you wish to provoke the head of house during curfew? Do you want to attract Professor Snape's personal attention regarding our internal unity? Selwyn's words underscored the stakes involved. Every fell silent, glaring at Lex with indignation, yet ultimately refrained from raising his voice again, muttering under his breath, dirty bloodline. Lex paused momentarily before returning to his usual demeanor. He turned to Every, his dark eyes glinting coldly in the candlelight. Every, my lineage has no bearing on my potion-making abilities. Professor Snape values strength and results. He made that abundantly clear on the first night of term. If you harbor doubts about my capabilities, you are welcome to compete fairly in the next potions class. As for anything else, he approached Every's bedside, and although he did not match the other boy's height, a steady aura emanated from him, creating an invisible sense of pressure. Insults based on one's lineage only reveal your narrow-mindedness, and perhaps a tinge of jealousy. They earn you no respect, especially in Slytherin. Remember, Salazar Slytherin himself valued cunning ambition and bloodline, but even more so, he esteemed power. A pureblood without strength finds no footing here. Lex's words struck directly at every sore spot. His family had long since fallen from grace, and his lack of exceptional talent in academics deepened his obsession with bloodline, rendering him more sensitive and insecure. Every's lips trembled with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort. Lex chose not to elaborate further, turning to head toward the washroom. Some conversations are best left unfinished. Excessive antagonism is unwise, yet in Slytherin, relentless appeasement is viewed as weakness. He must demonstrate his own edges and boundaries. Bode remained huddled under his covers, scarcely daring to breathe, until Lex departed, at which point he whispered to Every. Let it go, Andrew. He does have a point, and it seems the headmaster genuinely values him. Shut up, Bode. Every shouted in a fit of anger. Selwyn closed his book and remarked coolly, Cavendish is an astute individual and knows how to maintain balance, Andrew. Rather than squandering energy on futile disputes, perhaps you should consider how to avoid losing points in the next potions class. Don't forget about the house cup. The dormitory settled into a delicate equilibrium. Every continued to harbor disdain for Lex, but ceased his provocations, his gaze intertwining hostility with caution. Selwyn maintained a neutral observant stance, occasionally engaging in limited polite discourse with Lex regarding academic matters. Bode, on the other hand, exhibited an increasing curiosity about Lex, tinged with a hint of subservience. Lex relished the tranquility, dedicating the majority of his energy to his studies and the work he undertook weekly in Professor Snape's private laboratory. On the night of the full moon in March, Lex used the disillusionment charm to exit the dormitory. He needed to gather the liquid essence of the fluxweed, which was only available on the night of a full moon. He avoided the patrolling guards of the castle and arrived before a picturesque scene. With a flick of his wand, he tapped the antlers of a deer depicted in the painting, and a doorknob materialized. Without hesitation, he turned the handle and slipped into the secret passage. The passageway's exit led directly to the Forbidden Forest. And relying on his memory and the sporadic hints from his spellbook regarding magical plants, Lex ventured towards the damp, shaded areas where fluxweed might thrive. His senses heightened to their utmost. He treaded carefully, aware that the disillusionment charm was not entirely invisible, and any abrupt movements might reveal his presence. Along the way, he encountered a cluster of mushrooms emitting a faint phosphorescent glow, cautiously circumventing them as he caught sight of several tree guardian beetles scuttling up an ancient tree and almost stepped into a patch of what appeared to be a murky, viscous substance resembling swamp muck. He continuously adjusted his course, relying on his understanding of herbaceous habits and the faint magical resonance guiding him. At last, in a small clearing where just a trickle of moonlight managed to filter through, he discovered his target, several plants with thick, veined leaves that seemed to contain flowing silver liquid, the fluxweed. They emitted a hazy luminescence under the dim moonlight. Lex did not rush forward immediately. He crouched down, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Fluxweed typically attracts other creatures, either symbiotic or predatory. Holding his breath, he indeed heard the faint rustling of movement. A few vividly colored, magically patterned centipede-like creatures slithered around the roots of the fluxweed, feeding on the weak magical energy it emitted at night. Yet they were also toxic. Lex patiently awaited until the centipede seemed sated, slowly slithering away. Only then did he quietly advance, retrieving his silver knife and crystal vial. He needed to precisely incise the main vein of the leaf, capturing the sap as it flowed, ensuring no impurities tainted it. Just as he was utterly focused, his knife poised to touch the vein, a faint yet profoundly sorrowful sigh floated into his ears with the night breeze. Lex's movement stilled, his heart racing. The sound was neither human nor any magical creature he recognized. It was ethereal and graceful, suffused with an indescribable melancholy. He abruptly raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, deeper into the shadowy depths of the Forbidden Forest. Almost simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught a swift flash of white darting among the trees not far off. The figure was so pure. It seemed to emanate a faint luminescence even in the dim light, moving with an elegance and mystery that was breathtakingly swift. A unicorn. Lex instantly recognized it. The essence of its pure magic, that fleeting glimpse of pristine whiteness, matched the descriptions he had read in books perfectly. However, the sorrow in that sigh, coupled with the unicorn's frantic passage, stirred an intense unease within him. What could be lurking in the Forbidden Forest that would provoke such emotions in the pure and agile unicorn? As if it were fleeing, he forced himself to remain calm. This was not the time for exploration. Lex swiftly completed his task, the knife making a precise cut, the silver sap flowing seamlessly into the crystal vial. He sealed the bottle carefully, stowing it away with caution. Yet, the image of that white shadow and the sorrowful sigh lingered in his mind. He knew that the unicorn would soon face the hunt of Quirrell and Voldemort in the coming year. It was only 1990. Had the threat already infiltrated? Or had something else transpired? Chapter 12, Liquid Luck. He had to leave immediately. The depths of the Forbidden Forest concealed dangers far beyond his current capabilities. Lex retraced his steps swiftly and cautiously, more alert than before. He sensed an increasing number of eyes watching him from the darkness, as if the entire forest had awakened due to some unknown disturbance. After navigating the hidden paths and returning to the castle's dungeons, he dispelled the disillusionment charm and quietly slipped back into the Slytherin common room just as dawn broke on the horizon. After a brief 2 hours of restless sleep, he rose quietly for his morning routine, burying the traces of his nocturnal adventure deep within his heart. The crystal vial containing the silver sap now pressed coolly against the inner pocket of his robes. How should he dispose of it? Handing it directly to Snape would be far too risky. Admitting to his nighttime excursion into the Forbidden Forest could cost him a significant loss of house points, or even more severe punishments, obliterating the fragile trust he had painstakingly built with Snape. Yet, to remain silent could mean missing crucial information should any developments arise in the forest, potentially leaving him at a disadvantage in the future. At breakfast, he noticed Professor Snape appeared even more brooding than usual, his waxen complexion looking somewhat pallid in the morning light, and his tightly pressed lips revealing a hint of impatience. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Or perhaps safeguarding the Forbidden Forest was indeed one of this potion's master's duties as a former Death Eater. Lex could not be certain. Potions class was scheduled for the afternoon. The day's lesson was to prepare a modified version of a simple remedy for boils, which posed no challenge to Lex. However, he compelled himself to concentrate, striving to avoid errors born of fatigue. Snape prowled the classroom, his dark robes swirling about him like an ominous cloud. As usual, he delivered sharp critiques on each group's work without mercy, deducting points with impunity. When he paused before Lex and Selwyn's cauldron, his piercing gaze lingered on Lex's face for a moment, seemingly detecting a trace of subtle weariness. "Cavendish," he intoned coldly, "tell me, what effect does the juice of a sleeping draft bean have when it comes into contact with moonlight grass powder?" This inquiry was beyond the syllabus, involving unexpected reactions between different ingredients. Lex felt a chill run through him, but responded swiftly. "It would neutralize its sedative effects and may produce mild hallucinogenic gases, Professor." Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "It appears your preparatory studies are quite extensive." His tone was inscrutable, neither praise nor skepticism, yet he continued, "Maintain this breadth of interest, Mr. Cavendish, but be mindful that curiosity can sometimes lead to unnecessary trouble." The remark seemed pointed. Lex lowered his head, respectfully replying, "Yes, Professor, I shall be cautious." The class bell rang, and students filed out in a rush. Lex deliberately slowed his pace, packing his belongings. When only he and Snape remained in the classroom, he took a deep breath and approached. "Professor Snape." Snape halted, not turning around, but merely tilting his head slightly to glance at him out of the corner of his eye, his expression indifferent. "What is it, Cavendish? If your inquiry pertains to that trivial supplementary question from class, I suggest you visit the library." "No, Professor." Lex withdrew the small crystal vial from the inner pocket of his robe, the silver liquid within casting a faint glow in the dim underground classroom. "This is something I obtained unexpectedly, a rather fine specimen of liquid luck, and I thought perhaps it might be of use to you." He refrained from disclosing its origins, merely stating it was an unforeseen acquisition. This was a test, offering the fruits of his transgression as a tribute, observing Snape's reaction. Snape finally turned fully around, his gaze fixating on the crystal vial, his pupils narrowing slightly. He recognized, of course, that the purity and vitality of this liquid could not be obtained through ordinary means, nor could a first-year student have inadvertently acquired it, particularly as liquid luck must be harvested on a full moon night. He extended his hand, not immediately reaching for the vial, but instead gently grazing the surface of the crystal with his long, pale fingers, as if sensing the magic it contained. His fingertips hovered close to Lex's hand, and Lex could feel a chill emanating from him. "Unexpected?" Snape's voice was low, laced with a dangerous calm. "At Hogwarts, Mr. Cavendish, unexpected typically implies foolish recklessness or deliberate misconduct." His black eyes locked onto Lex's, attempting to read something in those calm depths. "Tell me, which are you?" Lex felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, but he forced himself to remain composed, his gaze unwavering. "I am certain it bears no direct benefit to my current studies, Professor, but it appears to be of good quality, and waste would be a shameful act. I thought that in your hands, it might realize greater value." A long silence ensued. The air in the underground classroom felt as though it had solidified. Snape scrutinized every nuance of Lex's expression. Finally, he extended his other hand, almost snatching the crystal vial from Lex with such swiftness that it nearly caught him off guard. "The quality indeed surpasses the ordinary standard." Snape raised the vial to eye level, examining it closely against the dim light, his tone remaining icy, though the oppressive atmosphere seemed to have lightened slightly. "It seems your unexpected acquisition is accompanied by a modicum of pitiable judgment that has not yet been dulled by the trolls. Knowing what should be entrusted to one capable of handling it." He tucked the vial into the pocket of his black robes. "As for the manner in which you obtained it, Mr. Cavendish," he leaned closer, his face inches from Lex's, his voice a whisper yet imbued with a chilling intensity. "This is the first and the last time I shall remind you that the rules of Hogwarts are not mere decorations, and the Forbidden Forest is certainly not a place for someone of your age to tread, should I discover any further transgressions on your part. Regardless of what unexpected gains you may have procured, you will face a lesson far more profound than mere cauldron cleaning. Do you understand?" "Quite clearly, Professor." Lex lowered his head, a sigh of relief unfurling within him. Snape accepted the item, indicating his awareness of its origin, yet he refrained from immediate punishment. This was indeed the best possible outcome, perhaps even hinting at a tacit approval, or rather, a temporary tolerance based on merit. Tonight's private laboratory work would proceed as usual. Snape straightened, resuming his customary demeanor of indifference. "Now, leave my classroom. Your potions paper, should it fall below an E, I will consider your precious energies misallocated." "Yes, Professor." Watching Lex's retreating figure, Snape remained in place, his fingers beneath the black robe gently caressing the crystal vial still warm with the boy's youthful essence. A first-year Slytherin, born of Muggle heritage. yet possessing an astonishing aptitude for potions, an uncanny composure beyond his years, and the audacity and capability to venture into the forbidden forest in search of rare ingredients? This was no ordinary orphan. How much did Dumbledore know? What secrets lay hidden within this boy? Could his so-called knowledge of herbalism truly account for such an acute intuition regarding magical materials and an almost instinctual finesse in their manipulation? Furthermore, did he choose to collect fluxweed on a full moon simply for the sake of the ingredients? Or was there something more he perceived? Snape's mind flickered with faint anomalies from the recent magical monitoring array in the Forbidden Forest, yet they had not escalated to a level warranting his direct intervention. Lex Cavendish. Snape murmured the name, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Perhaps observing this boy closely, keeping him under his watchful eye, would yield more clarity than mere punishment or exclusion. Chapter 13. Sir. Perhaps due to Snape's belief that Lex was overflowing with energy, all of Lex's free time was consumed by the intricate handling of various potion materials. Yet, Lex found joy in this, for after every material preparation, Snape would involve him in some intermediate steps of potion brewing, such as the precise timing and delicate manipulation required for extraction, filtering, or phase integration. The criticisms following unsuccessful attempts remained sharp, yet the standards for success became increasingly nebulous. Snape no longer settled for textbook perfection. He began to demand that Lex comprehend the magical principles underpinning each step, even proposing improvements. Why must this be stirred clockwise 7 times, rather than 5 or 9? Snape would suddenly inquire, his voice ethereal amidst the rising steam from the cauldron, yet laden with pressure. If one were to substitute the hair of a mooncalf for the skin of an African tree snake, how would the entire fusion sequence need to be adjusted? Present 3 possible plans, elucidating their merits and drawbacks. Your magical output resembles that of a rampaging troll. Precision, Cavendish, precision. Control it. Otherwise, you shall never touch living materials. Lex absorbed everything like a sponge. He discovered that the spell book in his mind offered limited direct assistance when confronted with such profound and specific potion practices. Yet it endowed him with a formidable memory and a keen sensitivity to magical fluctuations, becoming his greatest asset. He meticulously etched every piece of advice and demonstration from Snape into his mind, pondering them in solitude. On Thursday evening of the last week of term, Lex completed an exceedingly tedious task demanding utmost concentration, grinding an ounce of pixie dust crystals into a specific grain-sized powder. When he presented the crystal dish containing the flawless powder to Snape, he felt an unprecedented fatigue, yet also a sense of fulfillment. After inspecting it, Snape set it aside. But unlike his usual practice, he did not immediately assign a new task or bid him leave. He seated himself behind the desk, his fingers instinctively forming a steeple. This term has concluded, Cavendish. His voice echoed in the empty laboratory, lacking the usual coldness, now imbued with a hint of official summation. Your performance has barely met the minimum standard of a junior assistant, having avoided the explosion of my private storeroom, which in itself constitutes a form of success. This was perhaps the closest Lex would ever come to hearing praise from Snape. He bowed his head. Thank you, Professor. I have learned much. Remember what you have learned. Snape's gaze was piercing. The path of potion making has no end, and complacency is the greatest adversary. Do not allow your mind to be utterly corroded by sweets and foolish entertainments during the holidays. A piece of parchment floated before Lex. Your reading material and thought exercises for the holiday. I do not expect you to comprehend it all, but upon your return, I wish to see a summary report that at least demonstrates you have attempted to engage your mind, assuming you can locate it by then. I shall endeavor to do so, Professor, Lex promised, hesitating briefly before retrieving a small, unadorned box meticulously wrapped in deep gray paper from within his robe. The box bore no embellishments, stark in its simplicity. Professor, Lex's voice was softer than usual, yet unmistakably clear, as a token of gratitude for your guidance this term. This is not a valuable item, merely a calming aromatic blend I concocted myself. Snape's brow furrowed imperceptibly, seemingly instinctively averse to the notion of gifts. His gaze fell upon the small box, yet he refrained from reaching for it. The atmosphere in the laboratory instantly thickened. Lex maintained his posture of offering, continuing. I used lavender, valerian root, and a hint of passion flower essence, harmonized with gentle magic. I found that after periods of intense concentration, it can sometimes be challenging to unwind. This may help soothe the nerves and improve sleep quality. I have tested it, and the effects are quite stable. Snape remained silent, his dark eyes scrutinizing the small box. Then lifting his gaze to meet Lex's. The boy's face bore fatigue, yet his expression was clear, imbued with sincerity and a subtle trace of concern, devoid of any condescension or pity. After a few seconds, just as Lex believed the gift would be declined, or even mocked, Snape extended his hand. He He did not take the box, but gently peeled back a corner of the wrapping paper, revealing a simple frosted glass vial within, containing tiny, deep blue aromatic granules. He removed the cork, and a delicate, tranquil scent, tinged with herbal sweetness, wafted forth, not overpowering, yet strangely softening the previously tense air of the laboratory. Snape inhaled lightly, his expression unchanging. Then, he replaced the cork, and with a flick of his fingers, the small box vanished into the sleeve of his black robe. An unnecessary gesture, he remarked, his tone reverting to its customary coldness. If your potion paper could muster half the energy you expend on these trivialities, I would be more satisfied. Yet, he accepted the gift. He did not discard it, nor did he reprimand. A great weight lifted from Lex's heart, even stirring a flicker of joy within him. Yes, Professor, I shall be mindful. Now, Snape rose, signaling the conclusion of tonight's tutoring. You may leave, Mr. Cavendish. As Lex approached the door, hand poised on the doorknob, Snape's voice resonated once more from behind, flat, as if stating a fact. During the holiday, should one encounter an insurmountable and trivial issue pertaining to potions, one may utilize an owl. The address is Spinner's End. Remember, it must be insurmountable. Lex's footsteps halted abruptly at the mention of contacting an owl. Was he permitted to reach out during a holiday? He turned, bowing deeply in profound respect to the figure clad in black robes, who seemed to be organizing books once more. This time, he refrained from using the formal title of professor. Thank you, sir. The instant the words escaped his lips, Lex felt his heart skip a beat. It was a test, a genuine acknowledgement from the depths of his being. Snape's silhouette appeared to stiffen for an imperceptible moment, so fleeting that it seemed a mere illusion. He did not turn around, nor did he correct Lex. Instead, with his customary icy tone, he waved his hand dismissively. Leave. Close the door behind you. Chapter 14. The First Encounter with Harry Potter. After the final examinations concluded, Lex dedicated an entire afternoon to transforming the rewards earned through labor into sweets and new stationery for the children at the orphanage. Following a brief interlude of merriment and laughter, he completed all the necessary paperwork under the wistful yet understanding gaze of the matron. This will always be your home, Lex. The matron embraced him gently. Thank you for your care over the years, Lex murmured softly. He understood that he must depart, not solely due to the considerations of the Confidentiality Act, but for a deeper reason. The cold admonitions of Professor Snape amidst the peculiar scents wafting from the cauldrons in the potions laboratory were the true essence of where he longed to belong. He pressed some readily available pills and the remaining coins into the matron's hands, lingering no longer, and turned to merge into the throngs of London streets. Once settled in Diagon Alley, time flew, and soon it was the end of July. One morning, as Lex emerged from his room at the Leaky Cauldron, he was captivated by an unusual sight within the establishment. A giant figure was laughing heartily, while beside him stood a slight, bespectacled boy with dark hair, whom Lex recognized in an instant. Harry Potter. The aura of the savior enveloped this boy, rendering him seemingly illuminated by an invisible spotlight, even in his ill-fitting, worn attire. The other wizards in the bar cast glances of curiosity or reverence. Lex instinctively diminished his presence, feeling no inclination towards the scene, silently slipping past the fringes of the crowd and making his way toward the stone wall leading to Diagon Alley. However, as he turned, he caught a fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye. The boy, surrounded by onlookers, exhibited not only bewilderment, but a brief flicker of curiosity towards him, the outsider. His destination was Slug Jigger's apothecary, but the prices listed sent Lex's heart plummeting. The book list and material requisites provided by Snape resembled a mountain of gold, while his pockets held but a meager few galleons. What to do? Seek assistance from the orphanage? Impossible. Write to Professor Snape? He could almost envision the icy mockery. It seems your acumen does not extend to basic financial planning, Mr. Cavendish. His gaze swept over the dimly lit corners of Diagon Alley. There was but one option. He donned his hood, inhaled deeply, and turned into the alley that even sunlight hesitated to penetrate, Nocturne Alley. The air here was thick with the scent of tainted potions and an aura of danger. With purpose, Lex approached a stall where the proprietor, an old wizard with drooping eyelids and dirt lodged beneath his nails, awaited. Lex remained silent, placing 3 vials of potions upon the counter, each labeled with an elegant cursive that mimicked Snape's handwriting, glistening with a perfect pearlescent sheen under the dim light. This was his most successful calming draft, of exceptionally high purity. The old wizard's murky eyes glanced at the vials, and in a gravelly voice, he quoted an absurdly low price. The shop next to Borkenberg's is offering double that. Lex lowered his voice, maintaining an unsettling calm that belied his youth. I merely seek convenience. This was a falsehood, but he wagered on the greed and suspicion of the Nocturne Alley merchants. The old wizard scrutinized the shadow beneath Lex's hood, and after several suffocating seconds of silence, he scoffed and offered a considerably more reasonable price. With the transaction complete, a pouch of galleons fell into Lex's hands. He accepted the money, turned, and walked away with steady strides, though the muscles in his back remained taut. Acutely aware of that malicious gaze trailing him until he emerged from the alley, once more bathed in the sunlight of Diagon Alley. He did not glance back, thus. He remained unaware that after his departure, the old wizard began fiddling with the vials, muttering to the shadows, "Not bad. The technique seems familiar, reminiscent of an old friend-esque style." With the financial predicament temporarily resolved, Lex promptly returned to Slug Jigger's apothecary to gather the materials on the list. Finally, he approached the cauldron shop, as his inexpensive old cauldron had shattered during a rather daring experiment the previous night, serving as a reminder that in the realm of potions, any flaw could culminate in failure. At the entrance to the cauldron shop, he encountered Harry Potter and Hagrid once more. This time, Hagrid was loudly gesturing towards a large copper cauldron, enthusiastically explaining something to Harry. Lex did not linger, heading straight to the counter to select a sturdy but unpretentious standard brass cauldron. He returned to his room at the leaky cauldron, cradling the new cauldron and materials, shutting out all the noise. In the final 2 weeks of the summer holiday, Lex sent his first owl to Snape, and that very evening, he received a reply. Aside from addressing the questions posed, it was inevitably laced with reprimands. If your brain hasn't been cooked by the heat, you should know that before proposing a foolish hypothesis, at the very least, you ought to verify the most basic references SS. Accompanying the letter was a small pouch containing the pricey fluxweed seeds that Lex had omitted from his list, without any further explanation. On September 1st, Lex arrived punctually at King's Cross Station. Just as he was about to enter the platform, a frantic voice called out to him. "Excuse me." Lex paused and turned his head. It was Harry Potter, pushing a cart laden with luggage, his face revealing confusion and anxiety. "What's the matter?" Lex's voice remained emotionless. "I don't know how to get through," Harry stammered, pointing at the wall. Lex felt a question bubble up within him. Was he usurping Mrs. Weasley's role? Observing the pitiful savior, Lex sighed. It merely required a bit of speed and determination. "Like this," he said in a nearly demonstrative tone before resolutely pushing his cart toward the barrier, vanishing in an instant. Harry hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed suit, charging forward. The cacophony of platform 9 3/4 engulfed him immediately. Before he could catch his breath to thank the dark-haired boy, he noticed that the latter merely nodded imperceptibly before striding toward the train, swiftly swallowed by the crowd with remarkable efficiency. "Hey, wait." Harry's gratitude caught in his throat. The boy had not even left a name behind. Having shed the mantle of the savior, Lex quickly found an unoccupied compartment to settle into, pulling out the thick tome on potions, ready to delve into its contents. Although Snape's summer assignment only covered the first 5 chapters, it was evident that mere knowledge of these initial sections would be insufficient. Immersed in his potions, Lex did not notice that the savior, along with his newly acquainted companion Ron, had also entered the compartment. Throughout the journey, Harry's gaze frequently darted towards the silent boy in the corner, whose raven hair and dark eyes were buried in a tome of alarming thickness since boarding the train. He recalled the succinct yet impactful assistance offered at the platform and was curious about the boy's intense focus, which seemed so out of place. As the snack trolley approached, Ron mumbled about his mother's sandwiches, prompting Harry to muster his courage and tentatively extend a pack of chocolate frogs towards Lex. "Hey, would you like some?" "No, thank you," Lex replied tersely, showing no inclination to further the conversation. Harry awkwardly retracted his hand, while Ron shrugged and quietly remarked to Harry, "Don't take it personally. Many from Slytherin tend to be a bit peculiar." It was evident that he had recognized Lex's house emblem. "Slytherin?" Harry whispered, his knowledge of the houses still limited to Hagrid's introductions. "Yeah," Ron chewed on a pumpkin pasty. "It's the house where you know who was sorted, and it has produced a lot of dark wizards. Best to keep your distance." Though their hushed whispers might have assumed Lex was oblivious, his keen senses picked up every word, yet he remained indifferent to their stereotypical judgments, his attention returning to the book. However, where the protagonist resides, chaos is ever prevalent. Lex was once again a spectator to the conflict between Harry and Malfoy, Ron's spell demonstration, Hermione's incessant chatter, and Neville's clumsiness. Finally, an announcement crackled through the train, informing them that the train would arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes and instructing them to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the school. The compartment erupted into a flurry of activity. Harry and Ron hurriedly donned their black robes, while Lex, already attired, simply closed his book and neatly stowed it into his well-worn yet sturdy dragonhide bag, his movements unhurried. "Hey," as Lex prepared to leave the compartment, Harry called out to him, "Thank you back at the platform. I still don't know your name." Lex halted, turned, and replied, "Lex Carvin." He enunciated his name clearly, yet his tone was distant. Before Harry could speak again, he added, As the savior, you should indeed keep your distance from Slytherin. With that, he paid no heed to the fleeting look of shock and confusion that crossed Harry's face, nodding slightly before stepping off the train and merging into the crowd. Once aboard the carriage, Lex gazed through the window as he watched Harry being led away by Hagrid toward the Black Lake along with the other first years. He exhaled softly. Engaging too deeply with the savior was not his intention. His earlier remarks served more as a declaration of boundaries than a gesture of goodwill, both for Harry and for himself. At the castle's entrance, students converged, making their way to the Great Hall. Lex settled into a corner at the Slytherin table, while the professors took their places at the staff table. His gaze instinctively sought out the familiar figure of Professor Snape, seated slightly to the left at the staff table. Clad in his customary black robes, he appeared even paler than before the summer break, his greasy black hair clinging to the sides of his face. He slightly tilted his head, listening to Professor McGonagall beside him, yet his cold black eyes scanned the murmuring students below, lingering particularly on the Gryffindor table with unmistakable scrutiny and impatience. Lex diverted his gaze, quietly awaiting the sorting ceremony. The arrival of the savior imbued this year's sorting with an extraordinary fervor. When Harry Potter's name was called, a buzz of whispers rippled through the hall. Lex observed as Snape momentarily stiffened at the mention of the name, his expression becoming even more inscrutable. The sorting hat seemed to deliberate on Harry's head for what felt like a century before finally declaring, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, while the Slytherin table echoed with disappointed hisses. Lex remained indifferent, his attention primarily focused on Snape's reaction. He noted the tightening of Snape's lips into a thinner line, the darkness in his gaze almost palpable. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore delivered a brief address, and the feast commenced. The table was soon laden with a sumptuous array of food. However, Lex partook sparingly, his mind wandering. He contemplated the holiday report he had crafted, uncertain if it would meet Snape's stringent standards, and the vial of essence of liquid grass seeds he had planted in a small pot, which had already begun to sprout. The feast drew to a close shortly after dessert. Dumbledore announced the new term's guidelines and prohibitions before instructing the prefects to escort the first years back to the common room. Lex did not linger in the common room but proceeded directly to his dormitory, needing to conduct a final review of his summer assignments. If all went according to plan, he would soon be knocking on the door to the dungeons. The following day, after potions class, Lex stood before the door of the dungeon office, clutching the meticulously revised holiday report and a small vial of his improved calming aroma. He took a deep breath and rapped on the familiar cold wooden door. Enter. Snape's voice came through the door, as devoid of warmth as ever. Lex pushed the door open. Snape sat behind his large desk, cluttered with parchment and books, the quill scratching across the paper as he remained engrossed in his work. Professor. Lex approached the desk, halting at an appropriate distance, and placed the report and the small vial, wrapped in the same deep gray paper, in the empty corner of the desk. This is my holiday assignment report, along with a minor improvement. Snape's quill paused momentarily. He finally lifted his gaze, his black eyes scanning the vial before settling on the thick stack of neatly penned parchment. He did not immediately reach for the report, but instead tapped his fingertips on the desk, signaling Lex to elaborate on the latter. Improvement? His tone rose slightly, laced with scrutiny. Yes, Professor, regarding the calming aroma from last time. I adjusted the ratios of valerian root and passion flower, and attempted to incorporate an extract from a calming eastern plant, using an extremely small quantity, aimed at stabilizing the magical fluctuations during combustion, theoretically prolonging efficacy and reducing residue. Snape remained noncommittal, yet his gaze lingered on the vial for an additional second before he finally reached for the report. He did not invite Lex to sit, nor did he urge him to leave. Consequently, Lex stood quietly, watching as Snape swiftly and efficiently perused the document that encapsulated his entire summer's effort. Snape's reading speed was astonishing. He occasionally paused, brow furrowed, and at times lightly tapped a finger on a particular paragraph, seemingly in contemplation or questioning. The office was filled with the rustle of parchment and the faint dripping sounds from the adjacent potions classroom. Lex could hear his own heartbeat quickening, yet he endeavored to maintain an outward semblance of calm. After approximately 10 minutes, Snape placed the final page of the report down without immediately looking up. He allowed his gaze to linger on the conclusion for a few extra seconds before reclining back into his high-back chair, his hands clasped beneath his chin. You. Snape regarded Lex with a critical eye, methodically dissecting his report from beginning to end with an array of completely unique sentences. From the uninspired platitudes of the introduction to the fanciful, yet fundamentally unsupported conjectures regarding a particular experiment, even the parchment's formatting and the ink's saturation were scrutinized. Lex listened with his head bowed, yet a peculiar calm enveloped him. He was well acquainted with Snape's manner. This tempestuous onslaught of critique indicated that the professor had indeed taken the report seriously, and perhaps was not entirely dissatisfied? If it were utterly devoid of merit, Snape would have dismissed him with a mere sentence. As the critique progressed to the latter portion of the report, concerning the proposal to substitute or augment existing potion ingredients with certain conventional plants from the non-magical realms of the East, Snape's tone became markedly more frigid. Regarding your speculations about the application of these special herbs, Mr. Cavendish, his voice dripped with unabashed scorn, I must remind you that potion making is an exact science, not a whimsical game of make-believe in a muggle herb garden, as demonstrated by the items you have listed. He disdainfully tapped the corresponding paragraph on the parchment with a finger, highlighting the absence of fundamental magical trajectory records and interaction data with standard magical materials. The reckless introduction of substances with ambiguous magical properties, potentially conflicting with one another, into a precise brewing process is as foolish as adding the excrement of a demiguise to the potion of life. Aside from creating a catastrophic explosion or a concoction so vile that even a troll would disdain it, I fail to see any other outcome. Lex's heart sank slightly, yet he remained silent, awaiting the final verdict. Snape paused, his dark eyes piercingly assessing Lex, seemingly gauging his capacity to endure the blow. After a moment, he continued in a tone almost laced with reluctance. However, setting aside the uncertainties of these materials and the gaping logical fallacies in your argumentation. This, however, prompted Lex to lift his head in surprise. You at least recognize that the existing potion system is not without its flaws, and that there exists room for adjustment. Snape spoke slowly, each word seemingly weighed before being uttered. This line of thinking, while reckless and exceedingly immature, is not entirely devoid of hope when compared to those dullards who mindlessly adhere to textbooks with their heads stuffed full of mandrake roots. This was perhaps the most non-definitive praise Lex could imagine receiving from Snape regarding such unconventional ideas. Not affirmation, merely a suggestion that he was not completely beyond redemption. It seems mere theoretical discussion can no longer satisfy your overly active, or shall I say, misguided thoughts, Mr. Cavendish. Snape's voice returned to its customary chill as he pulled open the drawer of his desk, retrieving a fresh sheet of parchment scrawled with text, which he flicked toward Lex. Rather than allowing you to squander your energy on these nebulous, unfounded alternatives, it would be more prudent to engage in practical work to understand the precise control required within the existing potion framework. Lex suppressed the tumult within and cautiously picked up the parchment. It was a non-standard revised formula for a scabious potion, intricate and demanding. This was not merely a task. It resembled a guiding hand, steering his flights of fancy back onto a path that could be rigorously tested and controlled. Retrieve the materials from the storage cabinet. The shelves marked for student use contain the basic quantities. Now, take your items and leave. Do not waste my time here. Yes, Professor. Lex carefully stowed the formula, bowed once more, and turned to depart. During the next tutorial, Lex presented the scabious potion, receiving a barely passing evaluation that propelled his apprenticeship into a new phase. Snape began to assign Lex the task of brewing potions independently, starting with simple blood-replenishing potions, gradually expanding to more complex stimulants and initial antidotes. Although each failure invited Snape's merciless sarcasm, his guidance enabled Lex to make remarkable progress. That afternoon, Lex had just successfully brewed a rather commendable batch of white fresh essence under Snape's supervision. The potion displayed a perfect pale golden hue and exuded a refreshing herbal aroma. Snape dipped the tip of his wand into it, meticulously examining its viscosity and magical luster, nodding slightly. Bottle it. 5 vials, he commanded succinctly, which typically indicated that this batch of potions would be sent to the hospital wing to replenish Madame Pomfrey's stock. Lex skillfully employed crystal vials and cork stoppers to portion the white fresh essence, labeling them accordingly. As he organized the tray of vials, Snape's voice resonated once more. Take it to the hospital wing and deliver it to Madame Pomfrey. He stood with his back to Lex, inspecting a batch of newly arrived African snake skins, his tone devoid of inflection, as though it were merely an ordinary errand. Lex paused slightly, for this external task had never been assigned before. Did this signify a step toward greater trust? Or was it merely because Professor Snape was currently occupied, and this task needed timely completion? He quelled his speculation and replied respectfully, Yes, Professor. With the tray in hand, Lex departed the cellar. As he pushed open the large white-painted door of the hospital wing, a distinctive scent of disinfectant mingled with fresh linens greeted him. The hospital wing was quiet, with only a few students resting on distant beds due to mild colds or overexertion from spell practice. Madame Pomfrey was standing before the potion cabinet, counting something. Good afternoon, Madame Pomfrey. Lex approached, his voice steady. Professor Snape sent me to deliver the freshly brewed white fresh essence. Madame Pomfrey turned to him, glancing at the vials on Lex's tray, then at the Slytherin crest on his chest, her face displaying a fleeting hint of surprise before quickly reverting to her professional demeanor. Oh, very well. Place them on the table over there. Thank you, dear. She gestured toward an empty white side table. Just as Lex carefully set down the last vial of white fresh, the door to the hospital wing swung open again, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and a gentle voice laced with concern. Madame Pomfrey, please take a look. He fell off his broom and scraped his arm. Lex finished placing the final vial and instinctively turned to look. A tall, strapping Hufflepuff boy was half supporting, half carrying what appeared to be a first-year student as they entered. The first year cradled her arm, tears still glistening on her face, yet she seemed not gravely injured. The boy assisting her had deep brown curly hair and gray-brown eyes filled with genuine worry. His handsome features conveyed an innate warmth and reliability. Chapter 17, Cedric. It was Cedric Diggory. Lex recognized him almost instantly. In the original story, this Hufflepuff hero was renowned for his integrity, kindness, and grace. One of the few students at Hogwarts with virtually no negative reviews. Cedric also spotted Lex, and though he appeared somewhat taken aback by the sight of a Slytherin student in the hospital wing seemingly assisting Madame Pomfrey, he quickly offered Lex a polite smile and a nod, acknowledging him before his attention returned to the injured first year and Madame Pomfrey. All right. Place her on this bed so I can take a look. Madame Pomfrey expertly directed Cedric to ensure the first-year students were comfortably settled before she began her meticulous examination of their wounds. Fortunately, the injuries were merely superficial abrasions, nothing of great concern. Let us clean this up and apply some essence of murtlap. It's just arrived, she remarked, deftly retrieving a bottle of the potion from the tray that Lex had recently placed down. With remarkable efficiency, Madame Pomfrey tended to the students' injuries. As the potion made contact, one student inhaled sharply but soon regained composure. Cedric remained by the bedside, softly reassuring, "It's all right. You'll feel better in no time." Madame Pomfrey is the best at this. Once she had finished, Madame Pomfrey advised the student, "Rest here for half an hour, and if you feel all right afterward, you may return." She then turned to Cedric. "Mr. Diggory, thank you for bringing him here." "It was my pleasure, madam," Cedric replied warmly. At that moment, he seemed to notice Lex standing quietly aside. Madame Pomfrey also recalled something and addressed Lex. "Oh, by the way, please extend my gratitude to Severus. The quality of the potion is excellent." Lex inclined his head slightly. "I shall convey your message, madam. I must take my leave now." He turned to depart. But just as he reached the doorway, Cedric's voice called out from behind him. "Hey, please wait a moment." Lex halted and turned, curiosity flickering across his face. Cedric approached with genuine sincerity, his smile unblemished. "Thank you for your help earlier, specifically for delivering the potion. I'm Cedric Diggory, from Hufflepuff." He extended a hand in friendship. Lex hesitated for a fleeting moment, unaccustomed to such spontaneous warmth that contrasted sharply with his solitary existence in the cold of the dungeons. Yet, Cedric's demeanor was entirely devoid of ulterior motives, appearing purely courteous. Lex reciprocated the handshake, introducing himself, Lex Caven, Slytherin. Cedric repeated the name with a smile. "Lex, I rarely see Professor Snape enlist students to assist with potion deliveries. You must be one of his prized pupils." Lex immediately shook his head, his tone neutral. "I'm merely fulfilling a task assigned by the professor." He wished to avoid any unnecessary attention, particularly regarding Snape. Cedric seemed to sense Lex's reticence. But rather than dwelling on it, he naturally connected Lex's mention of a task to the possible strictures in place. "Ah, I understand. Professor Snape is indeed exacting when it comes to potions," he responded empathetically. Then, as if to lighten the mood, added, "In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope that next time we cross paths on the Quidditch pitch, we're not adversaries." He winked playfully, aware that matches between Hufflepuff and Slytherin could be intense. Lex, though not particularly interested in Quidditch, could sense Cedric's goodwill. Perhaps, he gave a non-committal reply, nodding once more. "Goodbye, Mr. Diggory." With that, he turned away and left the infirmary. Cedric watched Lex's retreating figure, forming a first impression of the seemingly solitary yet composed Slytherin. Meanwhile, as Lex traversed the path back to the dungeons, fleeting thoughts of Cedric Diggory's known fate flitted through his mind, accompanied by a barely perceptible pang of regret, which he quickly suppressed. As October slipped away, the sweet scent of pumpkins and a thrill of eerie excitement began to permeate Hogwarts Castle in anticipation of Halloween. Following the day's potions class, Lex lingered, as was his custom. Under Snape's watchful eye, he had been attempting to brew a more intricate bone regeneration potion. The process was exceedingly complex, with stringent demands on time and temperature. After one less than successful attempt, Snape had offered his unique encouragement by assigning Lex the punishment of cleaning an entire barrel of sticky flobberworms and scrubbing all the copper cauldrons used for instruction. When Lex finally completed his penance, reeking faintly of cleaning agents and herbs, he emerged from the dungeons to find the evening already deepening. Rubbing his sore wrists, he intended to head straight to the common room. However, As he rounded the corner of the second-floor corridor, he spotted Madame Pomfrey standing at the entrance of the infirmary, anxiously scanning the area. Mr. Caven. Upon seeing him, her face brightened, and she hurried over. You have arrived just in time. I was about to send someone to the dungeons. Our stock of bone regeneration potion is running low. Several students were injured during this afternoon's Quidditch practice, and some has been used up. If Professor Snape has any surplus, could you please fetch some more? Lex nodded. Of course, madam. I'll inquire with the professor. He turned and retraced his steps, and as he reached the entrance to the dungeons, the door swung open before he could knock. Snape stood there, his expression darker than usual. He barely glanced at Lex, almost flinging a small crystal vial into his hands. The clear blue liquid of the bone regeneration potion sloshed slightly within. Take this, and inform Madame Pomfrey that if Mr. Potter and his friends continue to treat the Quidditch pitch as a death trap, my stock will inevitably run dry. He huffed, slamming the door shut before Lex could respond. Holding the cool vial, Lex had long grown accustomed to Snape's keen observations and his perennial jabs at Gryffindor. He made his way back to the infirmary. Upon pushing open the door, Lex found the scene inside more bustling than usual. Several beds housed students clad in various Quidditch team uniforms from different houses, most nursing minor sprains or abrasions. Madame Pomfrey was busy bandaging the wrist of a Ravenclaw girl. Chapter 18. Friends. Near the entrance, one bed was occupied by a tall figure that Lex found somewhat familiar, Cedric Diggory. He appeared to be in relatively good spirits, save for a noticeable bruise on his forehead, which he was icing, and a slight abrasion on his left elbow that had already been attended to. Mr. Caven, back so soon? Madame Pomfrey expressed mild surprise upon seeing Lex return. Professor Snape is prepared, Lex replied, handing over the vial of bone regeneration potion. Oh, splendid. You've been a tremendous help. Madame Pomfrey took the potion and promptly moved toward a student who might require it. Having delivered the potion and completed his task, Lex prepared to leave when Cedric noticed him, setting down the ice pack and greeting him with a warm smile. Hey, Lex, good to see you again. Lex paused, looking at him. Diggory, are you well? His inquiry was merely a matter of courtesy, his tone remaining neutral. I'm fine. Just a bump. Feeling a bit dizzy and a scrape on my arm, Cedric replied, tapping his forehead with a hint of embarrassment. I collided with another chaser while dodging a bludger during practice. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. Lex's gaze fell on the abrasion at Cedric's elbow, and he instinctively assessed it. The wound is cleanly treated. With regular application of essence of Murtlap, it should leave no scar. Cedric was somewhat taken aback by Lex's almost expert tone and recalled Madame Pomfrey mentioning Lex's help with potion deliveries. His smile widened. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Thank you, and thank you again for delivering the potion. It was merely an errand. Lex demurred, unwilling to take credit. Oh. Cedric suddenly seemed to recall something, his tone brightening as he exclaimed, the Hogsmeade weekend is just around the corner. We third years can go. You second years will have to wait another year, won't you? His voice carried a hint of sympathy, but more so a sense of camaraderie. Honeydukes has released a new kind of filled chocolate, and it tastes absolutely divine. When I go, I'll bring some back for you as a token of appreciation, shall I? Lex paused momentarily, taken aback by Cedric's straightforwardness, which radiated the characteristic warmth of Hufflepuff. However, he was accustomed to the cautious social interactions within Slytherin, and he found himself momentarily unsure of how to respond to such unadulterated, seemingly selfless kindness. Instinctively, he felt inclined to refuse. No need to trouble yourself, school rules. It's no trouble at all. Cedric interjected, his warm hazel eye sincere. Consider it a small gift between friends. I can't very well enjoy sweets all by myself while my friend, who has been there for me, watches, can I? Rest assured, it's just a snack. And it doesn't violate any school rules. He winked, his smile bright and infectious. Friends? Lex echoed the word, pondering its significance. At Hogwarts, apart from the necessary exchanges within his house, he had scarcely anyone he could truly call a friend. Cedric was the first to so effortlessly employ that term in relation to their bond. Of course, Cedric affirmed with a confident nod. Although we belong to different houses, I find you to be quite a remarkable individual, Lex. Besides, we both seem to have a peculiar affinity for the hospital wing. Don't we? He gestured humorously at their surroundings. Observing Cedric's unclouded smile, Lex found it increasingly difficult to refuse him once more. He remained silent for a few seconds before gently nodding in acceptance. Thank you. Then it's settled. Cedric beamed with delight. On the first Monday following the Hogsmeade weekend, as Lex enjoyed breakfast at the Slytherin table, an owl dropped a small parcel wrapped in brown paper, landing right beside his plate. The package bore no signature, yet it was tied with a ribbon in the yellow and black hues of Hufflepuff. Lex unwrapped the parcel to discover several beautifully decorated boxes of Honeydukes chocolates, alongside a feather quill that appeared to be of high quality, adorned with dark golden stripes. Inside the package was a small card, inscribed with Cedric's neat, bold handwriting. Lex, I hope you enjoy these chocolates. I picked up the quill on a whim, thinking it would be perfect for those intricate potions essays. Wishing you a delightful week. Cedric. Lex carefully tucked the gift away, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, he was a genuinely good person. What a pity. After this, whenever Lex encountered Cedric in the castle, he would naturally nod in greeting, occasionally engaging in brief exchanges. Cedric never pried into Lex's studies in the dungeons or questioned why he differed from most Slytherins. He simply treated Lex with the uncomplicated kindness he believed to befriend him. On Halloween, Cedric presented Lex with a treat as a gift, even inviting him to join the Hufflepuff table for the Halloween feast. Lex declined the invitation, settling into a corner of the Slytherin table, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the staff table. Professor Snape sat there, as ever, like a dark shadow that refused to dissipate, starkly contrasting with the surrounding festive atmosphere. He scarcely touched the food before him, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his hollow gaze fixated on the Gryffindor table, more specifically, on Harry, who was laughing and chatting with Ron, his expression dark enough to draw water. Lex discreetly averted his gaze, lowering his head to slice a piece of roasted potato. He knew well what was about to transpire. Professor Quirrell would burst in to announce a troll had wandered into the dungeons, and chaos would ensue. He remained unfazed, recognizing this as merely a predetermined part of the narrative, with no intention of intervening. His principle was to preserve his own safety and steer clear of the troubles of the savior. Just as he was about to take a bite of his food, Professor Quirrell indeed collided into the hall, his face a mask of terror, his scarf askew. "Troll! In the dungeon!" he shrieked. "I thought you all should know." He then collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. The hall erupted in pandemonium. Panic spread like a plague. Professor Dumbledore had to use his wand to produce several loud bangs of purple explosions to restore order. He swiftly issued commands. The prefects were to lead their respective houses back to the common rooms. The crowd began to stir, pushing and shoving, a cacophony of noise rising. Lex rose with the flow of Slytherin, deliberately slowing his pace to linger at the back of the line, avoiding the crowded center. His gaze swept back to the staff table, where he saw Dumbledore quietly instructing several heads of house, while Professor Snape's figure swiftly vanished through a side door, seemingly heading towards the forbidden corridor on the third floor. Lex's heart fluttered slightly, but was quickly suppressed. Chapter 19. Injury. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lex appeared calm outwardly, though his inner turmoil betrayed him. He vaguely remembered that in the original narrative, Snape seemed to sustain injuries while guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which filled him with concern. The following day in potions class, Professor Snape's demeanor was darker than usual, his words increasingly acerbic. Avery nearly toppled his cauldron under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Everything seemed as it always had, yet Lex observed more keenly than anyone. He noticed that as Snape paced the platform, there was an almost imperceptible stiffness in the movement of his left leg, particularly evident when he turned, the angle of his sidestep noticeably reduced, betraying a subtle rigidity. His complexion was abnormally pale, as if drained of blood, with only a trace of fatigue and the sharpness of suppressed pain lingering in his eyes. He even leaned more heavily against the podium than usual. Though the gesture appeared casual, Lex could feel the pressure of his fingertips pressing down on the surface, revealing an underlying need for support. Every detail tugged at Lex's heartstrings. After class, instead of returning to the common room, he made his way directly to the library, poring over a wealth of information regarding magical creature lacerations and highly effective healing potions. Merging this with his knowledge of traditional medicine, he swiftly devised a preliminary formula. Subsequently, he utilized nearly all of his precious private reserves, including the essence of a liquid herb he had meticulously cultivated last semester. High-quality concentrated essence of white fresh obtained from the last visit to Nocturne Alley, and a small piece of ginseng root he had previously attempted to nurture with gentle magic for its blood-activating properties. The entire afternoon saw him sequestered in a corner of his dormitory, using a small, portable cauldron, and with extraordinary focus, he brewed a small jar of ointment. The ointment, a deep green hue, boasted a fine texture, exuding the distinctive crisp aroma of the white fresh liquid herb, subtly tinged with an unusual herbal bitterness, a hallmark of Lex's unique formulation. He carefully placed it in an unadorned, seamless crystal box. That evening during the dungeon apprenticeship session, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Lex was more taciturn than usual, efficiently completing all of Snape's assigned tasks with deliberate slowness, striving to make as little noise as possible. Snape, clearly more irritable than normal, wore a dark expression, his quill scratching at the papers with unusual force. As he finished his work and prepared to leave with the customary bow, Lex's heart raced. He understood the perilous nature of his actions, which could invite severe reprimand. However, he could not remain indifferent. An unfamiliar impulse overwhelmed his usual cautious principles. It was a subtle yet piercing sensation, akin to witnessing a significant person sustain injury while remaining a mere bystander. He approached the door, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned back, gently extracting the small crystal box from his dragon hide bag, placing it on an inconspicuous yet strategically positioned low cabinet by the door, one that Snape would undoubtedly see upon his return. "Sir," his voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the cellar, imbued with a careful respect. "While organizing my personal supplies, I discovered an extra portion of a healing ointment I crafted during my previous practices. It may be somewhat effective for treating certain irregular lacerations. Leaving it with you might prove more beneficial than allowing it to gather dust in my possession." He refrained from specifying to whom it was intended or elaborating on the nature of the injury, even obscuring the ointment's origins as merely a product of past practice, thus preserving an avenue of retreat for himself. After speaking, he dared not meet Snape's gaze, quickly and respectfully bowing once more before nearly fleeing through the door, shutting it gently behind him. Silence enveloped the cellar. Snape stared at the closed door, his expression shifting unpredictably. Was he irritated by the boy's presumption and overstepping? Was there anger at being seen through, coupled with the sting of vulnerability? Yet, more than anything, an exceedingly strange emotion surged within him. He could certainly discern that the boy's words were but a pretext. The ointment had been deliberately prepared. He stood in silence for what felt like an eternity before slowly pacing to the low cabinet, picking up the small box and opening it. A crisp scent, tinged with an unusual bitterness, wafted forth. He dipped his fingertip into it, spreading a small amount between his fingers. The ointment's texture was exquisite, its magical fluctuations steady and restrained, a far cry from being a haphazard concoction. He could even identify the considerable value of several of its components. Meddling, he muttered coldly, his tone laced with an icy disdain, as if he wished to extinguish the flicker of unfamiliar emotion within him. However, as the night deepened and silence reigned, while he tended to the excruciating wounds wrought by the three-headed dog's violent magic, his gaze repeatedly fell upon the dark green ointment. Ultimately, during the dressing change, he emptied the standard healing potion he had been using and, with a nearly petulant expression, meticulously applied the unfamiliar ointment to the ghastly wound. An odd coolness instantly quelled the fiery pain, while the taut, swollen muscles around the injury seemed to experience a subtle alleviation. What astonished him further was that the ointment appeared to gently neutralize the lingering violent magic within the wound, accelerating the healing process far beyond the typical efficacy of conventional potions. Snape stared at the injury, which visibly began to close at an observable rate. Remaining silent for an extended period, his hand clenched tightly beneath his robes. That boy had not only recognized his injury, but had also produced something genuinely effective. This sensation of being seen, of receiving silent care from someone who genuinely possessed the ability to provide assistance, was a complexity he found difficult to bear. Anger and wariness intertwined with a faint yet undeniable stir of emotion. Meanwhile, back in the dormitory, Lex was sleepless through the night. He was anxious that the ointment might be discarded outright, yet he was even more troubled by Snape's condition. It was not until the following day, while traversing the corridors, that he keenly observed Snape standing cautiously. However, the trace of malice born from enduring pain seemed to have dissipated somewhat, and his steps appeared a fraction steadier. In that moment, Lex's heart eased slightly, and a newfound determination took root within him. He could no longer be satisfied with the status quo. At the very least, he aimed to provide his teacher, his mentor, with a different outcome. The ointment's efficacy prompted Snape to begin taking Lex's research seriously. He remained as acerbic as ever, critiquing every detail of Lex's operations, yet he lingered longer by the workstation. He began to scrutinize Lex's methods of handling those unique herbs with greater attention, occasionally posing brief questions in a tone devoid of emotion. "The principle of invigorating blood you mentioned, how does it differ from the magical activation effects of the bloodroot in the healing potion? How can the Eastern concept of yin and yang balance be quantified in terms of magical harmonization?" These inquiries no longer served as mere tests, but carried a sense of genuine inquiry. Lex understood and responded with a meticulous explanation infused with the terminology of potion-making while cautiously concealing the true source of his knowledge. Typically, Snape would listen in silence, neither confirming nor denying, yet the occasional glimmer of contemplation in his profound dark eyes assured Lex that he was indeed absorbing the information. Occasionally, when assigning new potion tasks, Snape would casually toss Lex a small portion of rare or unconventional magical ingredients, stating in a detached manner, "If your hypotheses require experimental data, perhaps you could try this. Remember to document every fluctuation in magic and the reactions of the materials. I do not wish to see the laboratory explode due to your ignorance." This was almost a tacit approval, even a limited form of resource support. Lex seized these opportunities, combining the materials provided by Snape with his carefully cultivated or processed herbal remedies, resulting in potions that often exhibited unique and stable qualities. He continued to submit assignments that met textbook standards punctually, yet in the supplementary reports he provided to Snape, he began to meticulously document the data and analyses of his fusion attempts. As time flew by, winter enveloped Hogwarts, draping the castle in a silvery cloak, heralding the impending climax of the Quidditch season, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Chapter 20, Quidditch. On the day of the match, the Great Hall buzzed with an atmosphere of excitement and tension. At the Slytherin long table, students debated how to suppress Gryffindor's new seeker, Potter. Lex found little interest in this. To him, Quidditch paled in significance compared to potion experiments. Yet, a thought struck him. During this match, Quirrell would cast a curse on Harry's broom, while Snape would utter a counter-curse to protect Harry. Although the outcome in the original narrative was joyful, he was unaware of the extent to which his small butterfly effect might ripple. Thus, Lex departed from the raucous hall ahead of time, opting not to attend the Quidditch pitch, but instead stealthily slipping into an abandoned classroom on the upper levels of the castle, one that faced the pitch. From this vantage point, he could observe the proceedings from a distance, remaining concealed. Shortly after the match commenced, the situation unfolded as Lex had anticipated. As Harry's Nimbus 2000 began to twist erratically, attempting to dislodge its rider, gasps erupted from the stands. Lex's keen gaze swept over the faculty seating area. Enhanced by the spell, he could see the dark figure intently focused on the sky, his lips moving. Professor Snape was indeed casting the counter-curse. Simultaneously, he caught sight of Quirrell lurking behind Snape, the focused yet sinister expression on his face causing Lex to feel nauseous. A mischievous idea took shape in Lex's mind. He smirked wickedly, drawing his wand and aiming at a pile of debris behind Quirrell in the stands, whispering an incantation. The magic, bolstered by the spell, became exceptionally precise and discreet. In the next moment, a plump, glossy-furred creature materialized out of nowhere, landing in a corner behind Quirrell. With its beady eyes blinking and its nose twitching, it was immediately drawn to a shiny pin on Quirrell's enormous scarf. It was a Niffler, agile and quick. The Niffler seized the moment while everyone's attention was on Harry in midair and darted up Quirrell's robes, its tiny claws eagerly tugging at the glittering pin. Quirrell, straining to maintain the malevolent curse, suddenly felt a tightness on his head, followed by a tugging sensation. He momentarily lost his focus, resulting in an exceedingly brief pause in his incantation. In a state of panic, he turned sharply, his gaze locking onto a pair of innocent yet insistent black eyes. "Ah, what is that? Get away!" Quirrell shouted in alarm, flailing about in a desperate attempt to shoo the creature away, his demeanor utterly disheveled. This unexpected interruption sparked a small commotion among those nearby. In the air, Harry's broom abruptly ceased its wild trembling, regaining stability, allowing Harry to seize the opportunity to gulp in air and regain control of the broom. Snape's gaze darted swiftly between Quirrell, the creature, and the now steadied broom. He keenly perceived that Quirrell's flustered reaction during the creature's interference was genuine, and indeed the spell had been disrupted. Was it mere coincidence? Or something more? His eyes swept the surroundings like a detection charm, ultimately capturing a faint trace of familiar magical residue as the creature vanished. Lex Caven. This was no ordinary prank. The timing was too precise, the target too explicit. This boy not only knew there was something amiss with Quirrell, but audaciously intervened in such a manner, nearly derailing his plans with Dumbledore, or at least, his own agenda. Snape's gaze finally settled on an inconspicuous window high in the castle. Though the distance was great, he could almost see the dark-haired boy calmly observing below, perhaps with a hint of satisfaction at having executed his scheme. How did Lex know about Quirrell? How could he accurately ascertain the source of the curse? The summoning and control of that creature demonstrated a level of magical precision far beyond that of a second-year student. And what of that extraordinary ointment from earlier? The enigma surrounding Caven was only growing more intricate. The match concluded with Harry Potter narrowly capturing the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. The castle resonated with the roars of the Lion House, accompanied by hushed whispers from other houses. Snape returned to the dungeon like a storm-laden cloud, the atmospheric pressure around him so low that even the cheerful Peeves would steer clear. He did not immediately summon Lex. He was weighing his options. Caven's uniqueness had transcended that of a gifted potions apprentice. The associated risks and possibilities were beyond his solitary judgment, especially since this directly pertained to the safety of the boy who lived in Dumbledore's overarching strategy. Days later, after a routine briefing regarding Harry Potter's safety, Snape stood in the headmaster's office, facing the sharp blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. "Severus, you seem to harbor other concerns?" Dumbledore inquired gently, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Snape's lips pressed into a pale, thin line, Beneath his black robes, his fingers unconsciously fiddled with his cuffs, as if deliberating his words. Regarding Caven, he finally spoke, his voice low and restrained. That second-year Slytherin student. Oh, Mr. Lex Caven, Dumbledore remarked, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. I have heard of him. Minerva mentioned he is a quiet, high-achieving student, particularly distinguished in your class. Even Pomona has praised the exceptional quality of the potions he has sent. His potion-making ability indeed surpasses that of his peers, Snape reluctantly conceded, but it is not merely that. He paused, selectively revealing information. He exhibits an unusual level of observation and initiative. During the previous Quidditch match, he may have perceived Quirrell's anomalies and executed an exceedingly discreet yet effective intervention. He refrained from mentioning the ointment or alluding to Lex's potential knowledge of Quirrell as the source of the curse, instead vaguely pointing to the irregularities and interventions. Dumbledore's gaze deepened. An effective intervention? By a second-year student? That is precisely the issue, Headmaster, Snape replied, laced with irony. His capabilities seem to defy conventional understanding. He has mastered some unconventional techniques, and his magical control is alarmingly precise. I suspect he may know more than we can fathom. Dumbledore fell into a contemplative silence. Fawkes emitted a clear, melodic trill. No more? He echoed softly. About Quirrell? Or the broader situation? I cannot ascertain, Snape said stiffly. But his presence undoubtedly constitutes a variable that must be taken into account. He refrained from expressing his complex and ambiguous feelings towards Lex, framing his concerns solely from the perspectives of risk management and the stability of their plans. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. An intriguing variable. Remain vigilant, Severus. Sometimes, pieces outside of our plans may yield unexpected opportunities. Perhaps we can create some scenarios to observe how this young Mr. Caven chooses to act when confronted with more complex circumstances. Snape's heart sank. He discerned the underlying implication in Dumbledore's words. The old wizard always relished creating opportunities to test individuals. Chapter 21. The Trial in the Forbidden Forest. Time flowed serenely, and Hogwarts entered the exam season. The atmosphere within the castle was thick with the tension of anxious revision. Lex continued to traverse between classrooms, the library, and the dungeon, devoted to his studies and potion research. On an evening in early June, within the dungeon's potions office, Lex had just delivered preliminary experimental data on the enhancement of the elation potion. Snape listened impassively, withholding any judgment. Just as Lex believed tonight's tutoring session was drawing to a close, Snape spoke in his characteristic tone, casual yet undeniably authoritative. Tomorrow night, in the Forbidden Forest, the Chosen One and his audacious friends require some community service. Filch is overwhelmed, and Professor McGonagall believes a professor should accompany them for safety. A cold smirk graced his lips. Thus, Mr. Caven, you have also been summoned. Lex immediately comprehended that this was Dumbledore's orchestration. Was it due to his previous meddling that he had drawn attention? Or had Snape disclosed something to Dumbledore? What was the objective? To facilitate his interaction with Harry Potter? To test his reactions? A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, but Lex merely allowed a hint of surprise to flicker across his face before regaining his composure. Yes, Professor, is there anything I need to prepare? Snape seemed somewhat satisfied with his calmness, yet his tone remained frosty. Bring your wits and those little tricks of yours. The Forbidden Forest is not a greenhouse, Mr. Caven. It is rife with unpredictable dangers. Keep an eye on Potter. Do not allow his foolish sense of justice to endanger everyone. Above all, ensure your own safety. I do not wish for my apprentice to return missing limbs due to the recklessness of the Chosen One, as that would severely impede my teaching progress. This almost overtly indicated that one of the tasks was to keep watch over Harry, and Snape subtly permitted, if not anticipated. The use of those unconventional abilities, provided self-preservation, took precedence. I understand, sir, Lex replied respectfully, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. Was Dumbledore attempting to observe how he interacted with the Chosen One, testing his stance in danger? Or perhaps seeking to allow Professor Snape to more clearly evaluate his value and potential threat? This was a trial from the highest echelon, and he needed to tread with utmost caution. Gather at the castle entrance at 8 tomorrow night. Now leave. Snape waved his hand, returning his focus to the parchment on his desk, as if he had merely assigned the most mundane of potions homework. Lex inhaled deeply and bowed in deference. At 10 minutes to 8 the following evening, Lex arrived early at the castle entrance. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Draco Malfoy was already standing at the door, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Soon after, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville joined him, accompanied by Hagrid, who bore a grim expression while holding a lantern. All right, silence, Hagrid bellowed, interrupting the potential quarrel. Now that we are all here, listen closely. Your task tonight is to accompany me into the Forbidden Forest to investigate some rather unusual occurrences. Several unicorns have been injured. Unicorns? In the Forbidden Forest? Malfoy exclaimed, his face betraying genuine fear. I cannot enter the Forbidden Forest. If my father finds out, your father will learn that the rules of Hogwarts dictate that you must obey the professor's directives. Hagrid interrupted him with unwavering authority. Now, we shall split into 2 groups. I will take Neville, Ron, and Hermione. Harry, you will be in a group with Draco and Lex. The air instantly thickened with tension. What? I'm in a group with Malfoy? And Lex? Harry gazed incredulously at Hagrid before shifting his gaze to Lex and Malfoy. The prospect of being paired with Malfoy was already dreadful enough, but adding Lex, who had previously made it clear he preferred to keep his distance, made this arrangement feel utterly bizarre. Malfoy, though visibly reluctant, found the idea of teaming up with Potter and a fellow housemate, Lex, slightly more palatable than being with Weasley or Granger. Despite the disdain etched across his features, Lex himself was taken aback by this grouping. Was Dumbledore testing him further by placing him directly with Harry? Nonetheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and accepted the arrangement without protest. That settles it. Hagrid continued, providing a few final instructions regarding signals, before handing a lantern to Harry. Harry, take this. Lex will lead the way. Remain silent and stay safe. The 2 groups ventured into the dimly lit Forbidden Forest along separate paths. The light was scant, with only Harry's lantern offering limited illumination. The air was thick with the sense of damp earth, decaying leaves, and an aura of magic. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Harry held the lantern high, striving to stay ahead and distance himself from Malfoy. Malfoy, in turn, crossed his arms and deliberately walked closer to Lex, maintaining a gap between himself and both Harry and the lantern. Lex walked in a slightly rearward position, silently observing his surroundings. This place is truly suffocating. Harry attempted to break the oppressive silence, more to himself and Lex than anyone else. I really don't understand why we must be here. Because of your foolish escapade, Potter. Malfoy seized the opportunity to taunt. Now we are all dragged along to face the consequences. And you, Lex, what on earth are you doing here? He turned his ire toward Lex, seemingly seeking an ally. Lex's gaze flicked across the shadowy underbrush as he replied coolly, the professor's arrangement. Harry turned back to Lex with a hint of surprise. Malfoy, finding no satisfaction, scoffed and fell silent. Lex concentrated on his surroundings, his heightened senses sharpened by the spellbook. More acute in this magic-laden environment. He could detect the faint magical fluctuations of distant creatures and a disquieting chill in the air. Suddenly, Hagrid's creature, Fong, let out a low whimper, halting in its tracks, ears perked and gazing into the depths of darkness. What is it, Fong? Harry asked nervously, tightening his grip on his wand. Malfoy tensed, instinctively inching closer to Lex. Lex also paused, his senses informing him that something lay ahead, not the suffocating silence, but another creature imbued with wild magic. He subtly gripped his wand. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from behind the trees. It was the centaur, Ronan. You should not be here, little ones. Ronan's voice resonated low and grave. The forest bleeds with unclean blood. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. Malfoy feigned composure, though his pallor betrayed him. Lex bowed slightly, acknowledging the centaur. We are searching for whatever has harmed the unicorns, Harry explained. Ronan's gaze swept over the trio, pausing momentarily on Harry's lightning-shaped scar before settling on Lex, a flicker of inscrutable light flashing in his deep eyes. Tonight, the stars shine with an unfamiliar brightness. Your light may either dispel the darkness or ignite the flames. Choose your path with caution. Chapter 22. Disturbance of the Stars. His words felt prophetic, almost a warning, clearly directed at Lex. A stirring occurred within Lex, yet his expression remained composed. Thank you for the warning, he replied. Ronan said nothing further, gazing skyward with a sigh before vanishing into the depths of the forest. That was peculiar, Harry murmured, glancing at Lex, intrigued by the mention of unfamiliar stars. Yet Lex showed no inclination to elaborate. Malfoy scoffed disdainfully. A pretentious centaur, Potter. It's all your fault we are encountering these bizarre occurrences. Harry dismissed him, signaling Fong to continue forward. After traversing a short distance, they stumbled upon silvery unicorn blood. The trace is fresh, indicating it had been shed not long ago, and the atmosphere grew tense. It seems we are on the right track, Harry whispered, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. At that moment, Lex's senses heightened alarmingly. The chilling, deathly presence was rapidly approaching from the side. Something is drawing near. Be cautious of the rear, Lex urgently warned, his voice firm and assured as he pivoted sharply, his wand aimed at the direction of the encroaching presence. This time, he accurately assessed the source of the threat. Harry and Malfoy were startled by the gravity in his tone, instinctively turning around. Malfoy nearly gasped, covering his mouth with trembling hands. A shadowy figure, cloaked and crawling low to the ground, darted swiftly from behind several trees, seemingly targeting Harry. However, Thanks to Lex's timely alert, Harry had a moment to react, swiftly dodging to the side. The creature lunged, hissing in frustration, its hood flickering with a menacing red light as it swiftly redirected its assault towards Harry, moving with astonishing speed. Stupefy! Harry shouted in a panic, casting a stunning spell. But it went awry, narrowly missing the creature's cloak. Malfoy remained paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. Lex's eyes sharpened. He could not allow the situation to spiral further. As Harry cast his spell, Lex's wand moved as well, unleashing a silent trip jinx that accurately targeted the creature. The creature, entirely fixated on Harry, remained oblivious to the subtle magical disturbance beneath its feet. It stumbled, its forward momentum hindered, letting out an enraged roar. Seizing the opportunity, Lex hurled a small packet of powder, which erupted before the creature, releasing an unusual scent that effectively disrupted its perception and movement. Go! Lex commanded urgently to Harry and the nearly petrified Malfoy as he stepped back, his wand still aimed at the agitated creature writhing amid the yellow dust. We must leave this place. Harry, snapping back to reality, seized Malfoy, who was still in a daze, and hurriedly retreated alongside Lex. The creature struggled within the powder, visibly repulsed by the scent, casting a venomous glare at Lex, its eyes brimming with a more potent malice than before. Then, rather than pursuing, it melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. The trio retreated to a relatively open area where they could perceive the distant lights of the castle before halting, panting heavily. Malfoy slumped to the ground, his complexion ashen, rendered speechless. Harry, still shaken, leaned against a tree trunk, casting a glance at Lex. Once again, Cavendish, thank you, he gasped, acutely aware that without Lex's warnings and too precise interventions, he might have found himself in peril. Lex steadied his breath, shook his head, and replied in an unperturbed tone. It has set its sights on you, Potter. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. He paused, fixing his gaze on Harry. You ought to inform Professor Dumbledore of tonight's events in detail. That entity is rather unusual. Just then, they heard Hagrid's anxious shouts and footsteps, indicating that another group had also sensed the commotion and was hastening toward them. After regrouping, Harry briefly recounted the harrowing incident to Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione on their way back to the castle, reiterating Lex's crucial assistance, which left Ron and Hermione gazing at Lex in astonishment. Malfoy remained silent, his expression grim. His thoughts obscured, whether from fear or contemplation remained unclear. Upon parting at the castle entrance, Harry once more expressed his gratitude to Lex, who merely nodded slightly before turning to head toward the dormitory. In the headmaster's office, the atmosphere was tense. The image within the crystal ball had already dissipated. Yet the sight of Quirrell's disheveled state after being thwarted by the Snorkack, along with the venomous glance from the shadow in the Forbidden Forest, kept the air taut. He has returned, Dumbledore murmured, his gaze sharp as it traversed Quirrell in a manner we had not anticipated. Snape's complexion was as pale as parchment, his tightly pressed lips devoid of color, and a storm brewed within his dark eyes. He had nearly operated away in a fit of rage had Dumbledore not restrained him. That Cavendish. He always finds a way to entangle himself in the most perilous situations. Mr. Cavendish, Dumbledore pondered, his acuity is remarkably uncanny, appearing precisely at critical junctures. Especially when you, Severus, might find yourself embroiled in trouble. He cast Snape a meaningful look. Snape spun around abruptly, his black robes swirling. Dumbledore, if you imply that I indirectly caused this fool's reckless behavior, I merely mean to say that he is quite concerned about you. Severus, Dumbledore calmly interjected. In the Quidditch pitch, he interfered with Quirrell, perhaps to prevent Quirrell's malevolent curse from ultimately impacting you as you recited the counter curse. In the Forbidden Forest, he could have remained uninvolved, yet he chose to warn and intervene after the Centaur spoke of the prophecy regarding the stars. He still opted for action. It is hard not to consider if his meddling bears specific intent. Snape froze. He wished to refute, yet the confirmation of Lex's magical traces after the Quidditch match, along with his precise warnings and interventions against Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, pointed to a disquieting conclusion. This boy's two acts of daring seemed inextricably linked to him. The first to prevent him from being interrupted and suffering the backlash of his counter curse. The second out of concern that his arrangements for Hagrid and the patrol duties might falter and lead to repercussions. This sensation of being particularly scrutinized by a student, especially one as inscrutable as Lex Cavendish, left Snape profoundly unsettled, even irate. Yet, deep within, an extremely faint and forcefully ignored feeling was beginning to take root. You have now attracted his attention, Dumbledore continued. The Philosopher's Stone is his objective, and the final confrontation is inevitable. We must prepare ourselves, and Lex, having been drawn into this because of you, is a variable that requires your oversight. Chapter 23. Quirrell takes action. Oversee? I am not a babysitter, Dumbledore. Snape bellowed. It is guidance, Severus. Or rather, keep an eye on him, and prevent him from taking any further perilous actions for whatever reasons. Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered. You know what to do when the occasion demands. Snape snorted coldly, ceasing to argue, his black cloak swirling as he strode away, his silhouette rife with irritation and an ineffable tension. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts appeared deceptively tranquil. Lex indeed adhered to the principle of steering clear of the troubles of the Chosen One. He flawlessly evaded all encounters with Harry Potter, tuning out the adventurous tales of the Gryffindor trio, and even politely and swiftly sidestepping Cedric's friendly attempts at conversation under the pretext of potion assignments. His world seemed confined to classrooms, the library, and the dungeons. However, within the dungeons, Snape sensed an unusual level of scrutiny. Lex remained silent and efficient. Yet occasionally Snape would catch a glimpse of that boy's gaze darting past his left leg or assessing his countenance with an almost professional appraisal, after which he would redouble his efforts to handle the already demanding materials. Or he would coincidentally brew some exceptionally high-quality elixirs possessing calming or muscle-relaxing properties, leaving surplus potion on the workbench. Mr. Cavendish, if your eyes lack a place to rest, I would not mind arranging for you to clean every crevice of armor within the castle. Snape's reprimands remained sharp, yet Lex merely nodded in acknowledgement, only to persist with his own ways the next time. This silent, stubborn concern vexed Snape more than any words could convey. He was equally irked by Lex's transgressions and refusal to remain compliant, while also unable to entirely disregard the tangible, soothing effects of the potions, nor escape Dumbledore's judgment that he was drawn into this because of you. As the examination week concluded and the eve of the holidays approached in the dungeons, Lex had just completed a batch of complex revisions on the happiness potion. The flaws were numerous, yet a semblance of a vague idea was barely discernible. Snape critiqued, his tone as per usual, but he set the report parchment aside rather than discarding it into the wastebasket. He turned toward his desk, seemingly to grade other assignments. Just as Lex prepared to tidy his things and depart, Snape, with his back turned, spoke in his characteristic low, smooth tone. Do not squander your mind entirely over the holidays, Mr. Cavendish. Regarding that flawed report of yours, concerning the pre-treatment steps of moonstone powder in the stabilizer. Perhaps, just perhaps, there is a minuscule verifiable value therein. He waved his wand, and a new piece of parchment floated before Lex, listing several rare, yet not entirely unattainable materials, along with an exceedingly intricate observational record form requiring an extended holiday to complete. If you find yourself utterly bored, you might attempt to document the data from your failures, so you may more profoundly comprehend how foolish your ideas truly are come next term. Snape's voice remained frigid, yet this was almost a clear directive for him to engage in deeper research. Lex's heart raced with a sudden exhilaration. He cautiously accepted the parchment, responding clearly, "Yes, Professor. I will document all the failure data. Now, leave, and do not let me see you idling about here again," Snape commanded. Lex bowed respectfully and exited the dungeon. As he returned to his dormitory, traversing a secluded corridor, a voice feigning timidity suddenly called from behind. "Mr. Cavendish, please wait a moment." Lex halted, alert, his hand subtly gripping his wand hidden within his sleeve. It was Quirrell. He slowly turned around to find Professor Quirrell standing in the shadows of the corridor, his face adorned with the usual slightly neurotic smile, yet there lurked an unmistakable malevolence in the depths of his gaze. "Professor, is there something you need?" Lex's mind raced, contemplating an escape route. "Why yes, it's about your exam, Millie," Quirrell stammered, inching closer while rubbing his hands together. "There's a small issue that requires you to come to my office right now." Lex sensed the impending danger, yet confronting him outright would be ill-advised. While subtly channeling his magical energy, he attempted to negotiate. "But, Professor, it's nearly curfew. Perhaps." His words were abruptly cut short. Quirrell suddenly lunged, moving with astonishing speed. Utterly unlike the usual stuttering defense against the dark arts professor, a silent binding curse shot towards Lex. His taut nerves allowed him to react almost instantaneously, instinctively casting a shield charm before him. However, Quirrell's magic far surpassed his own. Though the spell was deflected, the residual force left Lex's arm tingling painfully, nearly dislodging his wand. "TSK, not a slow reaction, little snake." Quirrell's voice turned icy, brimming with menace. "But do not waste your energy. Come with me willingly. You are still of some use." Lex understood that resisting would lead to his demise. In the moment when a stunning spell's crimson light almost grazed him, he hesitated no longer, activating the spare port key concealed within his sleeve, transporting himself to an empty classroom somewhere in the castle. Safe, he thought. Quirrell, or Voldemort, had been after the Philosopher's Stone all along. He was merely a superfluous pawn. Given the current circumstances, Quirrell would likely not squander time on him, but would head directly to the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor, to avert the butterfly effect that might lead to the premature demise of the hero. Lex swiftly navigated the secret passage back to Snape's dungeon door. He whispered the password and entered. Snape, brow furrowed, regarded Lex's return with evident displeasure at being disturbed. Sir, there has been an incident. Lex steadied his breath. Quirrell has made a move. He succinctly recounted Quirrell's attack and his escape. The pressure in the air around Snape plummeted upon hearing of Quirrell's actions, as if the temperature of the dungeon had dropped several degrees. He made no grand gestures, merely tightening his fingers, which were originally entwined on the table, until the knuckles paled. He has no time to waste on frivolous inquiries. Quirrell's actions signify that the barrier has been breached. Potter, that reckless fool, has likely barreled right into it. Stay put. If I discover you have ventured forth without permission, or if anything here goes awry, he left the latter half of the threat unspoken, but the unvoiced menace was far more chilling than any explicit punishment. Chapter 24, Staying Behind. Lex complied, remaining in place, yet his anxiety gnawed at him, silently hoping that the protagonist's invulnerability would hold true here as well. It wasn't until the early hours of the night that Snape returned, weary. Lex cautiously scrutinized him, relieved to see he bore no injuries. Sir, Lex greeted softly, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. Snape offered no acknowledgement. He glided toward the desk, each step soundless yet laden with a palpable sense of oppression. Taking his seat behind the desk, he sank into the shadows of the high-backed chair, fingers poised in an almost judgmental manner, presenting himself more as a judge than a professor who had just braved a harrowing ordeal. Mr. Cavendish, he finally spoke, his voice smooth yet deeply unsettling. It seems your extraordinary powers of observation and action have once again found a purpose. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, or perhaps relishing the subtle tension his remarks elicited from Lex. Potter, he spat out the name with a mixture of disdain and a tangle of other emotions. Along with his inseparable companions, has successfully crafted himself into the hero of Hogwarts through their characteristic display of foolishness and recklessness. Professor Quirrell, quite unfortunately, encountered an accident while thwarting an attempted theft. His narrative was stark and devoid of emotion, reducing the night's harrowing events to mere happenstance, while characterizing Quirrell's demise as an unfortunate incident. As for you, his gaze sharpened on Lex's face. Your timely warning may have objectively prevented a more unpleasant chaos. Yet it does not excuse the series of highly inappropriate actions you took prior. His voice lowered dangerously, imbued with a gentle menace. Mr. Cavendish, have you become so conceited as to believe that your trifling tricks could dance before the true darkness? Lex lowered his head. I underestimated the danger of the situation, sir. That was my misjudgment. He offered no defense, admitting fault was the only option at this moment. Snape emitted a barely audible, cold scoff. Misjudgment? He echoed, his tone laced with sarcasm that could freeze the air. I hope this costly misjudgment will instill in your seemingly overly active mind the understanding that, in the face of absolute power disparity, cleverness often leads not to fortune, but to utter ruin. To survive is the prerequisite for any study. I trust you do not require a more profound understanding of this principle. Lex discerned the warning within, faintly grasping the intricately veiled admonition. Yes, sir. I will remember, he replied solemnly. Snape turned his attention back to the stack of parchment on the table, as if Lex had ceased to exist. Now leave my sight. If I hear any inappropriate discussions regarding tonight's events, he left the threat unfinished, but it lingered in the air like a dark cloud. I understand, sir. Tonight I was merely completing my potion exercises, Lex promptly assured him. Snape remained silent, merely gesturing dismissively. Lex slipped out of the dungeon quietly, gently closing the door behind him. The end-of-year feast took place in the Great Hall. As Lex entered, the hall was resplendently adorned in the silver and green of Slytherin, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A massive banner gleamed with the Slytherin serpent emblem. The Slytherin table erupted with cheers, particularly from Draco Malfoy, who beamed as if the House Cup were solely his achievement. Lex settled in a corner of the long table, observing the scene with calm detachment. He held little interest in the cup itself, yet as a member of Slytherin, he would not dampen the spirits. His gaze drifted to the staff table, where Professor Snape sat expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding revelry. Yet Lex noticed a flicker in Snape's eyes when Dumbledore rose to speak. As anticipated, Dumbledore began awarding points for the remarkable performances of Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. With each point, the cheers from the Slytherin table diminished, the atmosphere thickening. When Gryffindor's score finally surpassed Slytherin's, the hall's decorations instantaneously transformed to the red and gold of Gryffindor, the roars of the Lion House nearly threatening to lift the roof. Lex heard Malfoy's incredulous shouts of anger and the disgruntled complaints of other Slytherin students beside him. Yet he felt little, even perceiving Dumbledore's actions as somewhat deliberate. After the feast concluded, Lex did not immediately return to the dungeon or the common room. He waited until most students had departed before approaching the dungeon office door once more, knocking softly. Enter. Snape's voice was colder than usual, evidently affected by the recent mishap during the House Cup, which had left him in a foul mood. Lex pushed open the door and found Snape standing before the potion cabinet, his back turned towards the entrance. Sir, Lex spoke softly, if your mind is not clouded by the foolish cheers of Gryffindor, you should realize that now is not the time to discuss your flawed potions essay, Mr. Caven. Snape replied without turning, his tone icier than ever. I did not come for the essay, sir, Lex calmly stated. I wish to apply for a leave to stay at school. Stay at school? Snape slowly turned around, his dark eyes scrutinizing Lex sharply. Your reason? Lex met his gaze and replied honestly. Remaining at Hogwarts would afford me more time and a better environment for the holiday research you assigned. He paused, adding, moreover, the collection and equipment in the dungeon are more suitable for my studies. Snape remained silent, observing him as if contemplating the validity of his rationale. After a long moment, he averted his gaze, walked towards his desk, and maintained his cold demeanor. Hogwarts does not provide free lodging and meals to idle students. You may stay, but you will need to undertake corresponding duties. I will submit a request to Professor Dumbledore and arrange for you to assist in managing the storeroom and the daily maintenance of the potion classroom. This was tantamount to tacit approval. Lex felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a calm facade. Yes, sir. I will complete the work diligently. Furthermore, Snape sat down, picked up a quill, seemingly preparing to begin his work, no longer looking at Lex. Your research must be conducted under specified supervision. I do not wish to return to find my dungeon blown to smithereens by your experiments. I understand, sir. I will adhere strictly to the regulations, Lex replied respectfully. You may leave. Snape issued a dismissal. Lex bowed slightly and turned to exit. At the moment he closed the door, he heard Snape add in an almost imperceptible, low voice, take care of your belongings and do not cause me trouble. Lex paused for a moment, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. He gently closed the door, leaving behind the dungeon's chill and the contradictory wizard within. Chapter 25, Summer Vacation. The Hogwarts of summer lay empty and tranquil, the ancient stone walls isolating it from the clamor of the outside world, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling through and the occasional whispers of the portraits. The approval of his stay came with stringent conditions. Lex was required to spend considerable time organizing the storeroom in the dungeon, cleaning the dust-laden cauldrons, and reclassifying the potion materials with their obscure labels according to an exceedingly rigorous standard. These tasks were tedious and physically demanding, yet Lex relished them. Before departing, Snape had expressionlessly designated a small room in the corner of the dungeon, previously cluttered with odds and ends and expanded by a space-enhancing charm, as Lex's temporary laboratory, leaving behind a reading list and experimental assignments that would make an ordinary student's hair stand on end. Their communication primarily transpired through owls, with Snape's letters as succinct and sharp-tongued as ever, mercilessly tearing apart each of Lex's progress reports. The data recording of your experiment is as rough as if a troll dipped its tail in ink and scrawled, redo. SS. If by stability enhancement you mean rendering the potion's color as unappealing as mud, then congratulations, you have succeeded. However, the value of potions lies not in pleasing your barren aesthetic, rebrew. SS. Despite the biting criticism, Lex astutely noted that Snape had never truly dismissed the direction of his attempts. Those nitpicking critiques often incisively pointed to overlooked details or logical fallacies. Occasionally, amidst his evaluations, Snape would seemingly casually mention an obscure reference or an unconventional handling technique, opening new avenues of thought for Lex. Through repeated failures and adjustments, his understanding of potions deepened at an astonishing pace. The impending crisis at the end of the term also made Lex realize that his spell-casting skills were far from adequate. During the lonely nights, he often sneaked into the practice area conjured by the Room of Requirement, diligently honing the spells recorded in his spellbook. Those unconventional incantations would serve as a trump card in the battles to come. Simultaneously, he began deliberate training in the art of mental occlusion, a cautious habit instinctively brought forth by his time-traveling nature, now infused with a sense of urgency. Every night before sleep, he would thoroughly clear his mind, erecting a formidable mental barrier to bury all secrets and emotions, especially his increasingly complex feelings towards the dark-robed wizard deep within the dungeon. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, the summer vacation quietly reached its midpoint. One sweltering afternoon, having just completed a batch of enhancements on a stimulant potion, Lex was meticulously recording the data when the door to the dungeon office was silently pushed open. Snape stood at the entrance, his dark robes swirling with the summer heat and a hint of travel dust. He appeared even more fatigued than when he had left, his complexion nearly translucent in the dim light, yet his eyes remained sharp as a hawk's. His gaze swept across the revitalized storeroom. landing momentarily on the softly glowing light blue potion before Lex, pausing for a brief instant. It seems your holiday has not been entirely squandered on aimless daydreaming, Mr. Caven. His voice carried the hoarseness of a long journey, yet the edge of sarcasm remained undiminished, despite the potion's scent still being far from commendable. Lex quickly stood up. Sir, you have returned. He suppressed a flicker of excitement within, keeping his tone composed. Snape did not respond, striding directly to the workbench, picking up Lex's experimental records, and swiftly scanning through them. In the dungeon, only the subtle sound of parchment rustling remained. Lex stood quietly to the side, able to smell the faint mix of herbs and an indescribable scent of travel that clung to Snape. Suddenly, Snape's fingers sharply pointed at a data chart on one page. This anomalous fluctuation here, his voice was as cold as ice. You attribute it to external environmental interference? Have you never considered that the very constant magical field you rely on may itself have subtle fluctuations that you fail to detect? Relying on readily available conditions while overlooking their inherent instability is laziness, Mr. Caven, not mere oversight. Lex's heart jolted. He had indeed placed complete faith in the storeroom's temperature regulation magic, never considering that even this foundational aspect could be subject to change. Reassess all foundational environmental parameters affecting your experiments tonight, and amend your conclusions. Snape tossed the records back onto the desk, his tone leaving no room for debate. I expect to see thought, not mere assumptions. Yes, sir, Lex replied solemnly. This was less a punishment and more a fundamental lesson in rigorous thinking. Snape no longer regarded him, but turned towards his desk, as if merely completing a routine inspection. However, as he passed by Lex, he cast a fleeting glance at the old notebook Lex had left in the corner, used for practicing mental occlusion, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Your mental occlusion. Snape's voice abruptly broke the silence, still facing away from Lex, his tone as flat as if commenting on the weather, yet beneath the surface calm, currents churned. Lex's back instantly stiffened, a cold shiver racing up his spine. How could he know? How long had he noticed? He believed his daily practice was sufficiently cautious and discreet. Yet in front of those pitch-black eyes, he remained utterly exposed. There is still time in the holiday, Mr. Caven. Severus Snape sat behind his desk, once more grasping the quill, resolutely dismissing the trivialities that threatened to distract from the crux of the matter, and reminded one to close the door upon exiting. Lex took a deep breath, bowing respectfully before making his exit. After a mere 2 days at Hogwarts, Snape departed once more, leaving Lex's notebook on brain-blocking spells adorned with several new annotations, which alleviated a long-standing impasse that had plagued him. On a morning in mid-August, Lex prepared a modest satchel and knocked again upon the cellar door. Enter. Snape's voice bore a heightened impatience, as if beset by some tedious administrative task. Upon entering, Lex beheld Snape seated at his desk, brow furrowed, the quill tracing sharp arcs upon the parchment. Sir, Lex began, maintaining a respectful distance, his tone steady. I require a trip to Diagon Alley. Our stock of African snake skin and moonstone powder is insufficient, and I must also procure some new dragon hide gloves and cauldrons. Snape did not lift his gaze, merely issuing a soft huff through his nose in acknowledgement. Your brain-blocking spell, if it remains at this rudimentary level, I advise you to keep your excessively curious eyes in check amidst the chaotic throngs of Diagon Alley. This was neither an agreement nor a prohibition, but rather a veiled admonition. I shall be cautious, sir, Lex replied, pausing momentarily before adding, do you require me to bring anything? Chapter 26, The Intercepted Journal. Snape's quill finally paused, and he raised his eyes, his dark gaze scrutinizing Lex as if assessing whether the inquiry stemmed from mere civility or ulterior motives. Moments later, he lowered his gaze once more, coolly stating, mind your own affairs, Mr. Cavendish. Avoiding trouble is the greatest assistance you can provide. Indeed, Lex refrained from further discourse, offering a slight bow before exiting the office. Once outside the castle, he inhaled deeply, momentarily leaving behind the tranquility of Hogwarts and the chill of the cellar. His purpose for this outing was a mere pretext. The true objective lay in the perilous Horcrux that Lucius Malfoy was poised to insert among Ginny Weasley's textbooks. He must obtain it, for it was the sole Horcrux capable of communication, perhaps alleviating a fraction of the latent threat posed by the dark-cloaked wizard who perpetually placed himself in harm's way to guard the castle. In Diagon Alley, Lex donned a plain, worn robe, deliberately tempering his presence to blend seamlessly with the bustling crowd. He awaited the striking flash of crimson. At last, near Flourish and Blots, he spotted the Weasley family. Arthur Weasley stood in a tense standoff with Lucius Malfoy at the shop's entrance, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Lex held no interest in the spectacle, his gaze swiftly honing in on Ginny Weasley, who was awkwardly clutching a stack of pristine textbooks at the edge of the crowd. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement and embarrassment, her books precariously balanced. Now was the moment. Lex stealthily approached, And just as Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy began to exchange blows, eliciting gasps and shoving from the crowd, Lex was inadvertently jostled by a stout wizard behind him, stumbling and colliding with Ginny. "Oh, I beg your pardon." Lex's voice was tinged with just the right amount of fluster and apology as he reached out as if to steady her. But his fingers deftly nudged the tattered black book at the top of her stack. "Ah," Ginny exclaimed, her books tumbling to the ground. "I'm so sorry. I lost my balance." Lex's words tumbled out quickly, feigning guilt as he promptly knelt, deftly assisting Ginny in retrieving her scattered volumes. Standard spells, level 1. Peer beyond the veil to see the future. His movements were swift and precise, his eyes scanning each book's cover. There. A worn copy of Beginner's Transfiguration sparked his keen intuition. He knew that was the item he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the book alongside a copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, using its spine to deftly shield and hook the coveted item into the spacious pocket of his robe. The entire operation transpired in a flash, unnoticed amidst the chaos and Ginny's startled state. "Your books, do check if any are missing," Lex said, gathering the tomes he had salvaged and presenting them to Ginny, his expression sincere with regret. Blushing, Ginny quickly counted, still disoriented by the earlier commotion and her father's actions. She merely nodded vaguely. "And no, it's fine, thank you." Lex offered no further words, bowing slightly before swiftly melting back into the crowd, vanishing among the throng. It was not until he turned into a secluded alley, his back pressed against the cool stone wall, that he allowed himself a long, silent exhale. The journal nestled within his sleeve felt weighty, imbued with an ominous chill. He did not inspect it immediately. Instead, he wrapped it carefully in a dragon hide pouch that had been pre-enchanted with a simple concealment charm, securely stowing it at the bottom of his bag, which had also been treated with a non-detection charm. Having completed this task, he felt the tension within him ease slightly. The gravest threat had, for the time being, been averted. He had intended to return directly to Hogwarts, yet inexplicably, his footsteps led him toward the Owl Emporium beside Elop's. Standing at the counter, Lex hesitated momentarily before ultimately purchasing a small roll of the sturdiest parchment and a bottle of high-quality magical ink. This was no extravagant gift, but perhaps it suited the practical nature of the seller's master better than something ostentatious. Upon returning to Hogwarts, the cellar was suffused with the familiar sense of potions and an eerie solitude. Professor Snape had departed once more. Lex gently placed the unassuming parchment and ink in a corner of Snape's desk. Compared to the mountains of essays and esoteric tomes, this small gift appeared utterly inconsequential. He left no note, as if merely depositing an item of little importance. After completing these tasks, he directed all his attention to the tightly wrapped journal. Lex attempted a variety of detection spells, but the magical fluctuations emanating from the journal were weak and chaotic, resembling merely an antiquated piece of ordinary dark magic, perfectly disguised. Yet he was acutely aware of the malevolent soul fragment concealed within. Cautiously, he tucked the journal into his pile of old books. The time to unveil it had not yet arrived. Days later, Hogwarts was once again enveloped in a clamor. At the welcoming feast, the Great Hall sparkled with its customary golden grandeur. Yet for Lex, the only notable change was the presence of a new faculty member whose smile was excessively radiant. Gilderoy Lockhart's entrance was akin to a meticulously orchestrated theatrical performance. His flamboyant attire, exaggerated rhetoric, and incessant attempts to capture the audience's attention drew a furrow to Lex's brow. The subsequent defense against the dark arts class devolved into Lockhart's personal bragging session and a clumsy display of house elf tricks. After enduring half the lesson and confirming that he could glean nothing of value, Lex resolved to take action. As Lockhart regaled the class with his bizarre Christmas encounter with a Yeti, Lex, sheltering behind a tall classmate in the front row, quietly cast a simple disillusionment charm upon himself and slipped out through the back door of the classroom. The corridor lay deserted, the only sound being the echo of his own footsteps. Lex intended to visit the library to complete the essay on the enhancement of invigorating potions assigned by Snape, a far more meaningful endeavor than listening to Lockhart's incessant prattle. However, as he turned down a secluded corridor leading to the library, a cold, familiar voice resonated behind him. "A purposeful departure from school, a rather feeble excuse for your absence from class, Mr. Lex. Your recent activities seem particularly frequent." Lex's body instantly froze. He slowly turned around to find Snape looming like a dark shadow, silently standing a few steps behind him. His complexion appeared more sullen than usual, his black eyes devoid of surprise, only reflecting a profound mockery and evident displeasure. Perhaps, Snape's voice dropped to an ominous whisper, "You should provide a satisfactory explanation. Have you brought back anything of particular interest from Diagon Alley?" Chapter 27. Communicating with the Diary. "Yes, sir," Lex replied softly. his mind racing as he pondered whether Snape's inquiry hinted at something deeper or was merely a rebuke for his truancy. Had his skill in fabricating excuses truly diminished? Snape advanced a few steps, surveying him from a superior vantage point, his voice lowering further. Or is it that Professor Lockhart's charm has failed to retain your valuable attention in class? Lex remained silent, refraining from any defense, knowing that any explanation would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Snape's gaze lingered on his face for several seconds, seemingly attempting to unearth more beneath his calm exterior. Finally, he let out a cold huff. Since the classroom cannot accommodate you, I trust the storeroom in the dungeon will welcome your presence. At 8 o'clock tonight, detention will involve preparing armadillo bile for the second year's swelling potion. I expect it to meet standards, unlike some of your rather lackluster efforts from last semester. Yes, sir, Lex murmured. This punishment was not unexpected, perhaps even mild. Now, at once, disappear from my sight. Snape waved his hand impatiently. If you are caught by any professor before reaching the library, your detention will double. Lex felt a wave of relief wash over him as he bowed swiftly, maintaining his composure, then turned and quickened his pace toward the library. He could sense that icy gaze lingering on his back until he rounded the next corner. The task of detention was monotonous and tested his patience. The scent of armadillo bile was pungent, and the processing required precise force to avoid compromising its efficacy. Lex worked quietly in the empty potions classroom, accompanied only by the faint sounds of slicing and liquid dripping into crystal vials. Snape did not appear, yet Lex felt an invisible supervision, as though those black eyes were watching his every move through the walls. He was particularly meticulous, striving for perfection in each step. By the time he neatly arranged the last of the processed bile and cleaned the workbench, the hour was nearing midnight. He gently closed the dungeon door and wearily rubbed his temples. Being caught for skipping class was merely a minor inconvenience. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Days later, on a night devoid of astronomy class, Lex confirmed that his roommates were sound asleep. After casting enhanced silencing and protective charms beside his bed, he retrieved the diary from the locked dragonhide trunk's innermost layer, wrapped in layers of protection. He took several deep breaths, employing a mental occlusion technique to quell the tumult within him, allowing his thoughts to freeze like a still lake. Then, he cautiously unraveled the concealment charm and opened the yellowed, blank pages. He did not immediately inscribe anything pertaining to Voldemort or Horcruxes. Instead, he mimicked the slightly ornate handwriting he had observed from Draco Malfoy, casually writing on the flyleaf. This diary appears to have some age. Perhaps it can serve to record thoughts unsuitable for Peeves to discover. DM. The ink settled like a stone sinking into the ocean, evoking no response. Lex did not lose heart. He feigned reading his potion's notes, patiently waiting. After a considerable wait, elegant handwriting finally emerged on the page. Infused with just the right touch of curiosity, a wise choice. Secrets always require reliable custodians. I am Tom Riddle, once a student at Hogwarts. DM is quite an interesting abbreviation. I know a senior by the name of Malfoy, Abraxas, an exceptionally distinguished Slytherin. Are you related? A chill ran down Lex's spine. Yet he deliberately infused his response with a hint of arrogant familiarity. That is my grandfather. Do you know him? It seems this diary indeed holds some history. He attempted to steer the conversation toward the past and solidify his identity as Draco Malfoy. Tom's response was swift, tinged with nostalgic sentiment. Yes, that was many years ago. Abraxas was a very influential man. The Malfoy family has always been so. So, you are the clever son that Uncle Lucius often speaks of? He must be proud of you. Lex's quill hesitated momentarily. Tom was attempting to cultivate closeness, yet his words concealed an underlying probe. Lucius Malfoy was merely a child during Tom Riddle's time and could not possibly be frequently mentioned. This was a carefully laid trap. If Lex continued to play along, he would expose himself. He needed to tread carefully. He wrote, "My father does indeed have high expectations for me. However, Hogwarts is quite different now. Especially in defense against the dark arts. It's practically a farce." He swiftly redirected the topic, lamenting about Lockhart, a safe and fitting entry point for Draco's persona. Tom appeared to accept this shift in topic, expressing mild disdain for Lockhart and once again displaying his understanding nature as he listened to Draco's grievances regarding the academic competition for the House Cup. However, as the conversation deepened, Tom's guidance became increasingly pronounced. When Lex inadvertently mentioned the legend of the heir of Slytherin, Tom's response took on a significant tone. The heir of Slytherin is a great being tasked with purifying Hogwarts. A true Slytherin should possess the courage to recognize threats and take action. Draco, noble blood flows through your veins. Do you not perceive that something unworthy currently taints the purity of this castle? The words began to exude an aura of dangerous temptation. Lex pretended to be touched, yet exhibited appropriate caution. My father has also hinted at something similar. but he advised me to maintain a low profile this year, saying that great things are afoot and not to act impulsively. This time, Tom's reply did not materialize immediately. The page fell silent for a moment, as if the presence on the other end were deep in thought. When the handwriting reappeared, it bore a more direct and almost unvarnished sharpness. Uncle Lucius is always very cautious, but sometimes true glory requires a bit of initiative, Draco. Your proficiency in potions impresses me. It is indeed a quality befitting a Slytherin. Perhaps we could explore some more practical knowledge. For instance, how to make those who obstruct us more acutely aware of their place. Chapter 28, The Dueling Club. Lex's heart sank. Tom Riddle was attempting to draw him into a darker, more perilous realm, testing his limits and true intentions. No further dialogue could be permitted. Tom's cunning and his ability to manipulate human hearts far exceeded his expectations. As the conversation continued, it became increasingly likely that he was not merely extracting information, but rather being insidiously controlled by a fragment of a soul that had lived for 50 years, or at the very least, revealing more of his own secrets. He realized he must immediately terminate this perilous game. It sounds thrilling, Tom, he wrote, striving to maintain a casual penmanship, but I must stop now. Professor Snape is set to review my essay tomorrow, and if he finds it unsatisfactory, I shall be in dire straits. Let us converse another time. He hastily penned his closing remarks, slamming the diary shut before Tom could respond. His heart raced violently within his chest, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as if Tom Riddle's frigid, scrutinizing gaze pierced through the pages, directly targeting the secrets he sought to conceal. This Horcrux was far too dangerous. Not only was it cunning, but it also possessed an intimate knowledge of the Malfoy family and the internal dynamics of Slytherin, adeptly detecting even the subtlest flaws and inclinations in their dialogue. Now was certainly not the time for deeper engagement. His preparations were insufficient. While a mental blocking charm might thwart direct probing, it could not guarantee immunity from subtle influences during prolonged, seemingly amicable exchanges. Without hesitation, Lex employed the most potent sealing spells at his disposal, wrapping the diary in layers of protection before securing it once more in the depths of the dragonhide trunk. The following day, news of Lockhart's intention to establish a dueling club erupted like wildfire, igniting excitement in every corner of Hogwarts Castle. Young witches and wizards buzzed with anticipation, particularly the younger students, eager to witness the practical skills of the illustrious defense against the dark arts professor. Lex, however, found little enthusiasm for it. He would have preferred to delve into a tome on potions or practice some obscure spells from his textbooks. Yet, the club activities bore an element of compulsion, and he felt obliged to follow the throng of Slytherins toward the hastily cleared Great Hall. The hall had been magically transformed, with a long, gilded stage erected at its center. Lockhart, donned in a flamboyant robe of crimson and purple, strode back and forth upon the stage, radiating brilliance as if he were the sole star of the evening. Meanwhile, Professor Snape stood silently in the shadows of the stage, resembling a cold statue, his expression betraying undisguised disdain and impatience. Lex could sense that familiar, scrutinizing gaze occasionally sweeping across the Slytherin crowd, lingering momentarily upon him. Indeed, following Lockhart's lengthy and ostentatious introduction, along with a demonstration that could only be described as a teaching disaster, more accurately, Snape's unilateral domination, Lockhart, in a desperate bid to salvage his dignity, proposed a so-called student exhibition match. "Now, I need a volunteer," Lockhart exclaimed, wincing slightly as he cradled his wrist, still sore from being struck by Snape's spell. "A student with some foundational skills, to assist me in demonstrating practical defense techniques." His gaze roamed the audience, glancing over eager Harry, dismissive Draco, and ultimately, perhaps due to Lex's calm demeanor standing out amid the excited crowd, or perhaps to satisfy Lockhart's vanity, he pointed to Lex among the Slytherins. "This student. Yes, you, the dark-haired Slytherin gentleman. Please come up to the stage." In an instant, all eyes were upon Lex. He felt Snape's gaze sharpen acutely. A chill ran through him. Being singled out by Lockhart was already unfortunate enough, but the scrutiny from the dark-robed professor was of greater concern. Maintaining an impassive facade, he calmly navigated through the crowd and ascended the stage, each step accompanied by the sensation of that icy gaze trailing closely behind him. "Excellent, excellent," Lockhart exclaimed, affectionately draping an arm around Lex's shoulder as if they were long-time acquaintances. "Let us see, Mr. Caven, shall we? Do not be nervous. Relax. This is merely a friendly demonstration. I will teach you some very effective little tricks from my book." Lex subtly extricated himself from Lockhart's grip, positioning himself opposite the professor, and gave a slight nod. "I appreciate your guidance, Professor." His voice was steady, betraying no hint of apprehension. Lockhart struck a pose he deemed suave. "On the count of 3, we shall begin. 1, 2." Before he could utter the word 3, Lockhart impatiently launched an offensive. Disarm. His spell was delivered slowly and flamboyantly. The wand's trajectory clear to see. To Lex, the pace seemed agonizingly slow. He did not even shift his stance, merely raising his wrist slightly. Protego. A nearly invisible, transparent barrier materialized before him. Lockhart's disarming spell collided against it, creating only the faintest ripple before dissipating entirely. A low murmur of derision and laughter arose from the audience. Lockhart's face flushed with embarrassment, forcing a smile. Ah, a commendable shield charm, Mr. Caven. However, defense alone is insufficient. A true duelist must be willing to attack. Observe this technique. This time, his spell was slightly quicker, yet still riddled with flaws. Lex, uninterested in employing the shield charm again, simply sidestepped to the left with a graceful ease, the ludicrous jinx whizzing past him and striking nothing but air. It appears your opponent has anticipated your movements, Professor Lockhart. Snape's cold voice interjected from the edge of the stage, laced with mockery. Perhaps you should display some more advanced techniques? Sweat beaded on Lockhart's forehead. The consecutive failures had thrown him into a complete frenzy. He abandoned any semblance of strategy, wildly waving his wand and unleashing a barrage of feeble, inaccurate spells. Tarantaligra. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Lex moved about the stage with finesse, each dodge and block impeccably timed. He refrained from retaliating, as if merely observing, or perhaps waiting for the opportune moment to conclude this farce. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Lex's performance greatly surpassed that of an ordinary third-year student. This composure and the instinctive efficiency with which he wielded spells were clearly not lessons gleaned from the classroom. He hadn't employed any advanced spells. Merely the fundamental shield charm and evasive maneuvers had left Lockhart in a state of utter disarray. Just how far had this boy progressed in his private studies? Finally, as Lockhart stumbled once more from overexertion, Lex seized the moment. His wand flickered lightning fast. Without incantation, a slender beam of red light shot forth, precisely striking the midpoint of Lockhart's wand. Oh! Lockhart felt a jolt in his wrist as his wand slipped from his grasp, arcing through the air and landing at the edge of the stage. Silence enveloped the hall. Lex sheathed his wand and bowed slightly to the astonished Lockhart. Thank you, Professor. Your guidance has been quite enlightening. His tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. Yet the implication rendered Lockhart's face a canvas of alternating shades of red and white. A faint, icy smirk curled at the corners of Snape's lips as he stepped forward, his dark robes billowing like a bat in flight. It seems Professor Lockhart's practical skills require further refinement. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire hall. Mr. Cavendish, securing some trivial esteem for Slytherin, do step down. Lex did not glance at Lockhart's expression, nor did he pay any heed to the myriad of intricate looks from the audience. Calmly, he descended from the stage, seamlessly blending back into the throng of Slytherin students. Almost simultaneously, Snape, weary of the farce, turned and strode toward the dungeons, casting a glance at Lex that spoke volumes. Under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of his fellow Slytherins, Lex did not make an immediate move. He patiently waited for a few minutes until the crowd's attention returned to the duel on stage, before leisurely extricating himself from the gathering and veering down the corridor that led to the dungeons. The door to the dungeon office stood ajar, and Lex gently pushed it open. The only sound within was the crackling of the fire in the hearth, casting flickering shadows upon Snape's silhouette as he stood before a bookshelf, his fingers gliding over a row of leather-bound spines without turning around. Shut the door. Lex complied, the heavy wooden door sealing off the last vestiges of external noise, plunging the dungeon into a profound silence, broken only by their breathing. He stood quietly in the center of the room, awaiting judgment. The air felt thick, laden with the lingering scent of potion ingredients and an intangible pressure. At last, Snape turned to face him, not approaching the desk, but remaining shrouded in shadow, his gaze piercing through to Lex, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A splendid performance, Mr. Cavendish. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice deliberate, each word laden with gravitas. You've garnered quite a bit of attention for Slytherin. Lex remained silent, aware that this was hardly a compliment. The silencing charm, precise magical control, and an almost instinctual combat footwork. Snape leaned slightly forward, the shadows receding from his face to reveal his fathomless black eyes. I am curious, which class at Hogwarts, or which professor, has so effectively cultivated your dueling skills to far surpass those of a third-year student? His tone rose, dripping with unmasked skepticism and sarcasm. Lex met Snape's gaze, his tone tranquil. The result of private practice, sir. I have read several relevant texts and engaged in repeated drills in solitude. Practice, Snape echoed, a cold smile curling at his lips. What sort of practice could allow a third-year student to appear as untroubled as if strolling in the courtyard when facing a defense against the dark arts professor? whose capabilities are, to say the least, questionable. He slowly advanced towards Lex, looking down upon him. Your movements, Mr. Cavendish, bear the marks of rigorous training. Such finesse cannot be gleaned merely from reading a few books. Your demeanor during Lockhart's clumsy incantations was devoid of panic, characterized instead by an unervingly calm assessment and judgment. Snape drew closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Tell me, Lex Cavendish, what precisely were you preparing for with those solitary practices? What were you guarding against? The air in the dungeon seemed to freeze. Lex could detect a faint scent of potions on Snape, mingled with an earthy herbal aroma. He sensed the sharp inquiry in Snape's words, accompanied by an almost imperceptible hint of what could be construed as concern. No, more likely. It was a vigilance towards uncontrollable factors. Lex's mind raced. He could not disclose the existence of the spellbook or the secret of his time travel. Yet he also could not provoke this astutely perceptive man with clumsy fabrications. He opted for a vague, yet partly truthful response. I believe in strength, sir. Lex's voice remained steady but took on a serious tone. Hogwarts is not always a safe haven. Last year's Professor Quirrell and the creatures in the Forbidden Forest have proven that. I wish to be capable of protecting myself when trouble arises, rather than relying solely on luck or the protection of others. He paused, his gaze unwavering yet laced with a hint of stubbornness as it met Snape's. I aspire to be of greater utility. At the very least, I do not wish to become a burden. The final word escaped him almost as a breath. Yet it carried the weight of 1,000 implications. Snape's dark eyes flickered sharply. Lex's response had deftly sidestepped the core issue, yet struck a nerve. Recalling the events from the previous year in which he had been embroiled due to Snape. The phrase not becoming a burden sounded like an apprentice's expression of respect and a desire not to impede his mentor. Yet Snape's instincts told him it was more complex than that. Was this boy using such a manner to elucidate the reason behind his concealed abilities? To avoid causing trouble for Severus Snape? A tumult of emotions surged within Snape. There was anger, for Lex still harbored secrets, a sense of absurdity. That a 13-year-old child would even contemplate the notion of not being a burden, and a faint, unsettling spark that he himself was reluctant to explore. Self-preservation, Snape scoffed. Taking a step back to restore distance, his tone reverting to its customary chill. A lofty ambition indeed. But remember, Mr. Cavendish, excessive power without corresponding intellect and control will only lead to ruin. Bravado and recklessness are privileges of Gryffindor, not qualities befitting Slytherin. I understand, sir. This was not my intention. It was Professor Lockhart. Enough, Snape interrupted, seemingly unwilling to further discuss the dueling club. He turned and returned to his desk, waving a hand dismissively. I have witnessed your capabilities. Now, apply them appropriately. Chapter 30, Exposure. Beginning next week, in addition to your regular potion brewing, you will be required to complete an additional essay on the interactions between common magical creature toxins and their antidotes, citing no less than 10 texts from the restricted section. Now leave. This was both a punishment and a recognition, as well as a means of further guidance and oversight. Snape imposed a heavier burden upon him, intending to keep Lex more closely under his watchful eye. Yes, sir, Lex replied respectfully, feeling a slight sense of relief within. He had momentarily passed this hurdle. Turning towards the door, as he grasped the cold brass doorknob, Snape's voice once more pierced the air behind him, carrying an undeniable warning. Lex. Lex paused, not turning back. Mind your practice. Snape's voice was low. I do not wish to hear one day that my apprentice has made headlines in the Daily Prophet due to some personal hobby. Yes, sir. Time flowed quietly over the ensuing weeks. Lex devoted himself more intently to potion studies and honing his abilities, while simultaneously heightening his vigilance towards the diary. He routinely checked the reinforced seal, ensuring that the perilous Horcrux remained securely locked at the bottom of the box. However, he underestimated the cunning of Voldemort's Horcrux. One ordinary evening, after completing Snape's arduous essay, Lex felt an unusual fatigue envelop him. This weariness was abrupt and profound, unlike the typical exhaustion he experienced. He attributed it to the intense study over the past days and retired early for the night, unaware that in the fleeting moment when his consciousness blurred and his mind began to crack under the weight of exhaustion, the diary, cloaked in layers of protection, capitalized on the minuscule resonance generated by his own magical fluctuations to implant a subtle mental suggestion. This implication does not constitute direct control. Rather, it amplifies his subconscious fears regarding the dangers of researching dark magical artifacts, subtly guiding him to unconsciously reaffirm the existence of the diary in his dreams, leaving behind an imperceptibly faint mark on a spiritual level that even Lex could not detect. Upon awakening the following morning, Lex felt that his sleep had been unsatisfactory, his mind somewhat clouded. However, upon inspecting the seal of the diary and finding everything in order, he dismissed it as mere fatigue. attributing the slight sense of unease to psychological effects. During the afternoon tutoring session, Lex found himself in the cellar, meticulously brewing a complex antidote that required continuous stirring for 12 hours. Snape sat nearby at a desk, grading assignments. The only sounds in the room were the gentle bubbling of the potion in the cauldron and the soft scratching of a quill against parchment. All seemed as it should be. Suddenly, as Lex added the crushed snake fang powder in a rhythmic manner, his movements momentarily faltered, not due to physical exhaustion or a lapse in technique, but rather a fleeting, ineffable sense of disorientation washed over him, as if an invisible finger had plucked a string deep within his consciousness, emitting a barely audible hum. For a fraction of a second, his gaze lost focus, and his stirring motion displayed a nearly imperceptible hesitation. It was this minuscule aberration that disrupted the critical focus and stability essential for potion brewing. A low hum resonated. The previously stable, emerald green potion in the cauldron suddenly erupted with ominous yellow bubbles. The liquid's surface began to roil violently, releasing a pungent odor. Lex snapped back to attention. Almost instinctively, his wand flicked out to diminish the flame, while simultaneously increasing the stirring intensity to stabilize the potion, his actions swift as lightning. Enough! Snape's cold voice pierced the air. He had risen unnoticed, appearing silently beside the workstation, his wand aimed at the cauldron, a chilling blue light emanating from its tip, forcibly stabilizing the potion that was on the brink of chaos, though it was evident that the batch was ruined. Snape did not immediately inspect the failed potion. His gaze was fixed intently on Lex, having not missed the momentary lapse in concentration. This was certainly not a mistake one would expect from a proficient apprentice in a normal state. Explain. Snape's voice, though not raised, carried an oppressive weight akin to the foreboding of an impending storm. Lex's heart raced, not merely from the near mishap, but also due to the bizarre nature of that fleeting disorientation. He quickly checked the integrity of his mental barriers, which remained resolute. Yet that sensation felt like something was attempting to penetrate them, or perhaps he was already being influenced by some unknown force without his awareness. I apologize, sir. Lex suppressed his bewilderment, striving to maintain a steady tone. I seem to have lost focus for a moment. This explanation felt feeble, yet he could not divulge the true reason. Snape's gaze lingered on his face, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. Suddenly, Snape's brow furrowed tightly. He stepped closer, almost invading Lex's personal space, his icy fingers unexpectedly pressing against Lex's temple. Legilimens. A powerful and frigid will surged forth. Snape's legilimency was forceful and direct, not seeking to browse memories, but akin to the most precise radar, scanning Lex's mind in an instant for any discordant elements. Lex stifled a groan as his mental barriers instinctively operated at full capacity, erecting a formidable fortress to guard his secrets. He sensed Snape's will crashing against an invisible wall. Yet that force did not exert a brute attack. Instead, it chose to navigate around, focusing on discerning the anomalies at the essence of Lex's psyche. After a brief moment, Snape abruptly withdrew his hand, his expression darkening considerably. He had not gleaned any specific memories, yet he distinctly perceived a faint, cold trace of dark magic, subtly entwined like spider silk around the core of Lex's spirit. This trace was faint, yet it exuded a repugnant aura of life desecration. What have you come into contact with? Snape's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Do not attempt to obfuscate with trivial excuses. You have been marked, Cavan, by a particularly insidious dark magic that is influencing your mental core. Lex's heart plummeted. Marked? Mental core? Instantly, he recalled the most dreadful attributes of a Horcrux: corrosion and parasitism. Snape's perception was indeed accurate. The ramifications of that encounter were far more severe than he had anticipated. He had to speak, but not fully. In a flash of insight, he made a decision to disclose key information, redirecting the crisis towards the diary itself while positioning himself as an unwitting discoverer who had underestimated the danger. He raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of trepidation and an effort to maintain composure. His speech slightly hurried as if to clarify his thoughts. It is a dark magical artifact, sir. I acquired it by chance. It is quite unusual, possessing a consciousness of its own and capable of conversing. I attempted to communicate with it once, recognizing the danger, and immediately sealed it. I believed it was foolproof. He paused, as if having made a firm resolution, before slowly uttering the name. It calls itself Tom Riddle. Chapter 31. The Diary's Disappearance. The air in the cellar became instantly stagnant. Snape, of course, knew precisely what that name entailed. It was Voldemort's past. One of the Dark Lord's secrets that Dumbledore had once revealed to him. A student, a third-year student, had not only come into contact with an object imbued with malevolent dark magic, but had also received a response from Tom Riddle. This was exponentially more severe than a mere instance of dark magic corruption. Are you certain? Snape stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently on Lex, attempting to discern any hint of doubt or deception in his expression. Lex raised his head, his eyes slightly unfocused from the remnants of dizziness. Yet his tone was uncommonly resolute. He introduced himself as Tom Marvolo Riddle. The full name obliterated any lingering possibility of coincidence. Snape's demeanor fluctuated. Yet in the blink of an eye, all emotional turbulence was forcibly subdued by an overwhelming will. His expression returned to the customary mask of impassive indifference. He said nothing further, not even glancing at Lex again, but abruptly turned and strode forward. Lex suppressed the discomfort stemming from the mental intrusion, silently trailing behind Snape's swift and silent strides. They traversed the dim corridor, ascended the spiral staircase. With the portraits they encountered parting ways, as if sensing the low pressure emanating from Snape's presence. The stone gargoyle before the headmaster's office seemed to perceive the urgency of the visitor, parting without waiting for Snape to utter the password, revealing the ascending spiral staircase. Inside the headmaster's office, after listening to Snape's succinct explanation and Lex's cautious elaboration, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened profoundly. His expression remained gentle, yet the atmosphere in the room felt notably heavier. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore whispered the name, his gaze seeming to penetrate through time and space, recalling a student he had known long ago, highly intelligent, exceptionally gifted. His attention shifted to Lex. Lex, can you confirm that the entity with whom you conversed is indeed this Riddle? He claimed to be a student at Hogwarts and demonstrated knowledge of my familiarity with Slytherin's inner workings. He volunteered the name himself, Lex replied cautiously. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before addressing Snape. Severus, I fear I must trouble you and Lex to make a trip to his dormitory and retrieve that object. We need to verify it with our own eyes. Snape nodded impassively, gesturing for Lex to lead the way. However, when Lex swiftly returned to the dormitory with Snape and opened the dragonhide trunk, which had been secured with protective charms, he froze upon reaching the bottom. The diary, which he had meticulously sealed, was nowhere to be found. The trunk's locks and seals remained intact, with no evidence of forced entry. As if the diary had never existed at all. Lex's pupils dilated suddenly, yet his expression remained composed. He quickly and meticulously searched every corner of the trunk, even checking for traces of disillusionment charms or hidden magic in the vicinity, but found nothing. It was gone. Lex's voice was steady, though his pace was slightly quicker than usual, betraying his inner turmoil. The seals were intact, and there were no signs of intrusion. Snape's countenance darkened ominously. He immediately cast several advanced detection spells on Lex's bed and personal belongings, including a spell to trace residual dark magic, but the result was equally barren. The diary seemed to have evaporated completely, leaving no magical trace behind. The two returned to the headmaster's office empty-handed. Upon hearing the news, Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. But he soon spoke in a calm tone. Do not be overly self-reproachful, Lex. Such objects often possess characteristics we have yet to fully comprehend. Its disappearance may itself convey a message. His gaze towards Lex held a scrutinizing quality, yet also a subtle undertone of inquiry. The information you provided, particularly that name, is of utmost significance. Now, you must continue to strengthen your occlumency. Severus will assist you in eliminating any residual influence. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Lex replied respectfully. I understand, Headmaster. After Lex departed, only Dumbledore and Snape remained in the office. Tom Riddle, Dumbledore murmured softly, as if savoring the weight of the name. In his third year, he had exhibited astonishing magical talent, coupled with an extraordinary thirst for knowledge and mastery. That kind of brilliance burned like a flame in the darkness, radiant, yet perilous. He turned his gaze to Snape, his blue eyes glinting with complex emotions, and Mr. Lex Cavendish, his remarkable precision of control, particularly demonstrated in the intricate art of potions, is undoubtedly exceptional, even gifted in certain respects. He paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Snape's jaw tightened momentarily. He understood Dumbledore's insinuation all too well. Yet, an instinctive urge to refute it surged within him, a rebuttal he had not fully contemplated himself. He scoffed, talent? Perhaps. But to equate Cavendish with that name is a hasty and irresponsible analogy, Headmaster. A flash of sharpness flickered in his dark eyes. The talents of that individual had always been steeped in a thirst for power and an obsession with immortality. Every innovation bore the imprint of control and destruction. Snape stepped forward slightly, his robes remaining perfectly still, his tone bearing a rare edge of near-defensiveness, and Cavendish. His voice subtly paused, as if searching for the appropriate words. His little tricks may be flamboyant, perhaps even dubious in origin, but what is his intent? So far, I have witnessed only efforts directed towards improving a calming incense or concocting an unusually effective yet obscure healing salve. He nearly spat the final words. As if acknowledging this fact caused him great discomfort, yet he could not ignore the truth. He resembled a cautious squirrel, hoarding knowledge and attempting to patch things together, rather than a cub eager to conquer and rend. Their pursuits of power were fundamentally different. Dumbledore listened quietly, refraining from interruption, a faint trace of elusive satisfaction flickering across his face. He noted the subtle undercurrent of protectiveness in Snape's cold tone when referring to Lex, and the almost certain judgment of Lex's motivations that this alone indicated a significant truth. A cautious squirrel, an intriguing metaphor, Severus, Dumbledore said gently, his gaze profound. Indeed, ambition, or rather that all-consuming desire to dominate, is Tom's most lethal quality, whereas Lex, at least thus far, seems more inclined towards observation, self-preservation, and he paused meaningfully, suggesting a tendency to protect a select few individuals or things he deems worthy. This inclination leads the same talent down divergent paths. Chapter 32, Application. Snape pressed his lips together, neither affirming nor denying. Dumbledore's words pierced through the indifferent facade he sought to maintain. Touching upon a corner of himself he was reluctant to confront. He loathed this feeling of being seen through, especially when it was associated with that troublesome apprentice who never played by the rules. But this does not negate the variables and risks he brings, Headmaster. Snape stiffly redirected the conversation, reverting to his habitual defensive posture. He severely underestimated the dangers of dark magical artifacts, even attempting to engage with them. Such recklessness could prove fatal. Now that the object had vanished, it was akin to burying an invisible bomb within the castle walls. There is indeed a risk, Dumbledore concurred, his expression turning grave. The disappearance of the diary serves as a serious warning. We must remain vigilant. And Lex, he looked at Snape, he requires guidance, Severus, and more importantly, protection, especially now that he may have already been marked. Close observation and restraint may well prove more effective than mere isolation. This was almost a clear mandate for Snape to assume a more direct responsibility. Snape's expression darkened further. He knew Dumbledore had once again placed him in this position. Anger surged at this arrangement, and even more at the realization that he could not entirely reject it. I will ensure he does not have the opportunity to access any intriguing collectibles again. Snape's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, laced with a hint of resigned sarcasm, and he will come to understand that excessive curiosity rarely leads to favorable outcomes in the magical realm. Very well, Dumbledore nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this response. Then, perhaps we could appropriately increase the practical potions projects before the Christmas holidays? Engaging hands and focused minds is the best way to prevent thoughts from wandering into perilous realms. Snape snorted softly, tacitly acquiescing to this suggestion. He said no more, turning sharply to leave the headmaster's office, his robes swirling behind him like his tumultuous thoughts. Dumbledore watched his departing figure, his gaze once again drifting to the inky blackness outside the window, murmuring softly as if speaking to the portraits on the wall. Similar talents, yet divergent paths, Severus. Perhaps you are beginning to discern the differences within them, even if you do not yet realize it. He gently stroked Fawkes's feather, eliciting a clear, melodious cry from the phoenix that echoed far into the stillness of the night. In the ensuing weeks, the air in the dungeons seemed to thrum with an invisible tension. The potions assignments assigned by Snape intensified abruptly, not only in number, but also in complexity, consuming every ounce of Lex's energy. Interspersed among the tasks were several evidently experimental assignments, requiring Lex to meticulously document the reactions of specific herbs in varying magical environments. The characteristics of these herbs bore a subtle resonance with the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine that Lex had privately studied. He understood all too well that this was not merely a punishment. It served as a warning and also a veiled form of guidance and surveillance. He silently accepted this reality, focusing intently on his work, striving for perfection in every task. As if only by immersing himself in the rising steam of the cauldron and the intricate aromas of the herbs could he temporarily suppress the anxiety stemming from the disappearance of his journal and the chilling memory of being marked mentally. Occasionally, after a prolonged session of grappling with a particularly obstinate batch of herbs, he would feel that icy gaze linger on his back. Yet he never turned to confront it or inquire. Time flowed within the cauldron's swirling vapors, and Hogwarts welcomed the winter weekend in Hogsmeade. Lex displayed a demeanor of indifference. He was acutely aware of his status as an orphan, lacking a guardian's signature, which theoretically precluded him from attending. Yet, Hogsmeade, especially the renowned Shrieking Shack, held an imperative allure for him. Following the final tutoring session in the cellar before the weekend, Lex meticulously arranged the prepared soothing potions in the apothecary cabinet. The cellar was tranquil, with only the crackling of the fireplace breaking the silence. Unlike his usual practice, he hesitated before taking his leave, turning towards the shadow behind the desk, obscured by parchment. "Sir," his voice resonated clearly in the stillness. Snape did not lift his gaze. The feather quill glided across the paper at an unhurried pace, but Lex knew he was being listened to. Contemplating the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, Lex carefully considered his words. His tone calm, devoid of excess emotion. "I am aware that the regulations stipulate the need for a guardian signed permission." The quill's tip paused imperceptibly before continuing its motion, as if merely brushing against the creases of the parchment. Snape still did not look up. His voice was cold as he replied, "And I do not possess a legitimate guardian," Lex stated matter-of-factly, his tone devoid of self-pity, simply stating, "According to the rules, I cannot go." Silence enveloped the cellar, punctuated only by the crackling flames. After a few seconds, Snape finally raised his eyes, his dark gaze unfathomable in the flickering firelight. "Is this the reason for your delay, Mr. Cavendish? To present me with a well-known fact at Hogwarts and expect me to alter school policy?" His tone rose, laced with sarcasm. Lex met his gaze and gently shook his head. "No, sir, the school rules are sacrosanct. I merely considered that perhaps there might be exceptions, or some form of alternative supervisory permission." He paused, lowering his voice slightly, imbued with a barely perceptible sense of melancholy for many students. This was the first and only anticipated extracurricular event of their third year. While he did not explicitly state his desire to attend, the phrases "first" and "only" along with the deliberate mention of an extracurricular activity resonated distinctly within the cavernous cellar. He cast his eyes downward, focusing on the slightly faded hem of his robe, his posture respectful yet tinged with an undeniable solitude. Snape scrutinized him, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. He could undoubtedly discern that the boy was attempting to elicit sympathy, a tactic that lacked sophistication, bordering on clumsiness. Yet, the yearning that seeped through his carefully maintained calm, coupled with the immutable fact of his orphanhood, pricked at a tender spot within Snape's heart, a corner he was reluctant to confront. He was reminded of his similarly bleak childhood, memories of exclusion from communal activities, which were far from pleasant. This association irked him. "Mr. Cavendish," he spoke coldly, "if your memory has not waned due to excessive exposure to those dubious herbs, you should recall that you remain under observation. Do you truly believe that requesting to visit Hogsmeade, a place filled with a mixed crowd, is a judicious choice at this juncture?" "Precisely because of that, sir," Lex replied promptly, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "To go under your direct permission and supervision may align more closely with the requirements of observation than other uncontrollable means. I merely wish to procure some essential potion ingredients and personal items, without engaging in any activities that could potentially incite trouble. I swear it upon my wand." His declaration was earnest, framing regulation and safety as his rationale rather than mere personal desire. Snape remained silent, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, producing a dull sound. He appraised Lex, weighing the risks against an inexplicable concession, and the air in the cellar seemed to thicken. After what felt like an eternity, just as Lex braced himself for a direct dismissal, Snape abruptly yanked open a drawer, retrieving a form, and with a swift motion of his wand, signed it with a sharp flourish. He then tossed the form onto the table's edge, as if discarding something distasteful. "It is signed. Should I discover that you have caused any trouble in Hogsmeade, or approached any places you ought not to, you will wish you had never set foot outside the castle." Snape's voice was low and menacing. "Now, take this and remove yourself from my sight." Lex stepped forward, carefully retrieving the signed form, his fingertips brushing against the still wet ink, feeling its peculiar weight. "Thank you, sir," he said solemnly, stowing the form with care, bowing deeply, and then turning to leave without uttering another word. It was not until the door to the cellar closed behind him that Lex allowed himself a gentle breath. He had succeeded, though the process was far from pleasant. The objective had been achieved. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived, snowflakes swirling gracefully in the air. Lex wrapped his robes tightly around him, joining the throng of eager students as they traversed the path. His first stop was the quill shop, where he replenished his supplies, before wandering around Zonko's joke shop. Ultimately, he veered into a secluded alley, heading toward the infamous haunted house. The shrieking shack appeared even more desolate in the snow. Lex did not approach, but rather observed carefully from a distance, confirming the absence of any footprints or magical traces before utilizing the disillusionment charm and the featherweight charm to silently maneuver to a remote, snow-covered corner at the back of the house. He crouched down, swiftly and cautiously etching an exceedingly subtle series of symbols resembling natural cracks or weathered wear, Nimuan runes, into the frozen crevices of the bricks with the tip of his wand. These symbols were not potent magic. Rather, they functioned as a beacon or trigger, incorporating the Eastern concept of harnessing energy, exceedingly discreet. Upon completion, he meticulously covered the markings with snow and dirt, erasing all traces. Once this was accomplished, he promptly stood and turned away without a backward glance, as if he were merely a curious student who had caught a fleeting glimpse of the haunted house. The entire process was executed with precision, leaving no trace of magical disturbance. As he returned to the castle, the daylight still lingered. At the cellar entrance, he encountered Snape, who was just about to leave. Snape's gaze lingered on him for a moment, scanning the snowflakes that still clung to his shoulders and the calmness of his expression. "Mr. Cavendish," Snape's voice betrayed no emotion. "I hope your shopping excursion was sufficiently uneventful." "I merely acquired some essential materials, sir," Lex replied, inclining his head slightly as he produced a small parcel wrapped in plain brown paper from his pocket. "Additionally, at Honeyduke's, I discovered these peppermint toffees, which are said to soothe the throat after prolonged conversation. Perhaps they may prove useful to you." He extended the package with an effortless motion, his tone as unadorned as if he were merely reporting the results of an experiment, devoid of flattery or excessive elaboration. Snape's gaze fell upon the small parcel, his brow momentarily furrowing, as if he wished to reprimand such a superfluous gesture. However, in the end, he merely huffed coldly, snatching the package and stowing it in the depths of his black robe without a glance. "Mind your own business," he muttered under his breath, brushing past Lex, the fabric of his robe stirring a chill in the air. "Remember your promise." Lex stood rooted in place, watching the dark figure vanish around the corner of the corridor, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his lips. He then turned and pushed open the door to the cellar, immersing himself once more in the familiar atmosphere tinged with the scent of potions and a chilling dampness. After Halloween, Hogwarts was shrouded in a new wave of panic. First, Argus Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, had been petrified. Ominous blood-written warnings appeared on the walls, and soon after, Colin Creevey, the first-year Gryffindor who perpetually trailed Harry with his camera, became yet another victim. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and the heir's enemies were on high alert. Whispers, like the castle's cold and clammy mists, permeated every corner. Suspicion and fear festered in the air, particularly among the Muggle-born students, each one feeling vulnerable. All eyes inevitably gravitated towards Harry Potter, whose ability to speak Parseltongue seemed to solidify the suspicions surrounding the heir of Slytherin. Yet within Slytherin, a different kind of quiet anticipation began to spread. Many, including Draco Malfoy, could hardly conceal their excitement, as if the heir's actions were cleansing the house of its impurities. Lex was acutely aware of it all, observing with a detached demeanor, steadfastly adhering to his principle of steering clear of trouble. However, he understood better than anyone where the true threat lay, that diary which had mysteriously vanished from his possession. He kept a discreet eye on the peculiar behaviors of those around him, particularly his roommate, Avery. Recently, Avery had become increasingly taciturn, his gaze occasionally betraying a darkness and fervor incongruent with his age, setting off silent alarms within Lex. He knew that Harry, Ron, and Hermione would undoubtedly take action, and given their suspicions of Slytherin, their attention would likely turn towards Draco Malfoy. Polyjuice Potion, this was the only course of action they might pursue. Thus, on a deep night near Christmas, as Lex concluded his extra work in the cellar and prepared to return to the dormitory, he deliberately chose a route that would take him past the potions materials storage room. Sure enough, in the dim corner near the storeroom, he heard the sound of stifled breathing and faint rustling. Lex halted, silently drew his wand, and cast a disillusionment charm, blending into the shadows. He observed 3 familiar figures stealthily attempting to pick the lock of the storeroom door. It was indeed Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione swiftly cast a simple unlocking spell, and the trio slipped inside. Lex sighed inwardly. He could have turned and walked away, pretending he had seen nothing. Yet a thought formed in his mind. This was an opportunity. Perhaps a chance to secure a sliver of hope for the dark-robed wizard who perpetually placed himself in peril at some critical moment in the future. Chapter 34, The Chamber of Secrets. He waited quietly outside the door. Before long, the trio emerged from the storeroom, clutching bulging objects, their faces betraying a mix of triumph and anxiety. Just as they believed they had successfully evaded capture and prepared to hasten away, a calm voice rang out behind them, startling them. "Good evening, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." The 3 spun around, their wands instantly aimed at the source of the voice. Lex stepped slowly from the shadows, his expression inscrutable, the moonlight filtering through the high windows casting a pallor upon his face. "Cavern," Ron gasped, instinctively clutching the items tighter. Hermione's face turned ashen, her lips trembling. Harry stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the others, his green eyes brimming with vigilance. "What do you want, Cavern? Here to report us?" Lex's gaze swept over their tense faces, finally resting on the conspicuous bulge in their arms. "I have little interest in what you have taken or whom you plan to interrogate with the Polyjuice Potion," he said, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. Harry and his friends exchanged shocked glances. How could he possibly know? However, Lex's tone shifted, still steady but imbued with undeniable authority. I could choose to pretend I did not see this, even guarantee that I will never mention it again, provided you give me a promise. What promise? Harry asked, his scrutiny unwavering, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Lex spoke deliberately, ensuring each word was etched clearly in their minds. One day, when I believe a professor's life is in grave danger, I will need you to cooperate with me unconditionally, just this once. He paused, allowing them time to digest his words, then presented them with a choice. Agree, or shall I escort you straight to Professor McGonagall's office? Trespassing into the potions storeroom and stealing precious materials, I believe, would suffice to cost Gryffindor a significant number of points, if not result in detention. The air grew heavy with tension. Ron's face flushed with indignation, poised to speak, but Hermione restrained him. Harry furrowed his brow, weighing the situation rapidly. Lex Cavern was a Slytherin, a protege of Snape. His demands sounded peculiar and perilous, involving the life of a professor. Who could it be? But at that moment, if they were caught, their Polyjuice potion plan would be foiled, and their investigation into the heir of Slytherin would come to naught. What do you need us to do? Harry inquired cautiously. I want to ask you to do anything against your principles. It's likely just a matter of relaying information or creating diversions, Lex replied, fixing his gaze on Harry. I will disclose the specifics when the time comes. This promise will remain valid until we leave Hogwarts. Hermione whispered urgently to Harry. This is too risky, Harry. We have no idea what he truly intends. Harry regarded Lex's calm, inscrutable black eyes. There was no malice like Malfoy's, nor the foolishness of Crabbe and Goyle, just an unfathomable tranquility. He recalled Lex's 2 acts of assistance on the platform and in the Forbidden Forest. Although his motives were unclear, the outcomes had indeed aided him. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he sensed that the Professor Lex referred to might not be someone as trivial as Lockhart. Very well, Harry resolved, meeting Lex's gaze directly. I swear by Gryffindor's honor that if the professor you speak of is indeed in danger, we will cooperate with you unconditionally when you require it. But if you misuse this promise for malevolent purposes, then you are free to break the oath, Lex interjected succinctly, sealing the agreement. He stepped aside, granting them passage toward Gryffindor Tower. You may leave. I wish you success in your investigation. Harry cast a deep glance at Lex before pulling along a still indignant Ron and a worried Hermione, swiftly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Lex remained in place until their footsteps faded completely. He glanced at the securely closed storeroom door before turning silently to make his way back to the Slytherin dungeon. He would not divulge the events of this night to Snape. It was merely a distant hope, a safeguard never intended for use. What loomed more pressing was the quest for that diary, alongside the need to monitor Avery's movements. Rumors within the castle proliferated, and Lex was uncertain whether Dumbledore was fanning the flames or if he was orchestrating a trial for the Chosen One. As it stood, the matter seemed to be of no concern to him. As the end of term approached, the terrifying legends surrounding the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets reached a fever pitch, only to gradually dissipate after Harry Potter and Ron Weasley rescued Avery from the pipes, proclaiming that the monster had been vanquished. Officially, the culprit was deemed to be Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a charlatan seeking to instill panic who ultimately fell victim to his own machinations. While attempting to cast a memory charm on his students, he was struck by a rebound from his shattered wand and lost all recollection. Like all ordinary students, Lex listened to these tales, his expression appropriately revealing surprise or trepidation, yet internally, he remained as clear as a polished mirror. He recognized that the true hero was Harry, understood that the destroyed Horcrux was the diary, and was acutely aware that the chamber still harbored something of paramount importance to him, the corpse of the basilisk. Along with its venom capable of obliterating Horcruxes, he refrained from participating in any of the proceedings, deliberately maintaining his distance. Even after Avery was sent to St. Mungo's due to his peculiar behavior stemming from mental exhaustion, Lex silently tidied Avery's vacated bed without uttering a word. It was not until the final weekend before the term concluded that the castle was imbued with a relaxed atmosphere, typical before a holiday. On a deep night, after reconfirming that Filch and Mrs. Norris were well away from the second-floor girls' lavatory, Lex moved stealthily. He circumvented the infamous entrance and instead employed a rather obscure seeking charm detailed in his spellbook, combined with his magical sensitivity to the source of the Myrtle's cries. This led him to a neglected junction of abandoned pipes deeper within the castle, closer to the foundation of the Black Lake, where he discovered another aperture partially obscured by silt and stones. Clearing the obstruction, he wriggled into the damp, foul-smelling pipe, relying on the Lumos spell and his extraordinary sense of direction to navigate through the labyrinthine corridors. At last, he arrived at the chamber of Slytherin. Chapter 35, Basilisk Venom. The immense corpse of the basilisk lay sprawled upon the cold ground, already beginning to decay, emitting an indescribable stench. The statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed at the far end, silent and imposing. Lex had no time for sentiment or exploration. He swiftly donned dragon hide gloves, retrieved a specially crafted crystal vial lined with silver on the interior and imbued with the most potent preservation charms, and cautiously collected the residual venom from the basilisk's enormous fangs. The venom radiated an ominous shade of eerie green, still pulsating with intense magical energy and corrosiveness even after its departure from the serpent's body. With each drop collected, Lex remained wholly focused, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity, he promptly sealed the vial, layering it with protective enchantments before stowing it away securely. Having accomplished this, he turned away without a hint of regret, hastily retracing his steps and leaving no trace behind, as if he had never set foot there. This summer, Lex once again opted to remain at school. Ostensibly, he was to assist Snape in organizing the dungeons and completing a burdensome summer research project. Snape offered no comment, merely handing him a lengthier reading list and more intricate potion recipes, many of which pertained to potent antidotes and the suppression of blood curses. Lex understood implicitly. He knew what Snape suspected and what he was subtly guiding him towards. He dedicated himself more fervently to the study of basilisk venom. In the makeshift laboratory of the dungeons, utilizing the resources Snape allowed him access to, he meticulously began analyzing the properties of the venom, attempting to conduct minute reaction tests with known antidote components and various herbal extracts he had mastered that possessed detoxifying or potent purgative properties. This process was fraught with peril and slow. Any misstep could yield dire consequences. He had to conceal the core aspects from Snape, only mixing some seemingly irrelevant testing data into his regular potion research reports for submission. Snape's feedback returned swiftly, as acerbic as ever. Yet Lex could discern the incisive insights within, which often guided him away from fatal errors or sparked new avenues of thought. This sensation of walking the razor's edge of danger while racing against time rendered Lex even more taciturn and introspective. Occasionally, under the pretense of procuring special materials or seeking respite, he would request permission to visit Hogsmeade. Each time, Snape would fix him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze for an extended period before reluctantly signing off on the request, accompanied by a warning not to get into trouble. In Hogsmeade, Lex's movements appeared wholly unremarkable. He would visit the post office to send letters, peruse obscure tomes at the bookstore, inspect the latest magical devices at the shop, or merely sit in a corner of the Three Broomsticks with a butterbeer, listening to the surrounding wizards' chatter for hours on end. Yet, invariably, he would find himself passing near the Shrieking Shack. He did not approach closely, merely casting a seemingly casual glance from afar, sensing the status of the beacon he had previously set up as a warning. The beacon remained intact, untriggered and showing no signs of damage. This brought him a modicum of reassurance. At least, the passageway to Hogwarts through the Shrieking Shack was currently secure, perhaps serving as an unexpected escape route or shortcut at some future moment. Before the end of summer vacation, Lex achieved preliminary but crucial progress in his research on basilisk venom. He successfully isolated and stabilized several key active components within the venom and preliminarily verified several rare herbal extracts with potential suppressive effects. Although he remained far from developing an effective antidote, he had at least taken the first step, quietly adding a small chip to the worst-case scenario he dreaded most. The new term commenced amidst an unprecedented atmosphere of tension. Dementors were stationed as sentinels at the castle gates, their frigid aura of despair palpable even through the thick stone walls. At the welcome feast, Professor Dumbledore solemnly announced the escape of Sirius Black and the potential threat he posed to Harry Potter, along with the news that Dementors would be patrolling the borders of Hogwarts. Lex sat quietly at the Slytherin table, listening to the surrounding whispers. He was acutely aware of Black's escape, yet the presence of Dementors was still disconcerting. His gaze swept over the staff table, landing on the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, who appeared haggard yet gentle in his patched robes. Simultaneously, he keenly observed the unmistakable chill and disdain emanating from Professor Snape as he regarded Lupin. Lex lowered his eyelids with a composed demeanor, slicing his food on the plate. An animagus, this plan might soon be set in motion, not only to confront that furry little nuisance, but also to master a formidable ability for stealth and mobility. Without hesitation, he began the arduous practice of becoming an animagus after ensuring that the Astronomy Tower's summit would provide sufficient concealment at a specific time. However, the journey to becoming an animagus necessitated strict preparation and a touch of luck, with the most challenging component being the requirement of a single mandrake leaf harvested during the full moon and held in saliva for an entire month. In the greenhouse, There thrived a fine specimen of mandrake. Professor Sprout, with great enthusiasm, presented Lex with a plant and imparted the cultivation instructions. Lex placed the mandrake in the observatory, swiftly harvesting the tenderest leaf beneath the moonlight, carefully stabilizing it with his own magic before placing it under his tongue. The initial days were exceptionally arduous for Lex. He had to meticulously control the movements of his tongue to avoid accidental swallowing, and his speech became even more truncated and vague than usual. Fortunately, his naturally reticent demeanor drew little attention. However, while working in the cellar, Severus Snape's keen gaze fell upon him several times, seemingly detecting something amiss. "Your pronunciation, Mr. Cavendish, has deteriorated to the point where you can scarcely articulate even the basic names of potions," Snape coldly inquired during one of their sessions. His dark eyes fixated on Lex's mouth. Lex felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained an outward calm, responding somewhat indistinctly, "Apologies, sir. I've been experiencing some oral discomfort, but it does not affect my performance." He deliberately showcased the perfectly handled fluxweed stem in his hand. Snape scoffed, choosing not to probe further, yet the sensation of being scrutinized lingered like a shadow. Regrettably, on the 10th day of holding the leaf, while he was alone managing a batch of unstable armadillo bile, perhaps due to a momentary lapse in concentration or the pungent odor's distraction, Lex inadvertently moved his throat, allowing the precious mandrake leaf to slip down. A failure. Chapter 36. The Wolfsbane Potion. Nearly 10 days of perseverance culminated in naught. He had to start anew. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his frustration, swiftly clearing the workstation and swallowing both his disappointment and the leaf itself, restoring his usual facade of calm. He required another mandrake leaf, and with even greater caution. During his second attempt, Lex was exceedingly vigilant. He spoke scarcely, opting for the briefest of exchanges through minimal words or nods. This deliberate silence only deepened Snape's suspicion. In the cellar, Snape observed as Lex added a precisely measured amount of fluxweed to the cauldron, his movements still precise. Yet the taut line of his jaw and perpetually pursed lips betrayed an unusual restraint. "Has your tongue been trampled by a troll, Mr. Cavendish?" Snape's voice pierced the silence, laced with sharp inquiry. "Or perhaps you finally realized that your meager vocabulary is of no use in potion discussions, thus opting for silence?" Lex stirred the cauldron with hands as steady as stone, showing no sign of hesitation. He raised his gaze, meeting Snape's eyes with calmness, subtly shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed and could not speak further. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. This silent confrontation, coupled with the subtle physical anomaly and the return of an old friend in the new academic year, began to coalesce into a suspicion within Snape's mind. Lex Cavendish was not one to act without purpose. This almost self-imposed restraint must have significant reasoning behind it. Did he know of Lupin's true identity? Was he preparing for the full moon? What manner of preparation necessitated such silence? Days later, Snape slammed a new, immensely complex formula before Lex. The Wolfsbane Potion. Snape's voice was frigid, carrying an authoritative tone as he meticulously observed every flicker of Lex's reaction. This potion, with its remarkably low tolerance for error, posed the ultimate test of the brewer's focus and control over their magic. "From this day forth, you shall be responsible for its monthly brewing. This is your task, Mr. Cavendish. I shall not accept failure." Lex's heart raced. The Wolfsbane Potion. Snape had indeed transformed Lupin's needs into a trial and a task for him. He glanced at the formula, the steps excruciatingly intricate, demanding almost ruthless precision with time and temperature. This was indeed the most effective and exhausting form of oversight. He could neither refuse nor desire to refuse. "Yes, sir." He heard his own calm reply as he accepted the formula, as if it were merely an ordinary potion task. He exhibited no sign of curiosity regarding the potion's purpose. Such excessive certainty only deepened the shadows in Snape's gaze. Brewing the Wolfsbane Potion consumed a vast portion of Lex's time and energy, yet he did not abandon his studies on becoming an animagus. In the intervals where he ensured the Wolfsbane Potion was flawless, he returned to the astronomy tower, retrieving a second mandrake leaf, this time with utmost caution. Time slipped away amidst the bubbling cauldron and the bitterness on his tongue. On the eve of the Hogsmeade weekend, Lex finally succeeded in holding the mandrake leaf under his tongue for a full month. On the day of the full moon, he carefully extracted the mandrake leaf, placing it into a pre-prepared crystal vial, adding a teaspoon of dew from his hair and a cocoon of a grim-faced moth. After burying the crystal vial underground, he began anticipating the arrival of a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm reached Hogsmeade before Lex could indulge in the honeyduck sweets or the butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks. He preferred to utilize this rare moment of tranquility to engage in some personal research in the cellar, as well as to complete the additional tasks assigned by Snape. The air was thick with the bitter scent of dried herbs as Lex focused intently on separating the juice of a sleeping draft bean with a silver knife when when the cellar door was suddenly flung open, ushering in a gust of cold wind. Snape strode in, his expression dark enough to wring water from. He was followed closely by Harry Potter, whose face was flushed with indignation. Everyone is busy protecting Harry Potter from the threat posed by Sirius Black. Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. While our dear savior insists on going wherever he pleases, completely disregarding the consequences. Just like your arrogant father. Shut up. The statement inflamed Harry, his face turning crimson as he glared furiously at Snape. My dad is not like that. I know he. Before Harry could utter the next syllable, Lex acted. He held a vial of freshly prepared potion, and as if tripped by an unseen force, he stumbled, the crystal vial slipping from his grasp, arcing toward the ground between Snape and Harry. Watch out, Lex exclaimed sharply, his voice slightly altered from the effort of control. The sudden interruption interrupted Harry's pent-up anger and impending accusations. Snape's attention was drawn to the vial, perilously close to shattering, and he instinctively waved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The crystal vial halted mere inches from the ground, slowly floating back into Snape's hand. He inspected the vial, confirming the potion was unharmed, yet his expression darkened further. A blend of irritation at Lex's clumsiness and annoyance at being interrupted in reprimanding Potter. Mr. Cavendish. Snape's sharp gaze turned toward Lex. Are your hands and feet ensnared by slug slime? My sincerest apologies, sir. Lex lowered his head, his tone appropriately flustered. I was momentarily distracted. He did not look at Harry, yet he could feel the boy's gaze upon him, laden with uncertainty. The intense atmosphere that had been on the brink of explosion was now shattered. Snape's fury seemed to find a new outlet. He no longer allowed Harry to continue his argument, declaring in an icy tone, trespassing, defying a professor. Potter, you have successfully earned yourself detention until Christmas. Now, return to your tower. If I catch you stepping out of the castle once more. Harry shot Snape a fierce glare, then swiftly cast a glance at Lex. His lips moving, yet ultimately he uttered not a word. With a heart full of grievance and fury, he stormed out of the dungeon office. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Silence reclaimed the dungeon, yet the atmosphere grew even more suffocating. Snape placed the potion bottle heavily on the table, his gaze fixed upon Lex, brimming with scrutiny and skepticism. Was that incident truly an accident? Lex maintained a posture of contrition, but his heart thudded heavily in his chest. He had acted intentionally, a fact that could not escape Snape's notice. However, Snape refrained from further probing, merely stating in an icy tone, "Clean this place up. If there is a next time, you shall join Potter in detention." "Yes, sir," Lex replied softly. That evening, Harry, under Filch's supervision, completed his detention, returning to Gryffindor Tower with a heart full of resentment. In a secluded corridor, Lex emerged from the shadows. Potter. Chapter 37, Animagus. Harry turned back impatiently. Lex approached him, his voice lowered to ensure only they could hear. That item you used to sneak into Hogsmeade that night, the map that reveals names, is quite intriguing. Harry froze instantly, the color draining from his face, his hand instinctively reaching for his pocket, his eyes wide with shock and caution. Do not be alarmed, Lex continued in a calm tone. I did not disclose this to Professor Snape, but I merely wish to remind you that the stories behind the names displayed on the map can sometimes be more intricate than the names themselves. Harry scrutinized him, filled with suspicion. What do you mean? Perhaps your father did indeed save Professor Snape at a crucial moment. Lex pondered his words. But how did that act of salvation come about? What transpired at that moment? Why does Professor Snape not only feel no gratitude, but harbors a deep-seated loathing? Observing Harry's confused yet resolute expression, he continued. Perhaps inquiring with Professor Lupin could yield a more comprehensive answer. After all, as far as I know, along with Black, were inseparable friends with your father at that time. With that, Lex said no more, gathering his belongings and departing the trophy room, leaving Harry standing alone, enveloped in deeper confusion and contemplation. The following day, Lex dined in the Great Hall as usual. Yet he noticed the Savior casting complex glances in his direction from time to time. However, Lex held no interest in probing the Savior's mental processes. The brewing of the Wolfsbane potion consumed the majority of his focus. The complexity of this potion was beyond imagination. Each step felt like walking on thin ice, where any minor misstep could lead to utter failure or even peril. He nearly resided in the dungeon, the aroma of potions clinging to him like a second skin. Snape's supervision was exceptionally rigorous. He would silently appear beside the workbench, using a frigid tone to point out the slightest deviations, yet never intervening directly. This high-pressure environment, paradoxically, sharpened Lex's concentration to an unprecedented level, allowing him to temporarily suppress all anxieties regarding plot and fate. His eyes solely fixated on the subtle shifts in color and viscosity of the potion within the cauldron. At last, a week before the full moon, Lex completed a nearly perfect batch of Wolfsbane potion, the liquid exhibiting a deep, tranquil violet hue, exuding a mingling scent of cool mint and some peculiar mineral. Snape dipped the tip of his wand into the potion, examining it for an extended duration. His pitch-black eyes revealed no discernible emotion, ultimately offering a curt evaluation. Acceptable. Seal it. Lex silently poured the potion into a specially designed crystal vial and secured it. He understood that this potion would soon be delivered to Lupin by Snape. A thunderstorm arrived as expected on a deep night. The fierce wind pelted the castle windows with torrential rain, lightning rent the sky asunder, and thunder rumbled ominously. Lex stealthily crept to the astronomy tower. At the pinnacle, the tempest raged, making it nearly impossible to maintain his footing. Following the instructions from the spellbook, he unearthed the buried crystal vial. The mixture within had undergone a complete transformation under the influence of the lightning's magic, emanating a peculiar life force. Without hesitation, Lex pressed the tip of his wand against his chest and recited the incantation clearly and resolutely. Amato, Animo, Animatus, Animagus. The moment the incantation was completed, he felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, followed by an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. The sensation of his bones reshaping and form transforming was not painful, yet extraordinarily surreal. His vision altered abruptly, the world expanding in height and breadth, the sounds of the storm becoming sharper and more distinct. He had succeeded. Lex looked down to see his chest cloaked in slate-gray feathers and sharp talons. He spread his wings, acclimating to this new form as a keen-eyed hawk. The avian form bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of freedom as he soared into the rain-soaked skies above Hogwarts. The hawk's vision pierced through the curtain of rain, enabling him to discern the movements at the edge of the forbidden forest. Just as he swept past the Whomping Willow, he caught sight of a massive, gaunt black dog nimbly evading the thrashing branches, disappearing into a hole at the tree's roots. Black, indeed, was here. Lex noted the location but did not linger, continuing to soar while honing his flying skills and the instincts of the hawk. This vantage point offered him a novel understanding of the castle and its surroundings. After indulging in the thrill, he returned to the astronomy tower, transforming back in the secluded shadows. His drenched robes clung to him, cold and weary. Yet his heart brimmed with the exhilaration of achievement. He meticulously scanned his surroundings to ensure no one had noticed before preparing to depart. However, just as he turned, his body abruptly froze. In the shadow at the entrance of the astronomy tower stood a dark figure, akin to a statue frozen in time, having possibly remained there for an eternity. The faint glow emitted from the tip of a wand illuminated Snape's expressionless face, and his fathomless black eyes now churned with a tempest of astonishment. Lex's heart plummeted to his core. He had been too careless, or rather, Snape's patience and insight exceeded his imagination. Snape slowly emerged from the shadows, his footsteps soundless yet laden with an immense pressure. He halted before Lex, his gaze slicing through Lex's damp robes and the traces of fatigue mixed with exhilaration on his face, ultimately resting on his hands, which still seemed to resonate with magical energy. A rather intriguing nighttime stroll, Mr. Cavendish. Snape's voice was colder than the stormy night, imbued with a near-calm terror. In such inclement weather, choosing Hogwarts' highest tower as your destination might suggest you have finally decided to test whether your fragile cervical spine can withstand the impact of a fall from such heights. Lex pressed his lips together. Every excuse seemed feeble under Snape's penetrating gaze. Snape did not await his response, stepping closer to Lex, his voice lowering further, laced with unmasked sarcasm and inquiry. Or should I congratulate you? Successfully completing a complex transformation into an unregistered animagus. A feat that even many adult wizards would hesitate to undertake. Lex abruptly met Snape's gaze, knowing that denial would be futile. A cold smirk played upon Snape's lips. It appears my previous warning was but a whisper in the wind to you. Werewolf and unregistered animagus, Mr. Caven. Your choice of extracurricular activities grows increasingly creative, yet increasingly inclined towards self-destruction. He emphasized the word werewolf, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Lex's reaction. Lex remained silent. Yet the subtle flicker in his eyes did not escape Snape's notice. This tacit acknowledgement implied his awareness of Lupin's true identity. Snape emitted a barely audible, chilling scoff. Quite well. It appeared that your overly active mind had finally absorbed some knowledge of genuine risk. He turned away from Lex and strode towards the staircase, his black cloak billowing ominously in the wind. Clean up, then return to your dormitory. The command echoed through the storm. I believe we need to redefine the meanings of adhering to school rules and maintaining a low profile, Mr. Caven. You will have ample time to reflect during the remainder of this term. Chapter 38. The Truth. Lex watched the dark figure vanish at the staircase, slowly exhaling a breath of despair. Exposed, yet Snape's reaction was far more favorable than his worst fears had suggested. At the very least, He did not immediately turn him over to Dumbledore or obliterate his memory entirely. Was this a form of limited acquiescence, or merely the calm before the tempest? In the days that followed, Lex truly grasped the meaning of the ample time Snape had alluded to. The workload in the cellar had multiplied exponentially. The tasks Snape assigned him were no longer mundane material handling or standard potion brewing, but rather a series of obscure and potentially hazardous experimental assignments. Though these tasks appeared chaotic, Lex astutely discerned that many pointed towards the stability control of the animagus transformation side effects, and even preliminary inquiries into protective potions against mental erosion. Snape was directing his unconventional abilities towards a more controllable and perhaps useful path. The criticism remained as sharp as ever, and the demands were unyielding. Yet Lex could sense that beneath the frigid surface lay a more stringent oversight and an ineffable guidance. He accepted this reality with compliance, shifting his animagus practice to more discreet and safer hours. Occasionally, he would encounter Cedric within the castle, who would always greet him with a gentle smile and a friendly inquiry. "Hey Lex, you seem busier. Is potion coursework weighing heavily on you?" Cedric would naturally slow his pace to walk alongside him for a stretch. "I've heard your headmaster has been particularly demanding lately. Just some extra research." Lex would reply succinctly, no longer eager to conclude their conversation as he once had. "Don't overdo it. Take care to rest," Cedric would advise, patting his shoulder and offering him a new Honeydew sweet. "Quidditch practice is starting soon. Hufflepuff has strong prospects this year. Will you come watch the match?" "If I have time," Lex would typically respond vaguely, yet he would accept the candy. This mundane interaction, devoid of other secrets, represented his ideal mode of communication. He noted that Cedric had begun to associate with a Ravenclaw girl named Autumn Zhang, their camaraderie blossoming with a hint of youthful affection. Lex would merely nod in acknowledgement from afar, never intruding upon their blossoming connection. Time slipped by quietly, and the weather outside the castle gradually turned cooler. In defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lupin's gentle yet effective teaching endeared him to most students. But Lex could sense the mounting tension around Snape as the full moon approached. Harry appeared to be learning the Patronus charm under Lupin's guidance, and Lex occasionally caught glimpses of silvery light flitting through secluded corridors. He deftly avoided drawing too close, steering clear of unnecessary contact. Everything seemed to proceed methodically. Yet Lex understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. On the full moon night preceding finals, while organizing materials in the cellar, Lex felt the enchantment of the Shrieking Shack being triggered. Half an hour earlier, Snape had stormed out of the cellar, his fury unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, Lex swiftly returned the materials to their place, grabbed his dragon hide gloves and potion bag, and silently slipped out of the cellar, hastening towards the direction of the Whomping Willow. He had to arrive before irreversible events unfolded. As he approached the willow, he discerned muffled voices of a heated argument below. Lex held his breath, employing the disillusionment charm and his adept stealth skills to glide silently into the Shrieking Shack, concealing himself in the shadows beneath the staircase. He bore witness to Harry raising his wand, aimed at the agitated Snape, who was pointing his wand at both Lupin and Black. Expelliarmus! Lex sprang into action. Like a cheetah, he leapt from the shadows, casting a silent barrier charm that struck Harry's wrist with precision. Ugh! Harry grimaced in pain, his wand veering off course. The spell's red light grazing Snape's cloak before crashing into the opposite wall. Who? Snape whirled around, his wand immediately trained on the source of the attack, his expression a tempest of rage and suspicion. When he recognized Lex, the fury in his black eyes threatened to erupt. "Caven, what are you doing here?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione were equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lex did not glance at them. His gaze remained fixed on Snape, his voice rapid and clear, imbued with undeniable earnestness. "Sir, wait. Listen to what they have to say. If Black is truly innocent, then the real traitor remains at large. This concerns the truth, not just personal vendettas." Snape's chest heaved violently, a tumultuous blend of offended rage and acute displeasure at Lex's unwarranted interference crossing his features. Yet the term real traitor doused his fury momentarily, like a splash of cold water. He glared at Lex, as if attempting to rend him with his gaze. At that moment, Hermione exclaimed, "It's Peter Pettigrew. He's still alive. Right next to Ron. He has scabbers." All attention was instantly drawn to Ron, who clutched the struggling plump rat, Scabbers, writhing in desperation. In the ensuing minutes, amidst Black's incoherent yet impassioned accusations and Lupin's weary clarifications, the obscured truth was finally pried open. Snape's expression fluctuated from initial derision and disbelief to uncertainty, ultimately settling into a complex amalgamation of profound shock and reluctant acknowledgement. Lex remained stationed at a slight distance, wand gripped tightly, vigilant of all movements. He observed as Snape's knuckles whitened around his wand, betraying the tumult within. When Lupin directed his wand at the quivering, revealed form of the rat, the truth was laid bare. Snape fell silent, no longer glancing at Black or Lupin, instead staring vacantly into the void, as if reevaluating his perceptions from the past decade. Lex understood that Snape required time to process this revelation, but more importantly, to contain Pettigrew. Seizing the opportunity, he administered a self-crafted pill to the incapacitated Pettigrew, designed to paralyze his body and suppress his magical abilities, ensuring he could not pose a threat. "I'll take him back." Snape finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary, imbued with deep exhaustion. "You." He seemed poised to convey something to Harry and the others, but ultimately, he merely waved his wand, binding the limp Pettigrew with magical ropes before turning away, signaling Lex to follow. The group exited the shrieking shack in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. However, just as they embarked on the path back to the castle, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 39, The Bat Guardian. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring the moon, yet the anguished howls of the transforming werewolf echoed in the air. Lupin had forgotten to take his wolfsbane potion tonight. "Remus!" Black exclaimed. They witnessed Lupin's form undergoing a violent transformation. His bones contorted, fur sprouted wildly, and his gentle gaze was supplanted by a feral madness. "Step back. All of you behind me," Snape barked, taking a decisive step forward, shielding Harry, Hermione, and Ron. His wand unwaveringly aimed at the werewolf, completing its final metamorphosis. Yet, the frenzied Lupin paid no heed to the wand's threat. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings and instantly lunged at the nearest target, Lex, who was closest to the captured Peter Pettigrew. Lex reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping sideways with great force. The werewolf missed its target, snarling as it pivoted, its scarlet eyes locking onto Lex once more, pouncing again with blinding speed. Just as the creature's claws were about to tear into Lex, he hesitated no longer. Lex's form became a blur under the moonlight, and in the next moment, a magnificent eagle, sharp-eyed and large, soared into the air, evading the werewolf's attack, before diving down with ferocity, talons and beak striking at the creature's head and back. Snape observed the eagle battling the werewolf in the air, his gaze sharp and complex, devoid of surprise, harboring only an understanding that this had indeed proven useful. He quickly gathered himself, attempting to assist with binding spells or other incantations, but the werewolf exhibited a high resistance to magic, rendering his efforts ineffective. The eagle form of Lex exploited its aerial advantage, persistently harassing and attacking the werewolf. Though unable to inflict fatal wounds, it effectively impeded the creature's movements. Seizing an opportunity, Lex dove down with all his might, crashing into the werewolf and pinning it to the ground, his talons securing its shoulder while his beak hovered threateningly above its throat. The werewolf struggled fiercely, yet the eagle's strength and position held the upper hand, resulting in a brief stalemate. At that critical moment, a more dire predicament arose. Perhaps drawn by the commotion and the werewolf's scent, a multitude of dementors surged forth. They poured in like a black tide from the forbidden forest, draining warmth and joy from all they passed, a chilling despair spreading through the air. Expecto Patronum. Harry, battling his fear, summoned his Patronus once more. A vague silver stag appeared, temporarily driving back a portion of the dementors, but their numbers were overwhelming, and his Patronus lacked the strength to fend them off, threatening to be consumed. Snape's situation was even more dire. He appeared ghostly pale, evidently haunted by the dementors, which evoked his most painful memories. He raised his wand, yet seemed unable to concentrate enough to utter the incantation. The werewolf, restrained by the eagle, sensed the approach of the dementors and became increasingly agitated. In a moment of desperation, the eagle released the werewolf, reverting back to human form. Lex stumbled slightly as he landed, the recent struggle having drained him significantly. The proximity of the dementors sent a bone-chilling wave of despair coursing through him. However, he inhaled deeply, forcibly activating his mental barriers to suppress the negative emotions. Raising his wand, what joyful memory could truly exude warmth enough to dispel this darkness? The fleeting images in his mind were not of vague recollections from a past life, but rather the flickering flames of a hearth in a cellar, Snape's faint, approving grunt upon the successful brewing of a potion, the signed permission slip for Hogsmeade, and that bag of peppermint candies, hastily tucked away but not discarded. Expecto Patronum. Lex articulated the incantation clearly and resolutely. A powerful silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, not manifesting as a corporeal creature, but transforming into a grand swarm of silver-winged beings. Bats. A large multitude of silver bats formed a formidable barrier, surging forth alongside Harry's stag against the army of dementors. A bat Patronus? Snape's eyes flickered with a quick, complex emotion upon witnessing that unique form of Patronus. This shape bore a subtle yet ineffable connection, manifesting abruptly in this life and death moment. United, the two patron muses finally repelled the Dementors, who dissipated into the night like receding tides. The crisis was temporarily averted, and everyone exhaled in relief, nearly exhausted. Harry collapsed onto the ground, while Hermione and Ron hurried to support him, and Black looked on with concern at the unconscious Lupin, who had reverted to his human form. Snape slowly lowered his wand, his complexion still pallid, casting a deep glance at Lex. His gaze lingering momentarily on Lex's weary yet upright posture and the wand that had just summoned the Bat Patronus, a mixture of unresolved ire and something deeper, fiercely suppressed, evident in his eyes. He then turned his attention to the incapacitated Pettigrew, rendered immobile by Lex's potion, who was now nearly fainting from the approach of the Dementors. "Bind him tightly," Snape commanded Lex, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness, before moving towards Harry and the others to check on their condition. Lex silently complied, using magical ropes to secure Pettigrew like a bundle. Under Dumbledore's witness, Pettigrew was once again taken into custody, thereby exonerating Sirius Black of his wrongful accusations. And this harrowing ordeal finally drew to a close. Yet, Lex knew that Snape would not let this matter pass lightly. Indeed, just days after the incident had settled, during a routine session in the cellar, Snape did not, as was customary, allow Lex to leave immediately. He closed the sheepskin parchment filled with Lex's handwriting, producing a faint sound that resonated starkly in the stillness of the cellar. "Stay a moment, Mr. Cavendish." Lex, in the midst of tidying the workbench, subtly paused, then calmly replied, "Yes, sir." He continued to return the instruments to their places, his movements betraying no sign of panic, yet the tension within him had tightened. He knew that what was inevitable would come to pass. When the last crystal vial had been cleaned and returned to the cabinet, the only sound remaining in the cellar was the crackling of the hearth. Snape did not rise. He remained seated behind the desk, shadows obscuring much of his face, save for his dark eyes, which glimmered with an unfathomable light in the flickering fire. The apprehension of Peter Pettigrew and the vindication of Black, from an outcome perspective, seemed to validate your untimely plea that night. Snape's voice was steady, devoid of any tremor, yet it bore a weight more pressing than any reprimand. Lex turned to face him, respectfully standing in the center of the room, gazing downward in silence, awaiting further words. "This raises some questions for me," Snape continued, his pace measured, each word seemingly deliberated. "How could a boy raised in a Muggle orphanage until the age of 11 be so well-versed in secrets that even many seasoned wizards would not be privy to?" Chapter 40, Doubt. Lex did not respond immediately. Denial would be foolish, and since Snape had posed the question, he must have considerable confidence in his inquiry. He needed to provide an explanation that was sufficiently plausible while concealing the core secret. He lifted his gaze, meeting Snape's scrutinizing eyes, his tone maintaining its characteristic steadiness, albeit with a slight deceleration, as if carefully selecting his words. "I do possess some knowledge, sir, but not acquired through conventional means." He paused, noting the faint, unmistakable pallor beneath Snape's eyes, accompanied by a subtle, bittersweet aroma of his specially crafted calming incense that lingered in the air. This minute observation stirred something within him. During his time at the orphanage, Lex continued, his voice descending into a more somber tone. In those chaotic places, old publications and gossip rags, largely deemed as worthless by the mainstream wizarding community, would occasionally emerge. Among them were fragmented accounts regarding the rise of that individual, their authenticity often shrouded in ambiguity, mostly relegated to the realm of terrifying tales. He attributed the sources of this information to a nebulous past. Concerning Mr. Black's case, the descriptions within those documents were rife with contradictions. The hero, Peter Pettigrew, who had been awarded the Merlin Medal, did not always appear in a glorious light within those peripheral accounts. As for my ability to appear at just the right moment, a faint, self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of Lex's mouth. "Perhaps it is merely because I have grown accustomed to observing, sir. I pay heed to the dissonant notes, such as the peculiarities beneath Professor Chilo's headscarf, the hollowness behind Professor Lockhart's ostentation, and Professor Lupin's monthly bouts of discomfort coupled with his unique insights into dark magical creatures. By piecing together these fragments, one can sometimes discern a silhouette of the truth. It resembles a survival instinct cultivated in specific environments rather than a prophetic gift." He paused once more, his gaze steady yet tinged with a subtle complexity as he looked at Snape. "That night, however, impeded my admission of the gamble involved. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that if there exists even a modicum of possibility that Mr. Black is not the true culprit, allowing the genuine traitor to roam free would be an egregious injustice to all whose fates were irrevocably altered by that betrayal." He refrained from naming Lily. Yet the implication lingered unspoken between them. Snape's dark eyes flickered with intensity, Lex's reasoning resonated with an air of rationale, attributing his prescience to meticulous observation and a nearly obsessive caution. This indeed aligned with Snape's perception of Lex, an excessively cautious squirrel. However, Snape's keen intuition suggested that this young man still harbored reservations. Were the sources of that information truly so simplistic? Was his almost instinctual grasp of critical junctures merely a function of extraordinary observational skills? But as his gaze swept over Lex's calm, yet weary visage, catching the faint trace of the calming aroma emanating from Lex's own crafted soothing incense, a wave of indescribable irritation and a sense of powerlessness surged within him. Should I press for the truth? Perhaps more fragments could be unearthed, yet they would likely still not reveal the complete picture. Moreover, Lex's final statement had struck a precise nerve, uncovering his deepest wounds. He leaned back against the chair, shadows enveloping him once more, obscuring his expression. Survival instinct compelled Snape to speak, his voice low and hoarse, laced with a hint of derision, yet curiously mingled with something else. A brilliant defense, Mr. Cavendish. To cloak prying into privacy and meddling in affairs as wisdom for survival. He slowly rose, approaching Lex with an imposing stance. I care not whence your instincts arise, nor how many sensational tales you have gleaned from that refuse. Snape's voice was low, carrying an undeniable warning. Remember your place. You are first and foremost my apprentice. Your observations and assemblage, if they ever place you in peril akin to that fateful night at the Shrieking Shack again. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his dark eyes. Or if you allow your instincts to supersede my directives, then Hogwarts shall have ample cauldrons to scrub until the next century. Is that understood? This served as both a warning and a veiled concession delineating boundaries. He did not pursue the matter further, yet clearly expressed his displeasure at Lex's unilateral actions, drawing a line in the sand. Lex lowered his eyelids slightly. Yes, sir. I understand. As for your animagus, Snape's tone reverted to a formal and icy demeanor. The ministry shall handle it. Dumbledore will take care of that. However, within the school, it is strictly prohibited without my permission. Once a week, after curfew, you may practice in the astronomy tower, and I shall oversee it. Lex felt a stirring in his heart. This implied that Snape not only acquiesced, but was even willing to dedicate personal time to supervise and guide his animagus practice. This outcome far exceeded his expectations. Yes, sir. Thank you. Snape huffed dismissively, seemingly unwilling to prolong the topic or accept the gratitude, waving his hand as though shooing away an annoying insect. Leave. Starting tomorrow, increase the intensity of your mental occlusion exercises. If I sense any external mental imprints or catch wind of your chaotic thoughts. He left the threat hanging, laden with implications. Lex understood that this conversation had reached its conclusion. He bowed respectfully and turned to exit the cellar. As the door closed behind him, Lex released a gentle sigh. The crisis had been averted for the time being. Although Snape's suspicions lingered, at least they had established a new, unspoken equilibrium. Meanwhile, Snape remained standing before the fireplace long after Lex had departed. The flickering flames danced in his eyes, illuminating the obscured enigma surrounding Lex Cavendish. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, an instinct compelled him to temporarily suppress those questions. Perhaps, as Dumbledore had suggested, he had indeed begun to differentiate the essence hidden behind secrets from the sheer malevolence embodied by Voldemort. He irritably rubbed his brow, his fingertips faintly recalling the lingering scent of that bittersweet calming incense. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lex found Fawkes had flown in from an unknown origin, dropping a piece of parchment. Perhaps you would like some lemon sherbet for a midnight snack? Chapter 41. An invitation to the headmaster's office. Upon receiving Dumbledore's note, Lex was not particularly surprised. The commotion surrounding the Shrieking Shack incident had been too significant for the headmaster to avoid a conversation with him. He arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office, uttering the password lemon sherbet, and the stone gargoyle swung aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. The office was quiet. The portraits of former headmasters appeared to be in a light slumber, and Fawkes perched upon a gilded branch, his beautiful tail feathers cascading down and radiating a soft glow. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, his blue eyes twinkling with an all-seeing light behind half-moon spectacles, as he nudged a dish of colorful candies towards Lex. Ah, Lex. Please take a seat. Would you care for some lemon sherbet? Or perhaps some cockroach clusters? I personally recommend the former. Thank you, headmaster. Lex cautiously selected a piece of lemon sherbet, the tart sweetness melting in his mouth, easing the tension that had coiled in his nerves. First and foremost, Dumbledore's tone was gentle yet unmistakably authoritative. I must express my gratitude, Lex. You displayed an extraordinary level of courage and composure during the unfortunate incident a few days ago, which helped avert far worse consequences. Severus also emerged unscathed. He paused deliberately, observing Lex's reaction. Lex merely nodded slightly, refraining from interjecting. Dumbledore continued, I am aware that Severus has discussed some of your additional skills with you. I must emphasize that unregistered animagi is a serious matter, yet I also understand that young people sometimes harbor their own secrets in specific circumstances. His gaze swept over Lex's serene face, as if he could see through the layers of defenses surrounding his thoughts. I respect personal secrets, Lex, just as I respect Severus's and Harry's. Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet it carried a weighty significance. However, with great power comes great responsibility. I hope you will remember not to let your talents stray into the wrong paths. Observation and caution are virtues, but if wielded for manipulation or harm, it would result in a tremendous tragedy. I understand, Headmaster. I have never contemplated inflicting harm upon anyone. Lex met his gaze, his tone imbued with sincerity. I trust you, my child, Dumbledore replied, nodding, yet subtly shifting the conversation. This is precisely why. Despite Severus's considerable ire regarding your unilateral actions, he ultimately chose a path more inclined toward guidance than punishment in addressing your animagus predicament. He sighed lightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Severus, though he may be accustomed to arming himself with gloom and harshness, possesses an extraordinary protectiveness toward those he deems worthy. He may not express it overtly, and may even mask it with a more severe demeanor. But I believe you can sense that he does not wish for you to come to harm. Lex's heart fluttered gently as he recalled the tasks in the cellar that, while seemingly punitive, were indeed guiding in nature. He remembered Snape's anger that night, which did not delve deeply, and his agreement to supervise the animagus practice. He lowered his eyelids and murmured, Yes, sir. I understand. Dumbledore observed his subtle reactions, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips before he composed himself, his expression turning serious. Now, let us delve into a darker subject, Tom Riddle, or rather, Voldemort. Lex immediately straightened his posture, focusing all his attention. The main event had arrived. You previously alerted Professor Quirrell to certain issues, indirectly contributing to the capture of Peter Pettigrew. Both matters are entwined with Tom. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. I trust you have come to realize that Tom has not truly vanished. He is like the most stubborn shadow, always finding a way to return. Lex cautiously selected his words. Yes, Headmaster. From Professor Quirrell to the diary, he seems to possess some extraordinary means of survival. He deliberately refrained from uttering the term Horcrux. Dumbledore studied him intently, as if gauging how much he knew and could bear. A remarkably astute observation, Lex. Indeed, Tom has embarked upon an exceedingly dark path, one that involves the splitting of his soul to evade death. He has created several malevolent objects to preserve his essence in this world. He paused, allowing Lex a moment to digest this information, before continuing in a measured tone. To truly vanquish him, we must locate and destroy all of these objects. It will be a long and perilous journey. Harry is destined to face the ultimate challenge. Yet he requires assistance, someone to eliminate those lurking threats that he cannot see. Lex comprehended the implication. Dumbledore was subtly inviting him, or rather, incorporating him into a grander scheme. The headmaster did not issue direct commands or demands, but rather presented the information and responsibility before him, allowing him to make his own choice. What can I do? Lex inquired, maintaining a steady voice. This was the opportunity he had awaited. A legitimate chance to engage in the destruction of Horcruxes. Remain vigilant, continue your studies. Particularly in defense against the dark arts and potions, Dumbledore's gaze swept over Lex with a knowing significance. Your knowledge and unique perspective may prove invaluable at a critical juncture in the future. When your assistance is required, I shall inform you. Until then, safeguarding yourself is of utmost importance. He picked up a lemon sherbet, popping it into his mouth, his tone lightening once more. Of course, these are merely the musings of an old man preparing for unforeseen circumstances. For now, your primary task is to relish your time at school, is it not? Perhaps you might engage more with friends like Mr. Diggory? Young people require moments of levity. Lex sensed the conversation nearing its conclusion. Dumbledore had provided him with hints and direction while preserving ample ambiguity, not thrusting him entirely into the fray. It was both a protection and a trial. I understand, Headmaster. I shall exercise caution, Lex declared solemnly as he rose. Excellent. Dumbledore replied with a smile and a nod. Remember, Lex, you are not alone. My door is always open when you seek guidance. Now, it is getting late. You should return and rest. Lex expressed his gratitude once more and turned to leave the headmaster's office. Chapter 42. The Dark Mark Appears. The final days of the term unfolded with an unusual tranquility and relaxation. Lex continued to navigate between the dungeons and classrooms. Yet the tasks assigned by Snape seemed to lack the deliberate malice of before, instead containing elements that could be deemed substantive and even beneficial. The animagus practice proceeded under Snape's supervision, which was more akin to his occasional, ghostly appearances in the shadows of the astronomy tower. lingering briefly to assess Lex's transformation stability and control, offering a sharp remark or two before departing. This almost hands-off supervision provided Lex with ample space to hone his new form. He increasingly relished the feeling of soaring over the forbidden forest under the cover of night, in the guise of a hawk. On the day the term concluded, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement as students animatedly discussed their summer plans. Lex sat quietly at the end of the Slytherin table, a simple glass of water before him. When Dumbledore announced the official end of the term, the cheer erupted, nearly shaking the very rafters. As Lex flowed with the crowd out of the hall, he spotted Cedric bidding farewell to a few Hufflepuff friends, his smile bright and engaging. Cedric caught sight of him, waving from across the throng, mouthing a cheerful wish for a pleasant summer. Lex inclined his head slightly in response, not lingering, and made his way toward the dungeon. He had already submitted his application to remain at school, citing his intention to assist Professor Snape with summer research. The dungeon felt even cooler and quieter than usual. Snape sat behind his desk, grading the last stack of exams, the only sound the scratching of his quill against parchment. Noticing Lex's entrance, he did not look up but merely spoke in a curt tone. During your time here, you are responsible for the daily maintenance and organization of the dungeon. Additionally, I expect detailed reading notes on the literature outlined in this list before the start of the new term. A long sheet of parchment floated gracefully to Lex, filled with titles concerning advanced potion theories, the properties of rare materials, and some esoteric topics related to soul trauma repair. Yes, sir, Lex replied, his tone steady as he accepted the list. Finally, Snape lifted his gaze, his dark eyes lingering on Lex's face for a moment as if he wished to say something, but ultimately merely waved him off. Leave. If there are no pressing matters, do not disturb me. Of course, sir. Lex turned and quietly closed the door behind him. He understood that Snape also required this rare period of solitude, free from the clamor of students, to tend to his own affairs, perhaps those of the Order of the Phoenix, or simply to relish the rare tranquility. Thus began the summer break. Hogwarts felt markedly emptier, even the portraits appearing somewhat lackluster. Lex's days were structured and fulfilling, organizing materials, studying notes, or conducting private research. He occasionally visited the kitchen to replenish his food supplies from the house elves, and would sit beneath the shade of trees by the Black Lake on sunny afternoons, reading while watching the giant squid's tentacles lazily glide across the water's surface. The atmosphere was peaceful, yet it was not lifeless. He resembled a dormant spider, acutely attuned to the information from the outside world. On a July evening, Lex, as was his custom, had just finished organizing a batch of newly delivered moonstones when he instinctively opened the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Initially, he skimmed through the pages until a colossal headline in the sports section caught his eye. On the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, the dark mark ominously appeared. Department of Magical Law Enforcement official Barty Crouch's house elf is implicated. Lex's fingers tightened momentarily, the edges of the parchment crumpling beneath his grip. He scanned the report swiftly. The article was vague, riddled with the obfuscation typical of official statements and speculative comments regarding the ill humor of certain fans. Yet the core information was unmistakable. The dark mark had manifested above the Quidditch World Cup stadium. This signified the resurgence of the Death Eaters. Setting down the newspaper, Lex could almost envision Severus Snape's reaction upon learning this news. That perpetually inscrutable face would grow even more taut, and within those dark eyes, a tempest of complex emotions might swirl: disdain, vigilance, perhaps a shadow of oppressive memories that could not be escaped. Where was Snape at this moment? At Hogwarts? Or summoned elsewhere by Dumbledore? How was he faring? Lex did not endeavor to seek or inquire. He understood the boundaries that existed. An excessive display of concern, in Snape's eyes, could easily be perceived as an affront or an intrusion. He sat in silence for a while before rising and making his way to his private, locked cabinet nestled in the corner of the cellar. Upon opening the cabinet door, he revealed a meticulously arranged collection of personal research items and potion ingredients. He retrieved several small, elegantly crafted glass jars containing a subtly refined calming essential oil he had discreetly improved upon during his time at school, blending principles of traditional Chinese medicine with magical properties. Snape had seemed to show some acceptance of the previous version. This time, Lex had incorporated a hint of rare moonstone powder and specially treated lavender essence, aimed at soothing turbulent emotions and warding off negative mental disturbances. Selecting a modest amount of the mixed aromatic powder, he carefully wrapped it in a clean piece of cotton paper. He wrote no notes, nor did he intend to present it to Snape in person. The following morning, as dawn approached in the dimly lit cellar, Lex quietly pushed open the door to Snape's office. The room was empty. The desk remained cluttered with parchment and books, appearing somewhat disheveled. Lex approached the desk and placed the small, fragrant package in a discreet corner beside the inkwell. He lingered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the ancient tomes that seemed frequently perused, before turning to leave. gently closing the door behind him as if he had never been there. In the ensuing days, a weightier silence enveloped the cellar. Snape appeared to make even fewer appearances when he did. He always carried the aura of dust from the outside world and an unapproachable low pressure. The edges of his dark robes were often tainted with the earthy scent of the forbidden forest or the faint distortion of space caused by apparition. Lex keenly noted that the sound of Snape rifling through the parchment was tinged with impatience, and the ink strokes he marked during corrections bore a sharper intensity. The small package he had placed beside the inkwell had vanished by the next day, without a word or mention, as if it had never existed. Yet Lex observed that the brass incense burner, long vacant and coated with a fine layer of dust, appeared to have been hastily wiped down, with a faint lingering aroma reminiscent of his refined essential oil. This was a silent response, imbued with Snape's characteristic awkwardness and restraint. Lex displayed no interest in this development. He continued to perform his daily duties in silence, diligently crafting his reading notes with clarity, as if fully immersed in the complex theories of potion making and the intricacies of the soul. On a sweltering afternoon in mid-August, when even the stone walls of the cellar seemed to exude a clammy sweat, Lex was carefully dehydrating a batch of moonlight grass when the door to the cellar was thrust open with force. Chapter 43, Instructions. Snape strode in, his pallor alarmingly unnatural, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he had not slept for several days. He did not spare Lex a glance, heading straight for the inner private storage room, his robes billowing behind him, ushering in a gust of cold air. However, as he passed Lex's workstation, Lex's keen sense of smell detected a faint, sweet aroma that should not have been present on Snape, a whiff reminiscent of cheap perfume mingling with the murky remnants of dark magic found deep in alleyways. Steady as a rock, Lex clutched his silver knife, continuing his meticulous work while his peripheral vision tracked Snape as he disappeared behind the storage room door. He heard the sounds of rummaging from within, interspersed with a few strained breaths that betrayed an effort to suppress pain. After a while, Snape emerged, holding a small vial filled with a viscous black liquid. His gaze finally landed on Lex, sharp and penetrating, yet somehow obscured by a veil of fog, as if he were scrutinizing Lex while peering beyond him into another realm. Lex, Snape's voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper against stone, concerning a dark magical mark that clung stubbornly to an object. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, as if battling some mental discomfort. If any of your peripheral knowledge pertains to this matter, jot down your relevant conjectures in your next notes. He did not inquire how much Lex knew. Rather, he employed the term conjecture, a probing yet boundary-setting directive, as he would only accept information derived from Lex's reasonable deductions. Lex understood completely. The incident at the Quidditch World Cup had evidently expedited Dumbledore and Snape's efforts to gather intelligence regarding Horcruxes, and Snape, after undertaking certain perilous field assignments, had subtly presented this issue to him. "Yes, sir," Lex replied calmly, revealing no surprise or curiosity. "I will review the materials and organize some possible directions." Snape regarded him with a deep, searching look, said nothing further, and, clutching the small black vial, swiftly exited the cellar, as if any prolonged presence would be intolerable. After that day, Lex devoted more of his energy to studying Horcrux theory, in addition to his regular tasks. He certainly could not directly mention the term Horcrux or its specific methods of creation, but he skillfully redirected his thoughts toward the dissipating conditions of curses affixed to dark magical objects and the potential of powerful purifying mediums. He cited references in his notes, weaving in some seemingly whimsical yet somewhat plausible theories derived from spellbooks and traditional medicinal principles. For instance, he likened the soul fragments of Horcruxes to an extremely tenacious form of necrosis, proposing that extreme opposing energies, such as basilisk venom or fiendfire, might be necessary to poison the vessel through a toxic counterattack. He meticulously crafted this conjectural notebook, straddling the line between genius and madness, and placed it on Snape's desk punctually. In the following days, Snape appeared to be preoccupied with external affairs, and Lex did not encounter him. However, when he went to deliver the organized potion ingredients, he discovered that the notebook had been rifled through, beside a few passages regarding purifying mediums. Snape had scrawled succinct annotations in red ink. Excessively dangerous, insufficient theoretical basis, worthy of further consideration. In the final week of summer, the air in Hogwarts felt as if it had solidified, oppressive and heavy. In the cellar, the calming essential oils seemed to deplete faster than usual. Occasionally, Lex could discern the newly added fragrant ash in the hearth during the early morning or the deep of night, alongside a more pronounced bitterness lingering in the air. This silently affirmed the pressure borne by Snape. Lex maintained his silent rhythm, investing more time in the study of intricate literature, particularly the sections concerning dark magic curses and the stability of the soul. His notes grew increasingly substantial, the theories quoted becoming more intricate. Yet the core remained centered on how to safely and effectively neutralize extreme dark magic pollution. He no longer sought to disguise the eclectic nature of his knowledge, occasionally referencing seemingly ancient Eastern manuscripts with vague assertions about the balance of yin and yang and the antagonism of toxicity, cleverly intertwining them with the principles of potion making. Snape's annotations remained succinct and incisive, the traces of red ink akin to congealed blood spots, yet the pure negation diminished, replaced instead with inquiries pointing toward further exploration based on experimental data. On the final evening of August, the setting sun bathed the castle's stone walls in a hauntingly vibrant orange. Lex was engrossed in organizing the final report of his summer research project when the cellar door swung open and Snape entered. He appeared more fatigued than in the preceding days, the hem of his black robe smeared with grass and dew, as though he had just returned from a long journey. Yet his gaze was unusually sharp and clear, replaced by a near-burning focus and a steely determination. He did not approach the desk, instead making his way directly to Lex's workstation, halting in front of it. Lex set down his quill, rose to his feet, and waited quietly. Snape's eyes swept across the open report on the table and the adjacent pages filled with complex calculations and herb illustrations. These were Lex's marginal drafts concerning the application of snake venom, deliberately placed in a prominent position, yet intermingled with a plethora of irrelevant calculations. His gaze briefly flitted over the sketches depicting the energetic reactions of toxins with specific herbal extracts, neither pausing nor inquiring. "Calvin," Snape began, his voice low and tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp, yet exceptionally direct. "After the commencement of the new term, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament." Lex exhibited an appropriately measured surprise, fitting the reaction of an ordinary student just learning the news. Snape's dark eyes bore into him, unmistakably continuing. "This will mean a considerable influx of outsiders. The situation will become complicated. I need you." He emphasized these three words, his vigilance heightened more than ever. "Your eyes, your ears, and your overly active instincts must focus on the castle's interior. Be alert to any anomalies, any untimely gestures." He implied, yet did not articulate matters such as the Goblet of Fire or the age line. "But mind yourself. Without my explicit instructions, any form of unauthorized intervention is strictly prohibited. Is that clear?" This was the first time Snape had so unequivocally assigned him the duties of surveillance and intelligence, albeit limited to observation and reporting. Lex felt a slight tightening of his heart. He met Snape's gaze and solemnly replied, "Understood, sir. I will remain vigilant." Snape seemed poised to say more, his eyes lingering for a moment on Lex's youthful yet excessively calm face, which harbored a tumult of complex emotions: concern, warning, scrutiny, and perhaps even a faint trace of dependence that he might not even recognize himself. Yet ultimately, all these sentiments coalesced into his habitual coldness. He merely nodded imperceptibly, squeezing out a terse, "Very well." Then, he abruptly turned and strode toward the inner office, slamming the door behind him, sealing Lex outside. Lex stood rooted in place, hearing the faint crackle of the hearth's flames being stirred and the muffled thud of a heavy object being placed on the ground from within. What was Snape preparing for? Was it in anticipation of the forthcoming guests or in response to deeper threats? He did not delve into the matter further, silently returning to his position to continue organizing the report, though his thoughts had already soared to the impending new term. The Triwizard Tournament, the false Moody, Barty Crouch Jr., the selection of Harry Potter by the Goblet of Fire, and ultimately, the conspiracy leading to the graveyard. He recognized that the days of tranquility had come to an end. Chapter 44, The Triwizard Tournament. Upon the commencement of the term, the Great Hall was once again filled with students seated at the long tables of the four houses, candlelight illuminating faces animatedly discussing their summer experiences. Lex sat quietly beside the Slytherin table, listening to the bizarre rumors circulating about the new defense against the dark arts professor, ranging from vampires to werewolves, and even a retired Auror. He was well aware of the truth, yet maintained his customary calm demeanor. At the staff table, Professor Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell silent in an instant. He smiled, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, and announced two momentous pieces of news. First, the Triwizard Tournament, which had been dormant for many years, would be revived at Hogwarts this year. Secondly, the new defense against the dark arts professor would be Alastor Moody, the legendary Mad-Eye Auror. Due to the tournament's perilous nature, in accordance with the Ministry of Magic and the agreement of the three schools, only students age 17 and over would be permitted to enter. Dumbledore's words elicited a chorus of disappointed groans, particularly from the Weasley twins, who appeared as though their souls had been siphoned away. Dumbledore playfully winked. "I understand this is disheartening, but rules are rules. However, trust me, merely witnessing the elite from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang showcase their skills will be well worth the anticipation." He proceeded to elaborate on the age line's establishment and the Goblet of Fire to be used for selecting champions. The atmosphere regained its fervor, as a grand event transcending borders was, in itself, sufficiently exhilarating. Lex noted Professor Snape seated in the shadows of the staff table, expressionless as he listened to Dumbledore's light-hearted discourse, his fingers unconsciously stroking the base of his goblet, his frame taut beneath his black robes like a drawn bow. Clearly, he harbored no optimism regarding the chaos and potential risks that this impending event would entail, unlike Dumbledore. The entrance of the new Professor Moody further escalated the atmosphere to a peculiar climax. He limped up to the staff table, his wooden leg clattering against the floor, one normal eye sharply surveying the hall, while the constantly swiveling magical eye darted about erratically, inducing discomfort. When that magical eye seemingly locked onto the Slytherin table, particularly in Lex's direction, and lingered far too long, Lex felt the hairs on the back of his neck bristle. It was not a casual glance. There was a hint of veiled malice in that gaze. Lex lowered his eyelids, gently stirring the soup in his bowl with a spoon, his inner alarm bells ringing. Voldemort had evidently inscribed Lex's name, Calvin, into the minds of his minions through some means, a name that had repeatedly undermined his plans. The days that followed confirmed Lex's foreboding. In the defense against the dark arts class, the false Moody lectured on the unforgivable curses, his voice hoarse and laden with pressure. His magical eye would periodically scan Lex, especially during demonstrations of the Cruciatus curse, as though searching for fear or some other reaction on Lex's face. Lex remained expressionless, like the calmest observer recording everything. Yet his inner vigilance heightened. He understood he must exercise greater caution than ever. This impostor was an exceedingly dangerous character. As the silver carriage of Beauxbatons and the colossal sailing ship from Durmstrang arrived in breathtaking succession, a wave of excitement swept through Hogwarts. Lex stood amongst the Slytherin students, calmly observing the representatives from the two schools. He noticed Draco Malfoy exhibiting an excessive enthusiasm towards Victor Krum, while Cedric Diggory, a notably competitive candidate among the Hogwarts students, displayed humility and grace, occasionally meeting Lex's gaze with a gentle smile. During the welcoming feast, Dumbledore rose once more, elaborating on the rules and historical context of the Triwizard Tournament with a light-hearted humor that elicited waves of laughter from the hall. So, dear guests, relax and consider this place your home. Of course, do try not to turn the corridors into a swamp unless you possess the creative genius and clean-up awareness akin to Fred and George, he jested, prompting even Professor McGonagall at the staff table to shake her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Finally, he presented an antiquated, intricately carved wooden box, solemnly placing it on a table draped in velvet before the staff. The Goblet of Fire, he proclaimed, tapping the box gently with his wand, which sprang open to reveal a seemingly ordinary goblet flickering with ethereal blue flames. Students aspiring to become champions, please submit a parchment inscribed with your name and school into the goblet within 24 hours. Tomorrow night, it shall make its choice. The azure flames captivated everyone's attention, the air thick with excitement, tension, and anticipation. Yet, Lex felt a chilling gaze settle upon him. He needed not turn around to know it emanated from the disguised Death Eater seated at the staff table. The impostor Moody was scrutinizing his reaction to the Goblet of Fire. Lex merely raised his cup, sipping pumpkin juice, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dancing blue flames as if they were but an amusing ornament. He was acutely aware of the lethal conspiracy lurking behind this seemingly lively and fair competition, aimed specifically at Harry. As a variable under Voldemort's heightened scrutiny, he had to tread carefully on this tightrope, all the while keeping a keen eye on the potion's master, who, clad in his usual black robes, was currently casting a dark look at the foe Moody. After the feast concluded, the crowd surged towards the exit. Lex deliberately slowed his pace, falling behind. As he passed beneath the staff table, a deep, gravelly voice, laced with evident probing, called out to him. "Cavern, is it?" The impostor Moody limped closer, his magical eye spinning restlessly as it fixated on Lex. "Severus mentioned you, his apprentice. I hear you possess insights into some rather unusual matters." Lex halted, turned, and offered a respectful yet detached bow. "Professor Moody, I merely have an interest in potions. Professor Snape has afforded me the opportunity to learn. Always remain vigilant." The impostor Moody suddenly barked, leaning in closer, his magical eye and scarred visage appearing particularly menacing at that moment. "Slytherins do tend to attract attention, do they not? Especially one like you." The insinuation in his words was almost blatant. Lex raised his gaze, his eyes unwavering, meeting the frenzied magical eye and the scrutinizing blue one. "I shall heed your warning, Professor, and adhere to school regulations. Good night, Professor." He bowed once more before turning to merge with the departing throng, his steps steady. Yet he could feel that gaze, a mix of curiosity and malice, piercing into his back until he rounded the corner of the corridor. The door to the dungeon lay just ahead. Chapter 45, The Champion. Lex gently pushed open the door to the dungeon, the familiar scent of potions mingling with a faint, elusive aroma of bitter incense washing over him, easing his taut nerves. Snape stood with his back to him, counting something at the storage shelves, his dark figure appearing especially erect and taut under the dim light. Even without turning, Lex could sense the palpable displeasure emanating from him. "Sir," Lex acknowledged. Snape continued his task, merely emitting a near-silent grunt in response. Lex approached his workbench, beginning to organize the materials he needed for the night. The dungeon was momentarily filled only with the soft sounds of ingredients being arranged. This silence was not awkward. Rather, it felt like a tacit understanding. After a considerable interval, Snape finally turned around, holding several vials of rare potions, his face bearing its customary sternness, though his brow appeared more furrowed than usual. "Our new professor," he began, his voice low and silky yet tinged with evident sarcasm, as if he found the man to possess an unusual interest in Lex. Lex continued his work, deftly slicing a sleeping bean with precision, replying in a flat tone. "Outside the hall, he called out to me, advising me to remain vigilant, particularly because I am a rather conspicuous Slytherin." Snape's dark eyes narrowed sharply. Interfering, he coldly remarked, leaving unclear whether he referred to Moody or the fact that Lex was under scrutiny. He took a few steps closer, placing the vials on the table beside Lex, his gaze piercing as he appraised him. "How did you respond?" "I said I would adhere to school regulations," and thanked him for the reminder. Lex raised his head to meet Snape's gaze, casually adding, though his vigilance seemed quite targeted. The magical eye's erratic movements appeared excessively lively, not merely searching for potential threats, but rather confirming something. His words were vague, yet sufficient for Snape to detect the anomaly. A genuine Mad-Eye Moody would possess instinctual vigilance, comprehensive and unerring, rather than this scrutiny with a clearly defined objective. Snape's fingertips tapped lightly on the potion vials, producing a faint sound. He did not respond immediately, but Lex sensed his discontent. Evidently, Snape had also noticed certain details regarding his old colleague. "Mind your own affairs, Cavern." Snape finally reiterated the earlier warning in an even colder tone. "Keep your distance from him, regardless of whether he is overly diligent or otherwise. It is not your place to provoke." "I understand," Lex acquiesced, bowing his head as he resumed preparing the ingredients. He knew the warning had been delivered, and Snape would naturally validate and address it in his own manner. The following evening, the hall was once again filled with excitement and tension. The goblet of fire was placed at the center of the hall, its blue flames flickering unpredictably as if digesting the name's yearning for glory. Dumbledore stood before the goblet, beaming as he announced the champions. As the names of Durmstrang's champion, Victor Krum, and Bosbaten's champion, Fleur Delacour, were called, the hall erupted with fervent cheers from their respective supporters. Then, Dumbledore retrieved the final parchment from the goblet, and as it unfurled, his white brows subtly twitched, yet his voice remained robust. "The champion from Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table erupted in thunderous cheers, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Cedric stood amidst his friends, a look of surprise and mild shyness gracing his features as he moved toward the chamber beside the staff table. The atmosphere should have peaked here before gradually subsiding. Yet merely seconds later, the flames of the goblet once again transformed into red, belching forth a fourth parchment. An immediate hush fell over the entire hall. Dumbledore's hand firmly grasped the parchment, and as he uttered the name, his voice resonated with a subdued gravity. "Harry Potter." Whispers cascaded like a surging tide, swiftly followed by a myriad of ambiguous glances directed at the pale-faced Harry. Lex sat at the far end of the Slytherin table, observing Harry as he stiffly advanced amidst a sea of skeptical, furious, and bewildered gazes, ultimately disappearing into the adjoining chamber alongside Cedric and the other two champions. He noted the exaggerated reaction of the foe Moody, who almost instantly rose to his feet, vociferously declaring it a conspiracy. Yet the ever-rotating magical eye seemed to inadvertently sweep over the ashen-faced Snape at the staff table, as well as the Slytherin table. Once the champions were confirmed, the atmosphere within the castle grew palpably tense. Voices in support of Harry clashed with those filled with doubt, while Cedric, due to his gentle and upright character, garnered the admiration of the vast majority. On an afternoon just before the first task, Lex encountered Cedric beneath a beech tree by the Black Lake. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his gaze remained warm. "Hi, Lex," Cedric greeted with a smile, settling beside him. "I haven't seen you around lately. The dungeons have been rather busy." Lex replied tersely, his eyes glancing over Cedric's slightly anxious fingers. "How are you preparing?" Cedric shrugged, a hint of a wry smile appearing. "To be honest, I feel a bit uncertain. I've heard the first task is quite perilous." He paused, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake. "Nonetheless, one must face it." Lex remained silent for a moment, then produced a small item from his pocket. It was a modest little pouch sewn from unassuming dark gray fabric. Tied with a matching cord, plain and somewhat rough. "This is for you," Lex said, extending the pouch. "I made it myself. Inside are some calming herbs. Perhaps they will help you remain composed during the competition. Wear it around your neck, but keep it discreet." Cedric, somewhat taken aback, accepted it, squeezing it gently and feeling a firm object within along with the texture of dried leaves. "Is this a talisman?" He chuckled, warmth shining in his gray eyes. "Thank you, Lex. I didn't expect you to believe in such things." "Sometimes, the power of the mind proves more effective than magic," Lex replied evenly. "Consider it a blessing." "Best of luck, Cedric." He offered no further explanation and departed. Chapter 46. The Ball. That evening, as Lex was occupied in the dungeons preparing a batch of flobberworm mucilage, Snape stormed in like a dark whirlwind. He slammed a bottle of finished calming draft onto the table, producing a dull thud. "It seems Diggory's son is not only adept at Quidditch, but also possesses a favorable disposition." Snape's voice was frigid, tinged with evident sarcasm. "Even my apprentice in the dungeons is busy delivering warm wishes." Lex stirred the cauldron without a moment's pause, his gaze unyieldingly fixed on his task. "Just a bit of calming herbs, sir. The Hufflepuff head helped me a few times in the library." What a touching display of camaraderie. Snape stepped closer, the air swirling around him causing the steam above the cauldron to waver. "I trust your knowledge of herbs does not include any dangerous concoctions. Merely ordinary lavender and valerian root, sir. Their properties are mild and entirely safe," Lex replied calmly, finally lifting his eyes to meet Snape's. "Have you reviewed that report on moonstone powder?" Snape's black eyes bore into him, seemingly evaluating the truthfulness of his words. For a moment, the only sound in the dungeons was the gentle bubbling of the cauldron. After what felt like an eternity, Snape abruptly turned and strode towards his storeroom, leaving a parting remark. "Mind your mild herbs, Caven. Do not forget what you ought to care about and who is truly worth your energy." The storeroom door slammed shut behind him. Lex gazed at the door, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. He returned his focus to the potion before him, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. On the day of the first task, all the faculty and students congregated on the makeshift stands erected outside the castle. When Cedric faced the ferocious Swedish shortsnout, skillfully employing a transfiguration spell to divert its attention, ultimately securing the golden egg, thunderous applause erupted from the stands, with Hufflepuffs leaping and cheering in sheer exhilaration. Harry, too, narrowly succeeded in obtaining his dragon egg, and the first task concluded smoothly. The fervent discussions within the castle momentarily shifted from how Harry Potter became a champion to an admiration for the two Hogwarts champions. Cedric's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, and the Hufflepuff Common Room hosted a small celebration, with even students from other houses extending their congratulations. Following the conclusion of the task, the atmosphere in the castle relaxed considerably. Even the suits of armor in the corridors appeared less foreboding. Conversations about the perilous experiences gradually gave way to another more imminent and thrilling topic: the Christmas ball. When the announcement was pinned to the Common Room's notice board, Pansy Parkinson's shriek nearly shattered the goblets. Suddenly, the primary concern for all third years and above became how to find a partner and what attire to wear. Draco Malfoy outwardly scoffed at this frivolous social event, yet Lex observed him more than once practicing his invitation phrasing in front of a mirror, presumably attempting to summon the courage to invite Pansy while struggling with his pride. The dungeons were not entirely immune to this wave of excitement. Despite the cold, damp air and the pungent aroma of potions, one day when Lex arrived, he discovered Snape violently sweeping a pile of Christmas cards adorned with mistletoe and holly into the trash, his expression akin to one cleaning off the putrid residue clinging to the bottom of a cauldron. "Mr. Caven." Snape did not look up, his voice even lower and smoother than usual, carrying an unmistakable warning. "If your purpose for being here is to discuss anything unrelated to potions, especially involving hairspray and ludicrous formal attire, I suggest you turn around and leave at once." Lex obediently moved to his workstation. "I need to complete the extraction experiment for moonlit flowers, sir." Snape huffed dismissively, granting tacit permission, yet his aura of "do not disturb me" lingered until dinner time. Lex himself held little interest in the ball. He had no intention of inviting anyone, nor did he believe anyone would extend an invitation to a brooding Slytherin apprentice. Except, "Hey, Lex." On the way back from Charms class, Cedric caught up with him, his face adorned with a warm Hufflepuff smile. Accompanied by a few classmates who were teasingly nudging him, he appeared considerably more relaxed than before. The weight of being a champion seemed temporarily alleviated by the excitement of the ball. "Cedric," Lex halted, nodding slightly. He noticed the faint outline of the dark gray cord peeking from beneath Cedric's robes. "Listen," Cedric lowered his voice slightly, sincerity shining in his gray eyes. "Have you found a partner for the Christmas ball?" Lex raised an eyebrow, gently shaking his head. "That's great." Cedric visibly relaxed, then sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I asked Cho Chang, and she agreed to be my partner. But she has a Ravenclaw friend, Marietta Edgecombe, who hasn't found a partner yet. She's really nice. Just a bit shy. If you're willing, perhaps. So, he was playing matchmaker. Lex nearly chuckled. He could see Cedric's good intentions, wanting him to join in rather than remain solitary. However, this approach is rather Hufflepuff-like. Thank you, Diggory. Lex declined with a calm demeanor. But I fear I shall have to contend with those sticky African snake skins throughout the entire Christmas holiday. He raised the hefty tome of potions in his hand, as Professor Snape had assigned additional reading over the break. A flicker of sympathy crossed Cedric's face as he patted Lex on the shoulder. Merlin's socks. Take care, though. He winked mischievously, lightly tapping the spot on his chest where a small pouch was hidden. Perhaps your talisman could lend me some courage at the ball, lest I embarrass myself in front of Fleur. Enjoy yourself. Lex watched as he and his friends laughed and walked away, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The little pouch was safe and sound, and that was a comfort. On the night of the ball, Hogwarts was transformed. The Great Hall was adorned with silver frost and holly wreaths, under a ceiling that sparkled like the night sky. Students clad in an array of formal robes gathered in small clusters, the air thick with the scents of perfume, pumpkin juice, and youthful exuberance. Lex did not attend the festivities. He chose instead to remain in the dungeons, working on his thesis draft. The rare tranquility of the cellar was broken only by the soft scratch of his quill on parchment and the occasional crackle of firewood in the hearth. As curfew approached, the door to the cellar was flung open with a gust of cold air and a faint whiff of dessert. Snape strode in, his face darker than the bottom of a cauldron. He still wore his customary black robes, which stood in stark contrast to the ball's opulence, though his collar appeared to be somewhat more starched, as if he had been compelled to tidy himself up a bit. Chapter 47, Gillyweed. He yanked off his dragonhide gloves and tossed them onto the desk with a loud thud. A group of overzealous, dim-witted oafs, he muttered under his breath, as if trying to shake off the raucous energy that clung to him. His gaze swept over Lex, who was still bent over his writing, furrowing his brow even more tightly. What are you doing here? Thesis, sir, just need to finalize the conclusion. Lex replied calmly, his hand not pausing. Snape stared at him for a few seconds, said nothing further, and took a seat behind his desk, extracting a thick roll of parchment to mark. Though his movements radiated clear impatience, the cellar fell into silence once more, but an odd sense of equilibrium permeated the space. The distant sounds of music and laughter outside only served to enhance the tranquility within. After an indeterminate amount of time, Snape suddenly spoke, his voice still cold but lacking some of the previous ire. That talisman from Diggory. Lex halted his quill and looked up. Although the craftsmanship was crude and the design bore the hallmark of Gryffindor's linear thinking, Snape's gaze fell upon Lex's parchment, his tone critical. Yet the core alchemical runes managed to meet the basic standards of a protective charm. It seems your dubious tomes are not entirely devoid of merit. This was perhaps the closest Lex had ever come to receiving a measure of approval from Snape. He lowered his gaze, concealing a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Thank you, sir. Snape snorted dismissively and fell silent. Following the fervor of the ball, the focus returned to the tournament. The secret of the golden egg was soon unraveled, largely thanks to Mad-Eye Moody's hints to Harry. News of the second task taking place underwater spread like wildfire, casting a new wave of anxiety over the champions, especially Harry, who appeared utterly at a loss. One late night, Lex was alone in the cellar sorting a batch of newly arrived pufferfish eyes when the door creaked open, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione, united as the fabled trio, sneaked in, their faces etched with desperate tension. Caven, Harry whispered urgently, his words tumbling out in haste. We need some gillyweed or anything that can help us breathe underwater. Do you know where we can find some? Or could you assist us? Lex paused in his task and regarded them. Hermione's eyes were filled with pleading, while Ron's expression conveyed their shared apprehension about their clandestine visit. He knew perfectly well why they were there and understood that Moody would eventually aid Harry in acquiring gillyweed, but at that moment, a thought flitted through his mind. Silently, he walked over to a storage cabinet, tapping the lock with his wand, and the door slid open soundlessly. Inside were various rare or dangerous potion ingredients, neatly categorized. Without a glance, he retrieved a small glass jar sealed with wax from a corner, containing a few curled, dark green strands of dried water plant. One last time, Lex handed the jar to Harry, his tone flat and unyielding. Just don't let anyone see it came from the dungeons. Harry paused, seemingly taken aback by the ease of the transaction, quickly accepting the jar and clutching it tightly. Thank you. We won't tell anyone. Hermione also hurriedly expressed her gratitude, casting a complex look at Lex, as if pondering why he had assisted them so many times. Lex said nothing more, merely waved his hand, signaling them to leave hastily. The three vanished as silently as they had arrived. He turned back to his work on the pufferfish eyes, as if he had merely shooed away a few beggar cats. He was not concerned that Snape would discover the depletion of materials in the cellar, as long as it was not an excessively rare item. Snape typically did not inquire into the details. This bit of gillyweed could be considered fodder for the giant squid in the Black Lake. However, he underestimated the proprietor of the cellar's keen perception. The following evening, as Lex was verifying a complex potion recipe, Snape's icy voice pierced the stillness behind him, laced with a barely perceptible anger. I assume my stock in the cellar is not so generous as to be freely distributed to an imprudent savior and his entourage. Lex stiffened, slowly turning to face him. Snape loomed in the shadows, his dark robes nearly merging with the gloom, save for his eyes, which glimmered faintly in the dim light. They were in a hurry, sir. Lex did not deny it, opting for the most direct response, and besides, gillyweed is not an irreplaceable rare material. Oh, Snape elongated the syllable, stepping closer. So you believe that aiding Mr. Potter in contravening the rules of the tournament is justifiable? Or do you think that Diggory, who relies on blessings to get by, requires a taste of fair competition from Slytherin? Lex detected the sarcasm in his words, referring both to the plant he had given Harry and the talisman he had provided Cedric. He lowered his eyes. I merely believe that rather than allowing them to pursue more dangerous and uncontrollable means to achieve their goals, it is more prudent to offer assistance. At least, gillyweed's effects are stable. Snape emitted a short, cold laugh. How considerate of you, Mr. Caven. You are almost becoming Mr. Potter's personal logistics officer. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Remember your place. Excessive kindness can be a fatal flaw in the eyes of certain individuals, especially now. Lex understood precisely what was being referenced. Moody was lurking, and dark currents flowed within the castle. I understand, sir, he murmured. Snape scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly searching for something in his calm demeanor, but ultimately, he merely snorted. One can only hope you truly grasp the situation. Compile the inventory list of the African snake skins from last quarter. I want to see it by tomorrow morning. This was both a punishment and a warning. Lex respectfully acknowledged. Yes, sir. Snape turned and departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of chilling silence. Lex watched his retreating figure and exhaled softly. He understood that Snape's ire was not solely due to the few sprigs of gillyweed. Rather, it stemmed from an underlying vexation and concern regarding his potential entanglement in trouble. This peculiar form of care did not escape his notice. The following morning, Lex placed the outrageously detailed inventory list of African snake skins upon Snape's desk, deliberately using an ink bottle to weigh down a note that bore but a single line. Sir, upon verification, there exists an anomalous deficit of approximately 3 ounces in the consumption of snake skins for the previous quarter, which is inconsistent with the records. On the reverse side of the note lay a hastily jotted formula for a potion. Lex hoped this would help to turn the page on the minor unpleasantness regarding the gillyweed from the previous night. The second task commenced amidst a throng of spectators by the Black Lake. As Cedric and Harry emerged from the water, each bearing their treasures, cheers erupted once more from the stands. Harry was awarded additional points for his noble moral stance in rescuing Fleur's sister, placing him in a tie for second alongside Cedric. Lex stood amidst the Slytherin crowd, observing from a distance as he noted that Barty Crouch Jr., in disguise as Moody, cast a glance in his direction upon confirming Harry's completion of the task. Chapter 48. The Attention of Young Barty. Thus, the second task drew to a close, ushering in a wave of light-hearted activities within the castle. Recently, Barty seemed to divert more of his focus towards Harry, who was diligently preparing for the third task, thereby lessening his scrutinizing gaze upon Lex. This newfound ease brought some relief to Lex. One weekend afternoon, blessed with rare clear skies, he cradled several hefty tomes and instinctively made his way to the familiar beech tree in the castle's rear courtyard. From afar, he spotted the familiar figure of Cedric, surrounded by a group of younger Hufflepuff students, seemingly engaged in elucidating questions about the history of magic. Sunlight bathed him, outlining his gentle profile. A few small badgers gazed up at him with eyes filled with admiration. Cedric patiently explained, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation over particularly tricky questions, his earnest yet slightly troubled demeanor eliciting gentle laughter from the young witches and wizards. Lex did not approach. Instead, he found a quiet corner nearby to settle down and unfurl his book. After a while, Cedric finally concluded his explanations, dispersing the eager badgers, and upon turning, his gaze fell upon Lex. A smile instantly brightened his face as he strode over. Hey, hiding out here to study? Cedric's voice carried the refreshing vigor of someone who had just engaged in physical activity as he casually sat on the grass beside Lex, stretching his long legs. Not nearly as busy as a champion, Lex replied, flipping a page of his book, his eyes momentarily lingering on Cedric's neck before swiftly averting them. The charm remained intact. Seemingly well cared for by its wearer, granting him a measure of comfort. "Come on," Cedric chuckled, shaking his head and rubbing his slightly sore neck. "I would much rather be holed up in the library writing essays than face those bizarre task prompts." He sighed, though his tone held little genuine complaint, more akin to friendly banter. "The third task sounds like it's in a maze. Who knows what will pop up this time?" His hand instinctively brushed against the small pouch at his chest, as if seeking solace. "Honestly, Lex, that little thing of yours has been quite useful. The night before the first task, I was so anxious I could barely sleep. Holding it really did help calm me down." His gray eyes bore sincere gratitude, though it might have been merely psychological. "As long as it proves effective," Lex replied in a neutral tone, returning his focus to the pages of his book, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Cedric observed his demeanor, chuckling softly, and refrained from offering further thanks, instead eagerly shifting the conversation to other topics, such as the recently concluded friendly match against Ravenclaw and the new dessert shop in Hogsmeade. Lex often remained a quiet listener, occasionally providing succinct explanations when Cedric inquired about a challenging point from their potions class. The sun warmed them, and distant sounds of students playing resonated in the air. Cedric's voice was gentle yet vibrant. In that moment, Hogwarts felt like an ordinary, sunlit school of magic, devoid of conspiracy or burden. However, tranquility is always fleeting. Days later, while en route to the kitchen for a replenishment of coffee beans, Lex unexpectedly encountered Barty Crouch Jr. He limped into the castle, his wooden leg thumping against the floor, that magical eye spinning wildly before finally locking onto Lex. "Cavendish," he barked, his voice echoing in the cavernous foyer. "Just the person I was looking for. You have a keen interest in potion ingredients?" Lex halted, nodding slightly. "Professor Moody." Barty edged closer, an air of dust and the faint scent of the forbidden forest clinging to him. His blue eye scrutinized Lex intently, while the magical one warily scanned their surroundings. "The maze for the third task," he lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone as if sharing a significant secret. "It requires the arrangement of many special plants. Snape must have some good specimens, like Devil's Snare, for instance. Have you noticed whether he has been handling any particularly dangerous varieties recently?" This seemingly innocuous question carried an undercurrent of probing. Barty appeared to seek confirmation from Lex regarding certain details about the maze's protective measures that should not be known to students. Or perhaps he simply wished to find a pretext to engage with him. Lex maintained a stoic expression, his tone respectful yet distant. "The inventory and utilization of materials are directly overseen by Professor Snape. I do not handle the registration of hazardous varieties, Professor." Barty's magical eye swiveled as if trying to discern any hint of deceit upon Lex's countenance, but ultimately found nothing amiss. He flashed a twisted smile and patted Lex's shoulder. "Stay vigilant, lad. In times like this, one must be particularly mindful of their surroundings. Always remain alert." He repeated this mantra before limping away. Lex watched him depart, a warning bell ringing softly within him. Barty would not approach him without reason. This seemingly casual inquiry felt more like a prelude. He needed to exercise greater caution. Upon returning to the dungeon, Lex found Snape at the workstation, a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands, his brow furrowed. The newspaper prominently featured an article about the lack of progress in the investigation following the Quidditch World Cup, alongside the ministry's veiled criticism of certain individuals for spreading panic, clearly aimed at Dumbledore and Moody. "It seems our Mad-Eye professor has been quite eager to contribute to the preparations for the third task," Snape remarked coldly, filled with biting sarcasm, before tossing the newspaper aside. "Even those unsavory old residents of the Forbidden Forest have been disturbed by him." He raised his gaze to Lex, his dark eyes sharp. "Did he accost you in the foyer?" Lex was not surprised that Snape was aware. Few secrets could elude the master of potions within the castle. He recounted Barty's inquiry regarding the maze plants succinctly. Snape scoffed, meddlesome. "The maze's protective measures are the responsibility of designated individuals, and it is not his place to interfere." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lex with an evaluative intensity. "He seems particularly concerned about you of late." The implication was unmistakable. Lex replied calmly, "I shall ensure to maintain my distance, sir." "Best that you do." Snape turned away, commencing the task of processing a new batch of materials. His tone remained as icy as ever, yet the words that followed bore a hint of something different. Before the commencement of the third task, Dumbledore had requested all professors to intensify their nocturnal patrols. "If you remain in the dungeons at night, remember to lock the door." This sounded like a mere routine reminder, yet when uttered by Snape, it conveyed an awkward, almost imperceptible concern. He was cautioning Lex to be mindful of his safety, particularly on the nights when the imposter Moody was most active. "Yes, sir," Lex replied softly. As June approached, the details of the third task began to surface. The enormous hedgerow maze that had sprung up in the Quidditch pitch became the focal point of discussion among all students. Chapter 49, The Resurrection of Voldemort. On the final weekend before the task began, Lex encountered Cedric in the entrance hall, who was preparing to set off. The Hufflepuff champion appeared to be in good spirits, his face radiating a calm confidence as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with a few friends. Upon seeing Lex, he waved goodbye to his companions and approached. "Last chance to relax," Cedric remarked with a smile, patting the pocket of his robes. "I'm off to Honeydukes to stock up on supplies for the maze." He exuded an air of ease, as if he were about to face not a treacherous magical labyrinth, but an ordinary examination. Lex observed him, feeling the weight of foreknowledge ebb slightly under the brightness of Cedric's smile. "Good luck, Cedric," Lex said, his tone infused with a subtle warmth not usually present. "Thanks." Cedric's grin broadened. "Oh, by the way," he seemed to suddenly recall, lowering his voice, "after the competition, perhaps we could grab a drink at the Three Broomsticks. If you're free." Lex hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. "If time permits." Cedric cheerfully clapped him on the shoulder and turned to meld into the crowd heading to Hogsmeade. Lex stood rooted to the spot, watching the tall, vibrant figure vanish through the doorway, silently repeating, "Good luck." He understood that the true trial was imminent, and all he could do was remain vigilant, perhaps wait, and hope that the small alchemical talisman would, as he wished, alter the course of fate in a crucial moment. Professor Snape stood in the shadows of the staff table, his black robes almost merging with the night, his expression inscrutable. Yet Lex could feel the chill of his gaze directed toward him. Fireworks erupted as the champions entered the maze one by one, the towering hedgerows swiftly engulfing their figures. Cheers and murmurs rose and fell from the stands. Lex stood quietly, the night breeze rustling the edges of his robes. Though he appeared to be focused on the competition, most of his attention was attuned to sensing the magical fluctuations around him, particularly in the direction of the imposter Moody and Snape. The situation within the maze was shrouded in mystery, discernible only through the commentator's voice and the occasional flashes of magic illuminating the sky above the labyrinth. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from deep within the maze, followed by a burst of red light shooting into the sky. Gasps erupted from the stands. In that fleeting moment when everyone's attention was drawn away, chaos ensued. Lex felt a chilling wave of dark magic wash over his mind, causing him to stiffen, his magical flow momentarily stifled. He instantly recognized it as the lingering psychic imprint from the diary, now activated by the imposter Moody through some unknown means. Simultaneously, at the staff table, Snape detected the disturbance almost as soon as Lex's body went rigid. His gaze locked onto Lex and the figure of Moody, who was quietly raising his wand, a maniacal grin adorning his face. "Moody!" Snape's figure surged forth, wand in hand. A blinding red light aimed directly at the imposter. But he was ultimately a heartbeat too late. Ignoring Snape's attack, the imposter Moody's wand erupted with a sinister glow, but rather than targeting anyone else, it struck the immobilized Lex. "Potter has fallen. And let us take an extra prize." The imposter Moody cackled, his voice twisted. The last thing Lex saw as he lost consciousness was Snape's dark robes swirling in the chaos. When Lex awoke once more, he found himself sprawled on the cold ground, his arms and legs bound by rough ropes, his magic seemingly suppressed, flowing sluggishly. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was in a desolate graveyard, the night profound, illuminated only by a large cauldron bubbling ominously, its flames a sickly green casting the only light. Beside the cauldron, a figure hunched over, no longer resembling the imposter Moody, but rather the twisted visage of Barty Crouch Jr., his face contorted with zeal and madness. Not far off, Harry Potter lay unconscious, similarly bound tightly. "You're awake, Caven." Barty Crouch Jr. turned, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. "Perfect. The Master's return ceremony requires the most flawless vessel." Barty spoke in a chant-like tone, stepping closer to Lex. "That boy is a necessary sacrifice, an adversary. And you, a similarly youthful vessel brimming with magic and a soul of unique essence, will serve as an exquisite buffer and embellishment, ensuring the Master's rebirth is nothing short of flawless." He dragged Lex toward the seething cauldron. The ritual commenced, the Father's bone, the Servant's flesh, the enemy's blood. Lex beheld a pale, skeletal figure rising from the cauldron, radiating the familiar, suffocating aura of malevolence. Voldemort had returned. Lex Caven, Voldemort's voice was icy, a bothersome little thing that always interferes at crucial moments. "Your shadow looms over Quirrell's failure and the destruction of the diary." He approached slowly, his cold fingers brushing against Lex's cheek, eliciting a wave of nausea and chill. "Yet this body harbors remarkable potential. I can sense a balanced power within you. While directly using Harry Potter's blood is indeed perfect, employing your body as a buffer and transitional vessel will harmonize the magic, rendering my resurrection utterly impeccable." Voldemort intended to use Lex as the first vessel for his soul post-resurrection, even if merely temporarily. It would better stabilize his recently returned essence and perhaps covet the knowledge Lex possessed, knowledge Voldemort could not fully comprehend. A piercing agony surged through Lex in that moment, and he clenched his teeth, resolutely holding on to his consciousness. Just as he felt his awareness begin to unravel, shards of Voldemort's soul forced their way in, attempting to seize control of his body. Lex felt his consciousness squeezed into a narrow corner, the reins of his body slipping away as Voldemort's chilling will surged forth like a tide. Chapter 50, Recovery. Lex regained a vague sense of awareness a month later. He felt like a sponge that had been wrung dry, every bone in his body languid, his soul seemingly torn asunder and then hastily stitched back together, leaving behind phantom pains. It took him several days to truly open his heavy eyelids and acclimate to the gentle light of the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey nearly dropped the potion bottle in her excitement upon seeing him awake and immediately launched into a rapid-fire barrage of inquiries and examinations. Lex struggled to turn his neck, his vision still somewhat blurred as it swept across the hospital room. Then he froze. By the window, not far from the sickbed, Severus Snape stood with his back turned, his silhouette as erect as ever, though his black robes appeared even more desolate than usual, as if burdened by an immense weight. He did not turn around, yet Lex could sense that, at the very instant his gaze fell upon him, Snape's taut shoulders imperceptibly shifted. "He has been watching over you," Madame Pomfrey murmured as she adjusted the foredrip, her voice imbued with unmistakable emotion. "Aside from necessary classes and duties, he has scarcely left your side, even brewing potions here." Lex's heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something, a bittersweet warmth enveloping him. Snape remained motionless, a silent black rock. It was only after Madame Pomfrey completed her examination and instructed Lex to rest well before departing, leaving them alone in the room, that Snape slowly turned around. His complexion was an unhealthy waxen yellow, dark shadows under his eyes that were almost alarming, his lips pressed tightly together, and those black eyes, usually filled with sarcasm and coldness, now roiled with a bewildering complexity, an anger tinged with lingering fear, and a vulnerability Lex had never before witnessed. Their gazes locked, and the air thickened with tension. After a long silence, Snape finally broke it with a voice as rough as sandpaper. "It seems your insatiable curiosity and eagerness to help have finally landed you in the hospital wing, Mr. Cavendish." His tone attempted to regain its customary sharpness, yet faltered, revealing a barely concealed tremor. Lex opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to produce a coherent sound. Snape strode to the bedside, almost rudely pouring a glass of water and offering it to him, his fingers trembling slightly. Lex took small sips of the warm water, his gaze never leaving Snape's face. The liquid's soothing warmth revitalized him slightly, and he struggled to speak, his voice faint. "Mr. Voldemort, he is alive." Snape interrupted harshly, his tone venomous, as though Lex's concern for the Savior was utterly preposterous. He returned in scathe, bringing news of the Dark Lord's resurrection. "The Ministry refuses to believe it. Our minister considers it a bad joke. And you? You nearly became the first living trophy of the Dark Lord's return due to a foolish, unexpected kidnapping and possession." The more he spoke, the faster he became, his pent-up fear and anger from the past month seemingly finding an outlet. "Playing the hero, Mr. Cavendish? Who do you think you are, Dumbledore?" Lex listened quietly, refraining from retort. He understood this was not reproach, but rather Snape's exceedingly awkward form of concern. When Snape's breathing had somewhat steadied, Lex gently replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering calm, "I never intended to be a hero, sir. It was an accident." Snape's eyes bore into him, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Suddenly, he leaned forward, hands planted beside Lex's pillow, his black eyes like fathomless pools. Locking onto Lex's gaze, his voice dropping to a near whisper, laced with desperation. "Then tell me, Lex Cavendish, what was the last thing you saw before he took over you?" He was not inquiring about the process or details, but rather Lex's final impression before consciousness faded. Lex studied his face, mere inches away, observing the effort to maintain composure while betraying an overwhelming tide of emotion in those dark eyes. The fleeting image from a month ago crystallized in his mind, not Voldemort's ghastly visage, nor the green light, but the billowing black robes and a desperate roar. He inhaled softly, summoning all his strength to articulate, "It was you, sir. I saw you." Snape's pupils dilated sharply, his fingers gripping the edge of the bed until his knuckles turned white. He seemed scorched by this revelation, as if all strength had drained from him, and he abruptly straightened, turning away, leaving Lex with the sight of his violently trembling black-clad back. After what felt like an eternity, during which Lex feared he would simply depart, Snape spoke in a voice that was almost a whisper, yet distinctly audible, "Fool." Then, he almost fled from the hospital wing, his robes trailing behind him, stirring a breeze imbued with the scents of herbs and a hint of calming incense. Lex gazed at the closed door, gradually shutting his eyes, a faint smile barely curving his lips. Somewhere deep within, something quietly took root. He knew that some things had irrevocably changed. Shortly thereafter, Cedric was the first to sneak in to visit. He brought a small bag of buzzing honeycomb sweets, placing it at Lex's bedside with a countenance that expressed a mix of relief and residual fear. The trophy was a key, he whispered to Lex, his voice trembling. When I touched it, I felt an immense pull, but it was scorching hot, and then that force vanished. I think I tripped, fell, and when I looked up, the trophy was gone. And then Harry. He left the sentence hanging, conveying the implication that had it not been for Lex, he might not have made it. Lex merely shook his head gently, his tone flat, as long as it was of use. Soon after Cedric departed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione burst in like startled rabbits. Harry's expression was particularly complex, a blend of sympathy for Lex's plight and a hint of guilt, for Lex had been ensnared in this catastrophe because of him. Cavendish. Harry began awkwardly. It's not your fault, Potter, Lex interjected, his voice still hoarse. It was Barty Crouch and Voldemort's scheme. Hermione perceptively noted Lex's fatigue and quickly ushered Ron and Harry out, whispering hurriedly as they left, "Rest well, Cavendish. We are all very grateful." On the day of his discharge, the sunlight was glaring. The moment Lex stepped out of the hospital wing, he found Snape standing in the corridor's shadows like a dark sentinel. "Follow me, Mr. Cavendish." Snape's voice betrayed no emotion as he turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him, authoritative and unequivocal. Lex silently followed, assuming they were heading to the dungeons for a report or a new observational assignment. However, Snape led him through several familiar corridors, stopping before a door in the depths of the dungeons that Lex had never entered. Given your currently unstable mental state and potential residual interest from the Dark Lord, Snape stated, tapping the door lock with his wand, causing it to open silently, revealing a small, tidy bedroom just a wall away from the main dungeon area. From today, you will reside here. Chapter 51, Calming Tea. The room contained a simple bed, desk, and wardrobe, even featuring a nook with a small window that let in a faint beam of light. This was clearly not a hastily arranged space. Lex was taken aback. "Sir, this for better monitoring, and to avoid unnecessary troubles from your nocturnal activities," Snape explained stiffly, his gaze sweeping over Lex's still pale face. "Your belongings have been moved by your house elf. I hope your living habits adhere more closely to basic standards than your adventurous spirit." With that, he left no room for rebuttal or inquiry, turning to exit and leaving Lex alone in the new room. The tip of his nose was enveloped in the distinctive, chilling scent of the cellar, mingled with a faint trace of the herbal and ancient parchment aroma that was characteristic of Severus Snape. The summer holidays swiftly approached, rendering Hogwarts once more desolate. However, this summer was markedly different from those of the past. The ominous shadows of war truly loomed overhead, and Snape became exceedingly busy, frequently venturing out, returning each time cloaked in a disquieting chill that bore the remnants of Voldemort and the Death Eater's dark magic, alongside an exhaustion born of heightened mental strain. Lex adhered to the invisible edict of remaining within the cellar, dedicating most of his time to reading and potion practice while cautiously continuing his private research. He perceptively noted Snape's condition upon each return. Sometimes, Snape would retreat directly into his inner office, remaining silent for long stretches. At other times, he would exhibit an unmistakable restlessness, rummaging through ingredients with a certain brusqueness, or sitting at his desk in prolonged silence, staring at a blank piece of parchment, his fingers unconsciously pressing against his temples. After one particularly lengthy absence, Snape returned, shrouded in a palpable gloom and fatigue. His complexion was alarmingly pale, his lips devoid of color, and as he walked towards the desk, his steps appeared unsteady. Lex paused in his stirring, quietly approached the small fireplace, levitating the copper kettle to heat water, then retrieved a ceramic jar from his locked cabinet, scooping a small handful of his carefully blended dried herbs and flowers into a clean mug. When the water reached a boil, he cautiously poured it in. The delicate aroma of the tea, imbued with a hint of bitterness from the herbs, gradually diffusing through the heavy air of the cellar. Lex carried the cup to the desk, gently placing it beside Snape's hand, careful not to disturb the scattered parchments. Snape abruptly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes a tempest of sharpness and fatigue, tinged with displeasure at the interruption. Before Snape could voice his reprimand, Lex calmly explained, "Chamomile and valerian root, with a touch of lemon balm. Perhaps it will alleviate your headache." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "You seem quite weary." Snape's gaze shifted from Lex's face to the steaming cup, his brow furrowed, thin lips pressing into a harsh line. The cellar was steeped in silence, the only sound the crackling of the fireplace. Just as Lex anticipated the cup being hurled against the wall, Snape's hand, rigid with tension, reached for the cup. He did not drink, but merely touched the ceramic, feeling the warmth, and after a long moment, he let out a barely audible scoff, superfluous. Yet that hand did not relinquish the cup. Thus began an unspoken routine. Whenever Snape returned from those disquieting meetings, cloaked in cold and evident exhaustion, Lex would timely present a cup of perfectly warmed calming tea. Sometimes it was chamomile, sometimes lavender, occasionally incorporating different herbs based on Snape's state, but never repeating the blend or explaining the formula. Snape gradually transitioned from initial resistance and derision to a silent acceptance. He remained reticent, occasionally offering a caustic remark about the tea's peculiar flavor, yet the cup would invariably be emptied in increments during his review of reports or moments of contemplation. The summer in the cellar unfolded within this peculiar equilibrium. The two spent most of their time engrossed in their respective tasks, their exchanges limited to potion guidance and academic updates, yet the tense atmosphere was gradually supplanted by a near-silent calm. On a night in late July, Snape returned once more, his condition worse than ever, even the cuffs of his black robes bearing scorch marks as if touched by magic. He nearly collapsed into an armchair, fingers pressing hard against his temples, eyes closed, his brow etched with an impenetrable gloom. Lex, as was his custom, offered the cup of tea. This time, however, Snape accepted it without immediately releasing his grip. His fingertips were icy, unintentionally brushing against Lex's own. The moment of contact was fleeting, and Snape recoiled as if burned. Steadying the cup, Lex hesitated, quietly withdrawing his hand, the cold sensation lingering at his fingertips. Snape opened his eyes, a maelstrom of unarticulated emotions swirling within his dark gaze. He observed the swirling, pale golden liquid in the cup and suddenly, in a voice barely above a whisper, uttered, "The Dark Lord inquired about you." Lex's heart sank abruptly. Snape did not meet his gaze, his voice still low, tinged with a complex weariness. "He remembers your resilience in the graveyard incident with an unsettling interest." The cellar fell into a profound silence, even the flames in the fireplace seeming to freeze, no longer dancing. After a lengthy pause, Lex responded in the same low yet unervingly calm tone, "I understand, sir." Snape finally lifted his eyes to meet his, the sharpness of his gaze slicing through the still air, revealing something akin to desperation beneath his usual icy sarcasm. His lips moved, the words he spoke chillingly more terrifying than the previous warning. "He commands me," Snape's voice hoarse, "to bring you before him at the next gathering." The air became utterly frigid. Lex felt his blood seem to freeze in that moment, yet his mind remained startlingly clear. Voldemort was no longer satisfied with distant intrigue. He sought to lay eyes upon this variable that had repeatedly emerged at the edges of his plans, to personally assess the vessel that had once briefly contained a fragment of his soul. Snape's gaze bore into Lex, as if searching for signs of fear or collapse on his face, or perhaps, to affirm a resolve even he could not articulate. The knuckles of his fingers gripping the teacup turned white, the cup itself making faint sounds of strain under the pressure. Lex met his gaze unwaveringly, perceiving the underlying tension not merely as a warning, but as a desperate, unacknowledged struggle. "I understand, sir," Lex spoke again, his tone still steady, yet this time imbued with something else, a form of confirmation, a trust that relinquished the power of choice back to Snape. Chapter 52, Punishment. Snape's pupils constricted slightly. Lex's response evidently fell outside any expectation Snape had harbored. There was no panic, no questioning, only an almost resigned tranquility that burned like the fiercest embers, scalding him. He abruptly averted his gaze, as if unable to bear the weight of that look, raising the teacup to his lips and nearly brutally downing the now lukewarm liquid, as if to suppress the bitterness and more complex emotions surging within. As he set the cup down, a layer of icy composure returned to his features, yet his tone bore an unprecedented emphasis akin to an order. "You will not leave the cellar without my permission. Is that clear?" This was not a negotiation, but a form of protection, expressed in his most accustomed and awkward manner. "Understood, sir," Lex replied softly. In the ensuing days, Snape's frequency of outings noticeably increased, yet he deliberately shortened each departure. Each time he returned, the chilling aura associated with Nocturne Alley and dark magic grew ever more pronounced, his complexion increasingly pallid, and even his customary sarcasm seemed drained of vigor. Lex silently fulfilled his duties as an apprentice, meticulously tidying the cellar until it sparkled, categorizing potion ingredients with precision, and penning detailed notes in an immaculate hand. He no longer attempted to inquire or comfort. Instead, when the dark figure returned, cloaked in an aura of chill, he would timely present a cup of soothing tea, perfectly warmed. At times, it was infused with mint leaves, on others, a drop of orange blossom oil. Each concoction subtly catered to Snape's current state, perhaps to ease taut nerves or to quell an uncontainable irritability. Snape would typically accept it in silence, occasionally offering a scathing remark about its cloying sweetness or peculiar taste, yet the cup would invariably be emptied. This unspoken understanding had become the sole form of communication within the cellar. Lex could sense the tension tightening within Snape's psyche, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, poised to snap at any moment. He was acutely aware that the date of the forthcoming gathering was drawing near. The day inevitably arrived. Before departing the cellar, Snape did not spare Lex a single glance. He merely stood at the threshold, back turned, the hem of his black robe billowing as if moved by an unseen wind. His voice hoarse as he cast down his final warning. Remember my words. Stay here. The door to the cellar closed behind him with a heavy echo. Lex remained rooted in place, listening to the sound of footsteps fade into the distance before he slowly approached the writing desk. He did not sit, merely leaned against the edge, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames in the fireplace, feeling as though time had never stretched so unbearably slow. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps hours, perhaps longer, a faint magical fluctuation from a key outside the door roused Lex to attention, his heart tightening abruptly. The cellar door creaked open at a sluggish pace, laden with a sense of reluctance. Snape stepped inside. His robes appeared relatively tidy, yet his complexion was a ghastly pallor. Lips pressed tightly together, devoid of color. He moved slowly, each step seemingly sapping his strength, yet he maintained an air of composure. He did not look at Lex, but walked directly toward the inner office. However, as he passed the workbench, he stumbled imperceptibly, instinctively bracing himself against the cold stone surface, his knuckles turning pale from the effort. In an instant, he regained his balance and continued onward. Yet, Lex observed everything with clarity. Beneath the voluminous sleeves of Snape's robe, his right hand trembled uncontrollably as it gripped the table. Moreover, mingling with the familiar sense of potions and bitter incense, there was a faint scent of blood. Forcibly suppressed, the mark of Voldemort's punishment. Lex's heart felt as though gripped by a vice, a sharp pain radiating through him. Snape offered no explanation, no complaints, and did not resort to his usual sharp words to dismiss Lex. He merely struggled in silence toward the door that would shield him from the outside world. Just as his hand brushed the doorknob, Lex acted. He did not voice inquiries nor approach to assist, knowing that such gestures would only provoke greater resistance. Instead, he swiftly moved to the small fireplace, his actions quicker yet still steady as he boiled water, then retrieved several small glass vials of various colors from his cabinet. This time, he did not brew herbal tea. He precisely mixed different powders, deep brown, pale gold, and a hint of silver, into a clean ceramic bowl, pouring hot water over them and stirring gently with a moonstone rod until the concoction transformed into a glossy, milky liquid emanating a rich herbal aroma with a subtle hint of honey. He carried the bowl to the door of the inner office, which stood ajar. Lex paused briefly before gently pushing it open. Snape was not seated behind the desk. Instead, he had collapsed into the solitary armchair by the fireplace, his body sinking deeply into it, head tilted back, eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed with an overwhelming expression of pain and fatigue. His right hand hung limply at his side, the tremor more pronounced than before. Hearing the movement, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp vigilance darting through his dark gaze. Yet, upon recognizing Lex and the bowl in his hands, that alertness was swiftly supplanted by a deeper, more profound weariness. He did not speak, simply closed his eyes once more, as if devoid of even the strength to scold. Lex approached him, gently placing the bowl on the small table beside him. The liquid within radiated a warm and gentle aura. Sir, Lex's voice was soft, imbued with an insistence that brooked no refusal. Drinking this will alleviate the stinging pain of magical backlash and assist in your recovery. Snape remained with eyes shut, his thin lips pressed even tighter. The cellar was enveloped in the oppressive sound of their breaths. After a lengthy silence, just as Lex began to think Snape would persist in his mute defiance, Snape, with excruciating slowness and a hint of resignation, extended his hand and grasped the bowl. His hand trembled violently. When the rim met his lips, it produced a faint clink. He hesitated momentarily before, as if steeling himself. He consumed the warm potion in one swift motion. The act of swallowing seemed to summon pain, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously. Once finished, he set the empty bowl back on the table with a soft clatter. Throughout the entire ordeal, he did not cast a single glance at Lex. Lex picked up the empty bowl, but did not leave immediately. His gaze lingered on Snape's right hand, still trembling at his side, the pale skin revealing blue veins beneath. A strong impulse compelled him to do something. Anything, even if only ultimately. He did nothing, merely whispering, "I'll be just outside." Chapter 53, A Little Trick. After that day, Lex delivered restorative potions to Snape almost daily, following several false starts. On an afternoon shrouded in the steam of potion brewing, Lex stirred the purple liquid in the cauldron and, as if casually, began, "Sir," regarding the next gathering. Snape's quill abruptly halted over the parchment. leaving a small ink mark. He raised his gaze, his dark eyes revealing an unmasked warning. Don't even think about it. I have my means of extrication. Lex did not shy away from his stare, his voice calm yet resolute. Not reckless, but prepared. It was better to resolve at once than to leave him perpetually burdened with the consequences. It's certainly preferable to having you bear the repercussions on my behalf, he added softly, but the words resonated clearly in the silence of the cellar. Snape's lips formed a pale, straight line. He recalled the cup of perfectly warmed, calming potion upon his return, and the unwavering determination reflected in the boy's eyes at that moment. A tumult of emotions surged within him, frustration, helplessness, and a tinge of something he was reluctant to acknowledge. He scrutinized Lex intently, searching that youthful yet overly composed face for any signs of wavering or foolish bravery, but all he found was a calculated calm. Your means? Snape's voice was hoarse, laced with extreme sarcasm. Are you relying on that third-rate disillusionment charm of yours, or some trinket from one of Dumbledore's joke shops? Lex did not answer directly. Instead, he withdrew an object from the pocket of his robe. It was neither a wand nor any common magical item, but a seemingly unremarkable gray stone, its surface adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. A one-time key, he explained, gently rubbing his fingertips over its surface. It is anchored to the perimeter of Hogwarts. The triggering condition is the magical fluctuation of an unforgivable curse. He lifted his gaze, his eyes bright and clear. The moment he made his move was precisely when I should depart. It was a reasonable conclusion, aligning with the notion that Dumbledore would arrange contingencies for a student in such peril. The atmosphere grew heavy and still. Snape's chest rose and fell slightly, his dark eyes swirling with intense turmoil. This plan was audacious to the point of madness, yet possessed a strange feasibility. It intertwined Lex's safety with Voldemort's most direct murderous intent, cleverly exploiting the Dark Lord's paranoia and Dumbledore's cunning as a disguise. More importantly, it represented the swiftest means to shatter the current stalemate, at least temporarily evading Voldemort's relentless scrutiny. What if it failed? Snape finally managed to utter those words, his voice barely audible. Then you shall find peace at last, Lex replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, and the potion's materials in the cellar shall be spared. This almost offensive jest made Snape's temples throb, yet oddly, the tense atmosphere relaxed for a fleeting moment. He glared fiercely at Lex, and after a considerable pause, he abruptly turned, his black cloak sweeping in a sharp arc. Stow away that damned stone. This was tantamount to tacit approval. Before the next gathering, Snape was even more reticent than usual, the oppressive aura around him so low it could silence a mandrake's wails. Just before their departure, he stood at the cellar door, his back to Lex, delivering one final warning in a voice as rigid as marble. Stay close to me. Do not engage in any extraneous actions. If the situation turns dire, act immediately. He did not finish his sentence, but Lex understood. Yes, sir. The assembly location was an ancient, long-abandoned mansion. A cold, decaying atmosphere enveloped them, far more suffocating than even the deepest corners of the cellar. Lex followed closely behind Snape, feeling the weight of numerous curious or malicious gazes descend upon him like damp tendrils. He forced himself to steady his breath, concentrating all his thoughts on the stone concealed within his sleeve and the pale figure seated at the head of the table. Voldemort's serpent-like visage turned towards them, a flicker of amusement glinting in his crimson eyes. Severus, you truly are my most loyal servant, he remarked, and your little apprentice. Step forward, let me see you. Lex sensed Snape's body tense instantaneously, like a bowstring drawn taut. He stepped forward a few paces, head bowed, feigning just the right amount of fear and rigidity. Voldemort's scrutinizing gaze lingered on him for agonizing seconds before his slender, pale fingers casually lifted his wand. Interesting, but Dumbledore's protection ends here. Without warning, a blinding green light erupted, hurtling towards Lex. Almost simultaneously with the flash of green, the stone in Lex's sleeve became searing hot. A powerful force enveloped him, twisting and distorting the space around him. The last thing he saw was Snape suddenly stepping in front of him, the hem of his cloak billowing, and the genuine shock that flickered across Voldemort's face. In the next moment, the sensation of spinning vanished, and Lex stumbled slightly, discovering himself standing at the outskirts of Hogwarts Castle, the familiar air filling his lungs, infused with the unique scent of the damp woods bordering the forbidden forest. As the night breeze swept by, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. When the cellar door was brutally flung open, Lex was seated by the fireplace, his complexion still pale, yet his hand steady as he added fresh mint leaves to the teacup. Snape strode in, his cloak carrying the chill of the night. He appeared unchanged from when he had departed, still bearing that icy, brooding demeanor, but Lex keenly detected a flicker of unresolved, almost panicked emotion deep within his dark eyes. Their gazes briefly intertwined in the air. Your little trick seems to have worked, Snape spoke first, his voice laced with his usual sarcasm. though his pace was slightly quicker than usual, much to the Dark Lord's displeasure. Nevertheless, he momentarily accepted the explanation of Dumbledore's excessive protection of his belongings. Approaching the desk, he did not immediately take a seat but instead turned to Lex, his dark eyes intensely fixed upon him. He has set aside the task concerning you. Lex pushed the brewed tea towards him, the refreshing scent of mint wafting through the cellar. Very well, he replied softly. Snape stared at the cup of tea, unmoving. Silence stretched between them, no longer the previous tense atmosphere, but rather a subtle tranquility born of survival. After a lengthy pause, he added stiffly, "Consider yourself fortunate, Caven." Lex lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, sir," he answered, "indeed fortunate." Chapter 54, Conversations. The summer crept forward amidst turbulent undercurrents, and while Lex's life returned to its normal rhythm, Snape's busyness only intensified. Like a weary beast desperately tugged in opposite directions by two reins. On one side were Dumbledore's increasingly stringent demands, and on the other, Voldemort's ever-growing suspicion and cruel tests. Observing Snape's waning complexion and increasingly gaunt figure, alongside the nearly soul-consuming weariness reflected in his dark eyes, an insistent thought could no longer be suppressed. He had to do something. He could not stand idly by and watch this man be utterly drained. One afternoon, estimating that Snape had succumbed to a brief sleep under the influence of a calming potion, Lex silently left the cellar, making his way directly to the 8th floor of the castle. He knew that at this hour, Dumbledore would typically be attending to matters in the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle swung aside as he announced Lemon Drop. Inside the office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, seemingly having anticipated his arrival. "Ah, Lex, please take a seat. Would you care for some fizzing whiskey? Or perhaps, I suspect you would prefer a cup of hot tea?" Dumbledore's tone remained gentle, yet his gaze held an all-seeing sharpness. Lex did not reach for the sweets. Instead, he took a deep breath and met those blue eyes directly, stating plainly, "Headmaster, I know what Tom Riddle has done to escape death." Dumbledore's expression turned grave. He did not interrupt, but merely gestured for Lex to continue. Lex succinctly laid out the information he possessed about the Horcruxes, the diadem, the locket, the ring, the snake, as well as the diary that had been destroyed and the fragment of soul residing within Harry. Finally, he paused, his voice low yet clear. "I share this with you under one condition, or rather, a request. Please do everything in your power to ensure Professor Snape remains alive." He lifted his gaze, his expression earnest and resolute. "Everything I have done, Headmaster, is solely in the hope of keeping him alive." Snape raised his head from the pensive, the cold silver memories sliding down his cheek like tears, yet the emotions swirling in his dark eyes were far more complex and intense than any mere tears. He stood there, a black statue struck by lightning, his fingers gripping the edge of the pensive tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Dumbledore sat quietly behind the desk, his blue eyes observing him through half-moon spectacles, offering no prompts, only gently nudging a dish of lemon drops closer. Snape's voice was hoarse, nearly shattering. He cleared his throat, attempting to reclaim his usual icy tone, yet failing miserably. That reckless, arrogant foolishness. A string of derogatory terms lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a near-choking gasp. Lex's words, "I merely hope to stay alive," seared into the depths of his already battered soul like a burning brand. And that Potter boy, he too was a Horcrux. The impact of this revelation was no less profound than that of the previous one. He felt a wave of dizziness, as if the ground beneath him was fracturing. "Severus." Albus's voice resonated with a gentle yet undeniable authority. The value of the information disclosed by Lex was immeasurable, and his motives, though seemingly straightforward, wielded a power surpassing any intricate rationale. He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Regarding the matter of Harry, we must exercise utmost caution. I have been exploring ways to address this issue without endangering Harry. However, this requires time and is fraught with uncertainty." Snape abruptly turned, his black robes swirling violently. "You knew all along. You have always known about Potter, and yet you allowed him." His voice was laden with suppressed anger and trepidation. "I do not possess any more knowledge than you do at this moment," Dumbledore interjected calmly, "and some burdens are best borne by fewer individuals. But now, we have newfound hope and direction, largely owing to Lex's contribution." Snape gasped, striving to quell the tempest of emotions within him. He could not dispute Dumbledore's assertion. Lex had provided not merely intelligence, but a profound trust and responsibility. That last, almost candid request had left Snape's heart feeling as though it were being slowly seared over a flame. Lex Carvin, this enigmatic boy who had repeatedly disrupted his established trajectory, was like a stone cast into still waters, the ripples of which had expanded to a point where he could no longer ignore them and had begun to rely upon them passively. An unfamiliar, bittersweet warmth spread through his cold chest. He pressed his lips together in irritation. Finally, he spoke, his voice regaining some of its usual coldness. Yet beneath it lay a barely perceptible rasp. How do you intend to wield this sudden hope? Dumbledore smiled, picking up a lemon sherbet. One step at a time, Severus. One step at a time. First, we must ensure that our hope itself is not devoured by darkness. For instance, perhaps you might consider, the next time he offers you those peculiarly flavored teas, to express your gratitude? Snape's figure stiffened momentarily. He offered no response, yet did not immediately counter. As twilight deepened, his dark silhouette gradually melded into the shadows. In the cellar, a cup of tea, perhaps already tepid but destined to be consumed, awaited him. One sultry evening. As summer vacation neared its end, the oppressive heat rendered it difficult to breathe. Dumbledore appeared in the cellar, this time clad in a travel cloak conducive to movement. His expression suggesting he was about to embark on an enjoyable excursion, though his eyes were particularly keen. Ah, Severus, Lex, I hope I am not intruding upon you. The moonlight is splendid tonight, and I intend to take a stroll, perhaps to a place called Little Hangleton to admire the scenery. He playfully winked. Yet his gaze pointedly swept over Lex. Lex's heart sank abruptly. Little Hangleton, the Gaunt residence. He realized what Dumbledore intended to do. Almost instinctively, he raised his head, meeting Dumbledore's seemingly casual, yet inquisitive gaze. Snape set down his quill, his dark eyes coldly regarding Dumbledore. His face an unmistakable mask of disapproval. I trust your walking plans do not involve any contact with unidentified relics, Dumbledore. The curiosity of the elderly can sometimes prove fatal. Oh, of course, Severus, your concern is always so delicately phrased. Dumbledore smiled, yet his gaze lingered on Lex, as though awaiting something. Lex pressed his lips together. He could not speak outright, but felt compelled to caution. He set down the frog spawn in his hands, speaking as evenly as possible, as if merely making an offhand remark. Headmaster, if you happen to encounter any jewelry that appears ancient, particularly those with inlays, it would be wise to handle them with magic from a distance, as certain dark magical curses can be transmitted through the slightest touch. Dumbledore's eyes brightened. As if receiving confirmation, he nodded in satisfaction. A very prudent suggestion, Lex. I shall bear it in mind. Now, wish me luck, gentlemen. I hope to return with some intriguing tales. Chapter 55, The Crown and the Ring. He exited as silently as he had entered, the cellar door closing gently behind him. Snape turned his gaze towards Lex, scrutinizing him with a hint of imperceptible gloom. You are quite knowledgeable about dark magical curses, are you not, Carvin? Lex averted his eyes, continuing to arrange the herbs. I have merely encountered similar cases in some obscure records, sir. Caution is never amiss. Snape scoffed softly, saying nothing further. Yet the atmosphere in the cellar seemed to grow even more oppressive than before. A few hours later, the cellar door swung open once more. Dumbledore returned. His travel cloak speckled with dew and dust, yet his demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed. He held in his hands an object wrapped in thick fabric. A rather fruitful walk, Dumbledore remarked, placing the bundle on an empty workbench and carefully unveiling it to reveal a charred, crack-riddled golden ring. He gazed at the ring, remarking that the protective spells upon it were quite vicious. Thanks to someone's warning, I employed the most cautious methods, avoiding any direct contact. He cast a meaningful glance at Lex. As for the other trinket, Dumbledore seemed to recall something suddenly, reaching into another pocket to produce a tattered, dirt-encrusted crown, which looked more like refuse than treasure. This one required a bit of effort to find amidst the surprises in the room of requirement. By the way, Lex, you seem to have a particular fondness for the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts? Lex felt Snape's gaze pierce through him like a knife. He lowered his eyes, murmuring, I have merely perused some ancient records. Dumbledore did not press further, placing the two Horcruxes side by side on the table as if admiring two peculiar works of art. So, we have a promising beginning, do we not? The ring, the crown, the rest will require our patience. He glanced between Lex and Snape, particularly emphasizing the coming year when Hogwarts would welcome a rather special new professor. Snape's lips curled into a frigid arc, signaling his profound displeasure regarding the matter, yet his attention seemed more fixated upon the two wrapped Horcruxes. Lex refrained from glancing at the Horcruxes, his focus fixed on Snape's top profile. He understood that the road ahead would only grow more arduous. Yet at least for the moment, they stood on the same side, united by a common goal, to destroy those objects that harbored darkness, and, amidst the inevitable storm, to survive as best as they could. Dumbledore stored the Horcruxes away, his tone regaining its buoyancy. Well then, this evening's endeavors come to a close. Lex, your OWL's results will arrive in a few days, and I suspect Severus will scrutinize them closely. He smiled at Snape, who responded with a distinctly unwelcoming glare. Good night, gentlemen. Dumbledore departed once more. The cellar was once again left with only the two of them. Snape stood silently at the edge of the workbench, staring at the place where the Horcruxes had been set, his back rigid. Lex was unsure what thoughts plagued him, whether he questioned why he happened to possess that knowledge. He chose to remain silent, continuing with his work, though his movements were more subdued than usual. After a considerable interval, Snape slowly turned around, his obsidian eyes fathomless, fixing their gaze upon Lex with an emotion that was complex and utterly indecipherable to him. He parted his lips as if to articulate something, but ultimately, his words crystallized into a terse admonition. Should your OWLs and potions fail to attain an outstanding, prepare yourself for the task of cleansing all the cauldrons next semester. Caven. Lex momentarily froze, then lowered his head, concealing the faintest hint of a relieved smile at the corners of his mouth. This familiar threat oddly reassured him, suggesting that everything remained within a semblance of control. Yes, sir. The OWL's results arrived on an unremarkable morning, delivered by an owl with an air of haughtiness, which dropped a rolled parchment into the cellar. The parchment landed beside the materials Lex was currently handling, producing a slight rustle. Before Lex could reach for it, a slender, pale hand swiftly snatched the scroll away. Snape did not even glance at him, unfurling the parchment with a brisk efficiency, his gaze swiftly scanning the line of grades. Lex continued with his task, his expression unchanged, though the motion of stirring the crystal pestle imperceptibly slowed. After a protracted silence, Snape emitted an ambiguous grunt and flung the results back towards Lex. Outstanding, in potions and defense against the dark arts. His voice was flat and devoid of inflection, revealing neither approval nor discontent. It appears your peripheral knowledge and overzealous vigilance have finally proven somewhat useful before the examiners. Lex's eyes swept over the results. Apart from potions and defense, the majority of his subjects also scored commendably above acceptable, marking him as quite exceptional. He noted that charms had also garnered an outstanding, likely due to his practice with the spellbook. As for transfiguration, Snape's tone elongated, tinged with his habitual criticism. Merely acceptable? Professor McGonagall may express her disappointment. Yet Lex discerned that this was, in Snape's cryptic manner, a faint indication of satisfaction. At the very least, the threat of cauldron cleaning was temporarily abated. I shall endeavor to excel further in my newts, sir, Lex replied, adhering to a decorous tone. Snape refrained from commenting on the grades, instead tossing a fresh piece of parchment towards Lex, listing the texts for potions, defense against the dark arts, and advanced magical theories required for the newt level. Complete the foundational theory before the term commences. He paused, his dark eyes scrutinizing Lex. Given the forthcoming peculiar year, I do not wish for you to squander your time on unnecessary distractions. The unnecessary distractions clearly referred to the impending defense against the dark arts professor and Dolores Umbridge. At the start of term feast, the hall's decorations remained resplendent, yet the sight of a figure clad in a pink cardigan, adorned with a bow and a face plastered with insincere smiles, disrupted the overall harmony like a sticky syrup. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore rose to deliver his customary address. His tone remained gentle, but the announcement of the new appointment plunged the hall into an eerie silence. This year, we are privileged to welcome a new professor, Ms. Dolores Umbridge, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Umbridge stood, emitting a series of exaggerated coughs, and commenced her insipid speech. A progressively secure educational approach, sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, eschewing unhealthy whims for stability, control, and balance. As Umbridge uttered the phrase, some progress is better than none, Lex could almost hear the stifled laughter from certain pure-blood students at the Slytherin table, while many others wore expressions of bewilderment and confusion. The cellar, following the start of term, naturally became Lex's refuge from the pink tempest. Umbridge seemed to regard the cold, oddly odorous potions classroom with a peculiar trepidation, which inadvertently bestowed upon the cellar a warped tranquility. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Umbridge, in her capacity as High Inquisitor, began to intrude frequently into other professors' classrooms, her shrill voice and the clatter of her clipboard creating an atmosphere of tension. Each time Snape returned from these inspections to the cellar, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him could have caused a mandrake to faint. He would handle the ingredients with brusque severity or sit in silence behind his desk, radiating an irritation that felt almost palpable. Lex remained as taciturn as ever, merely offering a cup of cool tea infused with extra mint and a hint of calming herbs at opportune moments when Snape returned, laden with sweet pink and suppressed fury. Occasionally, he would discreetly place a small box of homemade, bitter-tasting licorice sweets on the corner of Snape's desk, knowing that their strong flavor could effectively mask certain unpleasant memories. Snape accepted them without gratitude, only occasionally grumbling about the peculiar taste of the licorice. Yet Lex observed that the box was gradually depleting. Umbridge's authoritarianism escalated. Educational notices plastered across the hall's walls. Finally, one evening, When Snape returned to the cellar, a cruel smile graced his lips. Our esteemed Inquisitor, his voice icy, has issued the latest directive, forbidding teachers from providing students with any information unrelated to their subjects. This meant Dumbledore was further isolated, and Snape found himself precariously balanced between the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort, the tension tightening around him. Lex gazed at the dark circles under Snape's eyes, remaining silent as he turned to prepare the calming essential oils for the evening, this time deliberately adding a touch of valerian flower. Nevertheless, the cellar's peace was ultimately disrupted. One afternoon, while Lex was meticulously verifying a complex potion recipe, the saccharine yet undeniably authoritative voice of Umbridge resonated from outside the cellar door. "Severus, dear, I trust one am not intruding upon you and your particularly special apprentice. However, there are some details regarding the curriculum reform that we must discuss." Umbridge stood at the threshold, her pink figure clashing with the cellar's dimness, a smile plastered across her face. Yet her toad-like eyes bore no warmth as they fixated directly upon Lex. Lex's heart sank slightly. The inevitable had finally arrived. He recognized that this woman was targeting the unique relationship he shared with Snape. Snape slowly rose from behind his desk, his black robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, his expression inscrutable, yet the temperature of the cellar seemed to plummet to freezing. "Of course, Professor Umbridge." Snape's voice remained smooth, yet it carried an undercurrent of grit. "Please, come in." Umbridge entered with mincing steps, her bulging toad-like eyes unabashedly sweeping over Lex before settling upon Snape. Regarding the parameters of practical teaching, she began, "The Ministry believes that an excessive emphasis on, practical combat may incite undue panic among the students." Lex, his gaze lowered, continued grinding the moonstone powder with steady hands, appearing as though he were merely an inconsequential backdrop to the unfolding drama. "My teaching parameters have always strictly adhered to the traditions of Hogwarts and the curriculum approved by the headmaster." Snape's voice remained unperturbed, his obsidian eyes boring into Umbridge. "Oh, naturally, dear Severus. No one questions your professionalism," Umbridge replied with a saccharine smile, lightly tapping her wand, adorned with a bow, against her palm. "However, in the case of certain special students, particularly those in unconventional apprentice relationships, might there not be a need for more standardized oversight? After all, we are all aware that certain additional attention may render other students feeling unjustly treated." The implication in those words was unmistakable, and Lex felt the temperature around Snape drop a few degrees further. "Mr. Caven's position as my apprentice is based on his insignificant talent in potion making, which far exceeds that of the average student." Snape's tone dripped with his usual sarcasm, suggesting that the work and extra study tasks he undertook were less a privilege than a compensation for the lengthy hours he was required to spend here. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the damp and unpleasant-smelling dungeon. "If Professor Umbridge believes this constitutes unfairness, I would be quite willing to terminate this drudgery immediately." Umbridge's smile faltered slightly, as if she had not anticipated Snape would so directly define the apprenticeship as servitude. She forced a laugh. "Oh, there's no need to be so extreme, Severus. I merely wish to ensure that everything remains under control. After all, during these special times, we must be particularly vigilant against any signs of instability, wouldn't you agree?" Her gaze once again darted meaningfully towards Lex. "I maintain the necessary vigilance regarding all signs within Hogwarts," Snape replied coldly, sparing her any further concern. The conversation continued in a veneer of feigned friendliness and icy confrontation for several minutes, until Umbridge, having gained nothing, twisted her corpulent body and departed, leaving behind a nauseatingly sweet atmosphere. The moment the dungeon door closed, Snape abruptly waved his hand, casting a silent cleaning charm over the space where Umbridge had stood, as if to dispel some plague. He returned to his chair, his expression darker than the bottom of a cauldron, his fingers pressing firmly against his temples. Lex silently pushed a cup of freshly brewed mint tea, doubled in strength, towards him. Snape did not glance at it, lifting it instead to drink it down in one go, as if seeking to quench the fiery anger within him with its intense coolness. Umbridge's arrival had triggered some switch, rendering the atmosphere in Hogwarts increasingly oppressive. Educational decrees plastered the walls like locusts, and Filch strutted about with unwarranted arrogance. Lex occasionally encountered Hermione in the corridors. She was always clutching a large stack of books, her eyes flickering, hurrying past. On several occasions, she seemed as though she wished to say something to Lex, yet ultimately only nodded, her words left unspoken. Lex understood well. This was the undercurrent of Dumbledore's army stirring beneath the surface. Time crawled slowly under the pressure of an impending pink dawn, as the castle welcomed the chilly rains of early winter. The dungeon was colder than usual, the fireplace's flames seemingly incapable of dispelling the dampness seeping through the stone cracks. The eve of Christmas brought most students to leave the school, rendering the castle desolate. Yet, within the dungeon, there was a rare semblance of tranquility, if not warmth, at least isolating them from the outside clamor. On Christmas Eve evening, Lex did not bury himself in the sea of books as usual, but rather sat at his small workstation, meticulously handling several dried plant roots sent from the east. Chapter 57, Seeds. Snape finished grading the last fifth-year potion essay, tossing his quill into the inkpot with a barely audible sigh. He rubbed his brow and lifted his gaze towards Lex, momentarily lingering on the unfamiliar plants, yet asking nothing. Over time, he had transformed his initial wariness towards Lex's occasional experiments with exotic ingredients into a sort of habitual disregard, as long as it did not interfere with his duties. The chimes of Christmas Eve echoed faintly from the heights of the castle, adding an almost surreal festive air to the cold dungeon. Lex paused in his work, carefully wrapping the prepared herbs. Then, he stood and approached Snape's desk. Snape lifted his eyes, his black irises appearing profound under the flickering firelight, tinged with a subtle weariness and perhaps a hint of the peculiar relaxation that the holiday brought. Lex said nothing, merely placing two small rectangular packages, meticulously wrapped in dark cotton paper, along with a more refined small sachet sewn from deep green silk, gently in the empty corner of the desk. The sachet bore two lines of delicate script embroidered with the same colored silk thread, in a beautiful, yet complex pattern entirely unfamiliar to Snape. His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze flitted over the three items, ultimately resting on Lex's face, filled with inquiry and a hint of his habitual scrutiny. "Just a bit of herbs, sir." Lex's voice was softer than usual, yet resonated clearly in the quiet dungeon. "They are said to have calming and sleep-inducing properties. I have written the usage instructions inside." He gestured towards the two herb packages, while offering no further explanation regarding the sachet, simply stating, "This can be carried with you or placed by your pillow." Snape's gaze returned to the gifts. He would certainly not easily accept anything of uncertain origin, especially something purported to have effects. However, Lex's seemingly peculiar, yet often effective remedies had garnered him a certain degree of, albeit awkward, trust over time. He remained silent, neither rejecting it immediately nor expressing any delight. Instead, he picked up the deep green sachet with his long fingers, the rough pads of his fingertips brushing against the silky fabric and the raised embroidery. The pattern resembled an enigma to him. A flicker of faint confusion crossed his dark eyes, though he quickly masked it. "Your OWL results are barely satisfactory. Not to the extent that requires compensating with such additional offerings, Mr. Caven." He finally spoke, his tone as acerbic as ever, yet lacking genuine force. Lex appeared to anticipate his response, merely nodding slightly. "Just a little something I made on a whim. Wishing you a peaceful night, sir." Having said that, he did not linger, turning back to his own corner to resume his previous research, as if he had merely performed an ordinary task. Snape watched his retreating figure for a few seconds before lowering his gaze to the sachet in his hand and the packages on the desk. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to open one of the herb packets. Inside were thinly sliced yellowish-white roots, exuding a unique, slightly spicy, bitter aroma. The other package contained twisted, dark red roots. The inner side of the wrapping paper bore clear, neat handwriting, detailing the names and simple uses of the herbs, such as steeping in boiling water or simmering gently. All were plants he did not recognize. Snape's mastery of potions instinctively urged him to search his mind for knowledge, yet yielded nothing. This sense of being out of control vexed him somewhat. Yet the faintly bitter fragrance lingering at his nose oddly soothed some of the irritation born from days of torment by Umbridge and his double-agent status. He re-wrapped the herb packet along with the sachet embroidered with unfamiliar script, neither discarding them nor expressing gratitude, but simply sweeping them into a drawer of his desk with a soft clatter. Then, he picked up a new piece of parchment, as if nothing had transpired. The dungeon once again resonated with only the crackling of the fireplace and the scratching of the quill against the paper. Lex, with his back to Snape, wore a faint, gentle smile. He knew Snape would not immediately grasp the meaning of the verses on the sachet, but that was of no consequence. Some seeds only need to be quietly sown and then entrusted to time. After Christmas, the chill of Hogwarts did not dissipate with the passing of the holiday, but instead grew heavier due to Umbridge's increasingly stringent control and the relentless rain. In the dungeon, the flames of the fireplace seemed to be the only corner still radiating warmth within the castle. One fateful evening, Severus Snape was laboriously grading a potion essay, the handwriting of which was an utter disaster, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. With a palpable sense of disdain, he ultimately cast the parchment aside and rubbed his aching temples, lifting his gaze to the quiet figure of Lex's Caven, who was diligently tending to a batch of moonlit herbs. Snape's voice carried a subtle weariness, tinged with a vexation that suggested resignation, as he remarked, "Our esteemed headmaster has once again issued a rather delightful new directive. Lexus paused, raising his head. The corners of Snape's mouth twisted into a cold, sarcastic smile. Potter's barren intellect and his thoughts, akin to open gates, have now become a source of amusement for the Dark Lord. Dumbledore believes it is time to install a trivial door upon the mind of our so-called savior. His dark eyes bore into Lexus, and this illustrious task has initially fallen upon my shoulders. Lexus immediately understood the implication. Entrusting Snape with the teaching of mind-closing techniques to Harry? Merely envisioning such a scenario was tantamount to tossing a powder keg into a roaring inferno. As anticipated, Snape's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. However, after a rather exemplary failure, I discovered that Mr. Potter exhibits a level of understanding and cooperation towards his loathed professor's instruction that rivals that of a troll. His tone grew exceedingly harsh, laced with indignation as if this was an egregious waste of his precious potion materials. Dumbledore suggested that perhaps you could undertake this task more efficiently, considering you seem to possess a peculiar ability to lower Potter's ludicrous defenses. I understand, sir, Lexus replied calmly. I shall make an attempt. Snape snorted in derision, as if shedding a considerable burden, yet added with a hint of unease. Remember, only teach the mind-closing technique. Do not indulge in any unnecessary acts of helpfulness, nor divulge any information he ought not to know, should I discover otherwise. Chapter 58. The Savior's Extracurricular Tutoring. I shall adhere strictly to your stipulations, sir. Lexus interjected, preempting his impending threat. Only impart the technique, no further discussions. Snape scrutinized him for several moments, seemingly searching for any sign of insincerity upon his countenance, before finally dismissively waving his hand. Arrange the time and place with Potter yourself. Do not encroach upon normal study and labor hours. Now, leave. I desire some solitude. Lexus nodded slightly and turned to exit the cellar. He recognized that despite Snape's abrasive demeanor, it was, in fact, a tacit approval, even a measure of trust. Their first session took place in an abandoned classroom. When Harry arrived, his face bore clear signs of wariness and tension, especially upon realizing he was alone with Lexus. Caven, Professor Snape believes it might be easier for me to guide you, Lexus succinctly explained, allowing Harry little time for contemplation. The mind-closing technique centers on controlling emotions, focusing intent, and constructing barriers to prevent external intrusion upon your thoughts. He commenced the explanation without the biting sarcasm and oppressive atmosphere characteristic of Snape. His tone is flat, as if he were discussing a potion recipe. He refrained from referring to Voldemort, instead presenting it as a practical mental defense technique, akin to the shield charm. Harry clearly struggled with this calm and straightforward teaching approach. Several attempts ended in failure, causing beads of perspiration to form on his forehead. I can't do it. Those images seem to be stuck in my head, Harry exclaimed, somewhat frantically raking his fingers through his hair. Lexus observed him and suddenly recalled some minor techniques from the spellbooks regarding mental concentration, which resembled more of a thought game than serious magical theory. Perhaps you could try a different approach, Lexus suggested. Instead of focusing on blocking him out, which may increase your anxiety, envision your thoughts as a multitude of chaotic entities, like a flurry of ever-changing feathers or a pool of disturbed water. If the intruder seeks to see a specific item, it becomes considerably more challenging. This peculiar metaphor momentarily stunned Harry. He attempted to visualize it, feeling it might be easier than rigidly constructing a wall. In the subsequent exercises, Lexus interwove simplified mental focus drills from game spellbooks and occasionally employed a soothing herbal aroma to help Harry calm down. Though progress was slow, Harry no longer exhibited the same resistance he did in Snape's presence, at least willing to make an effort. In the cellar, Snape never inquired about the progress of the tutoring. Yet, on occasion, in the evenings when Lexus returned from their sessions, he would casually remark, if he cannot even manage the most basic mental concentration, then even Merlin's return would not salvage that brain of his filled with fluff. Or perhaps, it seems that some individuals possess far more patience than I had anticipated. Lexus would typically respond calmly that Potter was making an effort or that adjustments to the approach were necessary. He would not disclose specific details, nor would Snape delve deeper. A peculiar equilibrium maintained itself in the cellar, until several weeks later, during a routine session, Harry successfully erected a barrier, albeit fragile, that indeed existed when Lexus attempted to lightly touch the edges of his thoughts, even if it only lasted a few fleeting seconds. Harry himself was taken aback, his emerald eyes wide with the glimmer of hope for the first time. That evening, when Lexus returned to the cellar, he found Snape standing before the potion shelves, his back turned, seemingly counting ingredients. Evidently, Snape had not turned around, but his voice resonated clearly in the chilly cellar. The Savior has finally discovered the rudimentary shape of a door within his mind. Rather than perpetually welcoming the Dark Lord's arrival, Lexus paused momentarily. How could Snape possibly know? He was certain Harry would not speak of it, nor would he. Seemingly sensing Lexus's confusion, Snape scoffed, still not turning. At least when he passed by me today, the cacophony of complaints about his scar's sting had lessened somewhat. This reasoning sounded distinctly like Snape. Lexus refrained from challenging it, merely proceeding to his workstation to begin preparing the potion ingredients for the night. Progress, albeit minimal, Lexus murmured. Snape finally turned to face him, his dark eyes sweeping over Lexus's form, his expression inscrutable, though the tight line of his lips appeared to have softened by a millimeter. "Let us hope this door does not bear as many flaws as your potion essay," he remarked acerbically, tossing a fresh parchment toward Lexus. "Since you possess surplus energy to conduct extracurricular tutoring, summarize the handling methods for these African tree snake skins. I expect to see it by tomorrow." His tone remained harsh. But as Lexus accepted the parchment, his fingertips brushed against Snape's rapidly withdrawn fingers, carrying a faint warmth that was rarely felt in the cellar. Lexus lowered his gaze, beginning to study the requirements upon the parchment. Harry's mind-closing lessons continued, progressing slowly yet undeniably moving forward. Consequently, Lexus found himself feeling somewhat relieved, with more time to spend in the cellar. That afternoon, while experimenting with a new calming potion recipe, Lexus inadvertently caused the liquid in his cauldron to take on an unusual hue, just as he was about to discreetly dispose of it and start anew. Snape appeared behind him like a specter. "If your mind, stuffed with that useless grass, still functions," Snape's voice resonated coldly, "you should know that the moonstone powder is excessive. Stir it counterclockwise 7 times, add 2 drops of unicorn hair solution, and perhaps you might salvage this concoction." Lexius followed his instructions, and indeed, the potion's color swiftly returned to a clear liquid. He glanced at Snape, ready to express his gratitude. But the latter merely cast a disdainful look that signified not to waste materials before turning away. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lexius's mouth, only to be swiftly concealed beneath his calm facade. He carefully bottled the successfully salvaged potion, neatly labeling it with the date and calming draft 3. Days later, beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake, Cedric plopped down beside Lexius. "Honestly, Lexius," he sighed, sunlight dancing upon his soft brown hair, "I now find facing a dragon less daunting than confronting Umbridge's questionnaire. Just yesterday, she asked me if I felt happy during defense against the dark arts class." Lexius lifted his gaze from the book, a smirk gracing his lips. "How did you respond?" "I told her that I feel immensely fulfilled every time I master a useful spell approved by the ministry," Cedric replied, mimicking Umbridge's saccharine tone before making a face. "Merlin." I dare say Ernie was stifling laughter, so hard his shoulders were shaking. He paused, genuine concern flickering in his gray eyes as he lowered his voice. "On a serious note, are you all right? I heard Umbridge confronted Professor Snape regarding you. She did not obtain what she sought," Lexius remarked nonchalantly. "That's good to hear." Cedric exhaled in relief before enthusiastically suggesting, "By the way, next week is Hogsmeade weekend. The Three Broomsticks has introduced a new butterbeer ice cream, which is said to be delightful. Shall we go and try it out? Just to unwind?" Lexius regarded Cedric's warm smile, hesitating briefly. Hogsmeade weekends meant more scrutiny and potential trouble, particularly from Umbridge and her band of inquisitorial squad. Yet, under Cedric's hopeful gaze, he eventually nodded. "Provided there are no additional labor services in the cellar that day." "Splendid." Cedric beamed, as if such a simple agreement could dissipate a multitude of shadows. However, this relatively relaxed atmosphere did not endure for long. As OWLs and Newts loomed closer, the tension within the castle escalated, and Umbridge's control intensified. One afternoon, while Lexius was diligently separating a batch of exceedingly delicate Wiggenweld liquid in the cellar, the door was abruptly flung open, crashing against the stone wall with a dull thud. Umbridge stood at the threshold, her face adorned with that nauseatingly sweet fake smile, yet her gaze was venomous. She did not even glance at Lexius, but rather fixed her eyes directly on Snape, who had just exited his office. "Severus," her voice dripped with syrupy condescension, "I hope I am not interrupting you and your little apprentice, but there is an urgent matter that requires your professional assistance." Snape halted, his black robes falling silently around him, his expression inscrutable as the air in the cellar plummeted to freezing temperatures. "Professor Umbridge," he responded coldly. Umbridge waddled forward, her corpulent figure quivering with unrestrained authority. "It concerns Harry Potter. We have reason to believe he is involved in certain illegal and dangerous activities. Yet, he refuses to divulge any information and has been exceedingly uncooperative." Her smile deepened. "Therefore, I require a small favor to ensure he speaks the truth. I recall that you must have some Veritaserum in stock." Snape remained silent for several seconds, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. "Veritaserum is a strictly controlled potion, Professor Umbridge. Its use demands substantial justification and authorization." "Oh, authorization is certainly available," Umbridge exclaimed, producing a document bearing the ministry's seal from her pink handbag, waving it triumphantly. signed personally by Minister Fudge for the safety of Hogwarts. She stepped closer, lowering her voice, yet laced with undeniable threat. Now, hand over the Veritaserum, Severus. Immediately, Lexius caught from the corner of his eye as Snape slowly turned, approaching a heavily locked cabinet. He opened the door, rummaging within at an unhurried pace. After a moment, he returned with a small crystal vial containing approximately 1 dose of a clear liquid. He extended the vial to Umbridge. "This is the Veritaserum you seek." Snape's voice was devoid of any emotion. Umbridge eagerly snatched the vial, scrutinizing it with a victorious and cruel smile. "Excellent. I knew you could discern priorities when it comes to the greater good, Severus." She carefully stowed the vial in her handbag. "I shall not disturb your teaching any longer." Sated, she pivoted and departed, her pink figure vanishing at the corridor's end. The cellar door closed slowly. Lexius finally lifted his gaze to Snape, who remained at the entrance. His back turned, concealing his expression. After a prolonged silence, Snape gradually turned, walking toward his desk. As he passed Lexius's workstation, he did not pause, but whispered words barely audible to anyone but them. "I hope your calming draft grants the chosen one a pleasant dream." Lexius raised an eyebrow slightly. His improved version of the calming draft had perfectly inherited the characteristics of Snape's potions. Let us observe a moment of silence for the chosen one. Days later, when the ever-informed Hermione encountered Lexius in the library, she quickly whispered that Umbridge's interrogation of Harry had ultimately come to naught. Harry had inexplicably fallen asleep during questioning and awoken with no recollection, infuriating Umbridge to no end. Lexius merely responded with a soft hum, continuing to peruse his book. As the chaotic end of the term erupted like a vibrant firework display over Hogwarts, the Weasley twins soared on their brooms, trailing magical fireworks as they burst forth from the castle, transforming Umbridge's examination hall into a ludicrous amusement park. Lexius stood in the shadows of the corridor, watching the pink toad scream in exasperation as students' long-restrained laughter cascaded forth like a flood. A smile crept to his lips as he acknowledged that this was indeed the sort of mischief the twins would orchestrate, serving as a cathartic release for all. The atmosphere at the graduation ceremony, however, was far more complex. The Hufflepuff table felt somewhat somber due to Cedric's departure, yet pride predominated. Cedric, as the male student council president and a champion of Hogwarts, delivered a graduation speech that was warm and dignified, earning prolonged applause. As he stepped down from the podium and scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on Lexius, his gray eyes sparkled with bright joy and anticipation for the future. He discreetly formed the shape of 3 broomsticks with his lips, to which Lexius responded with a slight nod. This summer, Lexius chose not to remain at school. On the first evening after leaving school, he secured a quiet room on the top floor of the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, the window providing a glimpse of the crooked streets of the magical world. On the day of departure, an unusual quiet enveloped the cellar. His belongings were already packed. Resting at his feet, Snape stood behind his desk, meticulously placing several vials of deep-hued potions into a small dragon-hide bag, his movements precise and deliberate. Without raising his head, he maintained his customary cold and unyielding tone as he handed over the small pouch containing basic antidotes and blood-replenishing potions, along with 2 vials of potent calming drafts. "Do not expect them to save you from your unplanned escapades." Lex took the pouch, murmuring, "Thank you, sir." Only then did Snape lift his gaze, his dark eyes lingering on Lex's face for a moment, as if to confirm something. His scrutiny swept over Lex's seemingly frail, yet upright figure, before he furrowed his brow and spoke with a sterner tone. "The Leaky Cauldron is a haven for unsavory characters. Mind yourself. I do not wish to receive a notification at the start of term regarding my apprentice meeting an untimely demise due to meddling." This was perhaps the most Snape-like caution Lex could expect. He lowered his head, concealing a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "I shall be careful, sir." Weakly, Snape turned away, beginning to organize the parchment on his desk that hardly required tidying, presenting his back to Lex, his voice muffled as he instructed. "Use your Patronus to send messages, reporting on your progress. Avoid unnecessary verbosity." "Yes." Lex hefted his bag, casting one last glance at the shadowy figure enveloped in dim light and the aura of potions, before he turned and pushed open the door to the cellar. The summer in Diagon Alley was far more boisterous than at Hogwarts, yet it offered a sense of freedom. Here, he could more directly perceive the increasingly tense atmosphere of the wizarding world, and it was more convenient for his shopping endeavors. Once settled, the first thing Lex did was to undertake a meticulous disguise. He subtly altered his hair and eye color with magic, making slight adjustments to his facial features to present himself as an ordinary young wizard. Prepared, he did not linger in Diagon Alley, but rather crossed the mysterious wall directly into Nocturne Alley. With a clear objective, he navigated towards a shop adorned with a dilapidated sign depicting a withered hand. Borgin and Burke's. The interior was dimly lit, filled with dust and the scent of something musty. Old Mr. Borgin lifted his eyelids from a heap of clutter, his murky eyes sizing up Lex. Though he paid little heed, for Nocturne Alley was teeming with those who lurked in the shadows. Lex silently weaved through the chaotic shelves, eventually pausing before a glass cabinet thick with dust. Inside lay several wands, their labels obscured, clearly abandoned. He pointed to one wand, its dark, dull surface adorned with subtle spiral patterns, lowering his voice deliberately. "This one, let me see." Old Borgin slowly opened the cabinet, retrieving the wand and handing it over. The moment Lex grasped the wand, he felt a chilling pulse of magic, faintly repelling, entirely distinct from the harmonious bond he shared with his own wand. This was precisely what he sought, capable of casting disreputable spells without tracing back to him. He did not haggle, paying a pouch of galleons, carefully stowing the wand in an inner pocket before swiftly exiting the disquieting establishment. Back in the comparatively brighter Diagon Alley, Lex finally exhaled, settling into an inconspicuous corner outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He ordered a scoop of ice cream, appearing leisurely while his ears tuned to the snippets of conversation among the surrounding wizards. Whispers spread through the air like a web, subtly intertwining. He overheard murmurs suggesting the Ministry of Magic had intensified patrols, particularly monitoring certain locations, while complaints arose regarding the instability of Owl Post, seemingly disrupted. More insidiously, there were mentions of a certain individual's influence expanding and the ambiguous stance of some ancient pureblood families. Lex slowly savored his ice cream, aware that these seemingly fragmented tidbits wove together to herald an impending storm. This summer was destined to be tumultuous. He pondered on the man's current state. Was he responding to Voldemort's summons or preoccupied with Dumbledore's tasks? 2 evenings later, Lex could no longer suppress his thoughts and resolved to take the risk of visiting Spinner's End. He reassured himself that he would merely sneak a glance to ascertain the man's well-being. Transforming into his animagus form, he glided silently through London's gray skies, heading towards Spinner's End. As night fell, he circled above, his keen hawk eyes quickly locating that familiar dilapidated building nestled among Muggle homes. The dim light filtering through the living room window indicated that someone was present. He descended, alighting lightly on a tree across the street, blending seamlessly into the shadows. From this vantage, he could peer through the dust-laden window, barely catching a glimpse of the scene within the living room. In that moment, his blood seemed to freeze. There was not just Snape in the room. The pale, beautiful face of Narcissa Malfoy was unmistakably etched with despair and pleading. She gripped Snape's arm tightly, and he, in turn, knelt before her, lowering himself to her level. Bellatrix, with a twisted excitement, pressed her wand against their joined hands. They were in the midst of performing the unbreakable vow. Lex's claws instinctively tightened, digging into the tree bark. An inexplicable fury surged within him, constricting his chest. Foolish, reckless. Knowing this would thrust Snape into an even more perilous situation, possibly leading to his death by the very oath. Had he so easily acquiesced? He watched Snape's silhouette, illuminated by the golden light of magic, appearing both solitary and resignedly resolute. Lex longed to burst in and interrupt that damned ceremony. Yet he could not. He possessed no standing, merely an apprentice, a student in need of protection. By what right could he question? What authority did he have to intervene? Anger and a profound sense of helplessness intertwined, nearly suffocating him. Ultimately, the golden light extinguished, the ritual complete. Narcissa seemed to collapse, releasing her grip, her expression a mix of relief and deeper worry. Bellatrix emitted a hoarse, grating laugh, mocking yet celebratory. Snape slowly turned, his profile appearing remarkably weary and pale in the dim light. He even raised a hand to press against his temple. Lex could bear no more. He flapped his wings sharply, silently merging with the thick night, hastily fleeing Spinner's End. Chapter 61, The Worthless Lex. Upon returning to his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Lex reverted to his human form, the suffocating anger still simmering within him. He paced restlessly in the cramped space, his mind consumed with images of Snape solemnly swearing and Bellatrix's maniacal countenance. He understood the necessity of it, recognized it as a step to gain Voldemort's trust. But reason could not fully quell the emotional turmoil. He was furious with Snape for never valuing himself, for perpetually treating himself as a pawn to be sacrificed without a second thought, and even more infuriating was his own helplessness to intervene, feeling unworthy to express concern. In the days that followed, Lex appeared somewhat distracted. Even during a trip to Nocturne Alley to procure rare ingredients, he nearly drew unwanted attention due to his preoccupied demeanor. He forced himself to remain calm, focusing on his potion practice and extracting new knowledge from spellbooks, yet his efficiency was severely diminished. The time for the weekly communication with the guardian spirit had arrived. Lexus observed as a silver bat emerged from the tip of his wand, circling the room before awaiting his message. He had initially prepared a detailed report on the progress of his potion making, yet at this moment, it felt utterly uninspiring. Ultimately, he succinctly penned a few lines regarding some rumors he had overheard in Diagon Alley, along with a perfunctory assurance of his successful potion practice, urging not to worry. Watching the bat disappear with this rather bland letter, Lexus felt an increasing sense of frustration. He gazed at the flickering flames in the fireplace, as if he could see the similarly awkward man in the cellar through them. He would likely scoff at his insipid letter, wouldn't he? Or perhaps he was too preoccupied to scrutinize it, busy attending to the Dark Lord's summons or devising ways to assist Draco Malfoy with that damn task. Lexus sighed, collapsing onto his bed and shielding his eyes with his arm. This feeling of simmering anger, while the other party remained oblivious, was truly dreadful. Damn him, he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing Snape or his own pathetic self. By the third day of his vexation, Lexus found himself weary of the charade. He stared into the water-stained mirror within the room at the leaky cauldron, scrutinizing the furrowed brow of the dark-haired youth reflected back at him, and forced a slight smile. Utterly foolish, he reprimanded himself. Who was Snape? A double agent treading the razor's edge, calculating every gain and loss. Accepting that oath was undoubtedly a necessary step, perhaps sanctioned or even orchestrated by Dumbledore, meant to seize control in Draco's inevitably doomed task or to gain deeper trust from Voldemort. His own sulking was nothing but a waste of energy. Coming to this realization, the heaviness in his chest remarkably dissipated by half. He immersed himself once more in his plans, brewing potions, studying spellbooks, and occasionally adopting a disguised identity to gather information in Nocturne Alley, and his days became rather fulfilling. A few days later, an unfamiliar barn owl rapped at his window, delivering a tightly wrapped parcel devoid of any signature. Puzzled, Lexus unwrapped it to find several rare hand-copied tomes of Central Asian magical flora, along with a small vial labeled Calming Draught. The edges of the parchment in the tomes were worn, and the ink bore Snape's distinctive sharp script, meticulously detailing the forms and properties of rare plants. With several annotations in fine print, clearly a personal collection or labor of love. The calming potion, which Lexus merely had to uncork and sniff, was evidently not run-of-the-mill. Its ingredients and brewing methods were exquisite, seemingly crafted with precise foresight into his recent restlessness. Lexus held the cool vial, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. That man always expressed concern in the most awkward of ways. What was this? A wordless reply to his dry report? Regardless, this anonymous gift felt like a refreshing breeze. Dispersing the last of his brooding thoughts, he carefully stored the tomes and potion, inexplicably uplifted, even finding the raucous vendors outside Diagon Alley less bothersome. In the ensuing days, Lexus adjusted his mindset and re-engaged with his plans. He utilized his new wand to procure necessary supplies and gather intelligence in Nocturne Alley, while also closely monitoring the vague reports in the Daily Prophet and the rumors circulating on the streets. On a night at the end of July, while engrossed in the Central Asian flora tome, an unusual commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the frantic flapping of owls and flashes of spells illuminating the distant sky. He immediately approached the window, alertly surveying the pitch-black night. Though at a great distance, he sensed a multitude of wizards in flight, accompanied by the aura of conflict. 7 Potters, Lexus whispered to himself, swiftly deducing the situation. With Dumbledore still alive, this operation might lack the tragic weight of the original tale, yet the peril remained undiminished. He fixated on the direction of the flickering lights, his fingers unconsciously curling. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the turmoil gradually subsided, the sky returning to silence, and he exhaled slowly. The operation had concluded. The following day, a cacophony of indistinguishable rumors erupted in Diagon Alley, with claims of sightings of members of the Order of the Phoenix, encounters with Death Eaters, and even the most absurd tales of Harry Potter himself battling the Dark Lord in midair. Lexus meticulously sifted through the information, piecing together a rough outline. The operation had been fierce, there were injuries, but Harry seemed to have made a safe escape. The summer's end slipped quietly past in the increasingly tense atmosphere of Diagon Alley. The Daily Prophet delivered by the owls remained filled with platitudes of peace. On the day of return to school, the atmosphere on the Hogwarts Express felt considerably more somber than in previous years. Many students wore expressions devoid of joy, replaced by unease and scrutiny. Lexus sat alone in an empty compartment, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery. The great hall still glittered with candlelight. But at the seat for the defense against the dark arts professor, Severus Snape sat, clad in his ever-familiar black robes, his complexion a customary sallow hue. Yet his dark eyes, now scanning the long tables below, appeared to harbor a deeper, unfathomable darkness and an indescribable tension. When Dumbledore announced that Snape would be taking on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, a wave of suppressed murmurs erupted in the hall. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause, while students from other houses, particularly Gryffindor, displayed expressions of fear and disdain. Calmly, Lexus clapped, his gaze briefly meeting Snape's penetrating black eyes. The glacial quality of Snape's stare remained, but Lexus caught a fleeting, almost imperceptible complexity in his expression. It was not joy, but rather a weighty finality, as if the long-anticipated moment had arrived. After the feast concluded, Lexus dragged his luggage toward the cellar. Pausing at the stone archway, he finally uttered the password. The door slid open, and a chill mingled with the complex scent of potions rushed to meet him. Everything seemed unchanged since his departure, yet something felt different. Snape was already there, standing at the workbench, roughly cramming several thick, black-bound tomes, heavy enough to stun a troll, into the empty spaces of a bookshelf. Upon hearing his approach, Snape did not turn. It seems the mattress at the leaky cauldron hasn't entirely erased your memory of the way back to the cellar, Mr. Cavendish. His voice was even colder than the air within the cellar. Good evening, sir, Lexus replied, placing his belongings down. Congratulations on achieving your goal. Snape spun around sharply, his keen gaze fixed on him, as if assessing whether there was any hint of mockery in his congratulations. Lexus met his gaze unflinchingly. After a moment, Snape snorted, the corners of his mouth twisting into a humorless arc. Achieved my goal. Yes, finally attained this cursed position. His tone carried a heavy dose of self-mockery and a barely discernible irritation. The timetable lay on the desk. He no longer regarded Lexus, turning instead toward the inner office. Newt-level defense against the dark arts. I hope your abilities live up to your OWL certificate. Moreover, my lesson plan requires the inclusion of some examples, specifically outlining the characteristics of Bogward and the Red Cap, including the identification of variants of the banishing spell for weaknesses. I expect to see this by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Lex picked up the densely packed schedule, observing his name on the list of 7th-year Newt's defense against the dark arts students. This was hardly surprising. Life in the dungeons seemed to have resumed its previous rhythm, yet it felt distinctly altered. Snape was busier and more morose than before. He was not only tasked with preparing the curriculum for defense against the dark arts, but also had to contend with the mess left by Umbridge, in addition to fulfilling his duties as a double agent. The chilling aura of Nocturne Alley and dark magic seemed to manifest more frequently around him. Sometimes, upon returning, he appeared utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to conceal his fatigue, collapsing directly into an armchair, closing his eyes for an extended silence. Lex continued to silently embody the role of an apprentice, organizing materials and reviewing lessons, presenting a perfectly brewed cup of tea upon Snape's return. However, now the tea occasionally contained an additional herb aimed at alleviating mental fatigue. As per usual, Snape remained taciturn. Yet Lex noted that the rate at which the box of self-soothing headache pills on the bookshelf was depleting had accelerated. Every few days, Lex replenished the supply, subtly adjusting the formula to include more calming flowers and a hint of citrus peel powder, attempting to counteract the lingering bitterness of the potions Snape typically consumed. He did not expect Snape to discern the alteration. It was merely a personal indulgence. Until one afternoon, while Snape was grading a disaster of a defense essay submitted by Gryffindor, his brow furrowed in a manner that could crush a pixie. He irritably set down his quill, instinctively reaching for the box of pills on the shelf, extracting one and tossing it into his mouth. He paused, black eyes glancing at Lex, who was quietly handling the skin of an African tree snake. What did you add? His tone remained flat, yet it lacked its usual sharpness. Lex, wielding the silver knife with steady precision, replied, a bit of citrus peel powder. Theoretically, it can alleviate the taste numbness caused by prolonged use of calming potions. Snape huffed through his nose, neither confirming nor denying, yet he did not expel the pill. He resumed his grading, though the corners of his mouth seemed to lift slightly. After a moment, he commented in his characteristic elongated drawl, a superfluous endeavor, but marginally more palatable than the previous unadulterated bitterness. This was perhaps the closest Lex had ever come to receiving a compliment. He lowered his gaze, concealing the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. As anticipated, Snape's defense against the dark arts class proved both efficient and intimidating. In the 7th-year Newt's class, he dissected each curse with a precision that bordered on cruelty, demonstrating defensive spells that were succinct and incisive, devoid of any embellishment, yet often striking at their core. Lex blended into the group of students, all too anxious to breathe, and occasionally, when Snape posed an exceptionally tricky question that rendered the room silent, he would calmly provide the answer. Snape would typically respond with an impassive huff that offered no indication of approval or disapproval, or would pose a more probing question. But he no longer seemed intent on deliberately challenging them as he did in the earlier years. Yet, the pressure of the 7th-year curriculum remained substantial. Lex frequently stayed in the dungeon after the common room lights had been extinguished, engrossed in his studies. Snape never inquired about it. However, on nights when Lex remained up too late, he would hear the door to the inner office swing open forcefully, Snape emerging wrapped in an aura of cold, tossing out a warning that if he exploded a cauldron from fatigue the following morning, he would use Lex's bones to brew the next potion, before slamming the door behind him. Yet soon after, the fire in the common room would burn all the brighter. On the eve of Halloween, Lex returned from the library to find an unusual sweet odor wafting through the dungeon. Intermingled with a hint of char, Snape was absent from the outer room, and light seeped through the crack beneath the door of his inner office. Hesitating briefly, Lex rapped gently on the door. Snape's voice, laced with suppressed fury, called out, "Enter." Lex opened the door to find Snape standing before a small cauldron, which contained a viscous liquid of an indescribable hue, bubbling ominously. The sweet, burnt smell emanated from this concoction. Scattered across the workbench were remnants of candy wrappers and several charred remains of what appeared to be chocolate frogs. Snape's expression was frightfully grim, as if he had just endured a catastrophic potion mishap. "Sir?" Lex ventured uncertainly. Snape whirled around, snapping, "What are you staring at? Is it against Hogwarts regulations for a potions professor to have his own hobbies?" The tips of his ears appeared oddly flushed. Chapter 63, Sugar. Lex's gaze darted over the candy wrappers, then back to the cauldron containing Snape's creation. An astonishing thought crossed his mind. Was Snape attempting to make candy? He stifled the urge to twitch his lips, striving to maintain a normal tone. "Do you need my assistance, sir? Perhaps with controlling the heat?" Snape reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorting sharply, "No need. Tend to your own newts essay. Out." Lex obediently retreated, gently closing the door behind him. The peculiar blend of sweetness and charred aroma still lingered in the dungeon. With his back to the inner office door, Lex's shoulders trembled subtly, ultimately unable to suppress a low chuckle that rippled through the still air. He seldom laughed like this, particularly in the cold confines of the dungeon. Yet the thought of Professor Snape, the man whose ever-present black robes and piercing gaze could freeze a mandrake, struggling with a cauldron and the remnants of burnt chocolate frogs, was simply too remarkable. There was no commotion from within, no anticipated slamming of doors or scathing rebukes. This unusual silence only deepened the curve of Lex's smile. He approached his small workbench, his fingertips gliding over the neatly organized drawers of potion ingredients, feeling inexplicably lighter, as if the perennial gloom of the dungeon had been somewhat alleviated. After a considerable while, the door to the inner office was gently pulled open. Snape emerged, his complexion having returned to its customary waxy pallor and indifference, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. However, the air around him felt even colder than usual, and when his gaze swept over Lex, it bore a deliberately maintained layer of icy detachment. "Mr. Cavendish," his tone reverted to its usual cadence. "If your meager entertainment has concluded, I suggest you direct your energies towards more worthwhile pursuits. For instance, deducing how to maximize time in the event of an encounter with a Dementor without employing the Patronus charm, and writing a paper no less than 15 inches long, to be placed on my desk by tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." Lex lowered his eyes, suppressing the remnants of amusement, adopting a tone of respect. He noticed that Snape had changed into a different robe. The previous one, stained with dubious marks, was nowhere in sight. Snape did not look back at him, striding directly to his desk to continue grading what seemed to be an interminable pile of assignments. The only sounds in the dungeon were the scratching of quills on parchment and the occasional crackling of the fire in the hearth. Lex spread out his parchment, yet did not immediately begin to write. His gaze fell upon the small box of pills on the bookshelf, and it appeared that the supply had diminished once more. He recalled the unnatural flush that had graced Snape's ears moments ago, a strange and gentle warmth quietly enveloping his heart. This peculiar and acerbic man, who wrapped himself in layers of defensiveness, seemed to be accommodating the presence of another in his life in his own clumsy, unacknowledged manner. He inhaled softly. The air in the cellar, infused with the aromas of potions and parchment, also bore a faint whisper of life's essence. For the next few days, everything in the cellar proceeded as usual. Soon, the Halloween feast arrived, the hall adorned with pumpkins and bats. At the staff table, Snape sat in his position as the defense against the dark arts professor, expressionless as he sliced his food, in stark contrast to the festive atmosphere surrounding him. Lex sat at the far end of the Slytherin table, dining quietly, his gaze occasionally flitting towards the staff table, briefly meeting those dark eyes before quickly averting. Halfway through the feast, an owl flapped its wings, deftly delivering a small package onto Lex's plate. The package was modest, wrapped in plain brown paper, devoid of any signature. Under the curious gazes of his classmates, Lex calmly unwrapped it. Inside lay a small, irregular piece of black hard candy, encased in transparent cellophane. The candy was translucent, revealing tiny fragments resembling mint leaves within. As he lifted the candy, he detected a faintly bitter aroma, a blend of mint and an unknown herb. Pausing briefly, he placed the candy in his mouth. To his surprise, it was not cloyingly sweet, but rather a refreshing sensation that began bitter and transitioned to sweetness, swiftly dispersing the heaviness of the feast. This flavor was peculiar, yet familiar. Lex lifted his gaze once more to the staff table. Snape, holding a glass of red wine, appeared engrossed in a conversation with Professor McGonagall, completely oblivious to Lex's presence. Lex lowered his gaze, gently pressing his tongue against the slowly melting candy, a smile finally tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the outcome of that amateur endeavor was not an utter failure after all. After the feast, when Lex returned to the cellar, Snape was already there, standing before the bookshelf as if searching for a book. The frosting pies from the feast were excessively sweet. And with his back turned to Lex, Snape's voice, devoid of emotion, remarked, "I hope you haven't, like some, allowed that tasteless confection to dull your sensitivity to the aromas of potion ingredients." Lex approached his workstation, responding softly, "I fared well, sir. I had something else, quite refreshing." Snape's movements faltered momentarily, yet he did not turn around or utter another word. The cellar was momentarily filled only with the faint crackling of the fireplace. Snape ultimately withdrew a thick tome from the shelf, moving awkwardly towards his inner office without casting another glance at Lex. The door gently closed behind him, sealing off the inner space. Lex caressed his fingertips, as if still able to sense the lingering coolness of the candy. He approached his workbench, unlocking a drawer where various materials for crafting pills and potions were neatly arranged. He retrieved a small jar of pre-ground base ingredients, adding a bit of a newly developed substitute for ambergris known to stabilize the mind, and began skillfully rolling out new pills. Each small pill was round and uniform, exuding a delicate herbal fragrance. He replenished the box with these pills and placed a small bag of licorice candy beside it. "Happy Halloween, sir." After that day, Snape's defense against the dark arts class grew increasingly rigorous, as if preparing for an impending war, and his whereabouts became ever more elusive. Lex never inquired. He understood that the final moment was drawing near. The cold winds of December swept through the castle towers as the Christmas holidays approached. One evening, Dumbledore reappeared in the cellar, Fawkes perched upon his shoulder, the golden feathers shimmering with an extraordinary luster in the dim light. "Severus, Lex," Dumbledore spoke calmly. "We have received reliable information. The precise location of another small object has been confirmed, locked away in the vault of the Lestrange family at Gringotts." Chapter 64, The Golden Cup. Snape's complexion turned even paler than usual, his lips pressed into a straight line. "So, our esteemed headmaster has finally decided to play the role of a thief in the eyes of the goblins?" He scoffed, though his tone was devoid of mirth. "Time is of the essence." Dumbledore seemed to disregard the sting in his words. "We need someone familiar with various protective spells and curses present to ensure the operation goes smoothly, at least to retreat unscathed. Severus, you are crucial." Snape nodded stiffly, not looking at Lex. "When?" "Tonight." Dumbledore's response was succinct. Others had already gathered at headquarters. Snape abruptly stood, his black robes swirling in a gust of cold air. "I need to fetch something." He strode towards his inner office. The cellar was left with only Lex and Dumbledore. The elder turned to Lex, his gaze warm yet profound. "Lex, I understand your concerns. Severus is one of the most adept individuals I have encountered at walking the razor's edge." He paused, adding meaningfully, "Moreover, he now has compelling reasons to return." Lex lowered his lashes, responding with a soft What more could he say? To intervene? He lacked both the authority and ability. He could only watch as Snape ventured once more into the realm of unknown peril. Snape soon emerged from the inner office, now carrying a satchel filled with various small vials and peculiar tools. As he passed Lex, his footsteps faltered slightly, yet he did not stop or offer any words, merely departing swiftly with Dumbledore. That night, Lex hardly slept at all. He sat by the fireplace, his potion book untouched, ears attuned to every unusual sound from outside the castle. He knew the narrative had already diverged. Dumbledore was alive. Sirius was free. Yet the incursion into the Gringotts vault remained a perilous endeavor. Uncontrollable images flashed through his mind of Snape ensnared by traps or confronting Bellatrix face to face. It was not until the dawn broke that the door to the cellar was silently pushed open. Snape entered, the hem of his black robe singed, his complexion nearly transparent. Yet his gaze was unusually sharp, even bearing a hint of exhilaration from the completed task. Lex immediately stood. Snape cast a glance at him, as if to deliver a habitual jibe about still being awake, waiting to collect his corpse. But upon seeing the faint dark circles under Lex's eyes and the unmistakable worry etched on his face, he swallowed the retort. With an air of profound fatigue, he merely waved his hand. "It's over." Lex's attention fell upon Snape's left hand, which hung at his side bearing an inconspicuous scratch, dark red droplets oozing forth. Your hand. Snape glanced at it, frowning impatiently. A minor injury. The Lestrange vault lives up to its reputation. He appeared disinclined to elaborate further, striding directly towards the inner office. However, Lex hastily entered his storage area, retrieving a small crystal box containing a transparent ointment and extending it towards Snape. This has purifying effects on wounds inflicted by dark magic, preventing the residual curses. Snape halted, regarding the box of ointment, then glanced back at Lex, his dark eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, he did take it, his fingertips inevitably brushing against Lex's, cold and slightly trembling. How troublesome. He cast aside those two words, turned, and retreated into the inner room, shutting the door behind him. Lex stood in place, exhaling softly. It was a relief that he had returned. On Christmas Day, Hogwarts lay in a state of desolate tranquility. Lex awoke early, standing for a moment by the small window in the cellar, observing the giant squid of the Black Lake hunting. When he turned, he discovered Snape already seated behind the desk, engrossed in a dossier, his expression as consistently stern as ever. As Lex prepared to brew tea as usual, he noticed a plain, unadorned dark wooden box resting in one corner of the desk. He recognized it as Snape's container for certain rare ingredients. Without lifting his gaze, Snape gestured with his quill towards the box. It's for you. Surprised, Lex approached, opening the box to find not the anticipated potion ingredients, but rather a feather quill. The quill's shaft was crafted from a dark wood, polished to an exquisite smoothness, its nib gleaming with a unique silvery sheen. Beside it lay a small vial of jet-black ink, exuding a faint aroma of camphor and potion essence. The quill allowed for silent writing. Once the ink dried, the words would automatically fade, requiring a specific spell for their reappearance. Snape's voice, flat and unyielding, broke the silence, more suitable for recording certain untimely thoughts than those wretched quills you previously employed. Lex picked up the quill, whispering, "Thank you, sir," as his fingertips delicately traced its surface. "No need," Snape replied brusquely, his focus still glued to the dossier before him, as if the one who had just gifted the item were not himself. Merely a matter of utility. It is certainly better than watching you splatter ink everywhere with those inferior feather quills. A smile graced Lex's face as he nodded, returning to his workstation. He twirled the newly acquired quill between his fingers, its shaft warm to the touch, imbued with the unique scent of the cellar's ingredients mingled with parchment. Before the smile could fully dissipate, he heard the soft scratching of the quill's nib cease on the paper. Snape remained absorbed in the dossier. Yet his voice abruptly shattered the quiet. "If you have sufficiently admired that trinket, perhaps you might consider redirecting your attention to the pot of bladderwort extract before you, which is losing its optimal state." Lex complied, glancing at the cauldron and deftly adjusting the flame. He understood that this seemingly impatient prompt was merely Snape's customary proclamation of all being well. Days in the cellar slipped by in this deceptively stagnant rhythm, until one overcast afternoon when the waters of the Black Lake began to stir without wind, and a faint tremor reverberated through the castle's stone walls. Lex was in the midst of repackaging a new batch of calming pills when his movements faltered. Almost simultaneously, the door to the inner office swung open with a sharpness, revealing Snape at the threshold, his countenance cold and unyielding. He did not glance at Lex, his gaze directed toward the entrance of the cellar, as if penetrating the thick stone walls. "Stay down here," he commanded, and in the next moment, he was striding out of the cellar with urgency. Lex immediately moved to the wall, pressing his palm against the cool stone, closing his eyes to attune his senses. The magic of the spellbook coursed faintly through him, heightening his perception. The ancient protective magic of the castle was under assault from dark forces from without, though the impact was not violent. It bore the malicious intent of probing. Chapter 65, A Tentative Assault. It was Voldemort. He could not contain himself any longer and had begun to reach for the boundaries of Hogwarts. The cellar remained a sanctuary for the moment. Yet distant sounds of students fleeing in panic and professors shouting to maintain order began to filter through the corridors. Without hesitation, Lex swiftly checked the several vials he always kept at hand and the wand from Nocturne Alley before moving to the door, peering through the crack instead of stepping outside. The glow of spells occasionally illuminated the dim sky beyond the high windows, mingled with the sharp screeches of certain dark magical creatures. The battle seemed concentrated on the castle's periphery, yet no one could guarantee that Death Eaters would not breach the interior. He quietly remained behind the door, his ears finely tuned to catch any hint of impending danger. Time passed, perhaps only a matter of minutes, before the clamor outside began to diminish, the castle's protective magic appearing to stabilize. After a while, familiar footsteps approached, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Snape had returned, his black robes dusted and carrying a hint of smoke, his complexion paler than when he had departed, yet his eyes retained their sharpness. His gaze swept over the cellar, momentarily locking onto Lex, who stood calmly by the door. "It seems your obedience has finally reached a passing grade at a critical juncture," he remarked with his usual sharpness. Yet his steps led directly to the workstation, where he poured himself a cup of water and downed it in one go, his throat visibly working. Only then did Lex fully relax, returning to his position. "How did it go, sir?" "A trivial probe," Snape replied, setting down the cup, his voice rasping from exhaustion. Having dispatched a few ghasts and 2 rather dim-witted cannon fodder, the Dark Lord was merely testing Dumbledore's defenses and certain individuals' reactions. His implication was clear, yet he did not elaborate, instead scrutinizing Lex with an appraising gaze. "What did you do just now?" "I ensured the protective charm at the cellar entrance was intact and prepared essence of white fresh and a basic antidote, just in case," Lex answered calmly, gesturing to several newly labeled vials on the workstation. A vague sound emanated from Snape's nostrils, indecipherable as approval or something else entirely. He did not pursue the matter further, turning instead toward the inner office, pausing momentarily at the door, facing away from Lex, and curtly tossing over his shoulder, "Clean up outside. For tonight's frog spawn. I expect not to see any unwelcome additional ingredients." The cellar door closed behind him. Lex gazed at the door, exhaling softly, and resumed his tasks. Life in the cellar flowed beneath a veneer of tranquility, yet Lex sensed that some countdown was nearing its conclusion. Most of his time was spent at the workstation in the corner, surrounded by various rare and even perilous ingredients, the air often thick with the unique, slightly bitter aroma of herbs distinct from ordinary potions. Snape remained silent on the matter, occasionally passing by when Lex reached crucial steps, the breeze from his robes carrying an air of scrutiny, yet he never intervened. It was only when Lex suffered a burn on the back of his hand from handling a corrosive vapor that Snape tossed him a small jar of high-quality essence of white fresh, remarking, "If your vigilance can only maintain this level, Mr. Cavendish, I suggest you abandon this perilous hobby at once." Lex accepted the ointment with gratitude. Finally, on a moonless night swallowed by clouds, Lex gazed at the cauldron, where the liquid had stabilized into an unusual pearlescent silvery substance, and he exhaled slowly. Carefully, he collected a small amount using a specially crafted crystal vial and sealed it. He had succeeded. The antidote for basilisk venom, or rather, a prototype of a potent universal antidote capable of countering that ancient toxin. Almost immediately after he completed his final tasks, Dumbledore visited the cellar once more the following afternoon. This time, a look of palpable relief graced his face, his eyes sparkling with genuine delight. "Ah, Severus, Lex, I hope I'm not interrupting you." He smiled, his gaze lingering on Lex for a moment, radiating an understanding that suggested I bore good tidings, perhaps capable of alleviating the fervent atmosphere of diligent research in the cellar. He informed the two that, through the profound powers of the Deathly Hallows combined with an exceedingly ancient and intricate ritual, he had discovered a theoretically safe method to extract the fragment of soul from Harry's body. Although risks remained, this approach was decidedly more prudent than outright destruction. In the same breath, he casually mentioned that the diadem and the golden cup had been suitably dealt with. Thus, only Nagini and our dear Tom himself remained. Dumbledore's tone was as nonchalant as if discussing the weather for the following week. Snape, ensconced in the shadows, wore an enigmatic expression, yet Lex noticed his hand, which hung by his side, had relaxed slightly. The most significant hazard had been eliminated, signifying a considerable increase in the survival chances of a certain dark-haired, green-eyed boy. This held profound significance for Snape. Lex's heart settled a fraction. He regarded Dumbledore, aware that the ultimate confrontation might be inevitable. Yet at least they had gained more time and agency. In the days that followed, Lex devoted himself to the final sprint for the Newt's examinations. That evening, an unusual tranquility enveloped the cellar. Lex furrowed his brow over a paper regarding the reverse effects of advanced transfiguration, while Snape sat behind the desk, grading a pile of 7th-year potion exams. The soft scratching of the quill paused momentarily. Snape, without lifting his gaze, broke the silence with a low voice, laced with a hint of casual probing, as if merely making idle conversation. With mere months remaining until certain individuals are inevitably swept out the door, do you possess any insights into the future, Mr. Cavendish? Perhaps a certain obscure corner of Diagon Alley awaits a distinguished potion vendor? Lex lifted his eyes from the paper to meet Snape's profile, obscured in shadow. He set down the quill, responding with a calm demeanor. "I believe that the dark corners of Hogwarts could sufficiently accommodate a potion apprentice, sir." Snape emitted a near-hissing snort, still not looking at him, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the desk. Hogwarts does not harbor idlers, particularly those graduates lacking pedagogical value. Chapter 66, Graduation. Lex paused, his fingertips lightly grazing the cool surface of the teacup. He lowered his gaze to the rippling amber liquid within, responding in a deliberately neutral tone. "Not long ago, Professor Dumbledore mentioned that if my Newt's results were to achieve 5 outstanding grades, he might consider allowing me to remain in the castle to assist with certain potion-related reserves. A moment of stillness descended upon the cellar. Snape's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. Finally, he turned his head slowly, his dark eyes fathomless in the dim light, scrutinizing Lex as if discerning how much of this statement stemmed from Dumbledore's whim and how much was tacitly orchestrated by the young man before him. After a lengthy pause, he curled the corner of his mouth into a cool, humorless arc. 5 outstanding? It seems our headmaster's lemon sherbet has finally eroded his judgment regarding academic standards. His gaze swept over the stack of Newt's materials beside Lex, his tone regaining its customary sharpness. One can only hope that your excessively scattered attention has not entirely obliterated your meager grasp of potion-making. I shall endeavor not to disappoint you or the headmaster, sir, Lex replied softly, resuming his focus on the troublesome paper, as if their prior exchange had merely been a casual chat about the weather. Yet he could sense that penetrating gaze lingering above him for a moment longer before it gradually withdrew. At that moment, a silvery white phoenix Patronus gracefully traversed the stone walls of the cellar, delivering Dumbledore's gentle voice. Severus, if it is convenient, please come to the headmaster's office. There is a small detail regarding the 7th-year defense against the Dark Arts Enhancement class that requires discussion. Also, please inquire with Lex if he requires Fawkes' newly shed golden feathers. It is said they work wonders for tea. As the Patronus dissipated, Snape rose, his expression impassive. It seemed the headmaster's sense of humor remained as unflattering as his taste in attire. He scoffed, striding towards the door, pausing momentarily before pushing it open. Turning his back to Lex and tossing over his shoulder. Finish that note on the reverse analysis of Wolfsbane. I shall return to inspect it. The cellar door closed behind him. Lex bowed his head, the corners of his lips curling silently. He understood that this was perhaps Snape's way of indicating his awareness and tacit approval of Lex's continued presence. The Newt's examinations arrived as scheduled. During the practical potion exam, Snape, as one of the examiners, surveyed the room with a dark demeanor. However, as he passed Lex's workstation, his footsteps barely faltered, only emitting a faint sound that was indecipherable, whether it indicated satisfaction or critique. When the final bell signaling the end of examinations rang, Lex exited the examination hall. The summer sun outside blindingly bright. He squinted slightly, relishing the long-missed warmth upon his face. The Newts were finally concluded, akin to the release of a heavy burden. Even the air felt lighter. Unlike his fellow students, who immediately dove into raucous discussions or celebrations, he instinctively made his way towards the shadows of the castle, retracing his familiar path back to the cellar. His pace was unhurried, yet his mind pondered Snape's ambiguous grunt during the practical potion exam. Was it one of approval or criticism? Perhaps it was a blend of both. The cellar door stood ajar. Lex pushed it open, the cool air mingling with the familiar scent of potions, soothing his exam-induced tension. Snape was already present, standing with his back to the door, counting the contents of several crystal vials on the storage shelves. Upon hearing the noise, he did not turn around but paused ever so slightly. It appeared that the long ordeal had finally reached its conclusion. Snape's voice, as always, was deep, laced with a hint of mockery. Yet it lacked the usual oppressive weight. I hope your brain, battered by countless papers, still retains the fundamental safety protocols of potion making. Lex approached his workstation, placing the quill and parchment used for the exam in order. I shall be mindful, sir, he replied, his gaze sweeping over Snape's silhouette. The black robe remained impeccably sharp. Yet Lex perceptively noted that Snape seemed less tightly wound than he had been in the months leading up to the exams. Silence enveloped the cellar. Yet it was not awkward. Only the faint clinking of crystal vials and the distant echoes of student cheers could be heard. After a moment, Snape turned, holding 2 small bottles, one filled with a clear, pale blue liquid, the other with a lustrous green. He approached Lex's workstation, placing the bottles down with a soft clink. Cleaning solution, he indicated with a touch of his finger on the blue vial, meant for removing stubborn ink stains or residual potion remnants. The other. His gaze flickered over Lex's fingers, which bore the roughness from years of handling ingredients, is a soothing balm, effective for minor burns or contact with corrosive materials. Lex regarded the 2 clearly meticulously crafted potions with surprise. This was not typical of Snape's proactive nature. It seemed more akin to an awkward celebration of the exam's conclusion, or perhaps merely a reaction to his previous less-than-perfect handling of certain materials. Thank you, sir. Lex picked up the soothing balm. A cool sensation brushing against his fingertips as a faint yet refreshing aroma, a delicate blend of daisy root and mint, wafted into his nostrils, quite pleasant indeed. Snape merely grunted, turning to approach his desk, as if casually discarding 2 pieces of refuse. Until the examination results arrived, the routine maintenance and organization of materials in the dungeon continued unabated. Mr. Cavendish, Do not presume that just because graduation is approaching, you may indulge in a life of leisure here. Yes, sir, Lex replied, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was well acquainted with this tone, which implied that Snape tacitly accepted his intention to remain in the dungeon until he himself decided to stay or depart. He carefully stowed away 2 vials of potions in his locker, then began to adeptly arrange the workstation. In the midst of his actions, he could sense Snape's gaze occasionally resting upon him, briefly lingering before swiftly diverting, as though confirming something or merely engaging in an unconscious inspection. Lex sorted the dried herbs into jars, while Snape unfurled a fresh piece of parchment on his desk, commencing some writing. The scratch of the quill across the paper maintaining a steady, rhythmic cadence. An odd tranquility enveloped the dungeon, devoid of imminent crises or mountains of coursework. Only the languor of a summer evening and an unspoken companionship between them. The Newt results arrived a week after the summer holiday commenced. As with the OWLs, the parchment scroll was snatched up by a pale hand the moment it was dropped by the owl. Chapter 67, Resignation. Snape's expression remained impassive as he swiftly scanned the report, his gaze momentarily resting on the 5 prominent O's in potions: defense against the dark arts, charms, herbology, and transfiguration. His lips seemed to twitch slightly before he tossed the report back at Lex. It appears that Headmaster Dumbledore's standards are indeed astonishingly flexible, he remarked in a dry tone. Yet the fleeting flicker of something resembling reluctant approval in the depths of his dark eyes did not escape Lex's notice. At least it proves that the years you squandered in the dungeon were not entirely spent in idleness or frivolous extracurricular pursuits. Lex calmly tucked the report away. 5 O's. Precisely meeting Dumbledore's criteria. He understood that the ticket to permanence was now firmly in his grasp. I shall submit my application to serve as Potion's assistant to the headmaster, Lex declared, his tone as ordinary as if he were reporting the weather for the next day. Snape, turning toward the bookshelf, momentarily froze at the remark, then emitted a short, dismissive sound. Humph, suit yourself. He pulled out a hefty tome with somewhat brusque movements. I hope your meager talents suffice to handle the idiosyncratic materials that have languished in the inventory for centuries. He did not object, nor did he turn back. The application was submitted with remarkable ease. Dumbledore almost immediately approved it with a beaming smile, as if he had been anticipating this moment all along. Thus, Lex Cavendish's name officially appeared on the Hogwarts staff list, auxiliary personnel, primarily tasked with assisting the potions professor in managing the dungeon's inventory and preparing classroom materials, and handling basic matters in Professor Snape's absence due to his busy schedule or other duties. Consequently, Lex's routine transformed into one of dealing with ancient, dust-laden dragon scales and temperamental poisonous roots, while also guiding the timid younger students on how to prevent cauldrons from exploding during Snape's summons by the Dark Lord or his duties with the Order of the Phoenix. In his interactions with Snape in the dungeon, Lex exercised restraint, carefully concealing his unmistakable feelings beneath a veneer of respectful apprenticeship, allowing his gaze to linger just a second longer when passing over potions or organizing the shelves. Snape appeared oblivious to this, or perhaps he chose to categorize such unusual, tension-inducing attention as Cavendish's excessive diligence. One afternoon, Lex frowned at a jar with a faded label, its contents viscous like tar, contemplating whether to use the fire-making spell for gentle heating or classify it as hazardous material. At that moment, the door to the dungeon creaked open. Dumbledore entered, first offering Lex a gentle nod. Ah, Lex, I hope these historical issues have not caused you too much trouble. He then turned his gaze toward Snape, who was perched atop a high ladder, counting the stock of armadillo bile. Severus, if it is convenient, we need to discuss something. Dumbledore's tone was calm, yet the air in the dungeon seemed to tense momentarily. Snape continued his task without interruption, casting a cold glance from above. If this pertains to the ludicrous syllabus for the Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts class next term, I believe we have discussed it sufficiently. No, it concerns the office itself. Dumbledore approached the base of the ladder, looking up at Snape. You have exceeded expectations this year, but it is time to return to your true calling. A faint sound, reminiscent of something being pinched, emanated from the ladder. Snape slowly lowered his head, his black robes cascading like bat wings, his expression neutral, yet the depths of his dark eyes churned with complex emotions. A fleeting sense of relief, a deeper weariness, perhaps even an imperceptible hint of loss. Have I finally realized that not even I can teach that bunch of brutes how to effectively fend off the Dark Lord's advances? He remarked with a hint of sarcasm, yet he descended from the ladder with a swift, soundless grace. Quite the contrary, Dumbledore replied. You have demonstrated how efficient Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts education can be. But we both know that position is a drain on you, not a nurture. Potions is your realm, Severus. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Tom's patience is limited. He prefers his servant to remain in a position where he can exert greater influence and remain safer. More importantly, Lucius and Narcissa, their circumstances require our more flexible response. The mention of the Malfoy couple caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. Lex paused his feigned examination of the jar, lowering his gaze while fully focusing on the dialogue. The unbreakable vow, like an invisible chain, was finally tightening. Snape's face grew tenser as he moved behind his desk, his fingers unconsciously grazing an old scratch on the surface. So, his voice was low, imbued with a resignation-like calm. So, Dumbledore replied, his tone brightening slightly, as if arranging an ordinary tea gathering. You will resign from the position of defense against the dark arts professor starting next term and return to potions. As for young Draco's task, he looked at Snape. We need to ensure that when that moment arrives, he does not have to face it alone. You understand my meaning, Severus. The vow hinges on ensuring the task is completed, not on who accomplishes it or how it is done, correct? Snape remained silent, his dark eyes locking with Dumbledore's in a wordless contest. Finally, he ever so slightly nodded, nearly imperceptibly. I will ensure it. He almost ground out the words through clenched teeth. Excellent, Dumbledore replied with a satisfied smile, reverting to his benign elder demeanor. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your delightful collection any longer, Lex. Should Severus trouble you with those moldy armadillo biles, do not hesitate to inform me. After the headmaster departed, the dungeon fell into a long silence. Snape stood rigidly in place, his back tense, and Lex felt the oppressive, almost suffocating aura radiating from him. Lex remained silent, merely turning to fetch the kettle, quietly brewing 2 cups of tea. He placed one of the cups upon the vacant space on Snape's desk, the delicate porcelain making a faint clink against the wooden surface. Snape appeared startled by the sound, slowly turning to face him. He did not regard the cup of tea, yet his gaze settled upon Lex's countenance, imbued with an air of scrutiny, an ineffable complexity, and even a whisper of reliance that he himself was scarcely aware of. You have heard everything. It was not a question. Yes, sir, Lex replied calmly. Snape curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was almost a twisted sneer. Do you find it amusing? A professor, soon to instruct a student on how to murder the headmaster. Chapter 68, The Finale Plan. No. Lex met his gaze with unwavering determination. I believe you are striving to save everyone, including Draco Malfoy. Snape froze, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability flashing across his dark eyes, quickly overshadowed by a deeper gloom. He abruptly grasped the teacup and took a large gulp, wincing as the heat caused his brow to furrow, yet he forced it down, as though the searing pain could suppress the constriction in his throat. Mind your own business, Caven, he said hoarsely, slamming the teacup onto the table, then proceeding to clear all the suspicious bottles from the topmost shelf of the third rack on the left. If you do not finish before closing, you will stay here tonight to keep them company. Yes, sir. Lex lowered his head, concealing the emotions brewing beneath the surface. He could discern the tempest concealed within that harsh tone. He refrained from uttering another word and turned towards the dust-laden shelf. By evening, he had meticulously organized and placed the cleaned bottles neatly on the workbench in the corner, silently gathering his belongings. Sir, I am leaving. Snape remained seated behind the desk, shadows enveloping most of his figure, the only response being the soft scratch of a quill against parchment. Lex gently closed the cellar door, but did not make his way towards the castle entrance or the kitchen. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, purposefully heading towards the spiral staircase leading to the 8th floor of the castle. The stone monstrosities parted before him, and the silverware in the headmaster's office emitted a soft hum. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Lex, take a seat. Would you care for some juice? Or perhaps, I think you might need a clear mind. Dumbledore nudged a plate of lemon-hued candies, though his tone lacked its usual levity. Lex did not touch the candies. He locked his gaze on Dumbledore. Headmaster, Harry Potter. Harry is safe and whole. Dumbledore gently interjected, his eyes understanding. That fragment which ought not to exist has been separated and appropriately dealt with in a very complex, yet sufficiently secure ritual. I am grateful for the crucial information you provided, as well as Severus's indispensable assistance. A wave of profound relief washed over Lex, dissipating the most uncontrollable of threats. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, his voice lowered yet remarkably clear. Then, regarding the task concerning Draco Malfoy and your oath, I have a proposal. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, fingers interlaced, adopting a posture that invited him to continue. Lex laid out the plan he had mentally rehearsed countless times, to let Dumbledore circulate news of his weakness. Then, he, as Snape's apprentice, would, at the opportune moment and in the right setting, preferably with reliable Death Eater witnesses, cast a spell capable of creating a convincing illusion of death. In this way, Draco's task would be accomplished, Snape's oath preserved, and Voldemort would mistakenly believe that his greatest obstacle had been removed, allowing him to lower his guard and perhaps hasten to seize Hogwarts. At that juncture, they would be poised to draw them into a predetermined battleground. Oh, a very bold plan, quite Gryffindor in nature, Lex, he remarked softly, and yet laced with Slytherin cunning. Pretending to be slain by a boy you have secretly aided sounds like a grand performance worthy of all your acting prowess. He regarded Lex with penetrating eyes. So, do you believe Severus would consent to partake in this charade? Though somewhat daunting, Lex met Dumbledore's probing gaze with a calm demeanor. He would agree, for it is the optimal solution, minimizing casualties and risks for all. Moreover, he paused, his voice dropping in intensity, for he understood better than anyone the irrevocable shackles that would accompany the reputation of a murderer, even if fabricated. After a victory, that burden would be inescapable. He would not wish to live such a fate, especially after the victory earned at the cost of Mrs. Evans's life. A sharp glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes before morphing into a complex understanding. He leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the desk. You know him well, Lex. This was not a mere assessment. Lex lowered his lashes, neither confirming nor denying it. Do you understand? Perhaps. He had simply spent too much time observing the man, deciphering the authentic emotions behind each subtle expression, and comprehending the exhaustion and resolve beneath his sharp exterior. Then, regarding the specifics, Dumbledore seemed unwilling to linger on Snape's stance, shifting the inquiry. What spell do you intend to employ for this grand finale? A variant of an ancient spell, combined with some Eastern techniques for breath control and potion assistance, Lex replied, prepared, capable of creating the illusion of life signs vanishing, the body swiftly petrifying. As long as it is not the complete soul extraction caused by the killing curse, there will be room for maneuver. Naturally, your exceptional performance will be required. Dumbledore's face broke into a nearly mischievous smile. Oh, trust me, Lex, having lived this long, I cannot claim many things, but I have accumulated some acting skills. And the audience? He inquired. How do you intend to ensure that reliable Death Eaters witness this at the appropriate moment? This requires timing and a touch of luck, Lex confessed, preferably when the castle is genuinely threatened. For instance, near the Room of Requirement or the Astronomy Tower. Those places are open and prone to intrusion. As for specific individuals, perhaps Bellatrix Lestrange would be a suitable choice. Her fervor for the Dark Lord is sufficiently reckless, devoid of deep contemplation. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Bella is indeed an ideal witness. Now, one final question, Lex. His gaze bore into Lex's. Are you prepared to shoulder the consequences? In Voldemort's eyes, and those of all his followers, you will be the one who killed Albus Dumbledore. The attention and danger this honor brings may far exceed your imagination. Even after victory, it may not be immediately clarified. Chapter 69, The Behind-the-Scenes Preparations. Lex lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. Compared to what he might endure, this is nothing. The scent of potions wafted through the cellar, the man's brow furrowed, the chill from his billowing black robes, and the occasional, exceedingly rare display of fatigue he himself was unaware of, all weighed heavier than any potential danger. Dumbledore silently observed him for a few moments before finally exhaling slowly, the playful expression on his face dissipating entirely, replaced by solemnity. Very well. Until the moment arrives, this plan shall exist solely between us. He paused, adding, of course, when necessary, I will personally inform Severus. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate for me to persuade him rather than you, as it would better ensure the authenticity of the plan. After all, the finest actors require the most genuine reactions, do they not? Lex nodded slightly. Indeed. This was the most prudent arrangement. Allowing Severus to be informed at the last moment might deceive those prying eyes even more effectively. I understand, Headmaster. Then, may fortune favor us, Lex. Dumbledore raised an imaginary goblet and winked, suggesting that perhaps it was time for Lex to depart. I suspect Severus is about to discover that his favored dragon blood crystal storage jar has been moved. Hopefully, he will not hold me accountable for it. Lex's lips curled ever so slightly as he rose to take his leave. As he exited the headmaster's office and traversed the silent corridor, Lex's heart remained taut with unease. The plan was merely a nascent outline, fraught with uncertainties. Yet at least he had taken this initial step, securing a sliver of alternative possibility against the encroaching darkness of the future. Upon reaching the cellar door, he indeed heard Severus's low voice, suppressed with fury. If my memory serves me correctly, that jar containing the first-rate dragon blood crystals should still be on this shelf as of yesterday. Lex pushed the door open and met Severus's scrutinizing gaze with calm composure. I relocated it to the second storage cabinet in the inner room, sir. It is drier there, with a more stable temperature, conducive to long-term preservation. Severus's dark eyes bore into him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words and where he had just been. Ultimately, he merely scoffed, intrusive. It would be prudent to file a report before moving my belongings next time, Mr. Cavendish. Yes, sir. Lex acquiesced readily. moving to his workstation as if he had merely completed a mundane task. Yet Lex could sense that Severus's gaze lingered on him, now tinged with an elusive scrutiny. After a prolonged moment, that gaze finally shifted to a stack of papers awaiting his review. Severus's voice shattered the silence. Laced with his customary sarcasm, it appears our headmaster's lemon sherbet has not only dulled his taste buds, but has also imbued him with a whimsical sense of confidence. He commented cryptically, the quill scratching heavily across AT. One can only hope that certain individuals do not naively believe that a mere touch of cleverness can secure their footing in a true tempest. Lex understood that this remark was aimed at him and recognized that Severus would never proactively inquire about his conversation with Dumbledore. He set down the sieve, replying softly, "The foundation for standing firm is strength, sir. I shall bear this in mind." Severus snorted through his nose and fell silent. The preparations for the plan unfolded in utmost secrecy, with Lex frequently visiting the room of requirement, which he had transformed into a temporary magical laboratory and rehearsal space. Occasionally, Dumbledore would appear, observing Lex as he calibrated the intricate ancient spell variant with a childlike curiosity. "Quite fascinating magical fluctuations, Lex," Dumbledore remarked one time, watching the silvery light, akin to solidified mist, flowing from the tip of Lex's wand. It could almost deceive most detection spells. Even I felt my heartbeat slow for a moment. However, to deceive Tom, one must perfectly simulate the void of existence that accompanies the finality of life. Lex nodded, beads of perspiration gathering at his brow. This spell demanded exceptional control. A moment's carelessness could transform a mere feigned death into genuine harm. Adjustments to the critical threshold of magical output were still required, as well as the precise dosage of the auxiliary potion. "Ah, speaking of potions," Dumbledore blinked. "I trust you can find some delightful stock in Severus's cellar. Would you like me to write a note?" "No need, Headmaster," Lex immediately declined. There were certain ingredients he preferred to procure through his own channels. Not wishing to arouse Severus's deeper suspicions, Dumbledore nodded in understanding, rising to brush non-existent dust from his robes. "I look forward to your next demonstration, Lex. Remember, the devil is in the details, especially when dealing with a connoisseur like Tom." After the headmaster departed, the room of requirement returned to its emptiness. Lex stood alone in the center, the silvery mist from the tip of his wand still lingering, coiling around his fingers with an ominous chill. He relived the subtle sensation of teetering on the edge of control while casting the spell. This performance must not afford any missteps. In the following days, Lex appeared notably busier. He still made his timely appearances in the cellar, attending to the seemingly endless inventory of potion ingredients or preparing the foundational materials for the new academic year. Yet Severus could sense his distraction. At times, Lex would become lost in thought while regarding a particular pile of herbs, his fingers unconsciously toying with something. Occasionally, he would complete his assigned tasks ahead of schedule, then excuse himself under the pretense of visiting the library for research or practicing a few new spells, emanating a faintly unfamiliar magical aura. Severus never inquired. Instead, he scrutinized every sample Lex prepared with an even more discerning eye, critiquing every potion he brewed with harsher words. It was as if, the moment Lex's performance exhibited the slightest flaw, he would immediately classify the unnecessary distractions as dereliction of duty and respond with severity. Yet Lex provided him no leverage. His potions remained flawless, his efficiency unwavering, and even beneath that silent focus, there was an added steadiness that defied any fault-finding. This only served to heighten Severus's agitation, an ominous premonition of losing control looming over him like a dark cloud. Several times, he observed Lex poring over some parchment scrolls adorned with ancient magical patterns, which were certainly not part of the Hogwarts Library's collection. Finally, on an afternoon when Lex departed early once more, Severus seemingly wandered over to his workstation with casual indifference. The surface was meticulously tidy, but within the corner of the waste bin lay a few charred remnants of plants that bore no resemblance to any common potion ingredient, exuding a faint scent reminiscent of ancient tomb dust. Chapter 70. Severus's Acumen. When Lex returned to the cellar that evening, darkness had already descended. A solitary lamp illuminated the room, and Severus sat behind his desk in the shadows, not engaged in the usual grading of assignments or writing of papers, but rather sitting silently as if awaiting his arrival. "Sir," Lex greeted softly, acutely aware that the atmosphere felt unusually tense. Severus did not respond immediately. After a prolonged, suffocating silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "I assume you still remember your current identity and the conditions for remaining at Hogwarts." Lex's heart sank slightly, yet his expression remained composed. "I remember, sir. Potion assistant." Then, Severus raised his eyes from the shadows, his black gaze fathomless. "Can you explain what sort of potion assistant work necessitates frequent contact with ancient runes bearing dark magic marks and the peculiar decay found in the Cadmus graveyard? Lex's breath caught in his throat. He had not anticipated Severus's keen insight, which had nearly discerned the source of the materials. He lowered his eyelashes, his mind racing to concoct a plausible explanation. To confess the plan outright was out of the question. It would only provoke Severus's ire and prompt him to intervene forcefully. Yet, a complete falsehood is inevitably destined to be unveiled. It is a reverse deduction of certain protective incantations, Mr. Lex. He selected an ambiguous, yet nearly truthful statement to confront potential extreme circumstances. I have discovered that some ancient magics possess unique efficacy in constructing barriers. Snape fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Extreme circumstances? He echoed, his tone laced with a derisive edge that could almost be felt, suggesting a lack of confidence in the defensive measures established by our esteemed headmaster, Mr. Cavendish? Or is it that your excessively fervent Gryffindoresque savior complex has finally compelled you to undertake some foolish endeavor beyond your capabilities? Lex lifted his chin, meeting his stare with sincerity. I merely wish to ensure absolute certainty, sir. For Hogwarts, and for you. The latter part of his statement, he swallowed back. The corner of Snape's mouth twisted, as if he wished to utter something more scathing, yet it ultimately transformed into a faint, weary scoff. Absolute certainty, he murmured, his gaze shifting from Lex's face to a void in the darkness. There has never been anything in this world that is absolutely certain, Mr. Cavendish. Only cost and compromise. He rose, his dark cloak stirring a chilly breeze as he strode past Lex towards the inner office. At the threshold, he paused momentarily, not turning back. His voice rigid. Keep your research within the bounds that do not bring trouble to me or to Hogwarts. Should I discover you dabbling in matters you ought not to? He paused, the implication of his threat unmistakable. The consequences are yours to bear. The cellar door closed behind him. Lex remained rooted in place, exhaling softly. He had chosen to issue a warning rather than delve deeper. This may be the utmost trust he could extend, or perhaps, a form of helpless indulgence. In the days that followed, Lex adopted a more restrained demeanor, refraining from frequent excursions, yet the whispers in the cellar and the flow of owl correspondence did not diminish. He continued his preparations through more clandestine channels, while devoting additional energy to assisting in potion classes. It was not uncommon for graduates with excellent Newt scores to remain at Hogwarts as teaching assistants, yet Lex's presence sparked private discussions among certain students. Particularly when he occasionally had to supervise lower-year potion classes in Snape's stead, his youthful, yet disconcertingly serene visage, coupled with the icy gaze reminiscent of Snape that could freeze a mandrake, swiftly earned him the moniker of Little Snape. Though no one dared to utter it aloud in his presence, Snape remained non-committal regarding this, and on one occasion, upon overhearing a few Gryffindor students whispering, he interjected ominously, if you could channel your energy into distinguishing between a sleeping draft and a puffskein, perhaps you could fortuitously avoid receiving a troll at the end of term. The students promptly scattered. Lex, meanwhile, continued to maintain his low profile both in the cellar and throughout the castle. He would sometimes venture to the kitchen in the evenings, where the house elves seemed to take a particular liking to the reserved but never rude young assistant, always secretly adding an extra piece of pudding to his dinner plate. Yet, more often than not, his focal point remained in the cellar. The intricate incantation had been honed to near instinct. The required potions were already prepared, neatly housed in several specially crafted vials within the lining of his robe. A few days later, during a clandestine gathering in the Room of Requirement, Dumbledore polished his crescent-shaped spectacles, his tone light, as if discussing the next procurement list for honeydukes. Our young friend Mr. Malfoy has exhibited astonishing resolve. I believe that piece of furniture will soon be put back into use. Lex, how are preparations on your end? Ready at a moment's notice, Headmaster, Lex replied calmly, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the smooth wood of his wand concealed within his sleeve. That wand, sourced from Knockturn Alley, was cold and compliant. Excellent, Dumbledore remarked with a nonchalance as if truly discussing a play. Then, let the stage be set at the astronomy tower, where the view is expansive, fitting for a finale. He paused, glancing at Lex, his gaze deepening. Remember, at the moment the spell takes effect, I will coordinate with you. Thereafter, the matter will rest with Severus and our shared fortune. The night designated for the plan arrived more swiftly than anticipated. On the eve of Easter, a piercing alarm shattered the quietude, followed closely by distant explosions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lex sprang from his bed, swiftly donning his robe and stowing the small potion vials into his inner pocket. To ensure absolute certainty, he downed a vial of golden liquid from his desk. Hoping to bolster his luck, the bedroom door was flung open, and Snape stood at the threshold, his expression especially grim. He seemed poised to command Lex to stay, yet the words faltered on his lips as it became evident that Lex was already well prepared. A complex emotion flickered in the depths of Snape's eyes, ultimately crystallizing into a terse command. Stay close, do not meddle. Lex nodded and quickly fell and stepped behind him. Chaos reigned within the castle, students fleeing in every direction. Professor McGonagall directed everyone towards the sanctuary established by the professor's collective efforts. Snape, however, maintained a clear focus, heading directly toward the most tumultuous commotion. Chapter 71. The show begins. Atop the astronomy tower, the wind howled. Upon their arrival, Lex and Snape beheld Bellatrix leading the Death Eaters, cornering Dumbledore against the railing. Draco Malfoy stood trembling. Wand aimed at Dumbledore, his hand shaking violently, his face devoid of color. Bellatrix cackled maniacally, urging Draco to act swiftly, for your father, for the Dark Lord. Draco's hand trembled even more, his lips moving several times without producing the incantation for the killing curse. Draco, Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. You are not the spawn of a murderer. Lower your wand, child. Shut up. Draco screamed, his voice distorted by fear. At that moment, Bellatrix caught sight of Snape and Lex, her laughter growing more raucous. Severus, this little wretch cannot bring himself to act. It is your turn to fulfill your promise. Snape stepped forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Dumbledore, while blocking most of Lex's form. Yet Dumbledore's eyes seemed to drift past Snape, momentarily resting on Lex before returning to Snape's face. Severus, Dumbledore began slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it silenced the entire tower. I implore you. This statement could be interpreted in myriad ways, but to Bellatrix, it undoubtedly sounded like Dumbledore was pleading for mercy from Snape, further solidifying Snape's perceived betrayal. She licked her lips in excitement. Lex stood behind Snape, acutely aware of the slight stiffening of Snape's body, his grip on the wand tightening. The moment had arrived. Lex stepped forward, exposing himself to the gaze of all present, raising his wand and aiming it at Dumbledore. Snape whirled around, disbelief flashing in his dark eyes, mingled with a hint of wrath at the perceived betrayal. Lex, he roared. Bellatrix let out an exultant shriek. Lex did not glance at Snape, but concentrated entirely on Dumbledore. He inhaled deeply and, with a clear voice, pronounced the ancient incantation, eerily similar in sound to the killing curse. A beam of green light, laced with silvery glimmers, struck Dumbledore. His body shuddered, a fleeting expression of anguish flitting across his face as he toppled backward, colliding with the railing of the astronomy tower before slowly sliding to the ground. His complexion turned a ghastly gray at a visible pace, all traces of life vanishing without a trace. The top of the astronomy tower was enveloped in a deathly silence, pierced only by the howling wind. Bellatrix was the first to react, erupting into a frenzied, triumphant laughter. He had succeeded. Severus, your young apprentice has done splendidly. The Dark Lord will reward him. Ha ha. Snape stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed intently on the lifeless body below, then shifted to Lex, his dark eyes roiling with tumultuous waves of shock, anger, and a sharp pain that even he could not comprehend. He observed Lex lowering his wand hand slowly, his profile illuminated by the dim light of the tower, devoid of any expression, only an almost chilling calmness. Severus, what are you waiting for? Bellatrix screeched, the task is complete. We must depart. The castle's defenses will soon be restored. Snape snapped back to reality, casting one last deep glance at Dumbledore's corpse, then shot Lex a look filled with an unfathomable complexity, his voice tinged with an utterly suppressed storm. Go. He seized Draco Malfoy, who seemed inclined to inspect the scene, almost dragging him as he bolted down the staircase. Bellatrix and the other Death Eaters swiftly followed, their ecstatic and chaotic footsteps fading rapidly. Lex lingered atop the tower for a moment, approaching Dumbledore's side to crouch down as if to inspect him. The spell had been executed flawlessly. He stood, casting one final glance at that familiar face now devoid of life, silently murmuring, "From here on, I leave it to you, headmaster." Then, he turned and hastily departed the astronomy tower. He needed to catch up with Snape, to remain within his sight before all concluded. The chaos within the castle continued, but the Death Eaters began to recede like a tide. Lex caught up with Snape and Malfoy at the castle entrance. Bellatrix was enthusiastically waving her wand, excitedly launching the dark mark into the night sky. Snape transferred the nearly exhausted Draco to another Death Eater, abruptly pivoted, and seized Lex's wrist with an astonishing grip, as if intending to crush his bones and yank him closer. What have you done? Snape's voice was a low murmur, audible only to the two of them, his black eyes burning in the darkness, a tempest raging within them. Who permitted you? Lex could feel the tension and slight tremor in Snape's body. The pain radiating from his wrist was all too tangible, yet he did not resist, merely raised his eyes to meet Snape's gaze calmly, responding in a similarly hushed tone, tinged with a hint of exhaustion from task completion. I accomplished what Mr. Malfoy failed to, sir. This secures your vow and ensures the plan. Snape's pupils constricted sharply, the grip on his wrist tightening further, as if attempting to extract any hint of deceit or wavering from his eyes. Yet, Lex's gaze held only tranquility, coupled with an almost stubborn resolve. At that moment, Bellatrix cackled, calling out, "Severus, your young apprentice has achieved great merit. Stop whispering and let us report our success to the Dark Lord." Snape fixed a piercing stare on Lex, and ultimately, as if expending all his strength, he abruptly released Lex's wrist, grinding out through clenched teeth. "We will settle this later." He turned and strode towards the awaiting Death Eaters. Lex rubbed his reddened wrist, silently following, his figure swallowed by the deepening night. At the summit of the astronomy tower, the wind continued to howl. After ensuring everyone had departed, the fingers of the corpse on the ground subtly twitched, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 72. Farewell, Voldemort. Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix, like a hyena catching the scent of blood, eagerly led the group of triumphant individuals towards the mansion. The other Death Eaters murmured among themselves, their glances frequently darting towards Snape and the silent Lex behind him, filled with a mix of awe and curiosity. Snape had not glanced at Lex since their arrival, yet his palpable anger enveloped Lex like a tangible shroud. The interior of the manor was even more foreboding than its exterior. They were guided into a deeper hall, where heavy doors loomed before them, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bellatrix announced in an excessively obsequious tone, "My lord, the task has been completed successfully." The doors slid open silently, revealing a high-backed chair at the far end of the room, slowly turning. Voldemort sat there, more inhuman than Lex remembered. His pallid skin, serpentine visage, and crimson eyes glinted coldly in the dim light. His gaze first landed on Snape. "Severus, tell me, is what I have heard true? Albus Dumbledore is dead?" "Yes, my lord." Snape's voice was steady, devoid of any tremor. Voldemort's red pupils narrowed, and then those terrifying eyes turned slowly towards Lex. In an instant, Lex felt the icy tendrils of Voldemort's mental power attempting to invade his mind. Quickly, Lex activated his mental occlusion, substituting the spell in his memories with the killing curse. Finally, the probing sensation receded, and Voldemort emitted a sound akin to a cold laugh, devoid of warmth. "Lex, we meet again. The last time you escaped me here by employing a trick left by Dumbledore." His fingers gently tapped against the armrest, producing a disquieting rhythm. "And this time, you bring a gift far more delightful than mere escape." His tone was laced with a dangerous admiration. "Pray tell, young man, what has compelled you to make such a resolute choice? Have you finally recognized the weakness of your former master? Or," his voice abruptly turned frigid, "is this merely the beginning of yet another, more intricate deception?" The final words bore a powerful mental pressure, crashing towards Lex. Lex felt his temples throb, but he steadied himself, lifting his gaze to meet those crimson eyes, forcing himself not to waver. "Deception cannot yield true power, my lord." Lex's voice was clear, laced with an intentionally maintained calmness and a flicker of excitement, as if sparked by the challenge. "Dumbledore's path was fraught with compromise and illusion. I choose to pledge my loyalty to a power that is genuine and unyielding. As for the previous trick," he paused slightly, as if reminiscing, "that was merely an act of desperation driven by the instinct for survival, while this act, my actions, sufficed to prove my stance." Voldemort remained silent, his scarlet eyes unfathomable. The entire hall was eerily still. Even the sound of breathing was sharply audible. Bellatrix wore a twisted expression of excitement, seemingly anticipating her master's next command to tear this suspicious ally apart. Finally, Voldemort spoke again, his voice carrying an eerie gentleness, yet more chilling than any direct threat. "You have indeed demonstrated extraordinary courage and unique abilities." His gaze swept over Lex once more, as if evaluating something. "You are a suddenly unsheathed blade, Mr. Caven. Sharp, yet of uncertain origin." Voldemort continued, "Wise men do not break such a weapon easily. Rather, they fashion it with a suitable hilt, ensuring it only strikes at enemies." His gaze shifted towards Severus Snape. "Your apprentice has achieved significant merit. He shall continue under your guidance and watchful eye. I wish to witness his potential flourish under your control, illuminating our grand endeavor, without any further unforeseen deviations." This not only entrusted Lex with the proverbial hot potato of oversight, but also served as an ultimate test of Snape's loyalty. He must not only keep a watchful eye on this perilous element, but also find a way to harness his capabilities. Now Voldemort's voice echoed through the hall, imbued with a finality that signaled the end of discussions, permitting a brief celebration. "But remember, Dumbledore's death is merely the commencement. The walls of Hogwarts shall not crumble as a result. There remains much to be accomplished. Disperse." The Death Eaters bowed and murmured as they withdrew. Snape bowed deeply, turning away, with Lex closely trailing behind, acutely sensing the scarlet gaze behind him, imprinted upon his back like a tangible weight, filled with a desire for control and lingering suspicion. Just before the apparition, Snape glanced back at Lex with a swift, fleeting look. Return to Spinner's End, he commanded. Back in the dimly lit sitting room of Spinner's End, Snape almost immediately released Lex's wrist, standing with his back to him before the unlit fireplace. His body was taut with tension. He did not turn on the lights. Only the pale moonlight from outside delineated his rigid silhouette. A suffocating silence enveloped the room, more oppressive than in Voldemort's presence. Lex stood quietly, refraining from speaking first, aware that a tempest was brewing. After a prolonged moment, Snape suddenly pivoted. His movement swift enough to stir the air. He faced Lex, his dark eyes ablaze with a terrifying fire, his waxen face contorted by the fury he struggled to suppress. Now, explain, starting from the very beginning, every single word, Mr. Cavendish, if your mind, stuffed with nonsense, is still capable of functioning. He advanced a step closer, nearly nose to nose with Lex, his icy breath brushing against Lex's cheek. Who gave you the audacity? Who permitted you to act independently? That incantation, that damned ancient spell that sounds like a killing curse. Where did you learn it? Dumbledore? Or from your obscure Eastern knowledge? His barrage of questions fell like blows, each word laden with incredulity and seething rage. Lex could feel a slight tremor in Snape's body, not from fear, but from an overwhelming surge of emotion. Lex did not flinch. He met Snape's nearly all-consuming gaze with calm determination, understanding that any hint of hesitation or deception could spiral the situation into chaos. The spell comes from a fragment of an ancient tome, sir, Lex confessed selectively. I studied it extensively and confirmed its capability to create the illusion of life signs vanishing instantaneously, without being genuinely fatal. The timing was my own assessment. Your own assessment? Snape's voice spiked, infused with incredulous derision. Who do you think you are? The second coming of a savior? Or do you find it amusing to stage a charade before the Dark Lord and a band of bloodthirsty Death Eaters? It was the best choice under the circumstances. Lex replied, his tone steady yet resolute. Draco was unable to act, and your oath had to be fulfilled. By my intervention, I could safeguard Malfoy, ensure your vow remained intact, and set a trap for the Dark Lord, achieving multiple objectives. Multiple objectives? Snape echoed, his voice thick with absurdity. Do you have any notion of the peril you invited? If Bellatrix had been the slightest bit cautious, if the Dark Lord had harbored a modicum of doubt, you would now be a cold corpse. Or worse, a fate worse than death. But I succeeded, sir, Lex replied softly, unwavering in his gaze. Moreover, you cooperated admirably. This statement quelled Snape's fury. He froze, recalling his moment of shock atop the tower and the instinctive half-step forward he had taken. To Bellatrix. That step may have appeared as Snape's desire to conclude matters himself, thwarted by irritation, but only Snape understood that, in that moment. The impulse was to prevent Lex from making a foolish decision. A blend of exposed vulnerability and deeper anger surged within him. Snape abruptly raised his hand, as if intending to seize Lex by the collar, but his hand halted mid-air, clenched into a fist, cracking knuckles echoing in the silence. Cooperate? His voice rasped. Do you think I am playing along with your farcical drama, Mr. Cavendish? Have you overestimated yourself? Lex remained silent, observing the tumult of pain, anger, and fear coursing through Snape's dark eyes, along with a nearly uncontrollable concern that Snape himself had yet to recognize. The long-standing unspoken understanding in the cellar, the silent care, the awkward protectiveness, became glaringly apparent in this moment. He did not respond to the question of overestimation, but shifted the focus, his tone softening with an almost imperceptible soothing quality. The Dark Lord will not move against me for the time being, sir. He is intrigued by me. And until he unravels the truth, I am relatively safe, which also buys you time. Snape fixed his intense gaze upon him, his chest heaving. Lex's calm analysis doused part of his uncontrolled fury with a bucket of cold water, but allowed a deeper sense of powerlessness to wash over him. He realized that he possessed limited means to control this seemingly compliant, yet fundamentally rebellious apprentice. Punishment? Confinement? Such measures would be meaningless to Lex at this juncture. Ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a faint, weary laugh. He stepped back, increasing the distance between them, retreating into the shadows. Time. Snape's voice regained its customary chill, though it was underscored by a discernible hoarseness. How much time do you think we have left, Mr. Cavendish? You have opened a Pandora's box, but believe you can control the calamity that emerges. He turned, striding towards the staircase leading to the upper floor, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary and burdened in the dim light. Gather yourself. He paused at the stairway's edge, not looking back, his voice stiff and unyielding. I am busy and have no time to clean up your mess. With that, he ascended the stairs swiftly, his footsteps fading into silence at the top. Lex watched his retreating figure, containing all his emotions beneath the surface. He must forge a different ending for his master. Once the sounds from above had completely subsided, Lex sought out the least used guest room and lay down fully clothed. The days ahead would test both of them. The following morning, Lex awoke early and, utilizing a few modest supplies he had brought, brewed a simple herbal tea with calming effects and a pot of light rice porridge. When Snape descended the stairs with a dark expression, what greeted him was a considerably tidier sitting room, along with a bowl of steaming, albeit unremarkable, porridge and a cup of suspiciously colored tea on the dining table. Snape's brow immediately furrowed into a tight knot as he shot Lex a piercing glare. I was under the impression I had taken on a potions apprentice, not a house elf. Lex calmly pushed the teacup towards him. Just simple nourishment, sir. You need to maintain your strength. Snape snorted derisively but did not leave immediately. He approached the dining table, scrutinizing the bowl of porridge as if analyzing whether anything inappropriate had been added. Ultimately, he reluctantly settled down, lifting the cup of herbal tea, first cautiously sniffing it, then taking a small sip. The bitter taste with a hint of sweetness caused him to frown, yet a faint warmth did indeed soothe his taut nerves. He refrained from commenting on the tea, instead opting to scoop a small portion of porridge with his spoon, his movements marked by habitual fastidiousness. It appears your culinary enthusiasm, much like your potion-making skills, has considerable room for improvement, he remarked with a sharp tone, though he ultimately began to eat. Lex remained silent, simply sitting quietly on the opposite side of the table. In the following days, the atmosphere in Spinner's End remained stagnant, though the palpable tension eased somewhat. Snape confined himself to his study or potion lab on the second floor for the most part, occasionally descending to ignore Lex's presence or to toss out a couple of probing questions regarding potions or defensive magic, as if to ascertain whether Lex's mind was still functioning properly. Lex, in turn, continued his silent invasion. He tidied more rooms, allowing sunlight to penetrate the years of accumulated dust, and organized a plethora of stacked potion journals and manuscripts. He even managed to restore the old radio, which occasionally played soft, lyric-less classical music in the afternoons, the volume so low it was nearly inaudible. Snape never commented on it, but Lex noticed that when the music played, he would occasionally relax ever so slightly. Days slipped by in the damp, chill air of Spinner's End, until one night, Lex was jolted awake by a suffocating, soul-deep groan of pain emanating from Snape's bedroom. Without hesitation, he rose and stealthily approached the master bedroom door. The door was unlocked, but he hesitated for a few seconds before gently pushing it ajar. In the moonlight, Snape lay curled on the bed, his body trembling violently, a cold sweat beading on his forehead, and the dark mark on his left forearm glowing with a sinister red light. He bit down hard on his lip to suppress any louder sounds, yet his fractured breaths betrayed his profound agony. Voldemort was summoning him, or perhaps punishing him. Lex's heart tightened sharply. He had anticipated this moment, but witnessing it firsthand felt suffocating. Without panic, he swiftly retreated to his room. Retrieving the silver needles and a small box of remedies he had long prepared, he returned to the master bedroom door, this time without hesitation, stepping inside. Snape, sensing someone approaching, abruptly opened his eyes, those dark orbs still sharp as daggers despite the pain. Filled with wariness and a flicker of rage at being seen in such vulnerability. Get out, he managed to rasp out, without waiting for Snape to refuse. Lex had already ignited a small bundle of calming herbs, the bitter aroma wafting through the air. Simultaneously, he moved like lightning, deftly inserting several slender silver needles into specific acupoints on Snape's neck and arms. Snape's body stiffened, instinctively attempting to resist, but an odd, numbing sensation radiated from the needle tips, peculiarly interrupting his perception of pain. Almost immediately, a gentle force seemed to guide the tumultuous flow of magic within him, alleviating the impact of the dark mark's magical assault. His tense body involuntarily relaxed a fraction, and a suppressed groan finally escaped his throat. Lex knelt beside the bed, his fingertips glowing with faint magical light, gently brushing over the trembling silver needles, softly reciting ancient incantations meant to soothe the spirit. His movements were tender and focused, as if handling a fragile treasure. In the haze of pain and the sudden relief, Snape stared blankly at the profile so close to him. The moonlight outlined Lex's gentle features, and those eyes, usually placid, were now filled with unmistakable concern and a focus that inexplicably tightened Snape's chest. This sensation was foreign and perilous, urging him to flee, yet the fatigue in his body and the peculiar comfort from the silver needles rendered him immobile. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until the burning sensation from the mark on his arm gradually subsided, with pain receding like the ebbing tide. Snape lay drenched in cold sweat, utterly spent, heaving heavily on the bed. Lex carefully withdrew the silver needles, gently wiping the cool sweat from Snape's forehead with a warm towel. His actions were so natural, as though he had performed them countless times before. Snape closed his eyes, lacking the strength to refuse, or perhaps subconsciously relishing this moment of post-torment tranquility and warmth. The next time Snape's voice emerged, hoarse and fragmented, he commanded, "Do not come in again." Lex did not argue, simply replying softly, "Very well." Yet he knew that if another occasion arose, he would act the same way. He placed a dry, thin blanket over Snape's body, silently exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. In the darkness, Snape slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the closed door, emotions swirling within his dark gaze. Complex and inscrutable. The following day, both men tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the previous night. Life in Spinner's Inn seemed to return to its former rhythm. Yet something had quietly shifted. Snape no longer completely ignored Lex's presence. Occasionally at the dining table, they engaged in brief, sardonic exchanges about certain potion papers. Lex began to move more naturally in and out of the study, assisting him in organizing the vast array of research notes. A subtle yet fragile balance was quietly established in the shadows and silence of Spinner's Inn, until the Patronus brought news of Hogwarts' impending reopening, along with a confidential letter from Dumbledore. After reading the letter, Snape's expression turned grave. He ignited the parchment over the candle flame, watching it turn to ash. Gathering his belongings, he addressed Lex, his voice regaining its usual cold edge. "We must leave." Returning to Hogwarts, the atmosphere was far more stifling than anticipated. Countless whispers and malicious glances surrounded them. There was no evidence directly pointing to their involvement in Dumbledore's death. Yet the fact that Snape and his followers had fled with the Death Eaters on the night of Dumbledore's murder was sufficient to brand them as traitors in everyone's minds. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall wore a taut expression, scarcely glancing their way. The other professors were equally aloof, save for Professor Flitwick, who would nod at Lex in a businesslike manner when they crossed paths in the corridors, his gaze complicated. Snape was more taciturn and busier than before. The orders from Voldemort hung over them like a sword. Find Harry Potter, retrieve the Elder Wand. This was an impossible task. Harry had been taken by Dumbledore, and the Elder Wand was in Dumbledore's possession. Yet Snape had to feign a search, which resulted in his frequent absences from the castle, always returning weary and drained. Lex, too, remained occupied, inscribing runes at critical points within the castle as per the prior plan with Dumbledore. However, each time Snape returned, Lex would be in the cellar, preparing a cup of warm tea for him. One evening, Snape returned once more, his body chilled, and he roughly shoved a small crystal vial containing silver memories into a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, his perfunctory report for Voldemort. He slumped into the armchair, eyes closed, fingers pressing firmly against his temples. Lex placed a cup of hot tea on the small table beside him, his gaze sweeping over Snape's pale, fatigued profile. A tightening sensation in his chest. "Sir," he began softly, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather for the morrow. "I have observed what appears to be unusual signs of magical creature activity at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps it is the migration of creatures such as the blast-ended Scroots. Might we venture to investigate at dawn?" Snape opened his eyes, his dark gaze piercing as he scrutinized him. Lexus met his stare calmly, his eyes clear of any superfluous emotion. This was not a mere suggestion. The signs of the blast-ended Scroots were a fabrication. Yet the concealed path near the Whomping Willow was one of the few routes that could afford them a discreet escape from the castle's watchful eyes. In an instant, Snape comprehended the implication. A seemingly reasonable excuse to temporarily evade the pressures of the castle. A fleeting opportunity to breathe the air of freedom. Perhaps even to gather some rare potion ingredients. He scoffed, non-committal, and closed his eyes once more. "If your vision has not deteriorated to the level of a mole from prolonged confinement in the dungeons," he retorted harshly, "be ready at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should I be kept waiting for more than a second, you shall remain to clean out an entire year's worth of Niffler burrows." Lexus lowered his gaze, concealing a faint smile. "Yes, sir." Before dawn the next day, the sky remained a deep blue. The two departed the castle in silence, stepping into the mist-shrouded Forbidden Forest. The crisp air, infused with the scents of grass and earth, momentarily dispelled the castle's oppressive atmosphere. Snape led the way, his black cloak billowing in the morning fog, his stride seemingly lighter than within the castle walls. Lexus followed quietly, maintaining a distance of a step and a half, his gaze occasionally drifting over Snape's tall yet solitary figure, a pang of bittersweet emotion stirring within him. They walked in tacit understanding, exchanging no words, silently collecting dew-laden grass and luminescent moss that glimmered in the dawn light. This brief respite from their roles as spies and the weight of hatred felt like stolen moments, precious yet fragile. However, tranquility is often fleeting. Upon their return to the entrance of the dungeons, they discovered the stone walls had been hastily scrawled with the words "Traitor, die" in crimson paint. Snape halted, the air around him plummeting to an icy stillness. Lexus felt a heaviness settle in his heart. He stepped forward, silently drawing his wand and murmuring, Scourgify. The red stains vanished, and Snape abruptly pushed open the sliding stone door, striding inside without casting Lexus a single glance or offering a comment on the graffiti. Yet, that afternoon in potions class, a few Gryffindor students lost 50 points for trivial mistakes and received a dose of venom potent enough to repel a blast-ended scrut. Lexus understood that this was not merely directed at the students. It was a manifestation of Snape's internal tempest. During dinner, an owl delivered the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, the front-page headline announcing a new round of wanted posters issued by the Ministry of Magic under Voldemort's control. With Harry Potter's photograph prominently displayed, accused of murdering Albus Dumbledore and endangering the safety of the wizarding world. Chapter 75, The Command of Voldemort. A wave of suppressed gasps and angry whispers rippled through the Great Hall. Many eyes turned once more towards Snape and Lexus, filled with condemnation and suspicion. Snape remained expressionless as he sliced his food, as if everything around him was inconsequential, yet Lexus noted the ferocity with which he butchered his meal. It was clear to Lexus that Voldemort's impatience was mounting. After dinner, Lexus did not return to the dungeons immediately. Instead, he made his way to the astronomy tower. In a corner near the railing, he picked up a stone, his fingertips gliding over its uneven surface, all preparations complete. At that moment, a faint burning sensation emanated from the inner side of his left arm. Not the dark mark, but rather a secret communication spell he shared with Snape had been triggered, signaling his urgent return. Lexus turned on his heel, quickening his pace towards the staircase leading to the dungeons. At the dungeon entrance, Snape awaited him, not meeting Lexus's gaze. But as the stone door slid open, he whispered urgently, "The Dark Lord summons you." Now, no further explanation was necessary, yet Lexus understood completely. What was inevitable could not be avoided. The atmosphere in Malfoy Manor was even more oppressive than before. Voldemort seemed too weary to maintain even a facade of false praise, his scarlet eyes sweeping over the two like the cold flicker of a serpent's tongue. "Severus, and our young benefactor," he hissed. "I have given you time. Far too much time, while Harry Potter remains at large. The wand that rightfully belongs to me is still nowhere to be found." He paused, the air thickening as if frozen. "I hold a small suspicion." A twisted smile curled upon Voldemort's lips. "Perhaps we have all been deceived by appearances. Perhaps Albus Dumbledore has left us one final jest." Snape's body tensed imperceptibly. Lexus kept his gaze lowered, yet his heartbeat remained steady as he awaited the anticipated command. "To the graveyard," Voldemort commanded softly, his tone laced with cruelty. "Open the resting place of that great headmaster. I wish to see for myself if that wand truly lies with him in eternal slumber." Lexus felt a wave of visceral revulsion, yet he maintained his composure. Snape's body was rigid, and after a moment, he slowly uttered a single word, "Yes." To excavate the grave of Hogwarts' former headmaster was akin to the most malevolent curse. They both knew it would be empty. Dumbledore was likely sipping lemon tea in some safe house, yet the charade must continue. In the chilling night breeze and oppressive silence, the wand easily lifted the coffin lid, revealing nothing but a beautifully ornate spare wand that Dumbledore often used, an empty vessel. Snape stared intently at the vacant casket, his face betraying no emotion, but Lexus stood slightly behind him, witnessing his hand hang limply by his side, fingernails digging deep into his palm. The report on the return journey was predictable. Voldemort's fury was palpable, a tangible force shaking the entire hall under his violent magic. "Failure! Yet again, failure!" he shrieked, his crimson eyes fixed on Snape. "Severus, I am beginning to doubt your worth, unless you still harbor weakness for your former master." A blinding flash of red light surged forth, and the Cruciatus curse struck Snape with precision. He gasped, collapsing to the floor, his body convulsing violently, yet he bit down hard, refusing to utter a plea or a groan, only heavy, labored breaths echoing in the deathly silence of the hall. Lexus stood by, his blood seemingly frozen in his veins. He watched that proud man curl in agony, each second feeling like an eternity of torment. He had to exert all his self-control to refrain from any impulsive actions. His nails dug deeply into his palm, bringing a sharp pain that helped him maintain a facade of calm, even managing to feign a hint of ineptitude-induced anxiety. He could not afford to show any weakness, for Dumbledore's plan, and for Snape's sake. Voldemort's punishment persisted for what felt like an eternity before he finally lifted the curse, as if discarding a piece of refuse. Snape lay exhausted on the ground, his black robes soaked with cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. "This is your final warning, Severus." Voldemort's voice was chillingly cold. Then, that scarlet gaze shifted towards Lex. "And you, young man." Voldemort's tone carried an air of scrutiny. "Your fealty is so resolute, yet you cannot even ascertain the whereabouts of a single wand? Or is it your respect for your former master that has rendered you merciful?" An invisible pressure once again enveloped Lex, attempting to pry open his mind. Lex activated his mental occlusion, presenting Voldemort with a diligent facade. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of humiliation and urgency to prove himself gracing his features. My master, I swear I hold nothing back. Perhaps Potter and his companions have employed some unknown method to conceal it. Please grant me another chance. Voldemort fixed his gaze upon him, and after a prolonged moment, waved his hand with a hint of weariness. Get out. Continue searching, before I lose my patience. When they returned to Spinner's End, dawn was breaking. Snape had nearly exhausted all his strength. It was Lex who half-supported, half-carried him to complete the apparition. As he settled Snape onto the bed, Snape had already slipped into a semi-conscious state, yet his body convulsed slightly from lingering agony. Lex skillfully ignited calming herbs, retrieved silver needles, and repeated the motions of that night, though this time, his movements were gentler, and his eyes brimmed with an almost palpable sorrow. When his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Snape's sweat-drenched forehead, Snape suddenly stirred faintly, his pale lips moving to utter a barely audible murmur, reminiscent of a name's trailing syllable, vague, yet causing Lex's hand to freeze instantly. He dared not discern what it was, swiftly gathering his focus to channel magic and alleviate pain. After completing his task, he covered Snape with a blanket, preparing to depart when a cold hand abruptly seized his wrist. The grip, though not forceful, halted Lex's actions. He turned back to meet Snape's newly opened eyes, which, clouded by pain, still held a profound depth. Snape regarded him with an expression difficult to decipher. A mixture of lingering anguish, a trace of disarray, and a faint glimmer of reliance that Lex had never witnessed before. Snape gripped Lex's wrist, neither speaking nor releasing his hold, as if it were an instinctual reflex born of unconsciousness. Chapter 76, Ultimatum. Lex did not struggle nor advance further. He allowed Snape to hold him, quietly standing beside the bed, until that hand gradually slipped away due to exhaustion, and Snape succumbed to slumber once more. Lex exhaled softly, carefully tucking the fallen hand back beneath the covers, his fingertips lingering on the icy skin for a fleeting moment before retracting swiftly. He exited the room, gently closing the door, leaning against the cold doorframe, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. His heart surged, yet ultimately settled into deeper resolve. The following day, when Snape awoke, he made no mention of the previous night's grasp on Lex's wrist, as if it were merely a figment born of pain. He silently consumed the simple breakfast prepared by Lex, his complexion appearing even more pallid than usual, yet the habitual mask of aloofness was firmly re-established. The Carrows would be arriving today. Snape wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, announcing in a flat tone, as if recounting an inconsequential weather report. The auxiliary personnel assigned by the Ministry of Magic. Lex raised his eyes to him. The Carrow siblings, infamous Death Eaters. Their presence signified that surveillance and coercion would escalate further. He nodded in acknowledgement. The two returned to Hogwarts, as if merely concluding a brief and unpleasant weekend. Alecto and Amicus Carrow had already taken residence within the castle. Their arrogant figures strode through the corridors, smirking as they greeted each professor with a veneer of civility that belied the cruelty and scrutiny glimmering in their eyes. They brazenly interfered with course content, openly espousing pureblood supremacy in defense against the dark arts, subjecting non-pureblood and muggle-born students to utmost humiliation and corporal punishment. Snape displayed an unusual compliance, at times appearing even more stringent than the Carrows themselves. Yet Lex observed that whenever a student was on the brink of substantial harm, Snape would invariably divert the conflict or mitigate the situation through various means: a sudden, challenging question, an unyielding deduction of house points, or delegating a task that, while seemingly punitive, effectively steered clear of the Carrow's scrutiny. Lex continued to play the role of his silent assistant, organizing materials and managing mundane affairs. In unseen corners, he would quietly repair the communal facilities damaged by the Carrows or, in the quiet of night, stockpile more essence of white, fresh, and basic countercurse materials in the room that granted every wish. Occasionally, he would encounter Snape as he navigated the Carrows' demands. Snape, with his characteristic blend of sarcasm and somberness, would deftly delay or distort many of the Carrow siblings' foolish and cruel proposals. Lex admired Snape's intellect and resilience, feeling a pang of empathy for the burdens he bore alone. As days slipped into June, under the weight of oppression and tension, the weather grew warmer. Yet the atmosphere within the castle felt akin to an ice cellar. Voldemort's patience had evidently worn thin. The owls no longer bore commands, but rather ultimatum-laden urgings, each word dripping with cold menace. One evening, only the two of them remained in the dungeon. The firelight flickered, illuminating the profound fatigue etched upon Snape's brow. He had just dismissed the incessant Alecto Carrow, now absorbed in a stern missive laid before him. Lex placed a cup of herbal tea infused with calming properties beside him. Lingering for a moment, Snape did not touch the cup, and after a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible rasp. Mr. Caven, suppose you were afforded the opportunity to leave this castle for a relatively safe place. What would you do? Lex's heart trembled slightly. He raised his gaze to the silhouette of Snape illuminated by candlelight. Was this a test or a veiled concern? He remained silent for a few seconds before responding in a tone that bore the calmness of stating a fact. My duty is to assist you in managing the inventory of the dungeon. Sir, there are still many materials yet to be organized. Snape abruptly turned his head, his sharp black eyes piercing into Lex, as if discerning the true meaning behind this almost pedantic response. Lex met his gaze steadily, his eyes clear and resolute. Silence enveloped the dungeon, broken only by the faint crackling of the firewood. Snape swallowed hard, and ultimately, he turned away, waving his hand dismissively, his tone reverting to its customary harshness. Then stop wasting time here. Go shell those damned sleeping pods. I expect to see enough for the entire class before tomorrow's lesson. Yes, sir. Lex lowered his eyes, concealing a faint softness beneath their surface. He turned and walked towards the workbench, commencing the task of processing the pods. He knew Snape would no longer suggest that he leave. They had no way out. By the end of June, Voldemort issued his final ultimatum. The Caro siblings grew increasingly brazen, their raucous laughter mingling with the cries of students echoing through the corridors. Lex became even more reticent, moving like a shadow between the dungeon library and the room that granted every wish. He inspected each predetermined defense point, replenishing the final batch of emergency supplies. The vial of universal antidote, infused with basilisk venom antidote, pressed coldly against his chest. He was acutely aware that Nagini was the final Horcrux, and Voldemort would never permit it to stray far from his side. The impending battle would revolve around that serpent. On the evening of June 29th, the sky loomed dark and oppressive, akin to spilled ink, with distant thunder rumbling ominously behind the clouds. In the cellar, Snape had just concluded yet another disagreeable meeting with the Caro siblings. Amicus Caro had been vociferously advocating for a more direct approach to extracting Potter's whereabouts, but Snape had momentarily quelled him with a chilling, threatening tone. Once the door closed, the cellar was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Snape stood with his back to Lex, positioned before the bookshelf, his shoulders rigid with tension. He could not afford to wait any longer. Tomorrow, Snape's deep voice shattered the silence. Lex paused in his task of organizing ingredients, lifting his gaze. He understood exactly to whom Snape was referring. On June 30th, the Dark Lord would personally arrive at Hogwarts. He demanded results. Lex's heart sank, yet he felt an oddly tranquil acceptance settling within him. It was finally upon them. The Caro siblings would be responsible for internal support, and Snape's lips curled into a humorless arc as he added that they, the potion's master and his loyal assistant, were expected to identify and neutralize any foolish individuals who dared to resist. His tone dripped with self-deprecation and annoyance. Lex remained silent, merely observing him. Chapter 77, The Eve of Battle. Snape's gaze met Lex's, his dark eyes, typically shrouded in myriad secrets, now swirling with an intricate tapestry of emotions. There was disdain for the impending slaughter, a mocking awareness of his own fate, and perhaps a hint of concern for the young man before him, an emotion even he was unaware of. Tonight, Snape averted his gaze, his voice returning to its cold hardness. The castle would be on full lockdown, and you are to remain below. No matter what you hear or see, you must not emerge. This was a command, yet it bore an unusual, almost clumsy protective undertone. Lex did not respond with his usual promptness. Yes, sir. Instead, he stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them until he could feel the familiar scent of potions and parchment that clung to Snape, mingled with an undeniable weariness. Sir, Lex's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. I am your apprentice, your assistant. My place is by your side. Snape scrutinized him, as if attempting to penetrate the calm facade to uncover his true intentions. The dim light of the cellar cast deep shadows across his face, causing his habitual indifference to waver slightly. Lex did not flinch under his gaze. His eyes radiated unwavering determination and an almost stubborn protectiveness. You, Snape seemed inclined to deflect this overtly sincere emotion with his customary sarcasm, but the words faltered on his lips, rendered impotent by the clarity of Lex's gaze. In this moment of life and death, any pretense felt feeble. He was acutely aware that the young man before him spoke not empty words. Ultimately, he emitted a barely audible sound from his nostrils that resembled a sigh, or perhaps a resigned acknowledgement. He turned, striding toward the inner office, pausing at the threshold without looking back, his voice lower and more gravelly than before, brusquely tossing out, "Then mind yourself. Do not cause me any trouble. And prepare those little trinkets you've been tinkering with." Having spoken, he almost hurriedly pushed the door open, leaving Lex outside. The shut door severed any further emotions he might have revealed. Lex regarded the closed door, his fingertips curling slightly at his sides before gradually relaxing. Snape had not outright refused him. This was the closest semblance of consent he could offer. This awkward refusal to articulate concern stirred a bittersweet warmth within Lex. He fortified the cellar's defenses, placing several magical trinkets that might prove useful in critical moments within easy reach. Then, he seated himself in a chair by the fireplace, awaiting the inevitable in quiet contemplation. Nightfall descended completely, and the castle lay in a deathly silence. Approaching midnight, distant maniacal laughter and explosive sounds heralded the commencement of battle. Even deep within the cellar, he could sense the subtle vibrations reverberating through the walls and the dust that drifted down from the ceiling. Lex stood, moving to the cellar door, pressing his palm against the cold stone, attuning himself to the magical ripples generated by the spells clashing outside. Chaos reigned, yet it had not yet penetrated the depths of the castle. The door to the inner office slid open soundlessly. Snape emerged, avoiding eye contact with Lex as he headed straight for the storage shelves, swiftly and precisely checking several inner pockets containing potent potions, then sliding his wand into his sleeve. Each movement was imbued with a resolute finality and habitual efficiency. The castle's wards had failed. The Caro siblings were creating chaos in the Great Hall to draw attention. Snape's voice remained calm. Bellatrix, along with a few others, is attempting to breach the defenses towards the Room of Requirement. Fools, unaware of where the true battleground lies. He was inadvertently briefing Lex on the situation, an instinctive trust, or perhaps an acknowledgement that Lex had the right to know what they would soon face. Lex listened quietly, moving to his workstation to tuck several vials into the specially designed pockets of his robes, finally checking the wand he had acquired from Nocturne Alley. His motions were equally deliberate, devoid of any hint of panic. Snape's gaze finally settled on him, quickly assessing his prepared equipment, emitting a barely perceptible grunt that was indecipherable as either approval or something else. "Stay close." He ultimately uttered these two words before striding toward the cellar exit. Lex immediately fell and stepped behind him, maintaining a distance that allowed him to assist without hindering Snape's progress. They encountered several skirmishes along the way, with professors and students loyal to the castle engaged in combat with Death Eaters, while the Caro siblings wreaked havoc. Snape invariably chose the most direct and swift route, striking with brutal decisiveness to clear obstacles. Yet Lex noted that his spells always avoided those clad in school robes. As they traversed the tapestry-lined corridors, they abruptly confronted Electo Caro, who was tormenting a Hufflepuff student hiding behind a shattered suit of armor with dark curses. "Severus," Electo cackled upon seeing them. "Come to witness these unruly little insects?" Snape did not wait for her to finish. A silent stunning spell struck her, freezing the smile on her face as she crumpled to the ground. "Noisy," Snape coldly remarked, casting not a glance at the stupefied student as he passed by. Lex quickly followed suit, tossing a rudimentary protective charm to the student as they went. As they drew closer to the castle's central area, the signs of battle became increasingly evident, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and burnt magic. They could hear Bellatrix's signature maniacal laughter echoing from above, interspersed with Professor McGonagall's stern reprimands and the explosive sounds of spell collisions. Snape halted at a relatively quiet staircase corner, breathing heavily, not from fatigue, but as a physiological response to the heightened tension. The hem of his black robes was stained with dust and the blood of unknown origin. Lex stood a short distance behind him, equally steadying his breath. He had yet to make his appearance. Snape suddenly whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As the Dark Lord awaited, biding his time until we exhausted our strength, until Harry Potter walked willingly into the trap. There was an almost imperceptible hesitation in his voice at the mention of Harry's name. Lex understood all too well. Voldemort awaited Harry, seeking a resolution, as well as the definitive claim to the Elder Wand. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and they themselves awaited the moment Voldemort would step into this grave prepared for him. Nagini must be at his side. Lex quietly reminded Snape that this was the most critical target, the last Horcrux. Chapter 78, The Final Battle. Snape nodded briskly, poised to speak, when a cacophony of hurried, chaotic footsteps and the raucous shouts of a Death Eater approached. "There, grab that mudblood brat." A group of Death Eaters was pursuing a younger student. Snape's eyes narrowed, and instinctively, he yanked Lex behind him, his wand flicking in a swift motion to cast a shield charm that deflected a concussion curse aimed at them. "Go," he hissed, no longer hesitating, as he turned toward the source of the commotion, charging into the castle's great hall. That was where the battle raged fiercest, and where Voldemort was most likely to appear. Lex followed closely, his heart pounding violently in his chest, not solely from the peril, but also due to Snape's unhesitating protective maneuver. He gripped his wand tightly, his senses heightened to their utmost, vigilant for any attack from any direction. The hall had devolved into a battlefield. Spells shot through the air like errant fireflies, shattered armor, and statues littering the ground. Professor McGonagall stood behind a makeshift barrier of desks, her hair disheveled, yet her voice rang out clear and authoritative. Flitwick, to the left. Protect the younger students. Death Eaters wove through the chaos, with the Carrows standing out prominently. Amicus cackled madly as he unleashed dark curses, while Alecto targeted the weakest defenses. Snape's entrance momentarily stilled the tide of battle. A number of Death Eaters hesitated, their faces betraying a mix of awe and confusion. Some instinctively slowed their assaults, even stepping aside as if to grant him passage. This stillness was fleeting, as if a mere illusion. Snape's gaze swept over the battlefield, and in the next heartbeat, his wand was precisely aimed at a Death Eater stealthily approaching Professor Flitwick from behind. Stupefy. The spell struck true, causing the Death Eater to crumple to the ground. The sudden act of betrayal plunged the hall into a brief silence. Severus Snape. Amicus Carrow roared in fury. You truly are a two-faced traitor. Bellatrix abandoned her current opponent, her eyes fixated on Snape, her face contorted with the twisted rage of complete betrayal. How dare you deceive the Dark Lord? Deceive me? Snape faced his former colleagues with an expression devoid of emotion, chilled indifference etched across his features. He could not be bothered to respond, merely demonstrating his stance through action as another spell flew, deflecting Alecto Carrow curse aimed at a student. Lex. Snape barked amid the flurry of blocks. Lex understood immediately, his wand in motion, casting a silent spell with ease. A silver light coiled around Bellatrix like a living entity, temporarily halting her frenzied assault. His movements were fluid and efficient, forming an uncanny synergy with Snape, momentarily stabilizing a corner of the chaotic battlefield. Excellent. Bellatrix shrieked as she broke free from her bindings, trembling with rage. She glared at the duo of Snape and Lex, her eyes ablaze with the most venomous fury. I knew that little bastard was up to something. You are in league with each other. The battle intensified. More and more Death Eaters realized Snape's treachery, shifting their focus of attack toward him. The pressure on Snape escalated, his dark robes now marred with fresh burn marks and tears, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Yet his gaze remained sharp as ever, each spell cast precise and deadly. Lex guarded his flank, striving to alleviate the burden, fending off sneak attacks with enhanced shield charms and neutralizing adversaries with accurate stunning spells. His focus remained steadfastly on Snape, while also remaining alert for any threats lurking nearby. Searching for that most dangerous shadow, Voldemort, along with Nagini by his side. At that moment, a chilling wave of terror swept through the hall like a rising tide. All combat seemed to be paused, the air thickening with tension. At the entrance, a gaunt figure with a serpent-like visage emerged, a massive snake floating behind him. Voldemort had arrived, accompanied by Nagini. His crimson eyes surveyed the ravaged hall, finally locking onto the man who stood defiantly against him. Severus. Voldemort's voice was soft yet terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of all present. I have given you countless opportunities. I even tolerated your suspicious apprentice. Is this your final answer? Snape straightened his back, shielding Lex completely behind him. He remained silent, raising his wand. This single gesture spoke volumes. A twisted glimmer of disappointment flickered across Voldemort's face, morphing into a murderous intent. Then Avada Kedavra. The blinding green light tore through the air, hurtling towards Snape. In the moment before the searing green light would consume him, Lex felt no time for fear. Almost instinctively, the disapparation spell erupted from the tip of his wand. And in the split second before the green light made contact with Snape, the two vanished from sight. The green light struck empty space, colliding with the shattered walls behind, leaving charred remnants. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in Voldemort's scarlet eyes. Space magic? Such a precise variant of disapparation? In the next heartbeat, a cold, resolute surge of magical energy erupted dangerously close behind him. It was Lex. Avada Kedavra. The voice was calm, almost serene, yet bore the weight of finality. In the instant of his manifestation, the green light burst forth from Lex's wand, striking the proud serpent. The massive python had no time to react, its head drooping lifelessly as its crimson eyes lost all glimmer, its colossal body collapsing to the ground with a thud, life extinguished. The final Horcrux was destroyed. From his disapparation to the casting of the killing curse, Lex executed the two almost in synchrony. No, Voldemort howled, a heart-wrenching cry filled with the agony of his torn soul and the fury of having been mocked, driving him into a frenzied rage. He could hardly contemplate how Lex wielded the killing curse with such ease. The turbulent magic erupted uncontrollably. Chapter 79, The Death of Voldemort. In the moment Lex transported Snape through space, Snape felt only a slight, almost imperceptible dizziness, far more comfortable than apparition. When he regained his footing, he found himself witnessing Lex's calm, yet astonishing execution of the killing curse. His body trembled beneath his robes, his pale face betraying an unmistakable shock. This boy had not only mastered such profound space magic, but could wield Avada Kedavra so effortlessly? To slay Nagini? To turn the tide? An ineffable and intricate emotion surged forth. Was it dread? Was it astonishment? Or perhaps a flicker of excitement that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge? Spurred by such resolute protection? After delivering a thunderous blow, Lex's complexion paled momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure. You all shall perish. Voldemort's wand was raised, the catastrophic magic coalescing within it. Yet Dumbledore's resonant and composed voice reverberated through the hall like a stabilizing anchor. The venerable headmaster appeared unscathed at the entrance. The Elder Wand pointed directly at Voldemort, his formidable presence instantly drawing all attention. Beside him stood Harry Potter, breathless yet resolute. Dumbledore. Bellatrix's scream was laden with disbelief. It seems my farewell performance has been quite successful, Ms. Bellatrix, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly, as if merely commenting on a somewhat raucous concert. Of course, the collaboration of Severus and Lex was also crucial. You're not dead? For the first time, a crack appeared in Voldemort's hoarse voice, his crimson eyes darting incredulously between Dumbledore, Harry, and Snape before fixating intently on Snape. This is all a ruse. Snape remained impassive, merely adjusting his stance to shield the slightly winded Lex more closely behind him. This subtle gesture did not escape Voldemort's notice, and it inexplicably warmed Lex's heart. A necessary performance. Dumbledore stepped forward, his potent magical aura unfurling, contesting Voldemort's chilling presence, to unveil you and your final secret. Voldemort abruptly bowed his head, gazing at Nagini's cold corpse at his feet, instantly grasping the entirety of the situation. Horcrux. Nagini was his last Horcrux. And just moments ago, Lex's precise and ruthless killing curse. No. All of Voldemort's calm and calculations shattered in that instant. He raised his wand and roared frantically, Avada Kedavra. The blinding green light surged towards Dumbledore. With a flourish of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore conjured a silvery barrier that barely held back the killing curse. The tremendous force shook the entire hall. Attack! Dumbledore shouted. As his voice echoed, countless lights suddenly illuminated the surroundings of the castle. The protective nodes Lex had preemptively established were fully activated, forming a vast cage that ensnared Voldemort and his core followers at its center. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and other prepared faculty members seized the opportunity to lead the students swiftly away, clearing the main battlefield. The true decisive battle commenced in the Hall of Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Voldemort, the two most powerful wizards of their era, engaged in a cataclysmic duel. The spells intertwined into a destructive tempest, walls crumbled, and the ground fissured. Snape and Lex were equally active. Snape maneuvered along the edges of the battlefield, expertly neutralizing those Death Eaters attempting to disrupt Dumbledore or ambush students. His spells were fierce and lethal, each strike imbued with long-suppressed fury. Lex followed closely behind, using a modified shield charm to deflect stray spells and binding charms to restrict the enemy's movements, occasionally casting a couple of precise stunning spells to incapacitate his adversaries. His gaze never strayed from Snape, ensuring no unseen arrows could harm him. Bellatrix, frenzied, lunged at Snape. Traitor, I shall tear you apart. Snape scoffed coldly, engaging her in combat. Their spells were equally ferocious, yet Snape was evidently more composed and skilled. Lex supported from the side, using silencing charms to disrupt Bellatrix, driving her further into madness. Help the flank, Snape bellowed amidst their skirmish, noticing the Caro siblings attempting to breach the students' defenses. Lex immediately turned to assist, casting several precise spells that altered the tide of that skirmish. At that moment, Harry made his move, exchanging a glance with Dumbledore. It was clear that he was not the primary attacker, but rather the bait and the key. He charged towards the edge of the fray, shouting, Voldemort, your end has come. Potter. Voldemort's attention was indeed drawn, his deep-seated hatred for Harry momentarily distracting him, allowing Dumbledore's spell to leave a burning mark on his robe sleeve. Enraged, Voldemort instinctively turned his wand towards Harry, Avada Kedavra. Harry! Hermione screamed. Almost as soon as Voldemort turned, Lex and Snape simultaneously cast protective spells toward Harry. Yet Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this. The Elder Wand glowed brilliantly, not merely blocking, but redirecting. The green killing curse, upon contacting the multi-layered protection and Dumbledore's guiding power, rebounded with greater ferocity, as if colliding with an invisible mirror. No. Voldemort's scream was filled with horror and disbelief as he witnessed his own death curse reflect back, accurately consuming him. His tall, slender form convulsed, frozen in utter resentment, before collapsing backward. Silence ensued, followed by a deafening cheer. Lex exhaled in relief, exhaustion washing over him. He instinctively glanced at Snape. Snape stood motionless, breathing slightly heavier, his black robes tattered, his complexion even paler than usual. He did not gaze at the fallen enemy nor partake in the jubilation. His eyes were fixed beyond the smoke, landing on Lex. In those depths, a whirlwind of victorious disorientation and an unmistakable, inscrutable tremor swirled. Their gazes met. Lex's heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his eyes to mask his emotions, offering a slight nod to indicate his well-being. Snape immediately averted his gaze, resuming his cold demeanor, as though the moment had merely been an illusion. A smile graced Lex's lips. The darkest of conclusions had ultimately been averted. Dumbledore swiftly took charge, directing the surviving professors and members of the Order of the Phoenix to clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and comfort the frightened students. Officials from the Ministry of Magic, the truly dutiful ones, soon arrived, beginning to apprehend the Death Eaters who lay incapacitated or pallid. Snape and Lex naturally retreated to a relatively quiet corner. Chapter 80. Aftermath. Snape leaned against a half-collapsed pillar, eyes closed, the weight of profound exhaustion etched across his brow. His pallor even more pronounced than usual. The relentless intensity of battle and the emotional upheaval of the final moments had evidently drained him significantly. Lex stood quietly by his side, a step away, vigilant and scanning their surroundings to ensure no unwelcome disturbances or potential threats intruded. He could see Snape's hand, hanging limply by his side, trembling not from fear, but from fatigue. After a while, Madame Pomfrey rushed over like a whirlwind, arms laden with restorative potions and essence of murtlap. Severus, Lex, are you both unharmed? Her voice was urgent, scanning over the two of them. Are you injured? Let me see. Snape opened his eyes, irritation knitting his brows. I am fine, Poppy. Go attend to those who truly require your care. You look anything but fine. Madame Pomfrey insisted, thrusting a vial of restorative potion into Snape's hand before turning to Lex. And you, child? I am well, madam, merely a bit fatigued, Lex replied politely, accepting another vial she offered. He had indeed sustained no serious injuries, merely some scrapes and a depletion of magical energy. Madame Pomfrey cast a meticulous glance over them, ensuring there were no visible injuries before hastily making her way to the next casualty. Snape stared at the soothing potion in his hand as if it were a vial of poison. Ultimately, he uncorked it and downed it in one swift motion. His act of drinking always bore a resolute bitterness, as though he were swallowing not a remedy, but yet another unbearable memory. Lex also consumed his share, the warm liquid flowing into his stomach, bringing with it a flicker of warmth and a restoration of strength. At that moment, Harry approached, accompanied by Hermione and Ron. Harry's expression was complex. He gazed at Snape, his lips twitching as if he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Gratitude? An apology for past misunderstandings? None seemed appropriate. Snape merely cast him a cold glance, his eyes unmistakably conveying a message to keep his distance. Harry faltered, and it was Hermione who finally broke the awkward silence. Professor Snape, Lex, thank you for your assistance just now. It was merely a duty, Miss Granger, Snape interrupted stiffly, shutting his eyes once more, clearly indicating his disinterest in conversing. The trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron departed, somewhat abashed. Lex watched their retreating figures, fully aware that some rifts could not be mended by a single shared battle, particularly for Snape. All he could do was remain by his side. The process of cleaning and comforting the injured endured for an extended period. Lex assisted in transferring some lightly injured individuals to a temporary medical point, and helped Filch in organizing the debris in the less severely damaged areas. Snape, for the most part, remained silent, leaning against a wall. Occasionally, a professor or a member of the order would approach to exchange hushed words, to which he would respond curtly. His gaze would sometimes linger on the industrious Lex, pausing momentarily before swiftly averting, revealing no discernible emotion. It was not until evening that Dumbledore finally made his way toward them. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes shimmered with a glint of relief. Severus, Lex, he said, surveying the two of them, it seems we can pause here for the time being. You both appear in need of rest. The damage in the cellar does not seem severe. Perhaps you can return and tidy up. This was clearly a considerate suggestion, granting them a moment of solitude. Snape nodded silently in acknowledgement, straightening up, his movements appearing somewhat stiff due to fatigue, and he led the way toward the cellar. Lex inclined his head slightly toward Dumbledore before hastening to follow. Upon returning to the cellar, the stone door slid shut behind them, finally isolating them from the tumult and chaos outside. Indeed, as Dumbledore had mentioned, the damage was minimal. Only a few bottles had been knocked off the shelves and shattered, and a peculiar amalgamation of various potion scents lingered in the air. The familiar chill and silence, combined with the faint aroma of potions emanating from the person beside him, allowed Lex's tightly wound nerves to finally relax, a wave of profound fatigue washing over him. Snape proceeded directly to his chair, nearly collapsing into it. emitting a barely audible sigh as if unburdening a great weight. He leaned back against the chair, eyes closed, the candlelight casting flickering shadows across his pale visage. Lex refrained from returning to his own position and instead approached the fireplace, silently conjuring a flame. The dancing fire dispelled some of the cellar's chill, bringing a hint of warmth. He then picked up the kettle, intending to fetch some water. "There's no need." Snape's voice suddenly resonated, thick with exhaustion. Lex halted mid-motion. Snape kept his eyes closed, merely waving his hand, and with a pop, a trembling house elf appeared, delivering a pot of hot tea and a plate of simple sandwiches before vanishing just as swiftly. Lex understood the unspoken gesture and poured 2 cups, gently placing one beside Snape on the small table before taking a seat in another chair. They sat in silence, separated by a small tea table, sipping their hot tea. The steam rose between them, obscuring their expressions. Lex could feel Snape's gaze upon him, yet whenever he lifted his eyes, Snape's would invariably dart away, focusing instead on the flickering flames or a dusty corner. Time passed unmeasured until the bottom of the cup was reached. Snape set down his cup, the sound of porcelain meeting would breaking the stillness. "Clean it up," he rasped, referring to the shattered bottles and debris on the floor. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the crackling fire, his profile starkly rigid in the interplay of light and shadow. "Yes, sir," Lex replied, placing his cup down and rising to use magic to tidy the mess. In the midst of his actions, he sensed Snape's gaze occasionally landing on his back, lingering briefly before swiftly retreating. In the following days, Hogwarts was engulfed in a flurry of repairs and reconstruction. Lex, serving as a potion assistant, was tasked with aiding Madame Pomfrey in preparing a multitude of healing potions while also organizing the damaged inventory in the cellar. Snape, on the other hand, was frequently summoned by Dumbledore, participating in various post-battle meetings and engaging with officials dispatched from the Ministry of Magic, rendering him nearly invisible. Even when they crossed paths in the cellar, Snape always appeared hurried, either buried in a mountain of paperwork or on his way to another obligation. His demeanor toward Lex remained coldly professional, even more distant than before the final confrontation. The once subtle and ambiguous concern that had lingered seemed to have been buried alongside Voldemort's fall. Lex keenly perceived this shift. A twinge of bitterness stirred within him. Yet he was not surprised. He understood Snape. The immense pressure lifted often led to deeper self-isolation and a rejection of emotional entanglements, particularly those that felt beyond his control. Lex concealed his feelings well, yet he could not guarantee that someone as perceptive as Snape would remain oblivious. Perhaps this distance was merely Snape's way of establishing a silent boundary. Chapter 81. Departure and Refuge. Lex acquiesced to this unspoken delineation, silently and respectfully retreating to his role as a potion assistant, compressing all tumultuous emotions and sealing them within unseen corners of his heart. He sensed that Snape would soon leave Hogwarts. This place bore too many heavy memories, the traces of Lily, the torment of being a double agent, and perhaps the existence of him, Lex Carvin, an unexpected variable. Yet he had not anticipated that the day would arrive so abruptly, so quietly. Just 3 mornings after the Ministry of Magic officially issued commendations, Lex arrived at the cellar early as usual, only to find Snape's usual desk completely cleared. The surface gleamed, reflecting light, leaving behind only a few stacks of documents regarding potion inventory and curriculum that Lex was to take over. Beside it lay a small, antiquated brass key, the key to a locked cabinet deep within the cellar that held potion ingredients, which Snape had never entrusted to him. No farewells, no admonitions, not even a terse note. He had simply departed, decisively and without a trace. Only the lingering scent of potions and aged parchment, uniquely belonging to Snape, remained, affirming that he was not merely a figment of Lex's imagination. Lex stood in place for a long while before finally grasping the small key tightly in his hand, the sharp edges digging into his palm. He exhaled softly, not out of disappointment, but rather a sense of serene acceptance, accompanied by a newfound resolve. In the days that followed, Hogwarts slowly began its restoration, while the dungeons seemed to have truly sunk to the depths of the Black Lake, enveloped in an unprecedented silence. Lex replaced the position of potions master on a temporary basis. Dumbledore blinked at him and remarked, "There is no more suitable candidate, Lex. Consider it a favor to an old man." The work was demanding yet fulfilling, but he often found himself in the corners of the dungeons, uncovering small remnants hastily left behind by Snape. A potions journal with dog-eared corners densely annotated, a half-full bottle of peculiar ink, and even a forgotten, dried-up pod of sleeping draught buried beneath a pile of discarded parchment. Lex carefully gathered these artifacts, as if piecing together a scattered jigsaw puzzle. He knew where Snape had gone, Spinner's End. That dilapidated house, hidden among Muggle streets, was his only sanctuary. Lex did not rush to go. He needed to grant the frightened bat, accustomed to lurking in the shadows and nursing its wounds, some time alone to breathe. 2 months later, Hogwarts restoration was well underway, and the position of potions master finally welcomed a successor, a venerable yet meticulous master of potions from the north. The transition was smooth and swift. Lex handed over his meticulously organized inventory and teaching notes without a hint of nostalgia. He understood that the moment had come. He deliberately chose a typically dreary, rain-soaked night in London. The rain pattered against the grimy window panes of Spinner's End, thoroughly soaking Lex, who had intentionally refrained from using any waterproof charms. He stood before the familiar, peeling door, his dark hair clinging to his forehead, droplets cascading down his jawline, rendering him quite disheveled. He raised his hand and knocked. A profound silence ensued, and after a considerable pause, a faint sound of footsteps approached. The door chain rattled, and a narrow gap opened, revealing Snape's shadowy visage. He appeared much as he had when leaving Hogwarts, perhaps just a touch less fiery, now imbued with a deeper melancholy born of solitude. His gaze swept over Lex's drenched form, his brow knitting tightly, lips pressed in discontent, evidently displeased by this late-night intrusion. Cavendish. His voice dripped with impatience. If this is yet another fanciful task from that old Dumbledore, you may as well turn around and leave. Lex raised his hand to wipe the rain from his face, striving to appear more pitiable, even as his eyes remained calm. Sir, he began, his voice cutting through the sound of the rain with remarkable clarity. The transition at Hogwarts has been completed. The Ministry deems my background too complex. Prior to the final judgment, I am deemed unsuitable to remain at the school. He paused, observing Snape's half-lit face in the dim light, and softly asked, "Would you be willing to take in a homeless apprentice?" Snape scrutinized him, as if discerning the truth behind his words and the carefully crafted pretense. The Ministry's concerns were not unfounded. A young wizard skilled in ancient magic, who could cast a killing curse with a calm facade, indeed posed an unstable variable. Homeless? I had thought the dungeons were your beloved abode, Snape retorted with sarcasm, yet his gaze unconsciously flickered over Lex's drenched, thin robes and his slightly pale lips. The dungeons have a new master, Lex replied smoothly, and my status as an apprentice, theoretically, has not ended with the termination of my contract at Hogwarts, unless you unilaterally expel me. Snape emitted a near-sarcastic snort. He was fully aware that the young man was engaging in wordplay, approaching him in a seemingly submissive, yet obstinate manner. He should have immediately slammed the door, leaving him to company with the cold rain. However, perhaps the downpour was too relentless tonight. Perhaps the empty house, void for 2 months, required more than the bubbling of potions to fill its silence. Or perhaps there was something in those rain-soaked, strikingly clear eyes that he both wished to pierce and secretly feared. Ultimately, Snape impatiently, almost rudely, yanked the door open wider, creating a passage just wide enough for a person to pass through, while uttering a terse command. If your rain-soaked brain remembers how to dry yourself, don't make a mess of the floor. And be quiet. I am not your house elf. With that, he turned and strode toward the staircase leading to the second floor, leaving Lex standing alone at the threshold. Lex watched his retreating figure, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He swiftly stepped inside, gently closing the door behind him, shutting out the storm. He stood in the small, dimly lit foyer, expertly casting a silent drying charm to rid himself and the small puddle at his feet of moisture, his movements light and soundless. He surveyed his surroundings. Spinner's End appeared almost identical to how he had left it. The oppressive, antiquated atmosphere permeated with the scent of herbs and ancient dust, though perhaps a touch more chaotic than he remembered, with unwrapped potion ingredients piled in corners and several copies of the Daily Prophet strewn across the coffee table. The sound of a door closing upstairs indicated that Snape had evidently retreated to his bedroom, clearly signaling his intention not to be disturbed. Chapter 82. Entering the Domain. Lex paid no mind. He navigated effortlessly toward the guest room he had once occupied. It remained empty, yet relatively clean. He retrieved his modest belongings from his enchanted bag, beginning to organize quietly. He understood that Snape allowing him to enter did not equate to acceptance. This was merely the beginning, a new endeavor that demanded greater patience. And he, above all, possessed an abundance of patience, particularly when it came to Severus Snape. The following morning, as Snape descended the stairs enveloped in his habitual aura of low pressure, he keenly sensed that the lingering mustiness in the air had lessened somewhat, replaced by a faintly crisp herbal aroma. The dining table was no longer bare, nor merely adorned with coffee and bread, but rather presented a steaming bowl of what appeared to be an unusual porridge. Its color was a gentle beige, interspersed with the red of goji berries and the white of yam, exuding a subtle fragrance with a hint of sweetness. Snape's brow immediately furrowed, his gaze fixated on the bowl with the scrutiny reserved for potions. What is this? His tone dripped with skepticism. Breakfast, sir. Lex replied as he emerged from the kitchen doorway, holding another identical bowl with an air of nonchalance. It is a soothing concoction made by simmering millet, yam, poria, and goji berries, intended to calm the mind and nourish the stomach. I observe that your sleep appears to be rather poor. Snape's gaze swept over Lex, as if attempting to unearth the ulterior motives behind this unexpected kindness. Yet Lex's expression remained serene and unwavering, as if merely stating an objective fact while dutifully providing a solution. Ultimately, perhaps it was the gentle aroma of the food, distinct from potions, that swayed him. Or perhaps he had simply grown weary of starting the day on an empty stomach. Snape begrudgingly took a seat, scooping a spoonful with caution to taste. The flavor was not unpleasant, light and soft, imbued with the natural sweetness of the ingredients, warmth radiating from his stomach, surprisingly soothing the usual morning anxiety that accompanied his awakening. He neither voiced approval nor disapproval. He simply consumed the entire bowl of porridge in silence, his pace unhurried, and then instinctively masked his slight discomfort with a caustic remark. I trust you haven't squandered the precious herbs from the cellar on such common fare. I used the ordinary herbs purchased from Diagon Alley, sir, Lex replied calmly, taking a seat to begin his own bowl. From that day forth, the meals at Spinner's Inn became a ritual. Lex consistently presented an array of medicinal dishes. Today's was lotus seed and lily porridge. Tomorrow would feature chicken soup infused with astragalus, and the day after might bring glutinous rice adorned with red dates and longan. The flavors remained consistently mild, yet a hint of color seemed to infuse Snape's pale visage. The evening ritual of calming tea also became established. Lex no longer inquired. He simply prepared it punctually, placing it beside Snape. The tea's formula would occasionally be adjusted, sometimes adding a few sour jujube seeds or substituting a different flower of Hawa. Yet Snape never commented on the taste. Nevertheless, the teacup would inevitably empty itself unnoticed. The changes within the dwelling were subtle, yet profound. Years of dust vanished, and the glass windows allowed more muted daylight to penetrate. The mountains of old books and newspapers were categorized by Lex, at least creating paths through which one could move freely. In a corner of the living room, a pot of pothos thrived under the nurturing touch of magic, adding a stubborn vibrancy to the otherwise drab space. Snape responded to these alterations with nothing more than a cold grunt or utter indifference, as if Lex's efforts were mere air. Yet, he no longer issued commands for Lex to leave. At times, Lex would notice a small table beside his usual armchair designated for the teacup, or the leaves of the pothose had been inadvertently dusted. This silent tolerance, to Snape, had become a form of tacit approval. Lex remained exceedingly restrained. He no longer encroached upon Snape's personal domain, and their conversations were confined to the essential matters of potion-making or discussions of certain magical theories. His gaze remained respectful, yet occasionally, when Snape was engrossed in brewing potions or reading, it would linger for a few extra seconds, observing the focused profile and slightly furrowed brow illuminated by candlelight, stirring a delicate ache within him. Snape was not oblivious to this shift. His keen sensitivity detected the unusual focus hidden beneath Lex's seemingly natural actions. This focus transcended the typical relationship of apprentice to mentor, verging instead upon a careful guardianship. Such an unfamiliar sensation left him feeling disoriented and even instilled a flicker of secret panic. He was accustomed to living amidst sharp confrontations or frigid solitude. This warm, enveloping presence rendered him at a loss. He often contemplated shattering this illusion with harsher words to push Lex away, yet whenever he met those calm, yet resolutely steadfast eyes, the hurtful phrases inexplicably lodged in his throat. What troubled him even more was the realization that he was beginning to grow accustomed to the bowl of porridge at the perfect temperature each morning, accustomed to the precisely measured evening tea, accustomed to returning home to a space no longer steeped in silence, and even accustomed to glancing up and seeing that quiet, industrious figure. This habit entwined itself around him like creeping vines, silent and insidious. He attempted to convince himself that it was merely the presence of another human being creating noise and warmth in the house, unrelated to him, severe as Snape. Yet, deep within, he recognized that had it been anyone else, indeed, even a dozen house elves, he would have long since expelled them. He had yet to fully comprehend the nature of this awkward emotion, whether it was loathing, dependence, or something far more intricate. He instinctively maintained his distance, using indifference as a shield. One afternoon, while brewing a complex potion, Snape, having relaxed slightly due to a series of restful days, made an exceedingly minor error that resulted in a nearly successful elixir transforming into a noxious, viscous purple substance, emitting a faint pop as it was ruined. Damn it, Snape muttered under his breath, irritably discarding the stirring rod into the sink. The blunder, so trivial, ignited his ire, especially in the presence of an apprentice who could consistently produce flawless potions. Lex, busily sorting herbs nearby, glanced up at the sound. taking in the dismal state of the cauldron and Snape's darkened expression. He remained silent, merely approaching with efficient grace to tidy up the mess. He uttered no superfluous words, simply handling the task quietly, returning the cleaned cauldron to its place, and retrieving a fresh batch of materials, neatly arranging them on the workbench. The entire process unfolded in silence, yet it carried a peculiar soothing power. Snape watched Lex's movements, his unnamed fury gradually dissipating, replaced by a deeper weariness and an ineffable loosening within. He opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately, all that escaped him was a barely audible sigh as he picked up another ingredient. Lex glanced up at him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, before returning to his own tasks. But this tranquil moment was abruptly interrupted by a communique from the Ministry of Magic. An owl dropped a letter stamped with an official wax seal onto the dining table at Spinner's End. Snape tore open the letter, scanning its contents swiftly, his countenance darkening at an observable rate, as if the very air around him chilled. The Ministry of Magic. He set the letter down, his tone dripping with derision, was ever eager to exhibit their paltry hindsight once all had settled. In light of Mr. Caven's demonstration of unconventional magical abilities during the previous incident, coupled with certain ambiguities in his past, they hoped he might cooperate in an informal interview to clarify specific details. Lex, polishing an old scale, paused at the mention. Not surprised. He placed the cloth down, looking towards Snape. Time? Location? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the Department of Mysteries, Snape replied, his dark eyes fixed upon him. It appears your contribution to Dumbledore's demise is rather too conspicuous, even with Dumbledore himself stepping forward to clarify. Some will not be deterred in their due diligence. His tone bore its familiar acerbity, yet Lex sensed a subtle tension that transcended mere mockery. This was not a concern over the exposure of their plans. After all, Dumbledore had orchestrated everything with precision. Rather, I will be there on time, sir. Lex replied calmly, merely a routine inquiry. Snape snorted disdainfully, abruptly rising, his black robes swirling in a gust of cold air. Let us hope your Eastern composure can withstand those bureaucratic fools and their incessant, foolish questions. He strode towards the underground laboratory, but paused momentarily at the staircase, turning his back to Lex, rigidly delivering his next command. Before dinner, write up a report on the principles of the spatial magic you employed that night, along with the precise Latin variant of that ancient incantation. This was clearly not a request from the Ministry, but rather a preparatory exercise of Snape's own design. He aimed to ensure that Lex's explanations would be seamless, even capable of addressing the most challenging inquiries regarding magical theory. Lex watched the dark figure vanish down the stairs, the slight ripple caused by the Ministry's communication swiftly replaced by a warmer emotion blooming within him. Yes, sir, he responded softly. The following day, unexpectedly, Snape did not retreat into his laboratory but appeared in the hallway, expressionless, just as Lex was preparing to depart. I just happened to need to procure some rare dragon nerve from Diagon Alley. Without sparing a glance at Lex, he spoke while opening the grand door, mentioning the chaotic state of the apparition point due to the ongoing repairs along the Ministry route, resembling a troll's haphazardly constructed nest. This explanation was so clumsy that even the green ivy on the windowsill might shake its head in disbelief. Accessing Diagon Alley hardly necessitated traversing the street where the Ministry's visitor entrance was located. The two of them walked in silence along the shadowy streets of London, an unspoken tension lingering between them. Upon reaching the entrance of the dilapidated phone booth, Snape finally turned his head, his gaze fleetingly brushing across Lex's face. Remember, Caven, your only unconventional trait lies in your marginally adequate potion skills and your excessive curiosity. Everything else is merely a necessary component in Dumbledore's plan. Speak less, listen more. And your responses should be as precise, unerring, and monotonous as your scabies potion. This was perhaps the most awkward pep talk Lex had ever received. He nodded, I understand. As bland as water. Snape seemed poised to deliver another sarcastic retort, but ultimately only waved his hand impatiently, urging him to enter. The interview was long and filled with probing, yet as Snape had anticipated, thanks to Dumbledore's prior arrangements and Lex's impeccable standard answers, the Ministry officials left with nothing but a meticulously worded and utterly unremarkable report. When Lex emerged from the Ministry, the rain had resumed, and he immediately spotted the familiar tall, lean figure in the shadows at the street corner, the black cloak nearly blending into the damp wall. Snape did not look at him. He merely turned and walked away as Lex approached, as if he were just passing by. It seems the intellectual capacity at the Ministry remains consistently at troll level, he remarked flatly, while a silent waterproof charm enveloped Lex, shielding him from the cold rain. We are merely fulfilling our duties, Lex replied, feeling the sudden warmth and dryness envelop him. Better to neglect such foolish responsibilities, Snape scoffed, yet his pace imperceptibly slowed, allowing Lex to walk alongside him with ease. The two traversed the rain-soaked streets of London in silence, somehow exuding an inexplicable harmony. Upon returning to Spinner's End, an intangible shift seemed to have occurred. Snape remained as acerbic as ever, still sequestering himself in his laboratory for hours on end. Yet his resistance to Lex's gentle incursions was subtly diminishing. He would begin to accept that Lex would organize the freshly laundered clothes into his wardrobe. And after Lex presented a convoluted argument regarding an ancient tome, Snape would nonchalantly leave the book on the coffee table in the sitting room. A few days later, that same book would find its way back to the shelf, accompanied by one or two neatly pinned notes of commentary. There was even an occasion when Lex attempted to add a newly discovered herb, beneficial for alleviating old nerve injuries, into the calming tea. Snape furrowed his brow at the first sip, yet said nothing, merely finishing the slightly altered beverage. Lex observed these subtle changes with keen awareness, tacitly acknowledging them while methodically advancing his brewing endeavors. A pivotal transformation occurred one afternoon. Chapter 84, Old Items. That day, while Lex was sorting through a batch of newly arrived African snake skins, he inadvertently discovered a dust-covered, hardbound notebook on the deepest shelf of the storeroom. The cover bore no distinguishing marks, yet an instinct compelled him to carefully brush off the dust. Upon opening the first page, he was met with the familiar yet somewhat youthful handwriting, sharp and incisive, documenting a hypothesis regarding the stability of moonstone powder, dated over 20 years prior. This was Snape's student notes. Lex's heart skipped a beat. He quickly closed the notebook and returned it to its place, as if it were a scalding hot potato. Delving into Snape's past was an absolute taboo. However, that afternoon, his movements while handling the ingredients were more languid than usual. The fleeting glimpse of young Severus's script haunting his thoughts. During dinner, Snape appeared even more taciturn than usual, a shadow of unease etched across his brow. Even the soup that Lex had meticulously prepared was barely touched before Snape set down the spoon. "Not to your liking, sir?" Lex inquired softly. Snape lifted his gaze, his dark eyes inscrutable, before finally responding in a harsh tone. "Did you disturb the top shelf in the eastern corner of the storeroom?" Lex's fingers tightened around the spoon. Yet he candidly admitted, "While organizing the newly arrived snake skins today, I noticed a thick layer of dust on that shelf, and simply tidied it up. I found an old notebook, but I did not peruse its contents. I immediately returned it to its place." He paused, adding, "I apologize, sir. I should have inquired beforehand." Snape's gaze roamed Lex's face, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Ultimately, that scrutinizing look gradually softened into a complex expression bordering on fatigue. That was a discarded manuscript. He finally uttered 4 words, resuming his mechanical consumption of the now lukewarm soup, thus concluding the discussion. Yet that night, when Lex brought a freshly brewed calming tea into the study, he found Snape not engrossed in books or papers as usual, but standing by the window, gazing out at the blurred glow of the streetlights through the rain, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the dim light. Lex gently set the teacup on the table, lingering for a moment before leaving. "When I was young," Snape suddenly spoke, his voice low and gravelly, as if he were not addressing Lex, but whispering to the rain-soaked night outside. "I once believed potions were the only truly equitable pursuit. What one invests, one receives, precise, controllable, devoid of superfluous variables." There was a rare sense of bewilderment in his tone, stripped of all its sharp edges. Lex's heart trembled. This was the first time Snape had voluntarily broached such personal reflections about his past. He stood quietly, like a silent shadow, granting room for this moment of vulnerability. "Later, I discovered that even the most intricate potions cannot escape the influence of the operator, the greatest variable of all." Snape scoffed, laced with self-mockery. He turned to face Lex, his dark eyes swirling with a complexity that Lex could not comprehend. "And you, Caven, are yourself the most significant unpredictable variable." Lex met his gaze, his heartbeat momentarily erratic. Yet he strove to maintain a facade of calmness. "I hope to be a beneficial variable, sir." Snape fixed his unwavering gaze upon him for a long moment before finally diverting his eyes toward the desk, lifting the teacup. "A beneficial variable," he echoed, his tone inscrutable. "Now leave." Following his instruction, Lex stepped out, gently closing the door behind him. Leaning against the cold door panel, he could hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart within his chest. He knew that a fissure had formed in that impenetrable ice. Meanwhile, Snape remained at the window, his gaze unfocused on the world outside. The room still held the faintest trace of Lex's habitual herbal scent, mingling with the dampness of the rain, stubbornly infiltrating the space that had long been dominated by the oppressive aroma of potions. He approached the desk, hesitating for a moment before opening the bottommost drawer, one seldom touched. Inside lay a disarray of old quills, discarded parchment rolls, and a slightly antiquated dark green silk pouch. The so-called calming sachet gifted by Lex during their 6th-year Christmas. Snape held it in his hand, the fabric slightly faded with age yet remarkably well preserved. The embroidered patterns still distinctly visible. He had later gleaned, albeit vaguely, that it seemed to be inscribed with a script from the Far East, known as Chinese. He had never comprehended the meaning of those two lines, just as he had never fully understood the person who gifted him the sachet. At the time, he had carelessly tossed it into the depths of a drawer, dismissing it as yet another attempt to curry favor or a whimsical display of uniqueness. Yet later, on countless sleepless nights beset by nightmares, he found himself repeatedly retrieving this small object, exuding a faint scent of grass and woods, merely to hold it in his palm. Its aroma, though not as overwhelmingly pungent as a potion, possessed a peculiar, calming power. He had once overheard an erudite old wizard mention that in the East, such sachets often seemed to carry a meaning beyond that of an ordinary gift. However, he immediately dismissed this absurd association. A student gifting a professor? Preposterous, especially one such as Severus Snape. Yet now, Lex Carvin was no longer a student, nor strictly an apprentice. He had re-entered the confined world of spinners and with an undeniable presence, gradually encroaching upon its coldness and silence with his languid demeanor. Snape was no fool. He sensed the careful and attentive gaze upon him, and recognized that behind what appeared to be ordinary care lay an unusual warmth. This feeling was both foreign and perilous, instinctively prompting him to raise defenses and push the intruder away. Yet whenever he contemplated doing so, a series of vivid images would uncontrollably flash through his mind. The resolute figure standing before him, the green light of the killing curse that had decisively vanquished Nagini. And just moments ago, Lex's admission of having taken notes, accompanied by an unflinching gaze. Furthermore, there were the bowls of perfectly warm porridge, the cups of tea brewed to perfection, and this house, which had gradually become less akin to a tomb. He irritably shoved the sachet back into the depths of the drawer, forcefully closing it with a dull thud. He was not prepared to confront such chaotic emotions. Acceptance? The very thought felt like a clumsy jest. His life had long been steeped in darkness and regret, unworthy of any warmth, especially that which stemmed from someone like him. Yet outright rejection had also become increasingly difficult. Habit is a formidable thing. He had begun to grow accustomed to the wafting aromas of food upon waking, to the quiet shadow standing guard outside his study at night, and even to the instinctual distraction of listening for faint sounds outside while brewing potions, confirming that the person was still there. Chapter 85, Separation Anxiety. This contradictory tug-of-war left him in turmoil. He abruptly rose, deciding to descend to the basement to brew an exceedingly complex potion that demanded his full concentration, hoping to expel these futile thoughts from his mind. In the following days, Snape became even more taciturn, nearly exhausting all his time in the laboratory. Yet Lex seemed unaffected, consistently preparing meals on schedule, quietly managing household tasks, and always presenting him with the necessary materials at just the right moment. However, Snape vaguely sensed that Lex's gaze lingered upon him slightly longer than before, the restrained emotions therein appearing somewhat clearer, like water gradually warming, slowly testing his endurance. On a night when the rain poured particularly heavily, Snape, due to a mishap in an experiment, was engulfed in a vapor with a mild neurotoxin. Though he promptly took an antidote, a throbbing ache still plagued his head. Rubbing his temples, he ascended the stairs, only to find Lex not in the living room or guest room as usual, but standing at the threshold of his bedroom, holding a small, nearly burnt-out calming incense stick. "Sir," Lex's voice was soft against the backdrop of the rain. "Lighting this will help you sleep better." Snape instinctively wished to retort with a sarcastic remark about meddling, yet he merely nodded stiffly and stepped into the room without closing the door. Lex placed the incense in a holder on a small table by the door, the delicate smoke curling upwards. He glanced at Snape, who was turning his back to him as he shed his outer garments, murmuring a quiet goodnight before gently closing the door. Standing in the center of the room, Snape listened to the departing footsteps outside, then looked back at the wisp of smoke. The headache seemed indeed to have eased somewhat. He closed his eyes, letting out a deep, resigned sigh. The next day, when Snape awoke, the annoying pressure in his temples had largely dissipated. Descending the stairs, he anticipated finding Lex, as he had for the past several months, having thoughtfully arranged breakfast on the table. However, today the dining table was empty. The kitchen was devoid of its usual subtle activity. A slight, disconcerting emptiness washed over him, fleeting enough that he could scarcely grasp it, quickly replaced by a more familiar wariness. Had the boy finally grown weary of this futile endeavor and chosen to leave? This notion should have brought him relief. Yet in reality, Snape found himself standing in the excessively quiet hallway, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Just then, a faint sound emerged from the direction of the basement, reminiscent of a cauldron being accidentally toppled. Snape almost immediately strode towards the basement entrance, his steps quicker than he realized. He pushed open the ajar door to find Lex, his back to Snape, crouched on the floor sorting through some dried herbal roots, a vacant willow basket beside him. Morning light filtered through a small window high above, casting a faint halo upon his dark hair. Hearing the footsteps, Lex turned his head, his expression registering a perfectly timed surprise. "Sir, you're awake. I apologize. I thought the weather was fair today and wanted to sort this batch of dried roots. Breakfast may be a quarter of an hour late." His tone was casual, as if he were merely engaged in the most mundane of chores. Snape's lips tightened slightly, and he cast a glance at the meticulously organized roots, which Lex had arranged with precision and care beyond reproach. "Your time management skills still leave much to be desired, Carvin," he finally remarked stiffly, turning to leave the basement entrance. When breakfast was eventually served, it consisted of warm pumpkin porridge and fried eggs. Snape ate in silence, noting that Lex appeared somewhat preoccupied today, his gaze drifting towards the window several times, as if observing the weather or waiting for something. Indeed, once Snape had finished his meal and instinctively picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet, Lex spoke, his voice slightly quicker than usual. "Sir, this afternoon, if you have no other engagements, I would like to visit Diagon Alley. I need to replenish some essential ingredients," and he hesitated. "The ancient text on Eastern herbalism that I previously asked someone to keep an eye on seems to have news." Snape glanced at him over the top of the newspaper. The rationale sounded sufficient and legitimate, yet he keenly detected an unusual glimmer in Lex's eyes, one not typical of someone merely interested in a book or some ingredients. "You need not report your itinerary to me, Carvin." Snape lowered his gaze, focusing on the tedious article about personnel changes within the Ministry of Magic, his tone indifferent. "Just ensure you refrain from bringing any dubious ancient texts or remedies into my potion storeroom." Throughout the morning, Severus Snape endeavored to concentrate on revising the manuscript he intended to submit, yet the faint sounds emanating from the basement, where Lex was preparing to depart, intermittently grazed his nerves like a feather. He realized he had read the same passage regarding the side effects of euphoric potions thrice without absorbing a single word. In the afternoon, Lex simply informed him of his departure. As the door closed behind him, Spinner's End instantly returned to the silence that reigned before Lex's arrival. Only the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth accentuated the desolation surrounding him. Snape cast aside his quill and paced the study. This familiar, suffocating quietude now evoked a sense of unfamiliar discomfort within him. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the drab street, his mind involuntarily conjuring the expression on Lex's face when he mentioned the ancient tome. Was there a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze, or something else? He forced himself back to the desk, commencing the meticulous preparation of an exceptionally complex potion that required precise temperature control. This was his customary method to dispel distracting thoughts. However, when it came time to measure 2/3 of a gillyweed powder, his hand trembled unexpectedly. Although he rectified the error in time, preventing any impact on the potion, this trivial mistake darkened Snape's expression considerably. Damn that ancient tome. Time languidly flowed in silence, as the sky outside began to gray, heralding the approach of twilight. Snape had completed all the potion ingredients he had planned to handle, even tidying up 2 storage cabinets that had long been neglected. Yet, Lex had not returned. A vague, long-forgotten sense of anxiety began to burgeon within him. Diagon Alley should still be bustling at this hour. Delays were commonplace. But could he have encountered trouble? Had those fools at the ministry found yet another pretext? Or was it something else entirely? Just as Snape began to seriously contemplate employing some unconventional methods to ascertain the happenings in Diagon Alley, the sound of a key turning in the front door finally broke the stillness. Snape almost instantly rose from his armchair, only to sit back down swiftly. Picking up a book on the evolution of African tree snake venom toxicity that had lain beside him for some time, feigning deep engrossment, Lex entered, bringing with him a breath of the cool outdoor air. He carried several standard paper bags from the potion ingredients shop, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. "Sir, I'm back," Lex announced, his tone as usual. Snape lifted his gaze from the book, his sharp eyes scanning Lex's entire figure to confirm the absence of any injuries or anomalies before responding with a noncommittal grunt. "I hope your purchases warrant the half-day's time." Lex placed the bags on the low cabinet in the hallway, then, as if inadvertently, retrieved a palm-sized, flat object wrapped in soft, dark leather from the inner pocket of his robe. This was no ordinary book. "The ingredients are all replenished," Lex stated, approaching Snape, and casually placing the wrapped item on the coffee table beside him, as if merely setting down a newspaper. "This tome on Eastern herbs contains some ancient illustrations correlating the flow of magical energy with botanical characteristics. I thought you might find it intriguing." Snape's gaze fell upon the leather-wrapped object, and he hesitated to touch it immediately. After a moment, he set aside the thick book he had not truly read and reached for the leather package. The leather felt warm to the touch, imbued with a sense of age. He untied the string, revealing a booklet with yellowed pages and an antiquated binding. As he opened it, he found the illustrations indeed peculiar. Unlike the typical herbological illustrations found in Europe, the lines were more abstract, accompanied by another script he could not decipher. Yet, what captivated Snape's attention were the numerous annotations written in exquisitely fine and clear English beside the illustrations. He recognized that handwriting all too well. It was Lex's. These annotations were not mere translations. They delved deeply into the magical principles encapsulated within the illustrations, drawing comparisons and extensions to modern potion theory, showcasing unique insights, some of which were audacious enough to astonish him. This was not a casually acquired item. It felt more like a meticulously crafted gift. Under the guise of an ancient tome, it was, in fact, an invitation to share a distinctive perspective on magic, or perhaps a cautious attempt to bridge the academic divide between them. Snape turned the pages, his fingers lingering over the delicate annotations. He could well imagine the effort Lex had devoted to researching and organizing this work. The restlessness that had plagued him throughout the afternoon oddly subsided, replaced by a complex amalgamation of warmth and sweetness. He closed the booklet and raised his gaze to meet Lex S., who stood quietly beside him. Lex displayed no hint of expectation for praise or inquiry, merely returning his gaze calmly, as though he had accomplished something entirely routine. Rudimentary handwriting, and the insights barely qualify as novel. Yet, the foundational theories remain precariously weak, Snape remarked, placing the booklet back on the leather. His tone was characteristically critical, but the inflection softened slightly at the end. Leave it there. I will take a look when I have time. Lex's lips seemed to curve ever so slightly upward, a fleeting motion that could easily be mistaken for an illusion. Yes, sir, he replied, then turned to head toward the kitchen. I shall prepare dinner. The so-called ancient tome was placed on a low cabinet in the corner of the study, untouched for several days. Snape deliberately ignored its presence, as though it were an inconsequential trinket. Yet, its existence lingered in his periphery like a vine silently growing in the corner, subtly tugging at his attention. At last, one late night, as he found himself weary and dizzy from writing, Snape rubbed his aching brow, his gaze inadvertently drawn once more to the dark cover of the booklet. He needed something else to divert his focus, even if it was merely the esoteric illustrations within. He picked up the booklet and began to leaf through it again. This time, he bypassed the magical annotations that had previously astonished him, directing his attention instead to the original, strange patterns and symbols that Lex had not annotated. Upon reaching an illustration of a particular plant, he noticed a line of unfamiliar, elegantly flowing script, distinctly different from Lex's annotations nearby, left blank below, without any translation added. By some strange compulsion, Snape recalled the sachet tucked deep within a drawer. Rising, he retrieved the sachet and carefully compared the side embroidered with symbols to the unfamiliar script on the page. Although the patterns differed, the essence of the strokes in the script was unmistakably of the same kind. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. A vague yet intense premonition washed over him. He almost eagerly rummaged through the bookshelf, ultimately finding a dusty, obscure reference book on magical scripts from around the world, which contained a brief explanation of the characters known as Chinese. With the esoteric reference in hand, he painstakingly deciphered the 2 lines of small text from the sachet. Character by character. When rain falls, cherish your thoughts. In winter, await the return of the Angelica. The illustration in the book depicted the very herb that Lex had gifted him along with the sachet. Angelica. Longing flourishes in the rainy season. Anticipation of return in winter. That Christmas in 6th year was nearly 2 years ago. In that dark, oppressive time of uncertain futures, Lex Cavendish, a boy who still seemed shrouded in mystery to him, had given him not merely a soothing sachet. It was a silent confession, inscribed in a language he could not comprehend, delicately embroidered upon silk. With a dull thud, Snape sank into the armchair behind him, the sachet slipping from his trembling hand to rest upon his knee. That dark green fabric pouch felt like a searing ember, burning him to the point where he could scarcely remain seated. Thus, those cautious approaches, those relentless guardianships, those seemingly languid yet strategically encroaching gestures of affection were not mere whims, nor were they simply the naive impulses of a fledgling or a dependence on a mentor. Had all of this begun so long ago? A tumultuous wave of shock, absurdity, helplessness, and a certain indescribable bitterness crashed against his long-fortified heart. He recalled the way Lex had looked at him, the fleeting glimmers of light beneath those calm eyes, glimmers he had deliberately chosen to ignore. He remembered how each cold word he had uttered had pushed Lex away, yet the young man's seemingly compliant demeanor had never truly retreated. That reckless, stubborn, foolish boy. Snape closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions roiling within his chest, but to no avail. That line of poetry echoed in his mind like an incantation. He finally understood that Lex's winter of waiting might not refer to the season, but rather to the time after all the dust had settled. Chapter 87. A Gentle Simmer. The following morning, Snape appeared in the dining hall with faint shadows beneath his eyes. As always, Lex placed a warm bowl of porridge at his customary spot. Everything seemed just as it had before. Yet, Snape felt that everything had irrevocably changed. He sat down, picked up his spoon, his movements appearing routine. Yet his gaze uncontrollably darted over Lex's hands. Those hands, steady as they arranged the cutlery, with clearly defined knuckles. It was these very hands that had, nearly 2 years prior, painstakingly embroidered that sachet, crafting the silent confession he had only now begun to understand. Lex seemed to notice the prolonged scrutiny. Lifting his eyes with a hint of inquiry, "Sir, is the porridge not to your taste?" Snape abruptly withdrew his gaze, scooping a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Finding it tasteless, satisfactory, he murmured, his voice more hoarse than usual. Throughout breakfast, an unprecedentedly subtle and taut atmosphere enveloped the small dining hall. Snape could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Several times he contemplated speaking, to inquire about that foolish sachet, to address the even more foolish poem. But each time words lodged in his throat, stifled by a near panic. What could he say? Challenge Lex for his concealment? Yet the other had never hidden anything. It was his own obtuseness that had prevented him from seeing the truth until now. Acceptance? No, that was too ludicrous. Rejection? What words could sever this silent yet resilient bond that had persisted for nearly 2 years, perhaps even longer? Ultimately, he said nothing, hastily concluding breakfast and almost fleeing into the basement, shutting the door with a force greater than usual. Lex stood by the dining table, observing the closed door. A flicker of understanding crossing his eyes before he resumed his calm demeanor. He quietly cleared the dishes, as though nothing had transpired. He knew that certain things, once perceived, could never be concealed again, and his master needed time. In the days that followed, Snape grew increasingly tempestuous. At times, he picked at Lex's every flaw, while at others, he fell into prolonged silence, staring blankly at some distant point with a gaze that was difficult to decipher. That dark green sachet had been shoved back into the deepest recesses of the drawer, as if its absence could be willed into existence. Yet he knew that some things had irrevocably changed. That layer of ice had not merely cracked. Warm waters were persistently seeping through the fissures, attempting to thaw the frozen core. Lex, for his part, maintained his unflappable demeanor, though occasionally, when handing Snape a cup of freshly brewed herbal tea enriched with calming ingredients, his fingertips would brush against Snape's hand, barely perceptibly. Each fleeting contact was as swift as an accident, yet Snape would retract his hand as if burned, or mask his momentary panic with a more ferocious glare. Lex, in turn, would merely lower his eyelashes, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. But Lex understood that these gestures must not be too forceful, otherwise, the tendrils of connection that his master had just begun to extend would retract once more into their shell. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lex grew more circumspect in his actions. He continued to prepare meals and manage household duties, yet those unintentional touches dwindled, and his gaze became more restrained, as if the subtle explorations of recent days had merely been figments of Snape's imagination. This, paradoxically, left Snape more agitated. He would rather Lex remain unreservedly forthright, a quality that sent shivers down his spine, than endure this uncertain tranquility. It made him feel as though his previous reactions had been the folly of a startled fool. While Lex appeared as an experienced hunter, patiently recalibrating his strategy, the brewing of potions became Snape's final bastion. He spent increasingly more time in the basement, surrounded by a plethora of complex and pungent ingredients. Only during the precise moments of meticulously measuring and observing the color changes of the potions could he temporarily cast aside the tumultuous thoughts. Nevertheless, Lex's encroachment did not spare even this territory. Snape discovered that the silver knife he typically used for handling sleeping draughts had been replaced. The new knife possessed an excellent weight and balance, comfortably effortless in his grip, with a handle wrapped in discreet, non-slip fine thread of a subtle dark gray hue. He stared at the knife for a long while, unmoving. This was certainly not the standard fare from Diagon Alley. The old one had become a bit loose. I reinforced and polished it, and it's temporarily been set aside. Lex's voice floated over from the other side of the workbench, where he was carefully sifting a batch of moonstone powder. This one was something I crafted on a whim. If it doesn't suit you, I can revert it back. Snape pressed his lips tightly together. A mere whim? The precision and feel rivaled that of masterful creations. He said nothing, simply continuing to use the new knife on the sleeping draught, his movements indeed seeming a touch more fluid. These subtle changes unfolded quietly. The illumination of the light spheres adjusted to the most eye-friendly angle and brightness. An ergonomically designed cushion appeared behind his customary hard wooden chair. Even the coffee he habitually consumed had, unbeknownst to him, been replaced with a blend that was smoother and gentler on the stomach. Lex seeped into every corner of Spinner's Inn like a drop of silent water, gradually permeating the fortress-like existence of Snape's life. He no longer needed to make a deliberate effort. His very presence, along with these silent acts of consideration, became the most relentless simmering. Unbeknownst to him, Snape's resistance began to soften. He started to find comfort in leaning back against that soft cushion when weary, and when he lifted his coffee cup, he no longer instinctively frowned. Once, when Lex handed him an ancient tome for reference, he accepted it with an ease that surprised him. The moment their fingertips brushed, both paused, yet neither immediately withdrew their hand. That brief contact felt like a delicate current. Snape quickly retracted his hand, a faint flush creeping to his ears. Yet he merely cleared his throat and stiffly remarked, "The page number is clearly marked," before lowering his gaze to the text. Lex turned calmly to attend to other matters. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth became noticeably more pronounced. However, Snape remained fixated on the open ancient tome before him, not turning a single page for what felt like an eternity. The lingering coolness of a fleeting touch still seemed to dance upon his fingertips, a sensation that unsettled him, akin to a small stone cast into the long-still depths of the Black Lake, creating ripples that, although subtle, persisted unyieldingly. With a sharp snap, he closed the book and rose to his feet. "I shall step out for a moment," he declared brusquely, neglecting to cast a glance at Lex as he strode purposefully towards the door, the sound of his disapparition echoing shortly thereafter. Chapter 88. My heart is not stone. Lex paused in his tasks, gazing at the empty doorway, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. His master required space, and he granted it. He resumed his work, meticulously sorting the dried herbs into various glass jars, each labeled with scrupulous care. Snape did not return until deep into the night, bringing with him the biting chill of the outdoors, alongside a faint, cloying scent reminiscent of Honeyduke's confections. He ascended the stairs, his footsteps resonating sharply in the otherwise silent house. At that moment, Lex was engrossed in a potions journal on the living room sofa. Upon hearing the sounds, he lifted his gaze, catching only a glimpse of Snape's dark robes disappearing around the bend of the staircase. He refrained from inquiring aloud, continuing to peruse his book until the sound of a door closing above prompted him to rise and extinguish the lights in the living room. Upstairs, the bedroom door closed behind Snape, severing the last vestiges of Lex's disquieting tranquility from below. Leaning against the cold door, Snape inhaled deeply, attempting to dispel the lingering sweetness of lemon sherbet that clung to his robes. All this was thanks to that old fool. His suffocating office perpetually reeked of childish confections, an inescapable mark upon him. The scent, now, felt like a relentless mockery of his foolish actions during the day. He irritably tossed his black robe onto a chair, as if that could also rid him of the chaotic remnants of the day. After departing from Spinner's End, he had ventured to Hogwarts. He must have been out of his mind to think he could elicit any constructive advice from Dumbledore. The old fool appeared unsurprised by his visit, his blue eyes sparkling with an insight that made Snape instantly regret his decision. "Ah, Severus, what a rare visitor we have. It seems the renovations in Spinner's End are progressing well." Dumbledore beamed as he pushed a silver dish perpetually overflowing with sweets toward him. Snape stiffly averted his gaze from the confections, abruptly steering the conversation toward the subject at hand, using the most vague and bureaucratic language to describe an uncontrollable variable in potions, an ongoing and elusive external influence. Dumbledore listened attentively, nodding occasionally, before speaking in a conversational tone. "Severus, you know, some magical plants thrive in the most inhospitable environments. They may appear small and unremarkable, even covered in thorns, yet they possess an astonishing resilience. Their roots quietly and patiently penetrate through the hardest of rocks, seeking just a hint of moisture and nourishment. This process is so gradual that it is nearly imperceptible, but eventually, the rock will yield a fissure, and that vitality will take root firmly within." He paused, regarding Snape meaningfully. "Sometimes, what we perceive as an intrusion may indeed be the very rain that barren soil has long yearned for. Yet, this land has been desolate for so long that it has forgotten how to accept such gifts, mistaking the nourishment for another form of erosion." In that moment, Snape retorted with a cold scoff, denouncing Dumbledore's metaphor as characteristically illogical and nauseatingly sentimental. He nearly stood to take his leave, feeling the air grow too sweet to breathe for even another second. Yet now, alone in the silence of his bedroom, Dumbledore's words, along with the saccharine aroma of that office, coiled around him like a ghost. Lex Carvin. He was not the warm and radiant flame that Lily embodied. Rather, he resembled a steady, constant stream of water, not fierce, not scorching, but stubbornly present, gradually eroding his defenses with that infuriating patience and restraint. Snape approached the window, gazing out into the dark, drizzling night. From below, he faintly heard Lex tidying the journal before extinguishing the lights and ascending the stairs. Everything felt so orderly, so natural. He recalled the look in Lex's eyes when he regarded him, calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable warmth. That young man understood everything, perceiving his struggles and his retreats. Thus, he afforded him space and time, expressing through action rather than words, clumsily yet resolutely. I am here, I will not leave, but I will not pressure you. This sensation of being wholly understood and treated with such delicate care was foreign to Snape, even more disorienting than any physical pain. He was accustomed to conflict, to being reviled, to shielding himself with indifference. Yet Lex did not oppose him. He simply remained quietly within his fortress, even beginning to mend its cracks, rendering the dismal corners he had inhabited for half a lifetime somewhat more bearable. This was more threatening than any direct confession or coercion could ever be. Snape's fingers unconsciously clenched. He ought to cast Lex out, immediately, before he became utterly weak and reliant on such nurturing. However, his gaze fell upon the empty bedside table, where he could almost envision the dark green sachet tucked away deep within the drawer, along with the verse he had labored to decipher. Nearly 2 years. The realization still sent tremors through his heart. While he was ensnared in a quagmire consumed by vengeance and atonement, that young man had already a tumultuous blend of bitter absurdity and a faint flutter of emotion, one he was reluctant to acknowledge even within himself, surged within his chest. He cursed Lex's patience, cursed Dumbledore's meddling, and more than anything, cursed his own heart, which had begun to waver. This inexplicable panic washed over him. Yet this time, amidst the turmoil, there flickered a glimmer of anticipation so faint that he scarcely dared to examine it. Ultimately, he did not light the calming incense, but lay down fully clothed, in the darkness suffused with the faint scent of herbs, staring wide-eyed until dawn. The following day, Lex keenly sensed that Snape was enveloped in an unprecedented turmoil. The hard shell he had built was showing cracks, yet whether what lay within was willing to emerge remained uncertain. On a late night, when the rain's patter began to abate, Snape again lingered in his study until the early hours, attempting to numb himself with tedious academic papers. With little success. When he finally rubbed his aching temples and prepared to confront another potentially sleepless night, he discovered Lex asleep in the armchair by the living room fireplace. An open potions notebook lay across his lap, and a cup of tea, long since gone cold, rested on the small table beside him. The embers in the fireplace flickered faintly, illuminating his serene visage, with shadows under his eyes betraying the quiet fatigue of recent days. Snape's footsteps faltered. Chapter 89, Breaking the Ice. He should have ascended the stairs directly, as he had done countless times before, ignoring it all. But tonight, inexplicably, he altered his course and approached the fireplace. His movements were exceedingly light, barely making a sound. He paused before the chair, lowering his gaze upon Lex. His eyes traversed the inky strands of hair atop Lex's head, the delicate tremor of his eyelashes, and finally settled upon the notebook that had slipped to the floor. It contained Lex's meticulously organized new ideas concerning herbal combinations with soothing effects, the handwriting neat, with careful annotations of potential magical conflicts. A complex emotion surged within him, not annoyance, nor offense, but rather something softer and more unfamiliar, tinged with a bittersweet warmth. Almost unconsciously, he bent down, gingerly lifting a corner of the woolen blanket that had fallen into the crook of Lex's arm, awkwardly attempting to raise it slightly. This clumsy, almost tender gesture stood in stark contrast to his otherwise somber demeanor. Just as the blanket brushed against Lex's chin, his eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Initially, there was a hint of confusion typical of someone just awakening, but as he focused on the peculiar side of Snape, maintaining an odd bent posture before him, that confusion swiftly dissipated, transforming into a serene calmness. He did not startle, nor did he immediately sit up to create distance. Instead, he simply gazed back at Snape, as if discovering someone covering him with a blanket in the dead of night were the most natural thing in the world. Snape seemed taken aback by his gaze, abruptly straightening up and instantly reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, though a faint, suspicious blush crept up from his pallid neck. If your mind retained even the most basic self-preservation instincts, one should not fall asleep in such a place. His voice was notably more hoarse than usual, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Lex made no rebuttal. He merely sat up slowly, closing the notebook and placing it aside. He stood, his movements casual, as if oblivious to Snape's brief moment of embarrassment. You are right, it was my oversight. He glanced at Snape, noting the paler complexion and the unmistakable fatigue etched beneath his eyes. Would you care for a cup of warm, calming tea? You seem unwell. Snape intended to refuse, but the words that escaped his lips were harsh, almost a retort. Mind your own business. With that, he turned abruptly, striding towards the stairs with an air of urgency that resembled an escape more than anger. Lex remained rooted in place, watching Snape vanish around the corner of the staircase, not immediately following. He understood that for Severus Snape, A clumsy attempt to cover him with a blanket spoke volumes more than 1,000 words could convey. This silent gesture was already an effort to break the ice, a tentative approach that perhaps even he himself had yet to fully comprehend. He did not rush to address it, nor did he pursue. Instead, he returned to the kitchen with the cold tea, meticulously washing the cup. Then he returned to the living room, completely extinguishing the embers in the fireplace, ensuring safety before stealthily returning to his room. He knew that the most significant barrier had begun to be traversed by Snape in his own manner, albeit with great difficulty. All he needed to do was continue waiting and, with the same patience and resolve, welcome the sensitive yet prickly creature that was finally willing to venture forth from its nest. The following morning, as Lex prepared breakfast as usual, Snape did not appear immediately. This was rather unusual, for he usually adhered to time with almost draconian precision. Lex did not press. He simply covered the bowl of porridge with a warming charm and sat at the dining table, quietly perusing a copy of the Daily Prophet. The newspaper was filled with praises for war heroes and visions for the future of the magical world. Yet Lex's thoughts were entirely occupied with the closed door upstairs. Nearly half an hour passed before footsteps finally echoed down the staircase. Snape descended, looking even paler than the day before. Dark rings under his eyes indicating yet another sleepless night. The air around him was heavier than London's oppressive clouds, as he walked straight to the dining table. Oblivious to the bowl of warmed porridge, failing to meet Lex's gaze. The atmosphere was thick with silence, the only sound being the faint crackling of the fire in the hearth. Lex set down the newspaper and calmly spoke. "Good morning, sir. The porridge may be slightly cold. Would you like me to heat it?" Snape offered no reply, merely grasping the spoon and mechanically beginning to eat the porridge, which was actually at an ideal temperature. His movements were stiff, as if he were fulfilling a torturous obligation. Lex chose not to speak further, instead taking up his own portion and eating quietly. He could feel Snape's gaze upon him, sharp and prickly, darting over him before quickly averting. It was an assessing look, fraught with irritation and tinged with an indescribable confusion. The breakfast concluded in a nearly suffocating silence. Snape ate rapidly, and once the bowl was empty, he stood abruptly, almost fleeing back into the basement, slamming the door behind him. Lex watched the door and let out a soft sigh. His master was grappling with an intense internal struggle, and all he could do was wait and provide unwavering companionship. Snape seemed to reside almost entirely in the basement. Lex would deliver his meals to the door, only for Snape to hastily consume a few bites before brusquely instructing him to take the dishes away. He had even begun brewing some pungent potions that were evidently not urgent, as if he sought to fill the space with their strong odors. Isolating himself from the outside world, including the fresh herbal scent that clung to Lex, Lex displayed no signs of discontent or anxiety. He continued delivering meals punctually, tidying up, washing and pressing Snape's discarded black robes, quietly managing everything upstairs. At times, he would linger briefly at the basement door, listening to the bubbling of cauldrons and the occasional muffled cough, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes before he ultimately departed in silence. This deliberate distance and unspoken presence formed a peculiar balance. On Friday evening, as Lex prepared to deliver dinner to the basement, he suddenly sensed an exceedingly faint and unstable magical fluctuation seeping through the crack of the door. This fluctuation was familiar, a sign of magic on the verge of spiraling out of control, typically stemming from exhaustion and mental strain. Lex's expression shifted subtly, and without a second thought for any boundaries, he pushed open the basement door. There stood Snape, braced against the counter, one hand pressed tightly against his temple. His complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before him, a cauldron of purple liquid was boiling violently, ominous bubbles threatening imminent failure or even explosion. "Don't touch," Snape barked weakly, his voice hoarse yet retaining its characteristic severity, without lifting his head. Chapter 90. The Night Watch. Lex disregarded the warning. A silent freezing charm shot towards the cauldron, instantaneously solidifying the roiling potion along with its danger. He swiftly approached, steadying Snape's faltering arm. "Sir, you must cease immediately." Snape attempted to shake him off, but a sudden wave of dizziness caused him to stagger, inadvertently leaning heavier against Lex. In that moment of contact, both froze. Lex could distinctly feel the weight and tremor in Snape's arm, as well as the overwhelming, almost suffocating fatigue and a sense of impending collapse emanating from him. His heart tightened, and with unwavering resolve, he firmly supported Snape's arm, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You must rest. Now." Perhaps it was the sheer exhaustion that rendered him incapable of resistance, or perhaps the rare, firm concern evident in Lex's tone stirred something within him. Severus Snape ceased to fight back. With his eyes closed, he allowed Lex to half support, half carry him away from the stench-laden laboratory, up the stairs, and into the sanctuary of his bedroom, where he was gently placed upon the bed. Lex swiftly fetched warm water and produced a more potent calming potion of his own concoction. Snape drank it down, his voice slowing, yet still laced with authority. As he opened his eyes, the depths of his dark gaze revealed an inescapable weariness and a hint of defeat. He glanced at Lex, then at the cup of potion, ultimately accepting it in silence and draining it in one go. The effects of the potion took hold swiftly. His heavy eyelids gradually closed, surrendering him to an enforced slumber. Lex stood by the bedside, observing the persistent furrow in Snape's brow even in sleep, a bittersweet ache blooming in his heart. He gently pulled the covers over Snape, then quietly tidied the room, lighting a small incense stick to promote deeper sleep. The subtle fragrance began to permeate the air. Lex chose not to leave. Instead, he drew up a chair, positioning himself neither too far nor too close to the bed. He picked up the half-read potion notes, quietly awaiting the dawn under the dim light of the bedside lamp. That night, Snape's sleep was far from tranquil, punctuated by murmurs and slight movements. Each time he restlessly turned or emitted indistinct sounds, Lex would set down his notes, rise to adjust the blankets around him, or lightly brush his forehead with the back of his hand, gauging his temperature. Those fleeting touches were brief yet restrained, imbued with a steadying, soothing power. In the latter half of the night, Snape finally succumbed to a deep sleep, his breathing evening out. As dawn approached, Lex reclined against the chair's back, allowing himself a brief moment of rest. When Snape awoke, guided by his biological clock, he was first enveloped by a long-forgotten sense of relaxation from genuine rest, accompanied by the comforting, faint fragrance lingering in the room. His gaze fell upon Lex, who sat in the chair, head slightly reclined, lost in a light slumber. The soft morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Lex's tranquil profile and the faint shadows beneath his eyes. Snape lay still, refraining from movement. Memories of the previous night flooded back. The uncontrollable potion, Lex's forceful intervention, the steady hands that had supported him, and the feeling of being watched over. An unprecedented softness welled within him, akin to a stream in early spring, slowly melting away the layers of ice. He discovered, to his surprise, that he did not reject this feeling. In fact, in some hidden corner beneath his hardened exterior, a long-buried desire began to stir. He watched for a long while, until Lex's eyelashes fluttered, as if he were about to awaken. Snape promptly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. When Lex awoke, his first instinct was to glance toward the bed. Seeing Snape's steady breathing and a semblance of color returning to his face, he exhaled softly in relief. He stood, stretched his stiff shoulders, and quietly slipped out of the room, closing the door behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, Snape opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, his expression complex. The barriers he had long constructed seemed to have cracked, fissured by the young man's stubborn vigilance and last night's clumsy yet genuine care, creating a rift too significant to ignore. The act of evasion appeared to have lost its meaning. When Lex returned, bearing a light breakfast and a revitalizing potion, he found Snape seated upright against the headboard. Though still fatigued, his eyes were clearer, fixed on the view outside. Lex set the tray on the bedside table. "Do you feel better, sir?" Snape did not turn, remaining silent for a moment before offering a low, non-committal murmur. Following this subdued response, the room fell into another silence. This was no longer the tense, resistant quiet of before, but rather a tranquility that suggested something had subtly shifted. Sunlight streamed through the unfastened curtains, casting a warm beam upon the worn floorboards, where dust particles danced lazily in the light. Lex refrained from further questions, merely nudging the tray closer for Snape's convenience before turning to tend to a pot of thriving mint on the windowsill, leaving him with the space to remain undisturbed. Snape slowly savored the creamy oatmeal, his taste buds finally awakening from prolonged numbness to detect the grain's subtle sweetness. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lex's silhouette attending to the plants, his movements gentle and focused. This unobserved sense of ease gradually coaxed his tense body into a slight relaxation. A new unspoken understanding began to form between them. The air in Spinner's End was no longer suffocatingly tense. Instead, it was suffused with a tacit, exploratory atmosphere. Lex moved like a cautious cat, gradually expanding his territory, while Snape, with half-closed eyes, silently acquiesced to these furtive trespasses. Lex would casually replace the bookmarks Snape often left haphazardly with more exquisite ones infused with calming herbal scents. He would also inadvertently swap their respective teacups after dinner for a matching pair, differing only in subtle patterns. Snape chose to ignore these gestures, only casting a cold glance when Lex attempted to switch his customary black ink for a supposedly more eye-friendly deep blue, prompting Lex to obediently revert to the original. Lex understood in his heart that his master was not entirely oblivious. Rather, he was measuring and acclimating to this newfound closeness in his own way. He provided Snape with a sense of security, remaining silent and unpressured, demonstrating his presence and patience through actions. As for Snape, the emotions stirring beneath the icy surface were still not fully comprehended by him, yet he recognized that something undeniable was breaking through the soil. Chapter 91, Blooming. Lex's tentative explorations and Snape's silent acquiescence became an unspoken part of their daily lives, until that equally rain-soaked night. The fire in the hearth crackled warmly, dispelling some of the chill. Snape had just finished revising a lengthy manuscript for the Practical Potions Master Journal, his eyes weary from prolonged concentration. He leaned back into the armchair, which Lex had secretly padded with a softer lining, closing his eyes to rub the bridge of his nose. Relishing a rare moment of silence instead of diving into new research, a small cup of warm, malt-scented mead was gently placed on the side table beside him. It was not his usual calming tea, but rather a small cup of honeyed wine, its temperature just right. Snape opened his eyes to find Lex sitting beside him, naturally occupying the chair closer than usual, so near that the warmth from the fire blurred the boundaries between them. "Give it a try," it said to help alleviate eye strain. Lex's voice was soft, as though fearful of disturbing the rare tranquility of the rainy night. Snape did not immediately reach for the cup. His gaze lingered on Lex's profile, softly illuminated by the firelight, watching the subtle bob of his throat as he took delicate sips. The only sounds in the cellar were the crackling of the burning wood and the patter of rain outside, creating an oddly comforting atmosphere that flowed gently through the air. Perhaps it was the fatigue that lowered his defenses, or perhaps it was the soothing aroma of the honeyed wine. Or maybe it was that the silent nurturing of the past months had finally reached a critical point. Snape observed as Lex set down his wine glass, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the rim of the cup. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice a low murmur that nearly blended with the sound of the rain. "Why?" It was a question devoid of context, yet Lex comprehended its essence instantly. He turned his gaze to meet Snape's profound stare, within which there was no longer just scrutiny and indifference, but a rare, genuine perplexity, along with a hint of almost imperceptible vulnerability. Lex did not shy away. His eyes were calm and sincere. "Because I wish to." His voice was soft, yet resoundingly clear, "because you are deserving." It was not born of pity, nor of obligation, and certainly not from an apprentice's reverence for a mentor. The sentiment encapsulated in those words was simple, direct, and heavy enough to render Snape nearly incapacitated. An extended silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the flickering flames of the hearth, casting shadows of their intertwined figures. Then, with excruciating slowness, as if every movement was a struggle, Snape extended his hand towards him. It was not an invitation, but rather a tentative gamble, his fingertips betraying a subtle, uncontrollable tremor. Lex's heart raced unexpectedly, yet he quelled the instinct to grasp it immediately. He, too, lifted his hand with deliberate slowness, gently brushing his fingertips against Snape's cool ones. And then, with cautious determination, slid his fingers into the spaces between Snape's, completing a gentle yet unbreakable clasp. Snape's hand quivered abruptly, but did not withdraw. He closed his eyes, his throat constricting as if he were enduring a tremendous emotional upheaval, or perhaps, at long last, shedding an immense burden. Lex could feel the calluses and the chill of his palm. He curled his fingers around that hand, which was so often clenched around a wand or a stirring rod, conveying a silent warmth. No further words were exchanged. Snape offered no reply, nor did Lex press for one. They simply remained there, seated quietly before the fireplace, hands entwined, listening to the rain outside, feeling the warmth of each other's palms gradually merging from unfamiliarity to unity. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. The seed Lex had sown had finally blossomed. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.